The sacred star, Earth, aged approximately 4.6 billion years. Also known as Gaia, boasts a surface where about 71 is covered by oceans, with the remaining landmass divided into continents and islands. Around 1600 years ago, Earth's technological advancements peaked, ushering in an era where humanity ventured into the vast cosmos, driven by an insatiable yearning for the celestial expanse. Yet, it was only upon traversing this starry realm that humanity grasped its enormity, realizing that they were not the sole inhabitants of the universe. The cosmos, far more vibrant than imagined, concealed myriad dangers beneath its splendid facade. Among these perils lurked the cosmic nemesis, the insectoid Zerg, alongside the ruthless cosmic pirates. And on uncharted planets lay bloodthirsty aliens, presenting an array of threats that seemed boundless. For instance, as is the case now that a fully armed band of cosmic pirates stormed into a space station, sending the occupants into a frenzy of screams, with the timid scattering in panic. "Don't move. Anyone who dares will be shot dead." One pirate fired upon two women scurrying about, turning them into a mass of blood and chaos, and then discharged a round into the air while shouting loudly, "Crouch down and cover. Your heads. Come here. If you dare use your communicator, do you want the Federation fleet to catch us? Seeking death, are we? Everyone, one by one, crouch down and empty your pockets of valuables." Ye Kongcheng observed the pirates swiftly seizing control of the space station, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Was fate truly so unkind? Just after departing Earth, he encountered cosmic pirates. Had he neglected to consult the calendar before embarking on this journey? Or was it merely a streak of misfortune? As Ye Kongcheng pondered, he suddenly felt the blunt force of a gun but against his head, realizing several pirates had stealthily positioned themselves behind him. "Stand up," one pirate commanded. "Now, hand over all your valuables." Why, Ye Kongcheng rose. "Look, my friend, despite appearances, I too am a cosmic pirate. Can't we let this slide, given our shared profession?" The pirates paused momentarily, then erupted in a mocking laughter, their scorn palpable. "Kid, have you even matured?" One pirate taunted, slapping Ye Kongcheng's face. "You, a cosmic pirate? Hand over your belongings and scurry back to your mother's embrace." Ye Kongcheng replied, "So you don't believe me, then?" Another pirate approached, sneering, "Listen, kid, if you want to live, you best comply. You a cosmic pirate? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Even if you were one, what of it?" Another pirate scoffed. "There's no camaraderie among pirates as long as we can seize treasures. Who cares about your identity?" "Ah, I see," Ye Kongcheng responded, feigning enlightenment. "So, I need to be polite with you then?" The pirates laughed heartily again, the earlier speaker taunting, "We'd love to see how impolite you can be." Bang! Before the pirate could finish, Ye Kongcheng suddenly kicked fiercely into the man's abdomen, eliciting a scream as the pirate was propelled 3 meters away, curling up like a shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth. The remaining pirates were taken aback. But in that instant, Ye Kongcheng seized one by the neck. "You slapped my face just now, didn't you? Do you know what fate befell the last person who did that?" Crack! Ye Kongcheng twisted the pirate's wrist with a brutal grip, unleashing a pained scream from his victim, tears and snot streaming down as the hand was mercilessly contorted. Completely shattered, the other 3 pirates, finally recovering from their shock, raised their pulse energy guns, aiming them at Ye Kongcheng. However, Ye Kongcheng vanished without a trace, reappearing behind the trio. "Your speed," Ye Kongcheng scoffed, "is rather lacking, wouldn't you agree?" In a swift motion, he raised his palm like a blade, striking the necks of the 3 pirates, causing their bodies to collapse limply to the ground. Simultaneously, the commotion drew the attention of others, more pirates turning their gazes toward the scene, spotting their fallen comrades, and promptly raising their weapons. "Hey kid," a lead pirate bellowed. "Crouch down and cover your head if you don't want to die." Ye Kongcheng shook his head with a smile, suddenly extending his right hand and snapping his fingers. The weapons in the pirates' hands began to tremble uncontrollably before launching into the air, coalescing into a massive metallic sphere. One pirate gasped. "A special ability? You're a second-tier genetic warrior." In this chaotic, cosmic era, navigating the starry expanse without a modicum of strength is utterly impossible. The distinction of power is simply measured by the genetic gates. Every organism harbors latent abilities within, shackled by what is known as the genetic gate. There are 8 genetic gates. Ranging from first to 8th tier breaching, each gate unleashes latent potential, with first-tier warriors gaining a physical enhancement, while second-tier warriors awaken special abilities that the pirate's eyes. Ye Kongcheng's control over magnetic forces was his special ability, while his first-tier physical enhancement was speed. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng swayed his body and vanished, reappearing as a fleeting shadow beside a pirate, seizing the man's hair and forcefully slamming his head onto a nearby table. Crash! The table shattered loudly, and the pirate crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Ye Kongcheng chuckled coldly, swaying his body again, disappearing once more, transforming into a wraith darting around. With each step, the surrounding pirates fell one by one, and in the blink of an eye, dozens lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. "What pirate crew are you from?" Ye Kongcheng revealed himself, chuckling. "You're far too weak." Roar! At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind Ye Kongcheng, and he felt a gust of wind approaching swiftly from the rear. He quickly pivoted, narrowly avoiding the blow. A burly figure, dark-skinned and formidable, surged forward, brushing past Ye Kongcheng and delivering a devastating punch to the wall, obliterating it with a single strike. Chapter 2. The Annihilation. Little demon, you are far too arrogant. The dark-skinned man turned around and declared, "I am Wang Fong, captain of the Black Hawk pirate crew." Crack! Crack! As he spoke, Wang Fong contemptuously clenched his fist, the joints emitting a crisp sound. "Captain, eliminate him." "In the scum!" shouted the surrounding cosmic pirates, emboldened by their leader and Appo's presence. "You're doomed now that our captain has intervened." Wang Fong sneered and advanced on Ye Kongcheng, raising his fist to deliver a devastating blow. Ye Kongcheng raised his arm in defense, but immediately felt an overwhelming force. "Damn it!" Ye Kongcheng cursed internally. "This bastard is incredibly strong." With a fierce roar, Wang Fong's right arm muscles swelled, and he struck again, sending Ye Kongcheng flying backward until he collided with a wall, which shattered with a resounding crash, leaving a web of cracks behind. Ye Kongcheng grimaced in pain, but Wang Fong swiftly closed the distance, shouting, "Fist gun!" Bang! Wang Fong and Appo's fist connected with Ye Kongcheng and Appo's chest, causing the wall to reverberate and cave inward, leaving Ye Kongcheng embedded within it. Gritting his teeth, Ye Kongcheng retaliated with a powerful punch to Wang Fong's ribs. But it felt like striking solid rock. The man's muscles were as impenetrable as granite. Wang Fong scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. "Trash, put in a little effort. Is that all you've got? My mother could hit harder than you." Raising an eyebrow, Ye Kongcheng suddenly leaped, delivering a rapid series of kicks to Wang Fong's chest. Bang! Bang bang! His movements were surprisingly agile, and he managed to land 3 swift kicks. Wang Fong staggered back, his mocking expression deepening as he brushed off the imprints left by the kicks, as though Ye Kongcheng and Appo's assault were inconsequential. "With such meager skills, you might as well give up," Wang Fong sneered, grasping Ye Kongcheng and Appo's throat. "Trash is just trash, no matter how much you flail. Do you really think you can challenge the Black Hawk pirate crew? Let me teach you how to spell and Appo's death and Appo's." Wang Fong charged forward, disregarding Ye Kongcheng and Appo's incoming punch, using his brute strength to deflect it effortlessly before seizing Ye Kongcheng's throat. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Wang Fong slammed Ye Kongcheng against the wall, increasing the pressure of his grip. Ye Kongcheng's face contorted in pain, gradually turning a shade of blue. Wang Fong laughed coldly. "This is the fate of those who dare to provoke the Black Hawk pirate crew. I will suffocate you slowly, letting you taste despair before I snap your neck." His laughter morphed into smug satisfaction, as if he were crushing an insignificant insect. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng tilted his head and smiled. "Is he laughing?" Wang Fong's expression froze in shock, feeling an unsettling discomfort at Ye Kongcheng's unexpected grin. Is this man insane? How can he laugh in such a dire situation? "I'm done playing," Ye Kongcheng said, revealing Zhan Lan. "If you don't act now, I might truly die." In the next instant, a radiant 5-colored glow enveloped Ye Kongcheng and Appo's right arm, resembling liquid light. Moments later, the luminescence faded, revealing a metallic gauntlet on his arm. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng launched a powerful hook towards Wang Fong. Feeling the rush of wind slicing through his clothing, Wang Fong and Appos' eyes widened in alarm, and he leaped back, narrowly avoiding Ye Kongcheng's punch. Ye Kongcheng chuckled coldly, taking a step forward, his fist raised to strike Wang Fong's face. Simple, direct, and forceful. This was a battle of strength. Wang Fong gritted his teeth, tightened his fist, and swung back. Bang! Their fists collided in midair, producing a deep thud, shockwaves radiating outward, sending tables and chairs flying, creating chaos around them. Then, a horrifying scream pierced the air. Wang Fong howled in agony, clutching his right arm. Where a shard of bone had pierced through the skin, blood gushing onto the floor, creating a gruesome scene. The scent of blood filled the air. "Ah!" someone screamed, covering their eyes in horror at the bloodshed. Ye Kongcheng approached Wang Fong. "Didn't you just call me trash?" "You," Wang Fong began. But before he could finish, Ye Kongcheng gripped his chin, lifting his 200-pound frame effortlessly. "My apologies," Ye Kongcheng stated, "but I do not require your answer." Bang! Ye Kongcheng slammed Wang Fong into the ground, creating a massive dent in the alloy floor, embedding Wang Fong within it. His eyes rolled back, and he twitched a few times before losing consciousness. Exhaling deeply, Ye Kongcheng felt a surge of exhilaration. He then stepped onto the chest of a nearby cosmic pirate and declared, "Hey, I left Earth in a hurry, and didn't bring much money. Quickly, hand over your IC, ID, and IQ cards." As he spoke, he ignored the stunned cosmic pirates and began rifling through their belongings, seizing all valuables. However, looking at the pile, he felt a headache coming on. This would be cumbersome to carry. Deciding on a practical approach, he stripped the pirate of his clothing, tying it all together to create a large bundle for his loot. While Ye Kongcheng busied himself, a portly man in a suit approached, dabbing sweat from his brow, and with a smile said, "Sir, my surname is Ye Kongcheng interjected. "Ye Kongcheng, I am Lu Dongri, the station master here. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your assistance. You have saved us all." Lu Dongri shook Ye Kongcheng and Appos' hand enthusiastically, flattering him. "You must be an exceptional bounty hunter." "Not quite," Ye Kongcheng shrugged. "I am a cosmic pirate." Lu Dongri and Appos' expression froze, and he forced a laugh. "Mr. Yi, you jest." "Jest?" Ye Kongcheng smiled, his demeanor suggesting he was quite serious. The narrative now takes us back 3 days. Chapter 3 Azure. Welcome to the esteemed St. Star Earth First Comprehensive Academy, the pinnacle of higher education in the Milky Way. With a warm smile, Ye Kongcheng stepped into the office, offering a slight nod to the elderly professor seated behind the desk. "Professor," Ye Kongcheng said, gazing at the elder with a smile, "as per our agreement, I have now reached the age of 18. The items entrusted to your care by my father should be returned to me, correct?" The old professor sighed. "Can't you reconsider? With your abilities, you could achieve greatness in any endeavor." Ye Kongcheng responded with a gentle smile, "Professor, I am deeply grateful for the guidance the Academy has provided me throughout my journey, but I must apologize." Another sigh escaped the professor as he retrieved a box, placing it before Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng and Appos' father was a notorious space pirate, known as the Star Snatcher Ye Kong, who roamed the galaxies committing countless crimes, with official reports estimating the value of his stolen treasures at a staggering 700 billion. Moreover, when Ye Kongcheng was but a child, his father abandoned him to wander the cosmos. This era of the grand universe saw many yearning for the stars, with countless voices echoing the call for brave souls to conquer the vastness of space. Yet, few possessed the true courage to venture forth. And Ye Kongcheng and Appos' father was among them, leaving behind a shadowed childhood for his son. Nonetheless, Ye Kongcheng and Appos' father did not entirely neglect him. He had prepaid the tuition for the first comprehensive academy and provided for Ye Kongcheng and Appos' upbringing, along with a mysterious box. However, that box was not meant for Ye Kongcheng, but rather entrusted to his mentor during his student years, the elderly professor before him. Only upon turning 18 and graduating at the top of his class could Ye Kongcheng claim the box from the professor. Now, that moment had arrived. The box appeared ordinary, Yet it was a highly advanced technological artifact, adorned with 120 intricate patterns. While they seemed decorative, each pattern was, in fact, a key. The box had a lid that could only be opened by aligning the patterns perfectly. I have awaited this moment for far too long, Ye Kongcheng murmured as he positioned the final pattern into place. In the next instant, the box erupted with numerous fissures, from which golden light poured forth, revealing a figure within the luminescence, an individual resembling Ye Kongcheng at 40 years of age. "Hello, son." The figure waved. "I am your father. I suspect my words may elicit anger from you. I must confess, I have been an irresponsible parent, leaving you behind to traverse the cosmos. Regardless of whether you forgive me, I still wish to express my apologies. The contents of this box are my only form of recompense for my absence. Truthfully, I am unaware of what lies within, but I painstakingly acquired it. Therefore, if you do not share my passion for adventure and the thrill of the unknown, consider selling the items inside. I believe the proceeds would suffice for a lifetime of enjoyment. However, if you, like me, possess a thirst for adventure, the contents may prove invaluable to you. Once again, I apologize. Should you choose a life of pleasure, I shall bless you from the far reaches of the stars. Should you choose the path of adventure, I hope one day we may meet again among the galaxies, even if your first act is to deliver a punch to me." As the figure faded gradually, it disappeared into the ether. "You wretched father." Ye Kongcheng clenched his fist, tears glistening in his eyes. He had only shed tears once before, when his mother passed away, and now he felt the stirrings of emotion once more, yet he held back the tears and grit his teeth, declaring, "Trust me, I will find you, and I will deliver that punch." Ye Kongcheng sniffled and turned his gaze back to the box. Inside lay a metallic sphere, adorned with intricate patterns akin to the box itself. "What is this?" Ye Kongcheng pondered, reaching for the fist-sized sphere, only to feel a sharp pain in his fingertip as a spike suddenly erupted from within, piercing his palm. Instinctively, Ye Kongcheng attempted to cast the metallic sphere away, but it seemed to cling to his hand, rapidly morphing into a metallic glove that encased his right hand. System detection initiated. Please refrain from forcibly severing the energy source to avoid unforeseen consequences. Name: Ye Kongcheng. Gender: male. Age: 18. Gene lock: Level 2 exotic species, multiple exotics, inactive, mental realm, unawakened physical talent, intellectual talent, a comprehensive talent, a combat assessment, 772 master assessment. Excellent master. The metallic glove emitted an electronic synthesized voice. And after a while, Ye Kongcheng felt the piercing pain subside as the spike retracted. "You?" Ye Kongcheng stared at the metallic glove in astonishment. "What are you?" "I am not a mere trinket," the glove responded. "I am a parasitic auxiliary super artificial intelligence, combat version, designated as Azure. Due to your exceptional comprehensive talent, I acknowledge you as my new master and shall assist you in your growth to become a formidable warrior." "A divine artifact?" the old professor exclaimed. "Observe this insignia. It bears the mark of the divine domain. I believe this to be a biological artificial intelligence, programmed to assist in one and Oppo's development. However, it appears to differ significantly from the conventional artificial intelligence circulating in the market, suggesting it may be a custom model of exceptional quality, the value of which I cannot ascertain." Ye Kongcheng tilted his head. "But what is its purpose?" "Hey, Azure, what can you do for me?" Azure replied, "Currently, I am in my nascent stage and require energy to grow. My capabilities are limited, encompassing weapon transformation, magnetic field manipulation, and area exploration." As Azure demonstrated its functions, Ye Kongcheng was left in awe. The weapon transformation could convert Azure into metallic gauntlets, enhancing Ye Kongcheng's striking power by 2.5 times, with potential for further enhancement as Azure matured. Area exploration, as the name suggests, allowed Azure to disregard any shielding devices within a 120-meter radius, also not being the limit as Azure was still in its infancy. However, the most astonishing ability was the magnetic field manipulation. This power created a magnetic field within a 50-meter radius, allowing Azure to control all metallic objects within that space, influencing them through attraction or repulsion, with the potential to deconstruct and reshape metals to a certain extent. Chapter 4. Capture Ye Kongcheng carefully secured the azure device around his wrist, then respectfully bowed to the old professor, expressing his gratitude for the guidance received, hoping for another opportunity to meet. Go, the old professor sighed. I hope that the galaxy will have a place for you. Wait. Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted. You think you can leave? That's not happening unless you leave the item behind. Otherwise, I will have to arrest you. The office door was thrust open, revealing a federal officer in uniform. Officer Huang. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the man with a mocking smile. I wonder what charges you intend to pin on me. The officer, Huang Chifa, was a familiar face. He had kept a close watch on Ye Kongcheng for years, primarily due to his father. Thus, the federal police had always taken a keen interest in him, frequently monitoring his movements. However, there was no provision in federal law for collective punishment. One could not be arrested merely for the crimes of a parent. I've already told you, you may leave, Huang Chifa sneered, but the item must stay. It's stolen property. Stolen property? Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Do you have any evidence? Huang Chifa strode toward him, towering over Ye Kongcheng and casting an intimidating shadow. I am the captain of the 1st Precinct of the Holy Star District Police. My word is evidence. If you are wise, hand over the item. Otherwise, prison will be your next destination. His words were a thinly veiled threat. He was solely after the possessions left behind by Ye Kongcheng's father, the notorious thief Ye Kongcheng, whose legacy was undoubtedly valuable. Ye Kongcheng was aware that Huang Chifa had harbored ulterior motives for years, but he had been powerless to act due to the old professor's protection. As a professor at the foremost comprehensive academy of the Holy Star District, the old professor commanded respect and could not be easily challenged. But now at 18, Ye Kongcheng was poised to inherit his father's legacy, and Huang Chifa knew the time had come to act. Officer Huang, I suspected you would come today. I've waited a long time for this moment, and I presume you have as well. Ye Kongcheng smirked, a hint of mischief in his expression. To be honest, I've stolen a spaceship, and I intend to leave Holy Star District today, so feel free to try and catch me. Huang Chifa scoffed, drawing his gun. You think you can escape? Perhaps, Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin. With a swift motion, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the lights in the office dimmed, plunging the room into darkness despite the daylight outside, as curtains had been drawn to obscure the windows. Damn it, Huang Chifa cursed, but just then, the lights flickered back on, revealing Ye Kongcheng at the window, flinging it open. A gust of wind blew the curtains aside, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Officer Huang. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Farewell, though I doubt we shall meet again. With that, he leaped out of the window. Huang Chifa gasped. They were on the 6th floor. He rushed to the window, peering outside. Below, a group of students had managed to gather a stack of cushions, piled several layers high, at least 3 meters thick. Ye Kongcheng landed safely atop the cushions, reclining comfortably and playfully waving at Huang Chifa. Crazy, just like his father. Huang Chifa muttered angrily, turning to the old professor. The old professor shrugged, adding, this was a spontaneous act by the students. The academy bears no responsibility. Humph. Huang Chifa scoffed, clearly frustrated but aware that he could not challenge the prestigious academy. As he departed, he activated his communicator, donning the headset. This is Huang Chifa. The target has escaped the education building. Team 1, lead by Wang Chong, seal off the school entrances. Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5, issuing commands rapidly. Huang Chifa hurried out of the classroom. Exiting the academy was relatively simple. There were doors at both the front and back, as well as emergency exits. If all else failed, one could scale the walls. Huang Chifa didn't expect to trap Ye Kongcheng within the academy, but out of the city? He chuckled to himself. Did he think federal officers were incompetent? Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng unexpectedly appeared at the school entrance, confronted by a throng of police officers and an encircled array of patrol cars. Initially taken aback, the officers quickly drew their firearms, aiming at Ye Kongcheng. Don't be so tense. Ye Kongcheng smiled, producing a metallic tube from his pocket and tossing it forward. In the next instant, as the tube struck the ground, it erupted, releasing a multitude of fine needles and a plume of pale yellow smoke that enveloped the area in an instant. Beware, it's toxic, the lead officer shouted. But before he could finish, he saw a shadow dart towards him. Ye Kongcheng suddenly appeared before him. Startled, the officer swung a fist at Ye Kongcheng, who deftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful knee strike to the officer's abdomen. Grabbing the officer by the hair, Ye Kongcheng slammed his head against the glass of a patrol car. Crash! The window shattered, blood spilling from the officer's head. Simultaneously, two other officers drew their batons, stealthily approaching Ye Kongcheng from behind. With a sudden surge, they swung their batons at him. However, Ye Kongcheng seemed to possess a sixth sense. Without turning, he executed a sweeping kick, sending the two officers flying. "You can't stop me," Ye Kongcheng chuckled, striding confidently away, quickly disappearing from the officer's sight. The old professor observed Huang Qifa and Appo's furious expression and shook his head. Ye Kongcheng had received an A in comprehensive evaluations for 3 consecutive years at the academy, including 3 S-level courses, one of which was combat training. If they could thwart Ye Kongcheng, he would not be the pride of the Holy Star District's foremost comprehensive academy. An hour later, in the wilderness outside the city, a small spaceship released a plume of white vapor as it slowly ascended into the sky. Chapter 5. The Second Companion. Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi? Lu Dongyang's persistent calls finally roused Ye Kongcheng from his reverie. "Oh, no need for gratitude," Ye Kongcheng replied, regaining his composure. "If the station master insists on showing appreciation, he might as well waive my meal expenses. To be honest, I have no money in my pocket. I was planning to dine and dash." Lu Dongyang paused, his expression becoming peculiar. It seems Mr. Yi truly enjoys jesting. Nonetheless, such a request can certainly be accommodated, though it hardly suffices to express my gratitude towards you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Dongyang handed Ye Kongcheng a business card. Ye Kongcheng accepted it with a smile, waved goodbye, and departed the station's dining area, making his way towards the docking zone. Upon entering the docking area, Ye Kongcheng did not head straight for his spacecraft. Instead, he abruptly turned and asked, "Why are you following me?" Looking around, Ye Kongcheng saw nothing but shadows, seemingly devoid of any presence. "Arin and Appo's, to you coming out?" he continued. "I am quite curious about how you plan to proceed once I board my spacecraft." A rustle emanated from the shadows, and soon a petite girl emerged, appearing to be around 20 years old, though her stature was merely 5 feet tall. Yet, her figure was noticeably curvaceous. "Are you from the Black Eagle Pirates?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. No, the girl hastily waved her hands. "I'm not affiliated with them, perhaps due to her nervousness." She trembled while gesturing, and suddenly, a pair of round ears popped up on her head. Ye Kongcheng blinked in surprise. "A Martian mouse? No wonder you excel at stealth." The mouse race was indigenous to Mars, not particularly well regarded, often notorious for their misdeeds, involved in both piracy and thievery. They closely resembled humans in appearance, albeit smaller in stature, with their ears serving as the primary distinguishing feature. "I am not a mouse," the girl asserted. "I belong to the mouse clan. We are humanoid intelligent beings, not mere animals." "Whatever," Ye Kongcheng shrugged. "What is your name, and why are you following me?" "My name is Nana," the mouse girl said with a pleading gaze. "Can I accompany you?" "Why?" Ye Kongcheng asked. "Because you are quite formidable," Nana replied. "The mouse clan is not well received in the galaxy. I am often bullied. I wish to travel with someone stronger." Ye Kongcheng smiled. "My IQ is 148, which barely qualifies as high intelligence, so please, tell me the truth." Nana hesitated, then bit her lip. "Someone is pursuing me. Did you steal something?" Ye Kongcheng probed. Nana's face turned crimson with indignation. "Don't assume all members of the mouse clan are thieves. I am not that kind of person. Someone is trying to take my belongings." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "All right, let me summarize. You're in trouble, you witnessed my abilities at the space station, and now you seek refuge by hoping to become my companion, correct?" "Temporary companion," Nana emphasized. "Whatever, we can discuss that later," Ye Kongcheng chuckled. "My question is, why should I help you with your troubles? What can you offer me?" "Well," Nana hesitated before saying, "I am a mechanic." "But you claim to be a mechanic?" Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up. "No problem, you can join me, but I will decide where we go." "Wait, you actually agree?" Nana asked, astonished. "You're surprised?" Ye Kongcheng countered. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "I just didn't expect you to agree so readily," Nana admitted, feeling somewhat shy. "Actually, I'm just a junior mechanic. That's fine. As long as you can handle basic maintenance, it's sufficient. To be honest, my spacecraft has some issues. The propulsion system keeps jamming. Ye Kongcheng raised his hands. I initially planned to endure until we reached our destination before repairing it. Then you should consider yourself lucky, Nana retorted after inspecting the spacecraft, placing her hands on her hips. Your spacecraft is not suited for long-distance travel. The fact that you haven't perished in space indicates sheer luck. Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. Huh? Please don't tell me you lack such basic knowledge, Nana replied. Exasperated, Ye Kongcheng sheepishly said, Actually, I am familiar with military vessels. The Academy primarily taught combat-related spacecraft knowledge, which is what Ye Kongcheng referred to as military vessels. When it came to civilian and commercial vessels, he thought, why would a military academy cover that? Nana sighed in resignation. Your spacecraft is a commercial vessel. Commercial vessels are categorized into long-distance ships, starfield ships, cargo ships, and transport ships. Yours is a typical transport ship, primarily designed for short-range travel between a few planets. Nana exaggeratedly feigned admiration. Thus, this type of spacecraft is specifically for cosmic merchants. The fact that you journeyed from Holy Star Earth to here without perishing in the stellar void is nothing short of miraculous. Ye Kongcheng frowned. So, does that mean my spacecraft has little hope of continuing its journey? Currently, everything is functioning normally, but it is clearly overloaded. One day, if you perish in space, don't say I didn't warn you. Nana pondered. What is your destination? I believe you need to find a suitable spacecraft. Ye Kongcheng replied. The tentative destination is the ringed starfield. He had yet to mention that it was the last starfield his father had visited. To traverse interstellar distances, one would need at least a large long-range spacecraft. Nana shook her head. Between starfields, there are stellar currents. A transport ship like yours would be torn to shreds upon reaching the edge. You need to purchase a starfield ship. Indeed, I should buy one, Ye Kongcheng conceded. But I have no money. Nana rolled her eyes. You're saying all this without any funds? Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Relax, I am an interstellar pirate. I'm accustomed to taking what I need. Are you really an interstellar pirate? Nana asked, bewildered. Although interstellar pirates often engaged in conflict, Nana found it hard to believe that one would clash with other pirates over unrelated individuals at a space station. Ye Kongcheng smiled as he produced a wanted poster. Absolutely genuine, though the bounty is rather meager. The poster prominently displayed Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's photograph, with a rather paltry bounty of only 10,000 credits. Ye Kongcheng knew that it was that scoundrel Huang Qifa, masquerading in a police uniform, who had orchestrated this discomfort for him. The charges were easy to fabricate. After all, Ye Kongcheng had stolen a spacecraft, but it was primarily Huang Qifa venting his frustrations after being unable to seize anything, purely to annoy Ye Kongcheng. Thus, there was no need to worry about the spacecraft. Ye Kongcheng smiled. The question is, where can one procure a good spacecraft? Certainly at the Leo constellation, Nana replied. The golden planet of Leo is a renowned industrial planet in the galaxy, with over 80 of spacecraft manufacturing facilities located there. All right, then let us head there first. Ye Kongcheng snapped his fingers, then furrowed his brow. But what should we do for now? Nana sighed. Let us take my spacecraft. Chapter 6, The Pursuers. Nana's spacecraft, though a small vessel, was notably superior to the nearly derelict one from Ye Kongcheng City. It was a relatively common Sunshine II-class starship, classified within the civilian category of cruising vessels. While its range surpassed that of Ye Kongcheng City's almost obsolete craft, it still could not sustain extended voyages. Prior to reaching the constellation Leo, the spacecraft made an interim landing on a planet known as Planet. This diminutive celestial body was not affiliated with any particular constellation within the Milky Way, serving primarily as a transit hub for starships. However, its advantageous location near numerous trade routes rendered it bustling, albeit somewhat chaotic, as the influx of visitors included tourists, merchants, and, regrettably, criminals and space pirates. After approximately 2 days, a grayish-white planet materialized before Ye Kongcheng City and Nana. This was Planet. It could be deemed a thriving locale, replete with cities and spaceports. Ye Kongcheng City opted to land in the largest city of the planet, known as the capital of crime. Upon sending docking signals and receiving guidance from the spaceport, Ye Kongcheng City, despite his current status as a space pirate, had yet to commit any significant offenses. A mere bounty of 10,000 credits was hardly sufficient for the spaceport staff to expend effort comparing wanted posters. Moreover, had they genuinely intended to apprehend fugitives, they would not waste time on someone as inconsequential as Ye Kongcheng. Hence, they could navigate the spaceport without undue concern. As they disembarked from the spacecraft, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Let us first procure some supplies. I left Earth with little food, all of which is unappetizing compressed rations." Nana interjected, "Although the spacecraft and Oppo's malfunction rate is exceedingly low, one must always be prepared. What if we encounter an attack? A mechanic alone cannot suffice. We require tools and materials for repairs." Nana had already provided a spacecraft for their temporary use, and Ye Kongcheng felt it inappropriate to further burden her with the costs of maintenance supplies. Glancing at his wallet, he sensed it would soon be depleted, yet he resolutely declared, Bye. It seemed he was on the verge of financial ruin. Had he not appropriated the belongings of those space pirates at the space station, he might have found himself bankrupt. Nearby the spaceport lay a large shopping center, and the two discussed their shopping list before departing towards it. However, midway through their journey, Jeanlin suddenly spoke up, "We are being followed." Jeanlin possessed area exploration capabilities, easily identifying if they were being tailed. "A medium-sized starship has activated its cloaking technology and is trailing behind us. Considering the destination may also be planet, it is plausible they are using the same route. After leaving the spaceport, I detected 2 individuals still pursuing us." Nana expressed her anxiety. "They may be the ones seeking to trouble me." "Indeed, I was contemplating how to assist you in resolving this predicament," Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. "Since they have delivered themselves to us, this could not be more fortuitous." With that, he took Nana's hand and quickened his pace. As Ye Kongcheng accelerated, the 2 pursuers grew frantic, weaving through the crowd to catch up. They entered a narrow alley only to discover that Ye Kongcheng and Nana had vanished. Yet, in that fleeting moment, "Are you searching for me?" Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's voice suddenly echoed as he appeared at the alley and Oppo's entrance, blocking the path of the 2 men. "You brat," one man in a suit retorted. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. This matter does not concern you. Hand over that woman beside you, and we shall part ways amicably." Ye Kongcheng smiled. "If you leave planet now, we can indeed part ways without incident." The adversary raised an eyebrow, his tone growing icy. "Brat, you would do well to heed my warning. Do not presume that defeating the Black Hawk pirates makes you significant. We are affiliated with the prince. Those who are wise will comply with our demands. Otherwise, you shall regret your existence." "The prince?" Ye Kongcheng replied, perplexed. "Is there truly a planet still clinging to such an antiquated monarchy? Do they even have a monarch?" Nana whispered, "They belong to the Firestorm Pirates. Their leader is nicknamed Oppo's, the Prince, and Oppo's. Wow." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "What a terribly kitsch moniker." Silence. One of the men abruptly drew a handgun from his coat, aiming it at Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's head. "Dare to insult our leader? Do you believe that dispatching the Black Hawk pirates makes you formidable? They are but a third-rate band of space pirates. Do you want me to blow your brains out right now?" "A handgun?" Ye Kongcheng replied, his expression unchanging. He calmly raised his palm, only to furrow his brow in surprise. His magnetic ability seemed ineffective. The man sneered, "We have witnessed how you dealt with the Black Hawk pirates. Do you think we would repeat the same mistake? This is a ceramic handgun. I suggest you behave yourself and let us take that woman, or you shall face dire consequences." Ye Kongcheng remained indifferent, as if the weapon aimed at him was non-existent. "Do you know what happened to the last person who pointed a gun at my head?" The moment the words left his lips, Ye Kongcheng struck, his hand slicing through the air toward the ceramic handgun. Nana, displaying more courage than anticipated, flung herself at the adversary as Ye Kongcheng made his move. However, with a resounding clash, just as Ye Kongcheng was about to strike the ceramic handgun, a fist unexpectedly shot out from the side, colliding with his hand. The 2 forces met, then withdrew. As for Nana, she was forcefully shoved aside, crashing against the wall, pain etched across her face. Ye Kongcheng turned to see the other man, who coldly taunted, "He covers the gun, and I handle the fists. Brat, I advise you to comply, or..." The man mimed a throat-cutting gesture toward Ye Kongcheng. Kid, the suited man stepped forward. It seems you are quite stubborn. Therefore, I believe a lesson is in order. Let us start by disabling your right hand, shall we? Best not to do that, Ye Kongcheng replied, extending his hand. My right hand and I formed an exceptionally close bond when I was 13. Our relationship has been wonderful. If you shoot it, I will be profoundly saddened. Sharp-tongued. The man scoffed. You should learn to use your left hand instead. Chapter 7. Urban Defense Team. The man raised his gun once more, and Nana gritted her teeth, charging in from the side. Combat was not her forte, yet the situation had arisen because of her, and she refused to stand idly by, showcasing her loyalty even as a woman. Unfortunately, fighting was indeed not her strong suit. As Nana advanced, her opponent snorted dismissively, casually waving his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that stung her face. Yet in that fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng suddenly extended his palm, blocking the opponent's fist. With a smile, Ye Kongcheng remarked, striking a woman is quite unbecoming. As he spoke, he discreetly placed his hand behind his back, gesturing for Nana to step aside. Little brat, you're too meddlesome. Simultaneously, the opponent let out a cold snort, and, at the very moment his words fell, he intended to pull the trigger. However, in that instant, the man suddenly screamed in agony as the ceramic gun slipped from his grasp, its body turning a fiery red, exuding intense heat and billowing white smoke. Ye Kongcheng snapped his fingers, and a blaze of crimson flames ignited at his fingertips. Impossible, his adversary exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't your special ability magnetism? Oh, Ye Kongcheng casually extended his hand. Is this what you mean? As he did so, a metal trash can in the alley appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, soaring toward Ye Kongcheng and adhering to his right hand. Pardon me, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. This isn't my ability, it belongs to Zhanlan. My power is... Boom. Ye Kongcheng propelled his fist forward, and crimson flames erupted from between his knuckles, surging forth like a fiery dragon, rampaging ahead with ferocity and dominance. The flames swiftly filled the entire alley, sweeping forward with an overwhelming force. Ye Kongcheng proclaimed, this is the supernatural ability I acquired after unlocking the second tier of the genetic gate, arson. With another explosive sound, the surging flames burst forth from the alley, spreading into the street beyond. The passing magnetic levitation vehicles screeched to a halt, their drivers staring in horror at the flames racing past, unaware that vehicles behind them collided violently. Like a long dragon, car after car crashed into one another in a chaotic tangle. Meanwhile, as the flames in the alley gradually extinguished, the two assailants reappeared, having somehow evaded the deadly strike. They appeared utterly disheveled, their clothing charred black, hair emitting wisps of smoke, and their flesh scorched in several places, blood oozing as they gasped for breath. Nana stared in amazement. So powerful, truly deserving of the title of supernatural ability. After the second genetic gate was unlocked, the varying strengths of the aberration abilities became evident. The most formidable ability was the divine ability, encompassing supernatural and positional powers, while physical abilities, auxiliary skills, and armed capabilities were noticeably inferior. Of course, one must not forget mental abilities, which are challenging to assess due to their high ceiling, potentially reaching the strongest aberration ability, but they also possess a low floor, rendering them negligible in some cases. At this moment, Ye Kongcheng clearly had no intention of letting his adversaries escape easily. He approached one of them, gripping his shoulder. The last fellow who held a gun to my head ended up like this. Crack. With a powerful twist, Ye Kongcheng forcefully bent the man's arm, resulting in a sharp, resounding snap as the limb broke. Ah! The man cried out, collapsing to the ground, sweat streaming down his forehead. I care not whence you came, or to whom you are beholden, Ye Kongcheng coldly declared, pointing at Nana. That woman is now under my protection. Should you dare to trouble her again, remember this. Your lives currently rest within your own bodies. As he spoke, he opened his palm, the crimson flames reappearing. When Ye Kongcheng pressed the flames against the nearby metal trash can, it melted at a visible rate. In stark contrast to the flame's heat, his voice grew progressively colder. Do you two understand? The moment Ye Kongcheng finished speaking, the two men swallowed hard, but before they could respond, a piercing siren sounded at the mouth of the alley. followed by shouts demanding, "Come out, those inside." "Oh no," Nana shouted to Ye Kongcheng. "The urban defense team has arrived. Private combat is prohibited on this planet. We need to run. Cops are a major hassle anywhere." Ye Kongcheng muttered, fully aware of the consequences of being captured by the urban defense team. Even though he was merely a wanted criminal with a bounty of 10,000, he was still being hunted, and capture was absolutely out of the question. Ye Kongcheng hurled his fist toward the alley entrance once more, unleashing flames that forcibly pushed back the approaching urban defense team. "Let us go," Ye Kongcheng exclaimed, seizing Nana by the wrist and sprinting out of the alley. He delivered a punch to a member of the urban defense team before taking off down the street. "Chase them. Get in the car, hurry." The blaring sirens echoed again as Ye Kongcheng glanced back at the pursuing magnetic levitation vehicle. He quickly skidded to a halt, twisting his body to dart into a side alley. Bang! The vehicle behind him braked too late, crashing violently into the walls on either side of the alley. "Jeanlin, run left once we exit the alley, then keep going straight," Ye Kongcheng instructed. Jeanlin was a legacy from his father, a choice to sell or keep. When he opened the box, he made a decision. This decision was not without significance. Selling Jeanlin could bring immense wealth, while retaining it would enhance Ye Kongcheng's prospects in traversing the cosmos. In this moment, Jeanlin's area exploration ability proved exceptionally useful. Within a radius of 120 meters, Jeanlin could uncover everything, even disregarding any counter-surveillance devices. Compared to the former abilities, Ye Kongcheng found the area exploration capability to be the most satisfying. This power could be applied in various ways. Although it did not directly enhance combat prowess, it was incredibly useful. For instance, right now, as long as they remained within the 120-meter range, Jeanlin could accurately discern the locations of the urban defense team, aiding Ye Kongcheng in evading them. Chapter 8. Encirclement. Entering the alleyway to the right, they approached the second door, the back entrance of a restaurant. They dashed through the establishment and sprinted diagonally across the street into another alley. Suddenly, a sense of danger loomed overhead. Jeanlin was tirelessly scanning the surroundings for the city defense team, seeking the optimal route to inform Ye Kongcheng, yet there were inevitably moments of unavoidable peril. As Ye Kongcheng slipped into another alley, two members of the city defense team unexpectedly leaped down from the adjacent building, flanking him. Without uttering a word, Ye Kongcheng seized the fleeting moment when one of them was off balance and delivered a flying kick, sending the assailant crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, blood spilling from his lips. With one foe incapacitated, Ye Kongcheng swiftly pivoted to confront the other, only to discover that Nana, in a bizarre display, was repeatedly ramming her head against the wall. Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in astonishment, "You two have unlocked the second genetic door? Is your special ability of a psychic nature?" Nana nodded, explaining, "My ability is mind control, but it lacks strength. Those with strong willpower cannot be manipulated." Ye Kongcheng acknowledged her words. Considering that if anyone could control others, this mouse-like girl would indeed be invincible. At that moment, the member of the city defense team that Ye Kongcheng had downed stumbled to his feet, but before he could regain his balance, Ye Kongcheng delivered another punch, knocking him back to the ground. "TSK, TSK. Ye Kongcheng waved his finger provocatively, taunting, "You're no match for me." Meanwhile, Jeanlin's voice echoed again, "Run behind you." Ye Kongcheng immediately grasped Nana's hand and turned to flee, but abruptly halted in shock. Several maglev vehicles had come to a stop before them, and a steady stream of city defense personnel disembarked. Ye Kongcheng shouted in frustration, "You've led me into a trap." Jeanlin retorted, "I meant to run behind those two, not behind yourself. Moreover, are you an idiot? Knowing full well that someone is pursuing you, you still chose to run back? And you claim your IQ is 148? Ye Kongcheng found himself at a loss for words, inhaling deeply as he shielded Nana behind him. "It seems we'll have to take on 10 of them," Nana whispered. "I should be able to handle a few." Ye Kongcheng nodded, "Be careful." Once the city defense members exited their vehicles, they swiftly formed a blockade, sealing off the path ahead of the two. As the defense team encircled them, they slowly closed in. Within a mere 3 meters, within Ye Kongcheng's attack range, he suddenly leaped into action, executing a high side kick that struck one individual squarely on the neck, knocking him out cleanly. Without pause, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to another, sending him flying. Nana too let out a fierce cry as two members of the city defense team approached her. Her glassy, translucent eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant colors. In an instant, the opponents appeared to lose consciousness, their expressions vacant and pale, and they began to strike at each other instead, with one collapsing to the ground. However, despite Ye Kongcheng's ferocity, the remaining members of the city defense team showed no signs of retreat. Planet Ho was indeed a realm teeming with nefarious characters, and the defenders had encountered their fair share of ruthless foes. The remaining members converged on Ye Kongcheng. It appeared that only a decisive display of power would compel them to yield. With a sudden roar, Ye Kongcheng seized an opportunity, raising his fist. Rather than striking upward, he slammed his fist down toward the ground. Fiery intensity erupted. As Ye Kongcheng roared, his fist crashed into the earth, shattering the solid surface beneath him. Crimson flames burst forth from between his clenched fingers, blooming outward like a magnificent red lotus, forcing the surrounding city defense personnel to scatter from the searing heat. Zhanlan, Ye Kongcheng called out, extending his hand to the side, drawing upon Zhanlan's magnetic field to pull a maglev vehicle towards him, which rolled violently toward the enemy. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle hurtled into the ranks of the city defense team. "Get out of my way," Ye Kongcheng bellowed, propelling his fist forward. The flames swirling around the tumbling vehicle, igniting it in a blaze. A deafening explosion erupted as the maglev vehicle transformed into a fireball, hurtling toward the opposition. The city defense members immediately scattered to either side, leaving only one man, a rugged, bearded giant, standing firm. Facing the oncoming inferno, he did not flinch but instead spread his palms, declaring barrier. With his hands thrust forward, an almost imperceptible octagonal barrier materialized, meeting the fireball head-on. The impact resonated with a thunderous clang, and though the barrier held against the flames, it could not withstand the force of the explosion. Moments later, the giant let out a roar and, with tremendous effort, managed to push the fireball aside, gasping for breath. However, in that fleeting moment, Nana had stealthily slipped beside him. With a sudden flash, her eyes shimmered with vibrant colors once more. Mind control. After locking eyes with Nana, the giant stood frozen, his expression vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng launched himself forward, his body coiling like a hunting leopard, and leaped directly in front of him. "Get out of my way," he roared, unleashing his fiery fist. Flames surged from his forearm, spiraling into a vortex of fire, charging forward with tremendous force. With a resounding impact, Ye Kongcheng's fist struck the giant's chest, sending him flying. He then raised his palm like a blade, sweeping it forward, a wave of fire spreading out in a crescent shape. Upon striking the ground, it erupted into a multitude of sparks that ravaged the surroundings. "If you wish to live, then flee." Ye Kongcheng seized the moment, grasping Nana and sprinting past, dispatching two more assailants before finally breaking through the encirclement. "Be cautious," they stationed snipers on the rooftops, their SA tavern to the side with a back door. Heeding Zhanlan's advice, they dashed into the tavern, toppling tables to block the entrance against the city defense team, before racing toward the back door. With a crash, they burst through the rear exit. Run to the right. Beyond the alley lies a street, and diagonally across is another alley. Turn right immediately, and watch for snipers on the left side. Ye Kongcheng nodded, grateful for Zhanlan's guidance. With renewed vigor, they sprinted from the tavern, and after a frenzied dash, they finally paused, glancing back to find no pursuers in sight. Chapter 9. Skull Island. It seems they won't be pursuing us any longer. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the street behind him, and then turned to Nana, inquiring, "How are you holding up?" Compared to Ye Kongcheng, Nana's stamina was negligible, and she was already panting heavily. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Would you like me to carry you?" Nana rolled her eyes and replied, "No need, I can walk on my own." As she spoke, she strode forward with determination, prompting a smile from Ye Kongcheng, who found her more resolute than he had anticipated. However, at that moment, Nana suddenly halted. Ye Kongcheng stepped closer and asked, "What's wrong?" I, Nana stammered, "I found something," with a puzzled expression. Ye Kongcheng followed her gaze and discovered she was staring at a poster. The bold letters proclaimed, "Brave One's Game. Welcome to Skull Island." Below the title was an illustration of an island, accompanied by a line of smaller text. After a quick glance, Ye Kongcheng's expression shifted to one of realization. It was a martial arts competition organized by a television station. The rules were straightforward. A total of 120 participants would parachute onto the island depicted in the illustration, where they could engage in combat to incapacitate each other while facing a series of dangers on the island. The last person standing would win a grand prize from the station. In essence, it was a blend of martial arts and wilderness survival. Ye Kongcheng looked at Nana, puzzled. Are you interested in this? Your combat abilities seem inadequate for it. Nana's expression displayed considerable hesitation before she finally gritted her teeth and said, Do you want to know what the fire pirate crew intends to take from me? Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile, You'll share when you're ready. He understood that their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and trust was something that required time to cultivate and test. It's a treasure map. Nana hesitated but ultimately decided to confide in Ye Kongcheng. About 20 years ago, there was a notorious pirate crew, the Iron Gold Mouse Pirates, composed entirely of Martian mouse folk. They roamed the galaxy, plundering and stealing. Ye Kongcheng nodded. I've heard of them. Nana continued. In just a decade, they amassed a terrifying fortune. However, they fell into a trap set by the Federal Army and were nearly wiped out, their wealth confiscated, though some of it was hidden away. Ye Kongcheng asked, Do you possess the map to their hidden treasure? Nana nodded. My father was once a member of the Iron Gold Mouse Pirates. He escaped the Federal Army's pursuit, but was severely injured and passed away shortly thereafter. The treasure map was left to me. Ye Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, What about the leader of the fire pirate crew? Nana explained, Their captain, Li Jinhe, was once a federal officer. He commanded the operation to capture the Iron Gold Mouse Pirates. And he knows about the treasure map and that it is in my father's possession. Suddenly, Nana became indignant. He deliberately committed offenses to be expelled from the Federal Army and formed the fire pirate crew. For the past 20 years, Li Jinhe has been searching for my father. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Though your father has passed, they have ultimately found you. Yes, but I escaped. Nana clenched her teeth. I don't care about the treasure map. My dream is to become one of the greatest mechanical masters under this galaxy. But I will never hand over the treasure map to the one who caused my father's demise, even if my father was a cosmic pirate. Ye Kongcheng smiled. What do you plan to do now? Nana replied. Li Jinhe is up to no good. He seeks the wealth of the Iron Gold Mouse Pirates, not to uphold justice on behalf of the Federation. The plan to encircle them was likely aimed at the treasure map. If you are willing to help me, I can give you the treasure map. No, I don't want the treasure map. Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I can assist you. But I want you. Nana was taken aback, staring at him in shock before clutching her chest. You rogue. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. That's not what I meant. I intended to say that the wealth could serve as resources for our group, provided you agree to become my companion, not just temporarily. Nana hesitated. I don and oppose. Do you want to be a cosmic pirate? Ye Kongcheng shrugged. Being a cosmic pirate doesn't and oppose. Conflict with your dream. You can still strive to be the best mechanical master. Besides, I am currently wanted by the Federation. Do you think once I help you, you can return to a peaceful life? Nana furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed. Ye Kongcheng explained, Others will assume you are affiliated with me. By the way, my pirate crew does not engage in robbery or theft. Nana questioned. Then does that count as being a cosmic pirate? Indeed, because the wanted notice states that I am a cosmic pirate. Ye Kongcheng placed his chin in his hand, contemplating. However, upon reflection, if we don't steal or rob, we may struggle to survive. We could target other cosmic pirates and those greedy individuals. Sounds like a decent idea, doesn't it? We could be gallant thieves. Nana rolled her eyes. That's you, not us. Ye Kongcheng raised his hands in surrender. All right, you can think it over. But since I now know about this matter, that treasure map cannot be given to anyone else. Let's continue discussing the treasure map. What connection does this poster have to it? The treasure map is actually damaged, revealing only 2/3 of the island's shape, with its location unknown. However, it bears a phrase, left eye becomes day, right eye becomes moon. As Nana spoke, she produced an ancient scroll-like map, declaring, This is Skull Island, the location of the treasure. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the map and then back at the poster. The island resembled a skull, hence its name. With the left eye being a nearly closed bay, viewed from above, it appeared circular, while the right eye was a wide-open bay, resembling a crescent moon. Now I understand. Ye Kongcheng nodded. We must participate in this brave one's game to reach Skull Island. In truth, Skull Island is one of the tourist attractions of the planet. However, the television station has contracted the island for the brave one's game, meaning the only way to access Skull Island before the game's conclusion is, as Ye Kongcheng stated, to participate in the brave one's game. Chapter 10. A slot is open. The brave game operates on a self-registration basis, which began a fortnight ago. However, Ye Kongcheng believed that the likelihood of the slots being filled was minimal, as participation necessitates signing a life and death waiver. The scarcity of resources on the island can lead to fatalities, and mutual combat can also result in death. Thus, the brave game offers no assurances regarding safety. Does such a program contravene federal law? Undoubtedly. Yet, on a chaotic planet like this, rife with diverse factions, federal oversight is notably lax. The television station is not under federal control, but is rather managed by a particular faction on the planet, rendering the federal government powerless to intervene. Therefore, as long as participants willingly sign the waiver, the federal authorities cannot interfere, nor can they exert influence over the television station, which thrives on the prospect of increased casualties, more tragedy, higher ratings. Nevertheless, Ye Kongcheng overlooked a crucial detail. The rewards for the brave game are substantial, amounting to a whopping 3 million. If a participant meets their demise midway, their family is entitled to a compensation package. Thus, the allure of such a hefty prize inevitably attracts those desperate for survival or thrill-seeking adventurers willing to join the fray. On the planet, at the TBS television building, is there only one slot left? Ye Kongcheng stood at the service desk, expressing his frustration. Adding one more person wouldn't make much difference, would it? I'm afraid the rules were established long ago, the service attendant replied with a smile, gesturing towards the adjacent seating area. Those are the contestants heading to Skull Island. But due to the recurrence of a participant's old ailment, a slot is opened. If either of you is willing to fill in, I believe the organizers would be quite pleased. The issue is, there are two of us. Ye Kongcheng held up 2 fingers. We require 2 slots. Before the attendant could respond, a raucous voice erupted from behind. Hey, are these 2 little ones the substitutes? Are they even adults? Would they start crying for their mothers halfway through? Ye Kongcheng turned to locate the source of the voice and saw a young man emerging from the lounge area. His demeanor grim, sporting a shock of fiery red hair as he swaggered over, accompanied by a chorus of laughter from the rest area. Hey, little one. The red-haired man taunted as he approached Ye Kongcheng. Does your mother know you're out? Perhaps she is frantically searching for you? Oh, wait, if the oil bottle is out. It must be a perfect opportunity for some illicit rendezvous, haha. You may insult my father. He is indeed a scoundrel. Ye Kongcheng's gaze turned icy. But you shall not speak ill of my mother. The red-haired man sneered. I just did. What will you do about it? Punch me, kid. Go ahead if you dare. Bang. Before the man could finish his sentence, Ye Kongcheng swiftly grasped his hair and unceremoniously slammed his head onto the service desk, which let out a mournful groan before splintering into pieces. Ye Kongcheng shrugged. I have never heard such a pathetic request in my life, begging me to hit you. Crimson blood flowed from the man's forehead, and after a moment of shock, his expression morphed into one of sheer rage. He straightened up and raised his fist, declaring, Kid, I will kill you. His fist came crashing down, a gust of wind trailing behind it, as it aimed for Ye Kongcheng's face. But just as it was about to connect, bang, Ye Kongcheng casually extended his hand, deflecting the blow effortlessly. The red-haired man, sweat now mingling with blood on his forehead, realized that Ye Kongcheng's grip was like an unyielding vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not withdraw his fist. Do you know what happened to the last person who insulted my mother? Ye Kongcheng smiled. Allow me to enlighten you. Crack. With a forceful twist, Ye Kongcheng bent the man's wrist backward, causing excruciating screams to erupt. Get lost. Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him flying several feet away. A distinct crack echoed as he hit the ground 3 meters distant, his body convulsing a few times before falling silent, leaving uncertain whether he was dead or merely unconscious from the pain. Hey, beautiful. Ye Kongcheng leaned back onto the now-damaged service desk, grinning. We now have 2 slots available. Living on such a chaotic planet, the service attendant seemed unfazed by the scene, promptly summoning security to haul the red-haired man away like refuse. Before turning to Ye Kongcheng with a smile, please hold on. I will contact the organizers immediately. Let us go. Ye Kongcheng called out to Nana. We'll sit for a moment. Ye Kongcheng and Nana entered the adjacent lounge area, casually choosing a booth. Immediately, a circle of people instinctively distanced themselves from them. Undoubtedly, following the brief skirmish, Ye Kongcheng had been categorized as a dangerous individual by many, and it is wise to maintain a safe distance from such figures. However, Ye Kongcheng noticed some gazes lingering on him. Some were fleeting, not resting for long, while others were blatantly fixed on him, evidently. His brief display had established him as a formidable contender in the Brave game. Approximately 15 minutes later, the service attendant returned with 2 documents. One was an application form for participation in the Brave game, requiring only basic information, and it was understood that many participants were not of reputable character. The television station was indifferent. They had no concern for the identities involved, only the ratings mattered. The application was merely a formality. The other document was the life and death waiver, elaborately worded with the essential message that any injuries or fatalities would be undertaken voluntarily, absolving the television station of any liability. Ye Kongcheng and Nana signed without hesitation, not even glancing at the prize stipulations, for their intentions were not motivated by monetary gain. Despite the enticing 3 million prize, it paled in comparison to the treasures hidden on Skull Island. For Ye Kongcheng and Nana, merely setting foot on Skull Island was of paramount importance. Chapter 11. Do you want to die? I fulfill your wish. Skull Island is situated in the oceanic region at the very center of the planet, which is rather intriguing, as its location coincides precisely with the planet's focal point. Ye Kongcheng and Nana filled out their information and were subsequently directed to board the airship that had long been anchored atop the television building. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived above Skull Island. Each individual carried a parachute bag and jumped down in sequence. A camouflage-clad instructor instructed the distribution of the parachute bags and stated, "The only rule is that there are no rules, but there are a few points to note." The instructor paced back and forth, continuing, upon landing on the island. "You may do as you please. In addition to the wild food you might find, we have also placed some provisions on the island. Your skill will determine whether you can locate them. Additionally, remember not to tamper with the cameras. If there are no questions, let us begin." After scanning the surroundings and finding no inquiries, the instructor waved his hand, signaling that they could proceed to the island. Ye Kongcheng grasped Nana's hand and whispered, "We should jump one after the other to ensure we don't land too far apart. If there is no danger, try to stay in place. I will come find you immediately." Nana nodded and replied, "Don't worry. Remember, I'm part of the Mouse Clan. Is there anyone better at hiding than us?" Ye Kongcheng agreed, acknowledging the truth in her words. The Mouse Clan's stealth was renowned throughout the galaxy. Meanwhile, the airship's doors had been flung open, and the previous instructor was directing everyone to jump while offering a brief explanation on how to use the parachute bags. Soon, it was Ye Kongcheng and Nana's turn. After watching Nana leap into the abyss, Ye Kongcheng waved to the instructor and jumped off himself, confident in his military academy training regarding parachute usage. Once he reached an appropriate altitude, he opened his parachute and descended towards Skull Island, eventually landing in the branches of a large tree. Extracting a small knife from his boot, Ye Kongcheng severed the parachute cords and dropped to the ground. He glanced around and spotted several cameras nestled among the treetops, undoubtedly set up to broadcast the entirety of the Brave game. Cameras were strategically placed at intervals, capturing various angles, while drones hovered above, conducting aerial shots. Ye Kongcheng paid little mind to them. He had his own agenda to pursue, and he could always deal with the cameras once he found the location marked on the treasure map. Although numerous, the cameras were not insurmountable obstacles, after all. Even the wealthiest television station could not blanket the island with an overwhelming number of cameras. After determining his direction, Ye Kongcheng swiftly made his way eastward, keeping an eye on Nana's parachute bag for guidance on her location. It should be around here, he thought, gazing at the azure sky. Ready to explore the area, no need. Just then, Nana's voice reached him. "I'm right here." From beneath a large tree, a thicket parted to reveal a tree hollow. And soon, Nana's head peeked out from within. You certainly know how to hide. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, pulling her out. However, his smile vanished abruptly as he pulled her to her feet and shielded her behind him, saying, "Be careful." Nana looked puzzled. What's wrong? Before she could finish her sentence, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby woods, followed by the appearance of several figures. Nana frowned. What bad luck? Bad luck? No. They're coming for us, Ye Kongcheng sneered. 5 of them. What a remarkable coincidence to gather so close. And they are clearly united. What do you mean? Nana asked. Ye Kongcheng replied, the only plausible explanation is that it's orchestrated. If one has learned parachuting, they can generally control their landing in a designated area. Yet they chose to land near us? They want to eliminate the strong competitors first, don't they? Ye Kongcheng had anticipated that after showcasing his skills on television, such occurrences would unfold. Those identified as formidable would likely face a coordinated attack in this brave game. You're aware. Then, someone emerged from the opposing group. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you surrender now, you might just save your lives. Ye Kongcheng laughed. You think your ragtag bunch intimidates me? I genuinely wonder where you derive such confidence. His words instantly ignited anger among them, and a burly man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Kid, it seems you're asking for trouble. Ye Kongcheng smirked, a hint of mischief in his demeanor, yet he showed no regard for them. Suddenly, he spread his hands, declaring, You may not realize, but my preferred battleground is the forest. With a sudden thud, a muffled sound emanated from his palm, followed by a surge of crimson flames leaping to life, dancing in his grasp. The 5 opponents were taken aback, one of them gasping. This kid has activated the second phase of the gene gate. His abilities are fire-related. Now you realize, but it's too late, Ye Kongcheng scoffed. Do you wish to die? I shall grant your wish. With a powerful punch, Ye Kongcheng thrust his fiery hand forward, the flames roaring into a column of fire that surged forth, igniting the surrounding trees and amplifying the blaze. The 5 individuals before him lost all semblance of bravado. Their faces etched with terror as they regarded Ye Kongcheng as if he were a demon. The moment the flames erupted, they turned to flee. But could they escape? Initially, the fire column measured merely half a meter in diameter, yet as it approached them, it suddenly expanded to over 3 meters, resembling a ferocious fire dragon, accelerating rapidly until it engulfed them in an instant. Moments later, as the heat dissipated, the surroundings lay in ruins. The 5 figures sprawled on the ground, charred black, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, in a grand theater, the massive screen displayed the earlier scene of roaring flames, punctuated by text announcing, Contestant 97, eliminated. Contestant 92, Lin Deyue, eliminated. Contestant 89, McGlass, eliminated. Contestant 88, Chung Zizai, eliminated. Contestant 87, Luo Tian, eliminated. Before the screen, a group of affluent spectators, cigar in hand, stared in astonishment for a moment before erupting into applause. The Brave Game is no mere childish play. The television station organizes the Brave Game for profit, to earn. It must provide thrilling spectacles. Thus, this is a game of death. Chapter 12. The Struggle in the Forest in the Depths of the Dense Forest. A gentle rain began to fall. Ye Kongcheng and Nana sought refuge in a hollow of a tree, shielding themselves from the sudden downpour. Ye Kongcheng wiped the raindrops from his body and peered outside, observing Jeanlan. There are cameras positioned 15 and 32 meters away, Jeanlan's voice resonated. However, they cannot capture this location, so rest assured. Ye Kongcheng nodded and turned to Nana, saying, While we have arrived at Skull Island, the island is quite vast. The precise location of the so-called treasure remains uncertain. With a hint of frustration, Nana produced a treasure map, stating, This map is missing 1/3 of its content, and unfortunately, the 2/3 I possess lack any markings. This suggests that the location of the treasure is indicated on the missing third. After examining the map for a moment, Ye Kongcheng replied, It's not entirely without clues. If we visualize the island as a skull, the missing portion corresponds to the area from the nose to the chin. Currently, we are near the Left Eye Strait. If we traverse the dense forest below the strait and proceed eastward, We should be able to access this one-third area, Nana remarked. The range remains extensive. Ye Kongcheng nodded. We must rely on our keen eyesight. The treasure is unlikely to be in plain sight. It will be hidden in crevices, underground, or in other unexpected places. It all depends on our ability to uncover it. Nana agreed. Indeed, that is our only option. Ye Kongcheng suggested. Let us take a brief respite. It is not convenient to search for the treasure now, as there are too many people on the island. We should wait for the brave ones to finish their games. Before he could finish his sentence, Jeanlin interjected. Someone is approaching. Ye Kongcheng promptly silenced himself and signaled Nana to be quiet before stealthily emerging from the tree hollow. Jeanlin. Ye Kongcheng called. What is the position? At the 9 o'clock direction, approximately 15 meters away, Jeanlin reported. Ye Kongcheng nodded and cautiously advanced. Once he was close enough, he pressed his back against a large tree and peered out. Strangely, there was nothing to be seen. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the sound of the rain and the rustling of leaves. This unsettling silence caused Ye Kongcheng to furrow his brow. Jeanlin's area exploration should not have been erroneous, which indicated that someone was indeed nearby. Carefully, Ye Kongcheng stepped out from behind the tree and moved forward, asking, "Is it impossible to determine their exact location?" "They are immobile," Jeanlin explained. "Only moving targets allow for precise location identification. However, there were signs of movement earlier, so they must be concealed nearby." Ye Kongcheng nodded and proceeded forward with utmost caution. In that instant, he sensed something amiss beneath his feet. Though the ground was muddy from the rain, it felt unusually soft, almost like stepping into a void. He looked down, and, at that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping his ankle and yanking him down. With a loud crash, a section of the ground was revealed to be a disguise made of branches and leaves. Immediately, a man clad in camouflage with war paint on his face leapt out. Ye Kongcheng caught a glint of silver. The man wielded a knife, aiming it directly at him without hesitation. Ye Kongcheng swiftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the blade as it plunged into the ground with a muffled thud. "Ah!" A scream from Nana echoed nearby, startling Ye Kongcheng. There was more than one assailant. Before he could ponder further, the camouflaged man lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and twisting his arm while raising the knife to strike again. Yet, Ye Kongcheng reacted quickly, seizing the man's wrist. With a fierce struggle, the knife trembled as both men exerted their strength, causing the blade to sway precariously. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Military grappling techniques. You've served, haven't you?" The man's expression remained impassive, showing no intention of responding as he applied more force to drive the knife downward, its tip nearly grazing Ye Kongcheng's pupil. Ye Kongcheng suddenly laughed. "I know military grappling techniques too." With a serpentine motion, Ye Kongcheng freed his arm and delivered a powerful punch to the man's temple. The impact echoed as the camouflaged man, caught off guard, was struck squarely. Instantly dizzy and disoriented, before he could recover, Ye Kongcheng grasped the man and Apos' shoulder. This is how grappling techniques are applied. With a forceful tug, Ye Kongcheng manipulated the man's arm, resulting in a sharp crack as it fell limply to his side, having been broken. Despite the pain and sweat streaming down his forehead, the man remained silent, raising his remaining hand to stab Ye Kongcheng once more. With a cold grunt, Ye Kongcheng leaned back to evade the strike, then seized the man's wrist, flinging him away with force. The man crashed into a tree, his pupils dilating in shock as he slowly collapsed, leaving behind a trail of blood on the trunk where the back of his head had struck. "Such misfortune is of your own making," Ye Kongcheng shrugged. He had not intended to kill, but fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Contestant 36, Lin Jian, is out. Having dispatched the assailant, Ye Kongcheng hurried back, letting out a sigh of relief. At the tree hollow, Nana's eyes glimmered with a strange light as she observed another man in camouflage, his gaze vacant, repeatedly banging his head against a tree trunk, blood streaming down his face as if oblivious to the pain. This mind control ability proves exceptionally effective against the weak-willed. Ye Kongcheng muttered, stepping forward to grasp the man's hair and forcefully stomp on his knee. "Ah!" A cry erupted as the man, jolted by the excruciating pain, broke free from the grip of mind control, but it was too late. Ye Kongcheng's foot shattered his kneecap, rendering him incapacitated. Contestant 33, Mai Tian, is out. Chapter 13. Supply boxes. Ye Kongcheng stepped forward, unfastening the pouch from the man's waist, and gestured to Nana to follow. Let us go. Since our location has been compromised, it would be wise to seek another refuge. Moreover, with the vast blue areas still unexplored, finding a new place should not prove difficult. A short while later, guided by the azure expanse, the two discovered a cave and ventured inside. Ye Kongcheng rummaged through the contents of the bag, a multifunctional knife, windproof matches, a mini flashlight, and universal energy blocks. Those two earlier were clearly professionals, likely retired veterans, well prepared before arriving on the island. However, the television network forbids bringing food, so these two items must have been hidden away. As he spoke, he tossed a chocolate bar to Nana and popped the remaining one into his mouth. Nana, with the chocolate bar in her mouth, urged, "Let us continue discussing the treasure." Ye Kongcheng nodded. Finding the treasure is indeed essential, but with so many people on the island, it's rather inconvenient. My plan is to wait until more than half of the brave participants are eliminated before we make our move. Nana agreed. We could explore areas not marked on the map first. Even if we make a discovery, we should not rush to act. Agreed, Ye Kongcheng affirmed. After their discussion, he gathered some dry branches and ignited a campfire in the cave to dispel the dampness brought by the rainy night. Yet, Ye Kongcheng felt dissatisfaction. A single chocolate bar was hardly sufficient, and his stomach continued to grumble. Aren't there supposed to be plenty of wild beasts on this island? Ye Kongcheng complained. Where are they hiding? If only one would show itself, we could secure some food. Nana turned over. Let us sleep. If we doze off, we won't feel hungry. With a resigned sigh, Ye Kongcheng leaned against a nearby stone and succumbed to slumber. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the darkness, Ye Kongcheng suddenly awoke. Simultaneously, Nana stirred, asking, "What is that sound?" Ye Kongcheng strained to listen, then, with a hint of confusion, replied, "It sounds like the rotor of an airship." Nana, puzzled, responded, "Wasn't it said that the brave game would not end until a victor emerged? No one should be able to leave Skull Island." "Who knows what the television network is up to?" Ye Kongcheng said, extending his hand toward the cave entrance. Seeing that the rain had ceased, he waved. "Let us go take a look." Upon exiting the cave, the sound of the rotor became clearer. Ye Kongcheng squinted at the sky and soon spotted a dark silhouette flying above the treetops. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the outline of an airship. "Let us go?" Ye Kongcheng beckoned to Nana. "We need to see what games they're playing." Nana nodded, and the two followed the flight path of the airship. The airship flew at a low altitude, its speed leisurely, making it easy to track even in the night. Ye Kongcheng felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed as if the airship was deliberately allowing everyone to notice it. But what could be its purpose? While pondering this, he and Nana hurried to keep pace. After about half an hour, the airship finally halted, hovering above an open area. In the next moment, the hatch opened, and three dark shapes suddenly dropped from the airship. Ye Kongcheng, with keen eyes, quickly recognized those shapes as three silver boxes that plummeted to the ground with a thud, instantly deforming upon impact, the lids bursting open to reveal their contents. Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Food. We won't have to go hungry anymore." "Wait." Ye Kongcheng quickly grabbed Nana's arm. "Don't go. It could be dangerous." Nana, astonished, questioned, "Is the food poisoned?" "Not poisoned," Ye Kongcheng replied with a cold smile. "Have you considered that the airship has no intention of concealing its actions? It's dropping food so openly. Do you think only we will see it?" Nana felt a chill run down her spine, swallowing hard. The network is playing a cruel game. They're trying to incite conflict. Ye Kongcheng nodded, surveying the area. Though no one was approaching the boxes at that moment, he was certain numerous eyes were watching from the shadows. "Food, fresh water, medical supplies," he remarked, eyeing the scattered items. "Everything in those three boxes is incredibly valuable, especially considering our current needs. Now it's a matter of who can resist the temptation first." Nana realized, "You're planning to play the role of the hidden observer while others act?" Ye Kongcheng confirmed with a nod. Nana added, "What if everyone manages to keep their cool and no one makes a move?" With a smile, Ye Kongcheng replied, "At least if I can't have them, neither will anyone else." Nana rolled her eyes, recognizing the selfishness in his logic. Nevertheless, She acknowledged that Ye Kongcheng's strategy was not without merit. Those 3 boxes were crucial, and if they could be taken, they should be, yet they could not allow others to benefit either. Very well, Nana said, let us wait. Ye Kongcheng remained noncommittal, his patience unwavering as he lay concealed in the underbrush, fixated on the 3 boxes, his gaze never wavering. Nana, growing restless after a while, began collecting dew from the leaves, fashioning it into a makeshift cup, and offered it to Ye Kongcheng. Would you like to drink? Sure, Ye Kongcheng accepted the leaf, sipping the dew, when suddenly his arms stiffened and his eyes sharpened with intensity. Someone could no longer restrain themselves, and it was not just one person, but 3. 3 figures sprang forth almost simultaneously, racing towards the boxes. Whether they knew each other or had an agreement was unclear, but upon reaching the boxes, they swiftly divided the contents into 3 portions, each seizing a box before fleeing in different directions. Quick, let us chase them. Don't let them escape, Nana urged. Not yet, Ye Kongcheng replied. We are to be the observers, not the hunters. Only after the 3 individuals had scattered did Ye Kongcheng leisurely rise. Medical supplies? I have confidence I won't need those anytime soon. Fresh water? Quite important, yet after last night's rainfall, gathering rainwater shouldn't be too difficult. And there should be streams on the island. Looking southward, he mused, the food seems promising. In truth, the 3 individuals had divided the items among themselves. But in their haste, they could not have been meticulous. Thus, the one who took the fresh water box likely secured more of it, while the one who grabbed the food box would have acquired a greater quantity of food. Chapter 14. The yellow sparrow, the mantis, and the cicada of the night forest exuded a sense of tranquility, tinged with a hint of darkness. A man, burdened with a box, hastily darted through the woods, occasionally glancing back in fear of being pursued. They were, in fact, gambling on their fate. The 3 men, each in different directions, might not be chasing the same individual. Though there lingered a sense of despair, there remained a flicker of hope, did there not? Yet, in that fleeting moment, a sudden whistle pierced the silence of the woods. Under the cloak of night, a vague shadow darted past. The man carrying the box felt a sharp pain in his calf, stumbling as he fell forward. Ah, my leg. It hurts so much, he cried, rolling on the ground, for his right calf had been pierced by a branch. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a rudimentary wooden arrow, sharpened from a twig. Meanwhile, about 10 meters away, a figure leapt down from the treetops, wielding a simple wooden bow fashioned from branches, striding towards the man writhing on the ground. He cast a disdainful smirk before seizing the box and preparing to depart. However, in that instant, the man on the ground suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, no longer lamenting. He lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, pouncing on the other man, brandishing a broken branch to viciously stab at his waist. Thud. Blood splattered. In the next moment, the 2 of them growled low, entangled in a fierce struggle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ye Kongcheng observed the 2 combatants from behind a tree, sitting atop the box. This game of the brave is rather intriguing. It transforms men into beasts. The entangled duo paused, exchanging glances before simultaneously launching themselves at Ye Kongcheng. Mind control. Nana emerged from the side, confronting the 2 onrushing figures. Her eyes shimmered with an enchanting glow, her pupils deepening like an unfathomable abyss. In an instant, the 2 men, who had been charging forward, suddenly lost their spark, becoming dazed and disoriented. Ye Kongcheng smirked, leaping forward. With a swift kick from each foot, he struck the chests of both men, sending them crashing to the ground several meters away. If you 2 wish to live, he chuckled, I advise you not to rise again. After observing the 2 for a moment, he noted their recognition of the situation, though their faces were marked with reluctance. They dared not attempt to get up. Ye Kongcheng picked up the box and said to Nana, let us go. There is food to be had. Just then, Jean Lan suddenly spoke up. There is someone above. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, tossing the box aside as he leapt to the side. Simultaneously, a figure descended from the tree, crashing down with a mighty fist that struck the ground with a resounding boom, causing the earth to splinter beneath him. As the figure rose, it revealed a towering man, his muscles sharply defined like granite, veins bulging with explosive power. Step aside, Ye Kongcheng gestured to Nana. This one is no easy opponent. Ye Kongcheng recognized this man from an earlier encounter in the television building, where, after eliminating a red-haired adversary, he had noticed various reactions, some wary, some fearful, some disdainful, yet only a few remained indifferent, including this very man. Nana glanced at the formidable figure and obediently retreated to a safer distance. The towering man made no effort to stop her, allowing her to move away before declaring, "Leave the box, you may go." Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile, "That depends on your abilities." Drip. A drop of dew fell from a nearby treetop, as if signaling the two men. Almost simultaneously, they both pushed off with their legs, lunging at one another. Bang! Both men raised their fists, colliding with tremendous force. A shockwave rippled from the impact, sending leaves swirling and shaking the treetops, which rustled with a soft sound. Ye Kongcheng gritted his teeth, realizing that this man was more formidable than he had anticipated, exhibiting a terrifying strength that gradually pushed his arms back. With a stern voice, he commanded, "Zhanlan, weaponize." In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng's forearm erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored light, enveloping his arm like mercury, radiating brilliance. As the iridescent glow faded, a silver metallic glove materialized on his right hand. "Unleash it." Ye Kongcheng roared, his arm muscles bulging, veins pulsating. Bang! With the transformation of the glove, Ye Kongcheng's strength surged. He unleashed a powerful punch, and the man's expression shifted to one of astonishment before he felt the immense force, sending him hurtling backward. Stumbling several meters, the man leaned against a tree to stabilize himself, gravely stating, "For one so young to possess such skill is impressive. You are no nameless individual. Dare I ask your name?" Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "A defeated foe. What does it matter if you know my name?" The man's features twitched in anger. "You seek death." With that, he charged at Ye Kongcheng once more, sprinting like a bulldozer, intent on crashing into him. Bang! Ye Kongcheng extended his hand, pressing firmly against the man's shoulder. He planted his feet, grounding himself as he withstood the force, halting the man's advance. The man's face registered shock. He had previously held back, but this time he was giving it his all. How could Ye Kongcheng have blocked him? The man's gaze fell upon the metallic glove on Ye Kongcheng's hand, his confidence in his strength wavering. Realizing this, he let out a fierce roar, raising his left hand into a knife-like formation, striking down upon the metallic glove. Clang! The impact resonated, yet the glove remained unscathed, devoid of even a dent. The man's expression froze in disbelief. "You've had your turn," Ye Kongcheng grinned. "Now it's my turn." Bang! Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful uppercut to the man's abdomen, contorting his face in agony. He opened his mouth, spewing forth a spray of blood that splattered across the ground. As Ye Kongcheng withdrew his fist, the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen, curling up like a shrimp. "I believe it's time for me to take the box," Ye Kongcheng remarked with a smile, slinging the metallic box over his shoulder and calling out to Nana as he swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 15. Heart of Orchid. Yellow Ye Kongcheng hurriedly carried a box, racing alongside Nana, and fortunately, no one emerged to confront them. The sudden arrival of the airship had attracted mostly nearby individuals. Those from farther away, even if they spotted the vessel, were powerless to act. Ye Kongcheng understood the television station's ulterior motives. They sought excitement, which required the inhabitants of the island to engage in combat. Mere survival lacked the necessary thrill, yet they could not allow all participants to perish at once. As the grand showdown, meticulously prepared for months, could not conclude within mere days. Thus, the airship's abrupt appearance aimed to incite small-scale conflicts rather than incite widespread slaughter. After approximately an hour, Ye Kongcheng felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently. With Zhanlan having scouted the surroundings and found no signs of life, he gestured to Nana, indicating that she could take a break. "You need to work on your stamina," Ye Kongcheng remarked, observing Nana's labored breathing. "As space pirates, we may often find ourselves pursued." Nana rolled her eyes. "I never imagined I would one day become a space pirate." "Well," Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "as I said, becoming a space pirate can still fulfill your dreams. The two are not mutually exclusive." He began sorting through the contents of the box. "Aside from becoming a master mechanic, do you harbor any other dreams?" Nana pondered for a moment. I wish to see the legendary Sky City. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, aware of the Sky City's lore. It was said to have been constructed thousands of years ago by the craftsmen of the divine race, floating unattached in the cosmos, epitomizing the pinnacle of mechanical civilization beneath this starry expanse. However, many dismissed the Sky City as mere myth, for no one had ever laid eyes upon it, and the divine race had long since vanished, leaving no means to verify its existence with the craftsman god. Yet for numerous mechanics, the Sky City represented a sacred aspiration. Even a fleeting glimpse would bring immense satisfaction. I believe you will realize your dreams, Ye Kongcheng said with a smile. Staying on Mars would mean you'd never have the chance to see the Sky City. But now, drifting through the universe with me, perhaps you may yet behold it. Nana sighed, accepting the compressed biscuit he offered. And you? Why become a space pirate? I never intended to be one. It was thrust upon me. But I don't mind. He replied, glancing skyward. I seek to find my father. What comes next? I have yet to ponder. Perhaps becoming an adventurer wouldn't be so bad. As they conversed, Ye Kongcheng gathered their belongings and then lay down. Let us get some rest, he said, closing his eyes. Jeanlin will keep watch. Future concerns can wait. For now, we must focus on finding the treasure. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Ye Kongcheng opened his eyes, feeling quite refreshed, having encountered no disturbances. Stretching and wiping his face with dew, he roused Nana. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time to seek treasure. Nana, still groggy, blinked awake. Is it dawn already? Indeed. Ye Kongcheng replied, shouldering the box. Wash your face, we're off. With provisions secured and rain providing a temporary water source, they resolved to explore the missing 1/3 of the treasure map. However, finding the treasure location proved to be a daunting task. Skull Island was extensive, and traversing even 1/3 of its area on foot was no simple feat without exploration equipment. Locating the treasure solely by sight was exceedingly challenging. In truth, most of Skull Island was dense forest. Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing the treasure map. To hide treasure in a forest, the only method would be to dig. However, if there were indeed a significant amount of treasure, it would require an enormous space, leaving traces behind. Therefore, the treasure cannot be hidden in the forest. Nana added, if the ground were hollow, trees wouldn't grow above it. During your parachute descent, you didn't notice any areas in the forest with missing trees, did you? Indeed, Ye Kongcheng said, tapping his forehead. It's quite vexing. In the vast cosmos, there existed a group of individuals who called themselves adventurers or treasure hunters, living off the search for relics and riches. Ye Kongcheng thought that if they were among those, it would be easier, but for him, it posed a challenge, as this was not his area of expertise. With a sigh, Ye Kongcheng declared, we can only search gradually. At that moment, Jeanlin suddenly spoke. Stop. Pay attention to the 3 o'clock direction. Ye Kongcheng, alert, asked, is someone approaching? No, Jeanlin urged. Follow my direction. Ye Kongcheng had immense trust in Jeanlin, nodding without further inquiry, and led Nana toward the 3 o'clock direction. Parting the underbrush and drooping vines, a sheer cliff came into view, indicating they had reached the edge of the forest, likely near a strait. Look up, Jeanlin instructed. There's a 7-petal flower. Isn't there? Ye Kongcheng gazed upward. About 10 meters high, a blue wildflower swayed gently in the breeze, its petals precisely 7 in number. Jeanlin explained. If one can break through the 3rd stage of the gene gate, they can nurture divine fire within. Typically, breaking through the 3rd stage requires gene-enhancing substances, and that flower is called orchid yellow, one of the primary ingredients for gene potions. Ye Kongcheng's eyes brightened. So it is useful to me? Indeed, Jeanlin confirmed. Its market value is approximately 700,000. Given the state of your finances, I suggest you pick it now. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. The latter part of that statement is superfluous. I don't need you to remind me that I'm broke. As he spoke, he approached the cliff, preparing to climb. Nana cautioned, be careful. Caution was indeed necessary. Jeanlin added, earlier, while utilizing area exploration, I detected life forms around the orchid yellow, but they now appear to be dormant, making further detection impossible. Rest assured, Ye Kongcheng replied. I am well aware. The height of 10 meters was not particularly daunting, and within a quarter of an hour, Ye Kongcheng reached the vicinity of the orchid yellow. Seems you can make mistakes too, Ye Kongcheng remarked, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. There are no caves or crevices nearby. Nothing could be hiding. As he spoke, he reached out to pluck the orchid yellow. But in that instant, Chapter 16, the rock-skinned serpent. The cliffs beside Ye Kongcheng emitted a faint sound as small stones began to cascade downward. In the blink of an eye, a rock suddenly raised its head, revealing two sharp fangs that lunged toward Ye Kongcheng. Startled, he quickly released his grip and plummeted toward the ground. Just as he was about to crash, he suddenly unleashed a punch. Boom! A surge of flames erupted from between Ye Kongcheng and Appo's fists, colliding violently with the earth. Harnessing the heat wave produced by the fire, he decelerated his descent and landed steadily on the ground. Upon looking up, Ye Kongcheng was astonished to discover a massive serpent clinging to the cliff, its body as thick as a barrel and approximately 4 to 5 meters long. The reason he had not noticed it earlier was that its scaled body was cloaked in dense gray-white stones. Nana exclaimed, "I recognize that creature. It's the rock-skinned serpent, an exotic beast." Oh? Ye Kongcheng licked his lips and remarked, "After wandering this cursed island for so long, I and Appo's finally encountered something intriguing." Nana cautioned, "Do not underestimate it. Although the rock-skinned serpent is classified as a D-grade exotic beast in the Adventurer's Compendium, it is notoriously troublesome." Before Nana could finish her sentence, Ye Kongcheng had already hurled a punch toward the cliff. Boom! Flames surged forth with a deafening roar, racing up the cliff and engulfing the rock-skinned serpent. However, as the flames dissipated, the serpent remained unscathed, bathing in the fire without a hint of fear. Nana stomped her foot in frustration. "Could you at least let me finish?" The rock-skinned serpent is among the most formidable D-grade exotic beasts primarily due to its exceptional defensive capabilities. Zhanlan interjected, "Moreover, it appears to be quite resistant to your unique abilities." Ye Kongcheng's expression darkened slightly. The serpent's surface was covered with rocky armor, rendering it impervious to flames. At that moment, the rock-skinned serpent suddenly opened its cavernous mouth and let out a silent roar. Then its massive body detached from the cliff, plummeting downward. Ye Kongcheng propelled himself off the ground, evading the impending impact. Crash! The rock-skinned serpent struck the ground with a tremendous sound, causing the solid earth to crack and yielding a deep crater, yet it emerged from that height without harm. An instant later, the serpent twisted its body and lunged toward Ye Kongcheng once more. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng swung his fist, landing a powerful blow on the serpent's head. He grimaced. This creature was exceptionally tough. The rock-skinned serpent then opened its jaws wide, clamping down on Ye Kongcheng's arm. Clang! The sharp sound of metal echoed as the serpent bit down on Zhanlan instead, shaking its head and quickly retreating, evidently having broken a tooth. Huh! Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Zhanlan is an artifact of the divine race, crafted from some unknown metallic material. Do you think you can shatter it? The rock-skinned serpent shook its head. And although its expression was inscrutable, Ye Kongcheng could sense its fury. The serpent coiled and lunged forward, this time aiming for Ye Kongcheng's lower body. Ye Kongcheng nimbly leaped, exclaiming Zhanlan. The 5-colored radiance reappeared on his forearm, transforming Zhanlan into a metallic glove. Since fire proved ineffective, he resolved to employ a different offensive approach. Bang! Ye Kongcheng delivered a crushing blow downward, the metallic glove striking the rock-skinned serpent and shattering numerous stones. Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow. While this punch did inflict some damage, it was far less than he had anticipated. It was unlikely to have even grazed its skin. Simultaneously, the rock-skinned serpent abruptly twisted its body, attempting to bite Ye Kongcheng once more. He swiftly supported himself with one hand against the ground and delivered a powerful kick to the serpent and Appo's head, sending it tumbling aside. Yet, in that instant, the serpent coiled around Ye Kongcheng's waist like a steel chain, constricting his body with crushing force. Pain flickered across Ye Kongcheng's face. Not only was the serpent's defense formidable, but its strength was also considerable. Nana, anxiously pacing nearby, knew that her mental control could affect beasts, but it required the activation of the 4th stage of the genetic gate, making it effective only against sentient beings. The more primitive the creature, the more instinct-driven its actions, rendering it harder to control. Finally, she spotted a stone the size of a head in the nearby bushes. Gritting her teeth, she intended to lift it and hurl it at the rock-skinned serpent. Stop! Ye Kongcheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "This creature is made of stone. Throwing a stone at it is futile. What should we do?" Nana asked in desperation. "Don't worry about me," Ye Kongcheng replied. "I can handle it." As he spoke, he suddenly stomped his foot down with great force. Boom! Flames reemerged. A torrent of fire erupted beneath Ye Kongcheng's foot, shattering the ground and causing the rock-skinned serpent and Appo's body to sink momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng broke free from the serpent and Appo's grasp and swiftly escaped. He retreated a short distance, contemplating the rock-skinned serpent. After their encounter, he had gained a clearer understanding of its capabilities. To be honest, this creature was not overly formidable. It was cumbersome, slow, and while its strength was notable, it was not insurmountable. Its attack methods were monotonous, either biting or constricting. The Adventurers Association's compendium had rated the rock-skinned serpent as a D-grade exotic beast for good reason. Its primary challenge lay in its defense. This level of defense was more akin to that of a C-grade beast, if not bordering on B-grade. Without the means to breach its defenses, the confrontation would become a protracted stalemate, neither losing nor winning. Ye Kongcheng murmured softly, acknowledging Nana's insight. Indeed, this creature was quite troublesome. Meanwhile, the rock-skinned serpent swayed its head, flicking its tongue and fixating its gaze on Ye Kongcheng. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Kongcheng like a lightning bolt, and his eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He had devised a method to defeat the rock-skinned serpent. Indeed, every creature possesses a weakness. Ye Kongcheng smirked. "You and Appo's refinished." Zhanlan suddenly interjected, "Try not to damage the serpent's fangs. They are excellent materials for concocting genetic potions." Ye Kongcheng nodded. Then, rather than retreating, he advanced toward the rock-skinned serpent. 5 meters. 3 meters. Ye Kongcheng suddenly launched himself forward, charging directly into the serpent and Appo's open maw. Chapter 17. Uninvited guests. The primary method of attack employed by the rock-skinned serpent is its bite. However, at this moment, Ye Kongcheng boldly thrust his fist into the serpent's open maw. Crack! The rock-skinned serpent showed no hesitation, biting down forcefully on Ye Kongcheng's arm with a sharp sound, only to find its fangs clashing against the azure skin. It was over. Ye Kongcheng smirked, remarking, "No matter how tough the skin may be, the flesh beneath remains ordinary. Does it not?" Boom! In the next instant, flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng's arm. Fire blast! The flames surged into the rock-skinned serpent's body, causing it to swell unexpectedly. A tremendous explosion followed, with crimson flames mingling with splattered blood, spreading outward in all directions. Bang! The serpent's massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise, convulsing and raising a cloud of dust, ultimately falling silent. Ye Kongcheng crouched down, deftly extracting 2 fangs, which he then placed alongside those of Lan Xinhuang. It seemed there were indeed numerous treasures on this island. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "You mentioned that a genetic potion is necessary to break through the 3rd phase of the genetic gate. Is it possible to find the ingredients on this island?" Zhanlan replied, "If there are discoveries, I will inform you." Ye Kongcheng shrugged, realizing he had taken on yet another task, gathering medicinal materials. Just then, a low rumble echoed through the sky, prompting both Ye Kongcheng and Nana to gaze upward. "Is that the sound of propellers again?" Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "Is the television station never going to stop? Are they really trying this trick again? After being fooled once, who would fall for it a second time? I doubt anyone will bother to collect the supply crates this time." "No, it's not an airship." Nana's expression turned grave. As a mechanic, she recognized that it was not the sound of propellers. After a moment of careful listening, she exclaimed, "That is the sound of a starship." Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. "A starship?" "Yes, that is the sound made by a starship flying at low altitude," Nana replied, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on the sky. "Moreover, there are quite a few. At least 5 small starships are heading toward Skull Island." After Nana spoke, the 2 of them stared intently at the sky. Sure enough, several starships flew overhead, 7 in total, all small and flying at a dangerously low altitude, nearly directly above Skull Island. Ye Kongcheng wondered aloud, what is the television station up to now? However, Upon glancing sideways, he was startled to find that Nana was silent. Her face drained of color as she stared at the starships, her lips trembling uncontrollably as she instinctively took a step back. What in Dapos is wrong? Ye Kongcheng asked, perplexed. That is not the television stations. Nana took a deep breath, her expression grave. Look at the insignia on the starships. Those belong to the Blazing Fire pirate crew. Ye Kongcheng looked up again, quickly noticing the emblem etched on the side of the starship, a swirling black flame, within which a white skull flickered ominously. The skull motif has long been a symbol of piracy, and the fiery skull represented the Blazing Fire pirate crew. Ye Kongcheng frowned. Even though I've encountered 2 members of the Blazing Fire pirate crew in the city, weren't they sent off already? How could the Blazing Fire pirate crew possibly know we are here on Skull Island? It was indeed strange. Nana seemed hesitant, but suddenly her eyes lit up. The map. What map? Ye Kongcheng queried, puzzled. I possess 2/3 of the map. Could the remaining third be in Li Jinhe's possession? Nana suggested. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, admitting that possibility seemed quite plausible. Actually, it wouldn't be too difficult. I'll just capture a couple of individuals and ask them. Nana gasped. You're not thinking of running away? You plan to confront them directly? Run? What about the treasure? What about avenging your father? Ye Kongcheng countered. Nana hesitated, ultimately stamping her foot and gritting her teeth. So what should we do now? Ye Kongcheng grinned wickedly. As for whether we can obtain the treasure, that remains uncertain. But we certainly cannot allow the Blazing Fire pirate crew to succeed. Let us go find out what is happening. As they spoke, Ye Kongcheng gestured toward the cliffs. The two found a narrow path that led them to the summit of the mountain. Upon surveying the area, they saw that the 7 small starships had landed on Skull Island, each in different regions. Ye Kongcheng's voice turned cold. They are here to search the island. Nana nodded. It was not difficult to deduce that since the starships had not all landed in the same area, their scattered approach indicated a thorough search operation. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Kongcheng stated, we must first clarify some matters. It would be more convenient to capture a couple of individuals. However, capturing mere lackeys may not yield much information. I know someone, Jeanlon interjected. Ye Kongcheng blinked. How do you know someone? Jeanlon explained, currently. I am in my initial phase. Although I cannot activate the invasion function, I still have ordinary networking capabilities. The Blazing Fire pirate crew has some notoriety in the galaxy, and their wanted posters can be found directly on the cosmic network. As Jeanlon spoke, she activated her light screen, which displayed information about the Blazing Fire pirate crew. The Blazing Fire pirate crew is estimated to have 621 members, with 39 individuals wanted. The captain, Li Jinhe, has a bounty of 8 million. The first mate, Shark-Tooth Sinker, has a bounty of 6 million. The second mate, Little Thief Fish Mages, has a bounty of 7 million. The combat leader, One-Eyed Lin Nanjing, has a bounty of 7 million. The information provided by Jeanlon was not exhaustive, primarily focusing on the wanted members of the crew. As these individuals had detailed bounties and accompanying photographs readily available online, Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand and mused. What if I capture a few and present them to the Federation? Nana rolled her eyes. You, a cosmic pirate, intend to capture cosmic pirates and hand them over to the Federation? That is quite an original thought. Absolutely, Ye Kongcheng declared, though Nana disparaged his whimsical idea. Yet, unexpectedly, Jeanlon interjected, your identity prevents you from directly claiming the bounty from the Federation, but the black market offers such services. They can assist you in exchanging the bounty with the Federation, albeit with a 45 commission. Nearly half in commission? Ye Kongcheng grimaced. Jeanlon scoffed. As a pauper, you lack the standing to complain about high commissions. For you, any profit should be a source of satisfaction. Ye Kongcheng retorted. Do you realize that as an artificial intelligence, constantly emulating human sarcasm is quite lacking in integrity? Chapter 18. Limitless speed. As Ye Kongcheng spoke, the fire pirates had already set their plans in motion. The spaceship had lowered its gangway, and countless cosmic pirates began their search across the island. Ye Kongcheng intended to capture someone for questioning, and fortune smiled upon him. In the very vicinity where he stood, a spaceship was anchored, and groups of 10 cosmic pirates were scouring in various directions. Nana crouched beside Ye Kongcheng in the underbrush, whispering, To capture someone, we must act swiftly. Those cosmic pirates surely possess communication devices. If we cannot resolve this quickly, they may alert one another, and we could soon find ourselves surrounded. Swift action, indeed? Ye Kongcheng inhaled deeply. It seems I must demonstrate my true abilities. Just watch. Jianlan, clearly aware of Ye Kongcheng's intentions, cautioned, you will exceed your physical limits. You can maintain this maximum speed for no more than 1 minute and 6 seconds. I believe that will suffice, Ye Kongcheng replied confidently. Then, capture that bald-headed one. He is Hewer, the squad leader of the fire pirates, nicknamed Black Wolf. With a bounty of 1.2 million, he holds some standing and should yield useful information. After nodding in agreement, Ye Kongcheng pushed aside the underbrush and stepped boldly into view. The group of advancing cosmic pirates paused, momentarily taken aback. Although the inhabitants of the island were mostly bewildered, they wisely chose to steer clear of the pirates. Ye Kongcheng, however, boldly stood his ground, an unprecedented sight. Kid, one cosmic pirate laughed heartily. Are you seeking death? Perfect timing, another jested. We're bored, a little excitement is welcome. Here, the apparent leader of the group impatiently interjected, stop your chatter. Seize him. Who will capture whom remains to be seen, Ye Kongcheng retorted. Taking a deep breath and lowering his body, preparing for a sprint as he coldly declared, 30 seconds, and I will finish you all. In an instant, Ye Kongcheng vanished. The genetic threshold restricts potential. To gain strength, one must surpass the 8 stages of the genetic gate, with each breakthrough bestowing a unique ability. Ye Kongcheng acquired pyromancy upon surpassing the 2nd stage and enhanced speed at the 1st. He had previously toyed with the Black Hawk pirates using his speed. Yet that was not his ultimate velocity, as such speed could not be utilized recklessly due to the immense physical strain it imposed. Thus, Jianlan warned him that he could only sustain his maximum speed for 1 minute and 6 seconds. Exceeding this limit could lead to severe physical consequences. Simultaneously, the cosmic pirates were startled when Ye Kongcheng abruptly disappeared. In the next moment, one pirate suddenly clutched his throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed from between his fingers as he fell, lifeless, eyes wide open in shock, a deep gash across his neck threatening to sever his head entirely. Panic ensued among the remaining cosmic pirates, who raised their weapons and scanned their surroundings, hearing only the sound of footsteps, unable to catch sight of Ye Kongcheng. Thud. A second muffled sound echoed as another pirate's eyes widened in horror, a spray of blood erupting from his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. One after another, Ye Kongcheng moved like an invisible specter, harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. As the number of fallen pirates reached half, one could no longer withstand the pressure, screaming in terror and abandoning his weapon to flee. However, after just 2 meters, his throat was slashed, the bloodline severing his life. Ye Kongcheng materialized, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did you think I would grant you an opportunity to escape? Seeing Ye Kongcheng and Appo's form, Hewer raised his weapon and shouted, fire. Shoot him dead. The remaining 4 pirates, including Hewer, unleashed a barrage of golden energy beams that shattered the underbrush and splintered nearby trees. Yet, Ye Kongcheng vanished once more. Thud. Another grim sound reverberated as a pirate's eyes filled with despair. The remaining 3 were paralyzed with fear, though they knew the risks of their profession when death loomed. Who could remain unafraid? Spare me, please. 2 of the pirates, excluding Hewer, fell to their knees, tears and snot streaming as they pleaded for mercy. Yet, before they could finish their desperate cries, Ye Kongcheng appeared behind them. Did anyone ever beg for mercy when you burned, killed, and plundered? Ye Kongcheng thrust his dagger downward, piercing their hearts from behind. Have you ever spared anyone? Unsurprisingly, no answer came, for the dead cannot speak. Ye Kongcheng stepped over the bodies, advancing toward Hewer, a smirk curling his lips. No, only you remain. It seems the 30 seconds are just about up. Hewer's throat convulsed, his hands trembling as he raised his energy rifle and squeezed the trigger. But in that fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng vanished once again. Your luck has run out. Ye Kongcheng's voice emerged from behind Hewer. I still have questions for you, so your head shall remain on your shoulders, for now. With a swift motion, Ye Kongcheng struck Hewer's neck with the edge of his hand, rendering him unconscious. With the cosmic pirates dealt with, Ye Kongcheng sighed in relief, leaning against a tree. You can come out now. It's done. Nana emerged from the underbrush, eyeing Ye Kongcheng with concern. Are you all right? At that moment, Ye Kongcheng was drenched in sweat. His clothes dampened. He recalled the last time he had been pursued by the city defense team. He had not sweated this much then. Do not worry. I am fine. Just a bit fatigued, Ye Kongcheng reassured her, shaking his head. This maximum speed truly cannot be used lightly. It is exhausting and drains one's stamina significantly. However, I should recover after resting for a while. Chapter 19. Interrogation. Ye Kongcheng carried Hewer to a cave near the cliff, binding him with vines before delivering a sharp kick to rouse him from slumber. Hewer screamed in agony, awakening with a start. Ye Kongcheng squatted before him and stated, I will pose a question, and you shall provide an answer. Do you understand? Furious, Hewer retorted, You little bastard, just wait. Our blazing fire pirate crew will not let you off easily. Ye Kongcheng's expression darkened. It seems you have no intention of cooperating. Hewer spat vehemently. What are you? And what about this filthy rat that escaped from Mars? Once our captain finds you, you are as good as dead. Ye Kongcheng remained silent, shaking his head disapprovingly. He then seized Hewer's hand, pressing it down forcefully, and plunged a dagger into it with determination. Ah! Hewer howled, his left hand pinned to the ground, blood gushing forth. Ye Kongcheng remarked, Feeling quite satisfied with your curses, are we? Hewer gasped heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. Ye Kongcheng twisted the dagger with force and reiterated, I said. I ask a question, and you answer. Did you not comprehend? Let me ask again, are you enjoying this? Not at all, not at all. Hewer cried out in pain, quickly changing his tune. I am enjoying it. I am. Very good. Ye Kongcheng patted Hewer's face. It's wise of you to recognize that. Trust me, I am not as benevolent as you might think. With a swift motion, Ye Kongcheng yanked the dagger out, causing Hewer to scream once more as blood sprayed forth. How did you discover Skull Island? Ye Kongcheng inquired. Hewer gasped, We came to find you. Really? Ye Kongcheng chuckled. That is quite interesting. How did you know we were on Skull Island? Do not blame me for not warning you, if I find your answer unsatisfactory. I cannot guarantee my actions. Hewer gritted his teeth against the pain. There's a tracker. She has a tracker on her. Nana was taken aback, quickly searching her body, but finding nothing, shaking her head at Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng narrowed his eyes at Hewer. That answer does not satisfy me. Yes, there is one. I swear. Hewer insisted, panicking. I don't know where it is on her, but it's there. We tracked you down using the tracker. Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment and asked Nana, Did you have any contact with the blazing fire pirate crew before? I was captured by them once, Nana replied. Then I escaped. Could they have implanted a tracker in me then? That's impossible. A tracker can only be implanted subcutaneously, and one would feel it. Ye Kongcheng questioned. Did they strip you? Nana blushed, retorting angrily, You pervert. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. I was merely speculating on where they might have hidden the tracker. No. That doesn't make sense. If there were a tracker, why search the island? Hewer interjected. The tracker could receive signals initially, but for the past couple of days, it has been intermittent. We could only ascertain you were on Skull Island, prompting our captain to order a search. Intermittent for the past couple of days? So that's after we arrived on the island? Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up. Take off your shoes. Nana hesitated, but complied. It's impossible for something hidden in my shoes to go unnoticed. Ye Kongcheng took her shoes, chuckling coldly as he used the dagger to slice open the sole. To his astonishment, it was hollow, concealing a tracker the size of a button. The craftsmanship was clever. A small piece was cut along the sole's pattern and reattached with glue of the same color, making it nearly undetectable. Ye Kongcheng explained. The intermittent signal was due to the rain on the island, causing the soles to sink into the mud and disrupt the reception. With a cold smirk, he crushed the tracker underfoot. I fear you did not escape. Rather, they intentionally let you go. They used the tracker to pinpoint your movements, waiting for you to discover the treasure site, and then they would spring into action. Nana seethed, Those bastards. Ye Kongcheng turned back to Hewer. Continue answering my questions. Did you parachute onto Skull Island, as if the federal troops were mere corpses? Hewer's complexion paled. The television production of the Brave game was not broadcast publicly. They gathered a few wealthy individuals and streamed it solely for them, not for ratings, but for initial gambling, allowing them to bet on who would win. Ye Kongcheng interrupted. It seems you had already secured those individuals before arriving? Since it was not a public broadcast, as long as no one contacted the federal side, they would remain unaware of the events on the island for a while, correct? Here nodded through gritted teeth. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Does your captain possess a third of the map?" Here shook his head. "How would I know about such matters?" Seizing Here's hand, Ye Kongcheng prepared to plunge the dagger down. Here screamed, "I don't know. I truly don't know, but I know who does." Ye Kongcheng paused the dagger midair. "Speak." Here replied, "Sinkle, Meiji, and Lin Nanqing. They are the captain's trusted aides. If anyone knows anything, they certainly do." "Very well." Ye Kongcheng nodded and said with a sly grin, "I believe I have asked all I needed. You seem to have outlived your usefulness." Here gasped, "I have answered honestly." Ye Kongcheng retorted, "Did I promise you that if you answered honestly, I would let you go?" Here hesitated, a glimmer of malice crossing his face. In a sudden burst of pain, he lunged at Ye Kongcheng, with a sickening sound, akin to rotten cloth being torn. Ye Kongcheng's dagger found its way into Here's abdomen. "I did not move." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, pushing Here away. Nana asked, "What now?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "The situation is becoming clearer. Li Jinhe likely intends to use you to locate the treasure. He is playing a game of waiting in the wings. However, the key lies in whether that third of the incomplete map is in Li Jinhe's possession." Nana interjected, "Although he is pursuing me. If he has the remaining third of the incomplete map, he may not need to continue searching for me. That third of the map should indicate the treasure site." "Indeed. But it appears Li Jinhe has not yet realized this, or the incomplete third map is not in his possession," Ye Kongcheng concluded. "Otherwise, he would not be searching the island, but rather gathering his forces to head directly to the treasure site." Chapter 20. Infiltration. It is indeed a possibility. Nana concurred with Ye Kongcheng's viewpoint, nodding as she inquired, "What should we do now?" With so many adversaries, confronting them head-on would undoubtedly be challenging. Ye Kongcheng smirked mischievously. "But Aran and Apos, they currently searching the island? Since they are scattered, what is there to fear? We can simply play them against each other." Nana and Apos' eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again as she shook her head. "Don and Apos, stir up trouble, while I yearn for revenge. Taking on the fire pirate crew with just the two of us, even if we attack separately, how much could we really accomplish? Revenge is a dish best served over time." "Who says it's just us two?" Ye Kongcheng retorted, his expression suddenly turning righteous. "The cosmic pirates are a scourge to the galaxy. Thus it is the Federation and Apos' duty to eradicate them." Nana blinked in confusion. "But Aran and Apos, we cosmic pirates too? Wouldn't and Amp, Apos, we be captured as well?" Ye Kongcheng chuckled. "With such a large target as the fire pirate crew, who would bother with two insignificant shrimp like us?" Nana hesitated. "But," Ye Kongcheng interrupted, "moreover, did you not hear here? To prevent the Federation from discovering our presence, they attacked the television station and took hostages. Those involved in the brave game gambling are all wealthy elites. What is money? Money is a nuisance. However, it cannot be denied that wealth brings power and status. If I informed the Federation, they would rush here immediately, and their primary target would naturally be the fire pirate crew who provoked those elites. Of course." Ye Kongcheng acknowledged that this plan carried risks. Should they be discovered, the Federation would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture them as well. Nevertheless, Li Jinhe would not dare to act without thorough preparation. Ye Kongcheng contemplated, the island's communications are likely jammed, making it difficult for regular devices to connect with the outside world. However, there is one place where communication is assured. Nana inquired, "Where?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "The fire pirate crew's spaceship." Nana's expression turned peculiar, while his assertion held merit after all. They couldn't possibly block their own communication devices. Ye Kongcheng's suggestion implied they needed to infiltrate their spaceship. It felt akin to engaging in battle by storming the enemy's stronghold, which seemed excessively reckless. "Do not fear," Ye Kongcheng reassured. "Most of their personnel have been dispatched to search the island. There should be few left aboard the spaceship." With determination, Ye Kongcheng resolved to act immediately, prompting Nana to reluctantly follow suit. At 9:00 and Apos clock, there is a group of people. 12:00 and Apos clock, 77 meters away. 3:00 and Apos clock. 6 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Jean Lon continuously relayed the movements of the fire pirate crew to Ye Kongcheng through area exploration. During such moments, Jean Lan's capabilities proved exceptionally useful, sparing Ye Kongcheng considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would have to exert himself to prevent their communication, which would be exhausting. And excessive killing would inevitably lead to exposure. Here we are. Ye Kongcheng crouched behind a tree, peering forward. This must be the one. Ye Kongcheng did not have a specific preference for the spaceship. Any vessel would suffice, as communication devices were standard equipment on all spaceships. After observing for a moment, he gestured to Nana, and the two stealthily approached the spaceship. Ye Kongcheng was confident that there were not many people aboard the spaceship. But that did not imply the task would be easy. Besides those derelict vessels, every spaceship possessed a defense system. Jean Lon remarked, "If I could evolve to my mature stage, I would have the ability to infiltrate systems with ease, not only breaching a spaceship's defenses, but also the Federation's database." "Then let's wait until you evolve before boasting." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "You are merely an Atwo now. Do not aspire to outie feats." Nana chuckled. "It still depends on me. Follow my lead." The challenge of boarding the spaceship loomed large, standing 20 meters high. The spaceship's outer armor was smooth and nearly impossible to scale. Moreover, without proper clearance, the hatch could not be opened, and even if it could, the defense system would scan for identities upon entry. However, Nana was a mechanic. "This is a landing strut." She pointed upwards. "See the gap where it retracts? Let us slip in through there." Ye Kongcheng nodded and, with Nana's guidance, climbed to the top of the strut. Nana continued to direct him. "This leads to the interior. Though it is a sealed space, it poses no issue. Do you see that grate? Break it open." Ye Kongcheng questioned. "Break it open?" Damaging the spaceship could trigger the defense system's alarms. "Trust me. If I say we can break it, we can," Nana confidently replied. "This is part of the air circulation system, directly connecting to the internal air ducts. The defense system only monitors the main pathways. It cannot detect these convoluted air ducts." Ye Kongcheng acquiesced, breaking open the duct and crawling inside. Descending from this position led to a maintenance corridor. Here is the backup support for the power system. It is pre-installed. If the main power system fails, it can be directly accessed, so we can utilize the gap between the two. Nana continually guided Ye Kongcheng past the defense systems to infiltrate the spaceship, leaving him utterly astonished. Her skills were remarkable. As a mechanic, she was undoubtedly well-versed in various spaceship models, but to possess such proficiency was simply astounding. "You are a junior mechanic?" Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief. "This level of expertise is merely junior?" Nana forced a smile. "Indeed, my mechanic license classifies me as a junior." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "What does that mean?" Nana sighed. "My background is not fortunate. My father is a cosmic pirate." Understanding dawned on Ye Kongcheng. The lowest tier of mechanics is an apprentice requiring no certification. And as long as a mechanic is willing to teach, one can be considered an apprentice. The next level is a junior mechanic, where a mentor can certify one's qualifications for employment. However, the intermediate mechanic, senior mechanic, and master mechanic levels necessitate formal assessments and certifications from the Mechanics Association. Therefore, while Nana wished to take the assessment, her father and Appo's status as a cosmic pirate prevented her from being granted the opportunity, leading to her outright rejection from the association. Chapter 21. The rush. Ye Kongcheng's interest was piqued as he involuntarily asked, "What level of mechanic do you consider yourself?" Nana shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I have never taken the exam. How would I know? However, I can comprehend most of what the mechanical masters write in those magazines. And I sometimes pose as a senior mechanic to take on jobs, never having been discovered." Ye Kongcheng gasped in surprise. He had merely intended to recruit a mechanic. But according to Nana, he might have inadvertently acquired a senior mechanic or even a mechanical master. Such a jest seemed a bit excessive. At that moment, Nana suddenly grasped Ye Kongcheng's clothing and pointed downward. They were currently within an air duct, and through the grating, they could see a passage that led to a large metal door. Nana informed him, "This is the entrance to the command cabin. Once we descend, we cannot hide. The defense system will surely detect us. It takes time for the defense system to mobilize the defense robots." Ye Kongcheng decisively replied, "We have sufficient time. But can you open that command cabin door?" Nana shook her head. "It has a physical lock. Being a mechanic doesn't grant me the ability to open it. Electronic locks require a hacker, and physical locks need a thief. Jean-Lan suddenly interjected. Let me give it a try. Ye Kongcheng inquired. What method do you have? Jean-Lan explained. The door is made of metal, so I could use a magnetic field to disrupt the structure of the lock. However, I cannot guarantee whether it will unlock or become irreparably jammed. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes at the lack of assurance in her words. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declared, let's do it. With a 50-50 chance, having infiltrated this far, they had to attempt it. As Ye Kongcheng spoke, he pried open the cover of the air duct and leaped down. The passage was illuminated by flickering infrared beams, and as they swept past Ye Kongcheng's form, a piercing alarm echoed through the corridor. Jean-Lan. Ye Kongcheng urged, hurry. He pressed his hand against the door, activating the magnetic field. A surge of electricity coursed through the door, which then crashed open with a thunderous sound. Ye Kongcheng felt a rush of elation as he charged into the command cabin of the spaceship. Inside the command cabin, there were only 5 or 6 individuals present, as most space pirates had been dispatched, and there was little need for many personnel to monitor the ship once it was docked. As Ye Kongcheng stepped into the cabin, the space pirates had yet to react when he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, flames erupted from his fist, sending one of them crashing into the wall with tremendous force. I'll handle them, Ye Kongcheng commanded as he advanced. You send the message. At this moment, the space pirates finally grasped the situation and hastily armed themselves, charging at Ye Kongcheng. Magnetic field. Ye Kongcheng called out, and Jean-Lan swiftly activated the magnetic field, causing the pirates' weapons to become uncontrollable, even energy swords and energy knives, which were predominantly made of metal. Draw them in. Ye Kongcheng shouted again, and the weapons surged inward, colliding with the pirates themselves. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng launched another fiery punch, engulfing the adversaries in flames. Moments later, as the fire dissipated, the space pirates emerged, cloaked in smoke, their fates uncertain. Ye Kongcheng rushed to Nana's side and asked, has the message been sent? Nana nodded. It's all taken care of. Ye Kongcheng inquired, did you mention the television station? If the message only details Skull Island, given the Federation and Oppos as tendencies, they might ignore it. However, if it involves the kidnapping of wealthy individuals, the Federation will undoubtedly send someone to investigate, as they cannot afford to offend the affluent. Rest assured, Nana replied, it's all included. Ye Kongcheng nodded, then let us proceed. As they made their way toward the exit of the command cabin, 2 energy beams shot toward them, prompting Ye Kongcheng to quickly pull Nana aside. It's the defense robots. Along with some space pirates, totaling 17, Jean-Lan reported. Ye Kongcheng acknowledged, the moment I break through, activate the magnetic field. Upon uttering these words, Ye Kongcheng fell silent. Straining to listen, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, and he gauged their distance from the command cabin until he estimated they were about 5 meters away. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng burst forth, launching a punch that released a massive fireball, engulfing the corridor in heat and obscuring the adversaries and Oppos' vision. Magnetic field. Simultaneously, Jean-Lan activated the magnetic field, causing sparks to fly from the robots as they contorted and lost control, crashing into their surroundings. Let's go. Ye Kongcheng seized Nana's hand, racing into the smoke and flames. With a powerful swing, Ye Kongcheng struck a space pirate, sending him crashing against the wall. Several pirates were left dazed, while Ye Kongcheng forged a path forward. As they reached the passage's exit, a barrage of energy beams rained down from automated defense machine guns mounted on the walls. Jean-Lan quickly activated the magnetic field again, warping the guns into a twisted mass that erupted in sparks before becoming inoperative. Head that way. The 2 dashed forward, and Nana suddenly pointed to a metal ladder. This maintenance passage leads directly to the exterior of the spaceship. Ye Kongcheng nodded, pausing to climb the ladder first. Upon reaching the top, he found a cover plate, which he kicked off at Nana and Oppos' prompting, emerging onto the exterior of the spaceship. Nana climbed out and urged, move to the side. There and Oppos' staircase down. No need. Ye Kongcheng interrupted with a grin. Why complicate things? With that, he effortlessly scooped up Nana and sprinted forward, leaping from the top of the spaceship. Nana instinctively cried out. But just before they landed, Ye Kongcheng thrust his fist toward the ground, igniting flames that erupted upon impact, dissipating the force and ensuring a steady landing. Don't worry, Ye Kongcheng smiled at Nana. Do you think I would let you fall? Nana rolled her eyes and pointed behind him. Hurry, they're coming after us. Chapter 22, Wilderness Combat in the Forest. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of cosmic pirates hastened through the muddy terrain, splashing water in every direction. At that very moment, a mound suddenly erupted from the sodden ground, and Ye Kongcheng emerged from the mire, seizing the last cosmic pirate by the neck. With a swift motion of his dagger, he severed the pirate and Appo's throat. Gurgling sounds escaped as crimson blood flowed profusely, and the pirate's eyes rolled back in terror. Struggling to utter a sound, but unable to do so, before his body went limp. The other cosmic pirates, alerted by the commotion, quickly turned around, only to be met with the ominous barrels of guns. After dispatching the pirate, Ye Kongcheng seized the energy rifle hanging from the pirate's chest, and, as the others turned, he had already pulled the trigger. The sharp cracks of gunfire rang out, and soon the ground was littered with lifeless bodies, each riddled with bullet holes. Nana crawled out from the bushes, handing Ye Kongcheng a handkerchief. Wipe your face, she said. Ye Kongcheng casually wiped his face and remarked, I underestimated the fire pirate group. There are formidable individuals among them orchestrating this. It had been 2 days since Ye Kongcheng and Nana had infiltrated the cosmic ship to send a message to the Federation. Yet, the Federation had yet to make an appearance, raising questions about their efficiency, while the fire pirate group had begun to earn Ye Kongcheng's respect. The Skull Island was extensive, and Ye Kongcheng had initially thought that once they escaped the cosmic ship and vanished into the forest, it would be difficult for the pirates, whose tracker on Nana had been destroyed, to locate them. However, 2 days had passed, and the cosmic pirates clung to them like a persistent affliction. Although he had ambushed and eliminated several groups, he could not shake them off. Ye Kongcheng was keenly aware that the pirates had skilled wilderness fighters guiding them, capable of discerning their movements through the traces they left behind. After wiping his face, Nana stated, continuing this way is futile. Despite your many kills, haven't you noticed? The number of cosmic pirates active in this area has been steadily increasing. Indeed, Ye Kongcheng replied, they are likely reinforcing their ranks from other regions. However, it matters little. If they bring their men into the woods, we will emerge from them. But before we leave, we must teach them a lesson. Nana inquired, how many more do you intend to kill? Ye Kongcheng chuckled, just one group will suffice, but not one of these small bands. If we are to play, let us play grandly. Do you remember the marsh we passed this morning? As he spoke, his laughter grew more exuberant, though it bore a hint of mischief. Another group fell. Lin Nonching surveyed the corpses before him, his fury unabated as he bellowed, you're all useless. With so many of you, you can't even surround 2 people. Is the captain feeding you to just sit around? Charles, get over here. The surrounding cosmic pirates remained silent. Lin Nonching was the battle captain of the fire pirate group, his bounty second only to Captain Li Jinha, and his reputation within the crew was fearsome. A blond man clad in camouflage approached, without needing instruction from Lin Nonching. He squatted to examine the ground, then rubbed the soil between his fingers. Something's off, he remarked. How so? Lin Nonching pressed. The man named Charles replied, the enemy retreated. Retreated? Lin Nonching echoed, perplexed. Yes, Charles nodded. Moreover, they are likely wilderness experts, as evidenced by their successful ambushes. They have been attempting to erase their tracks while advancing, but this time they left none. A trap? Lin Nonching speculated. Charles shook his head. I can't say for certain. They might not have had time. After all, we've been pursuing them. Even if there is a trap. I'm not afraid, Lin Nonching retorted coldly. Gather the nearby brothers. There are nearly 100 of us. How can we not capture just 2 people? If the captain finds out, we'll be the laughingstock. Charles nodded and signaled to 2 cosmic pirates, who promptly picked up their communicators. Lin Nonching gestured for Charles to lead the way. Charles obliged, stepping back while observing the surrounding traces, advancing cautiously. Meanwhile, several search teams, upon receiving the call, swiftly converged, augmenting their ranks. As they proceeded, suddenly, Charles looked up sharply, grabbing Lin Nonching's shoulder and pulling him back. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! 3 wooden spears suddenly shot out from the thicket above, plunging into the ground with a thud. Lin Nanxing wiped the sweat from his brow. Had it not been for Charles' timely intervention, he might have been skewered. Yet at that moment, a scream erupted from the rear of the group. One cosmic pirate and Apos' foot had become ensnared in a hidden pit, lined with sharpened wooden spikes that pierced through his foot instantly. Another pirate, filled with terror, retreated hurriedly, only to find a lasso springing up around his ankle. A vine, concealed beneath the foliage, surged upward and yanked him backward, slamming him violently against a tree. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng revealed himself, darting swiftly through the trees, and with a swift punch, he launched a massive fireball into the fray. Boom! Ye Kongcheng shouted, and the fireball collided with the crowd, erupting in a conflagration that sent bodies flying. This bastard! Lin Nanxing seethed, glaring at the moaning figures on the ground. His rage surging as he shouted, "Kill him! Capture that brat, and tear him to pieces!" Charles cautioned, "Be wary of traps." But before his warning could finish, Lin Nanxing had already rushed forward, his fury blinding him to reason. It was intolerable that so many could not subdue Ye Kongcheng and Nana, allowing Ye Kongcheng to dispatch so many of his men. Swiftly, they maneuvered through the forest, and soon Lin Nanxing caught sight of Ye Kongcheng, who stood not far away, hands in his pockets, grinning. Lin Nanxing snarled, "Boy, finally stopped running, have you?" At that moment, Charles caught up, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "It's a trap! Retreat, quickly!" Chapter 23. The mechanical warrior. Now that he wishes to flee, it may indeed be too late. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Go to hell." As he spoke, he thrust his fist forward with tremendous force. Lin Nanxing, unfazed, darkened his expression and retorted, with such meager skills. However, before Lin Nanxing could complete his sentence, his pupils dilated in shock as the flames unleashed by Ye Kongcheng surged forward, followed by a cacophony of explosions erupting around them. Boom! Boom boom! The deafening sounds of violent impacts were relentless, while the ground seemed to be riddled with landmines, erupting with thunderous roars. "Run! It's methane!" "He-s utilizing the methane," Charles shouted, but alas, it was too late. Ye Kongcheng had already surveyed the terrain, realizing this area was a marshland, naturally saturated with methane, which ignited and exploded upon contact with fire. In the next instant, the flames Ye Kongcheng had unleashed spread with terrifying speed, enveloping all the cosmic pirates in a fiery inferno. The anguished cries were harrowing, tugging at the heartstrings. A few cosmic pirates dashed out from the edges of the fire, flailing their arms and screaming in madness, only to collapse with a thud, convulsing into charred corpses. Nana emerged from the side, standing beside Ye Kongcheng, and remarked, "You are ruthless." "It depends on the context," Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. "I do not slay innocents nor plunder civilians, but for these individuals before us, I see no need for mercy. They have chosen this path, and thus must be prepared for death. The world is fundamentally fair." Nana shook her head, saying, "Let us go." Ye Kongcheng agreed. After eliminating this batch, the fire pirate crew should quiet down for a while. The fire pirate crew was substantial, numbering around 700 to 800, and losing even 1/10 of their ranks would surely cause Prince Li Jinhe some distress. He would likely reconsider pursuing Ye Kongcheng and Nana, at least for the time being. This battle would create an illusion. Without 100 men, it would be best not to provoke them, lest they find themselves outmatched. Of course, should they gather 100 strong to encircle them, Ye Kongcheng and Nana's situation would undoubtedly worsen. But rallying such a force to pursue the duo was no easy feat. As Ye Kongcheng contemplated this, he prepared to depart, only to be interrupted by a venomous voice from behind. "Kid, do you think you can escape? You're dead meat. I will kill you, without fail." Ye Kongcheng and Apos' heart sank as he turned to face the inferno. How could anyone survive such a blaze? At that moment, a figure emerged from the flames, Lin Nanxing, staggering, step by step, out of the fire. He appeared terrifying, with half his body charred away, indeed, gone. His skin, flesh, and veins had all vanished, replaced by a metallic form, still glimmering with a metallic sheen despite being scorched to a dark hue. Ye Kongcheng gasped, "A robot?" "No, it's a mechanical warrior," Nana replied gravely. a monstrosity created through extreme surgery, retaining only the internal organs and brain, while everything else has been replaced with artificial constructs. This is a grotesque procedure, strictly prohibited, with a high mortality rate. Ye Kongcheng scoffed. Metal, you say? Then I fear not. Jean Lan, magnetic field. As Lin Nanqing approached with heavy strides, Ye Kongcheng wasted no time activating the magnetic field. Metal could not evade its grasp. However, Lin Nanqing propelled himself forward, suddenly sprinting towards Ye Kongcheng. In a moment of astonishment, he landed a powerful punch squarely on Ye Kongcheng's cheek. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Ye Kongcheng was sent flying, colliding with a tree that snapped under the impact. His body is made of Fe material. Nana explained, it's a metallic ceramic composite mixed with alloys. Your magnetic field may have some effect, but it is relatively weak. Ye Kongcheng gaped, touching the corner of his split lip, gritting his teeth. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Nana protested. He attacked before I could finish. Regaining his footing, Ye Kongcheng realized that if the magnetic field was ineffective, he would have to rely on sheer force. Lin Nanqing sneered and lunged forward again, throwing another punch at Ye Kongcheng. Jean Lan. Ye Kongcheng shouted, weaponize. A dazzling array of colors ignited as the five-colored light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, a metallic gauntlet adorned Ye Kongcheng's right hand. Bang! He raised his arm to meet Lin Nanqing's strike. Although his features were nearly unrecognizable, the contours of his face could still be discerned. Ye Kongcheng smirked. The combat captain of the fire pirate crew, known as the one-eyed Lin Nanqing, I shall claim that 7 million bounty on your head. As his words fell, Ye Kongcheng kicked Lin Nanqing in the waist, sending him hurtling away, then bent slightly, gathering strength in his legs to chase after him. Bang! Ye Kongcheng's fist met Lin Nanqing's face with brutal force. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. This punch is a return gift. In the next moment, he thrust his arm forward, sending Lin Nanqing flying backward like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Nanqing crashed into trees, uprooting them as he tumbled nearly 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Is this level truly worth 7 million? Ye Kongcheng mocked. The Federation is indeed wealthy. Suddenly, Lin Nanqing, sprawled on the ground, began to laugh, a peculiar, eerie laughter, as he slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and said, You seem quite pleased with yourself? Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. That punch had been bolstered by a 2.5x power amplification from Jean Lan's weaponization, and he had held nothing back. Yet, Lin Nanqing appeared unscathed. Nana interjected, He is a mechanical warrior, devoid of pain. His body is not flesh and blood, so there is no concept of injury. Damn! Ye Kongcheng cursed. Then how do we fight him? Disassemble him. Nana shouted. Only by completely dismantling him can you halt his movements. You may treat him like a robot, but he can withstand far more punishment. Completely dismantle him? Ye Kongcheng cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, then smirked. It seems I am to play the role of a surgeon today. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng's form flickered and suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 24. Oversight. Ye Kongcheng appeared behind Lin Nanqing as if he had teleported, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Nanqing's back. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng vanished once more, only to reappear directly in front of Lin Nanqing, landing a fierce punch on his cheek. This relentless game of disappearing and reappearing saw Ye Kongcheng darting around Lin Nanqing, his fists raining down like a tempest. Ha ha! Lin Nanqing laughed raucously, unfazed. Trash. Useless. Your punches feel like mere tickles. Crack. Crack. The sound of mechanical springs echoed from Lin Nanqing's shoulder, which suddenly revealed 2 shoulder cannons, astonishingly aimed not forward but downward. Boom. Boom. Energy beams, as thick as a child's arm, shot forth, exploding upon impact with the ground and sending Lin Nanqing hurtling through the air, rolling uncontrollably. Despite his swift reflexes, Ye Kongcheng anticipated Lin Nanqing's inability to keep pace and leapt aside just in time, avoiding the brunt of the explosion. Nevertheless, the shockwave still caught him, jarring his insides. In a flash, Lin Nanqing stood up as if nothing had happened, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Kongcheng and wagging his finger. You are not capable. Is that so? Ye Kongcheng retorted coldly. It seems I have indeed been underestimated unless I reveal some genuine skill. With a flicker, Ye Kongcheng reappeared before Lin Nanqing. Instantly, Lin Nanqing swung his fist, the rush of wind accompanying his attack. Ye Kongcheng nimbly twisted his body, evading the strike, and seized Lin Nanqing's head. Even if you've completely transformed your body, Ye Kongcheng teased, your brain remains your own, does it not? Lin Nanqing trembled, suddenly realizing the gravity of his predicament, and began to struggle violently, attempting to punch Ye Kongcheng once more. But in that very moment, boom, 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 flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng's palm, creating a series of explosive bursts like a pile driver. No! Lin Nanqing screamed frantically from within the flames. Let go of me. Unfortunately, his cries were soon drowned out by the roar of the fire. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, Lin Nanqing's head remained firmly grasped in Ye Kongcheng's hand, his limbs limp and silent. Ye Kongcheng's actions were straightforward. He utilized the explosive shock waves to continually rattle Lin Nanqing's brain until he succumbed to irreversible damage. Trash? I think you are the one who deserves that title, Ye Kongcheng remarked, discarding Lin Nanqing's lifeless form aside. Transforming your body to this extent no longer qualifies you as human. Nana approached Lin Nanqing's corpse and fiddled with it, quickly extracting a small drawer from his chest and holding a glowing blue gem. Ye Kongcheng inquired curiously, what is this for? Nana replied, if a person's energy is their life force, then a mechanical warrior's energy is derived from power sources, like this stone in my hand. Is this an energy block? What is its capacity and purity? Ye Kongcheng asked. Nana smiled. It's quite impressive. This is aquamarine from the Lancelot star sector, a natural energy block with a considerable energy reserve and 72 purity. It's sufficient to power a small spacecraft, and if sold, it could fetch at least 800,000. Ah, Ye Kongcheng whistled. It seems we've made a tidy profit. Our wallets are getting fatter. However, we must first address the immediate matter. Let us move. Nana nodded, stowing the aquamarine safely. What is the plan now? Lin Nanqing held a significant position within the fiery pirates, so after a prolonged absence, Li Jinhe will likely send someone to search for him. We must vacate this area, Ye Kongcheng explained. Nana pulled out a map. Are you planning to head to the strait? Indeed, Ye Kongcheng confirmed. The treasure is undoubtedly hidden in the incomplete third of the map, specifically the lower half of Skull Island. This area consists of beaches, straits, and woodlands, and we can only choose the strait. Nana nodded. The beach offered no viable hiding spots unless one buried themselves in the sand, while the coastal woods were sparse. Hiding there would be less advantageous than remaining concealed in the dense forest at the center of Skull Island. Thus, the strait remained the only viable location for concealment, allowing them to continue their game of hide and seek with the cosmic pirates. The strait was lined with numerous cliffs, some high and some low, and more importantly, countless caves, making it unlikely for them to be discovered if they chose to hide within one. Nana folded the map. Let us go? The two tidied up and swiftly departed the dense forest at the center of Skull Island. After approximately a day and a half, they reached the strait area and found a cave nestled against a cliff facing the sea. Our current task is to await the arrival of the federal troops, Ye Kongcheng said with a smile. It's just the two of us. Zhanlan interjected, and me. All right, three of us, Ye Kongcheng shrugged. In a situation where we are outnumbered, we must stir the waters. Once the federal troops arrive and engage the fiery pirates, chaos will ensue, providing us with our opportunity. Nana remarked, it seems you are not overly concerned about the treasure. While the arrival of the federal troops would indeed pose a threat to the fiery pirates, it would undoubtedly complicate the search for the treasure. Ye Kongcheng shrugged with a grin. If I could take the treasure, I certainly would. However, my principle is simple. I would rather not have it than let others claim it. So even if I cannot acquire the treasure, creating chaos for the fiery pirates and aiding you is equally satisfying. Nana paused before saying, thank you. You're welcome, Ye Kongcheng smiled. Let us not forget. We are companions now, which means your enemies are my enemies. Ye Kongcheng had planned everything meticulously, yet the issue remained that plans often falter in the face of unpredictability. The one uncontrollable factor in his strategy had failed him. The federal troops had not appeared. Ye Kongcheng and Nana hid in the cave of the strait for 2 days. Yet no members of the fiery pirates showed up. They were scouring the island from the center of Skull Island outward, which would indeed require some time to reach this area. However, the federal troops were also nowhere to be seen, which was simply unacceptable. Chapter 25. The trail of treasure. Ye Kongcheng had been traversing through the dense forest for 2 days, and then lay low in the strait for another 2, totaling 4 days and a half if one were to be precise. By this time, the federal army should have arrived, yet there was not a trace of them. Ye Kongcheng turned to Nana and asked, "Are you certain the information was sent out?" "Absolutely," Nana rolled her eyes. "I wouldn't mess up something so trivial." Ye Kongcheng scratched his head, puzzled. Then what on earth is the federal army doing? Nana pondered for a moment. Could it be that they simply don't believe that cosmic pirates would dare to directly parachute onto the planet, landing on Skull Island? Ye Kongcheng countered. Wasn't it reported on television that those wealthy individuals were kidnapped? They are prominent figures with substantial connections to the Federation. They have wealth and status. Surely the federal army wouldn't turn a blind eye? Nana shrugged. Then I have no idea why. Ye Kongcheng was convinced that something must have gone awry. Judging by the distance, it should have taken merely 2 days to reach Skull Island, with the remaining 2 days ample for preparation. Thus, there must have been some unforeseen complication along the way. Yet, Ye Kongcheng was not a fortune teller who could predict the world's affairs with a mere snap of his fingers. The federal army is utterly incompetent, Ye Kongcheng sighed. They falter at a critical moment. At that moment, Zhanlan suddenly interjected, "Someone is coming." Ye Kongcheng immediately sprang to his feet and peered out of the cave. "Where?" "Above," Zhanlan replied. The strait where Ye Kongcheng and Nana were located faced a sheer cliff, with the cave situated about 40 meters from the summit. However, Zhanlan's area of exploration was not limited to a flat plain but encompassed a spherical space, including vertical distances. Thus the cliff's summit was within her range. "Let us go," Ye Kongcheng urged Nana. "We should investigate." The two ascended towards the cliff, cautiously peeking out. Soon, Ye Kongcheng spotted a man lying on the ground. The man appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered, and he was partially covered by ferns. His exposed skin bore wounds and bloodstains, suggesting he had recently endured a battle. Ye Kongcheng signaled to Nana to be cautious and carefully climbed over the cliff towards the man. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The man lay still, seemingly lifeless. But as Ye Kongcheng approached within 3 meters, he suddenly flipped over, sitting up and grabbing a nearby stick to lunge at Ye Kongcheng. The stick was crafted from a branch, more akin to a wooden spear, with its center wrapped in vines for grip, and its tip sharpened against a stone. It was a weapon capable of piercing flesh, whether human or beast, as evidenced by the bloodstains on its tip. In that instant, Ye Kongcheng reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid the attack and seizing the man and Apos' wrist. Despite his ragged appearance, the man displayed remarkable ferocity. After being captured, he attempted to bite Ye Kongcheng and Apos' hand. This method of attack took Ye Kongcheng by surprise, but he paid it no mind. After all, the man was targeting his right hand. As expected, the man grimaced in pain, having bitten down on Zhanlan's protective gear. Not deterred by the failed attempt, the man kicked off the ground, lunging towards Ye Kongcheng while forcefully snapping the wooden spear, using the broken end to stab at Ye Kongcheng's waist. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, sensing the man and Apos' lack of strength, though he possessed a certain tenacity that made each of his strikes lethal. "Back off," Ye Kongcheng declared as he grasped the broken spear, twisting it with force, causing the man to howl in agony as his palm was shredded by the spinning wood. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng grabbed the man's hair and slammed him to the ground, preparing to throw him off the cliff. "Wait," Nana suddenly called out. "Don't kill him. He doesn't seem to be one of the fire pirate crew." Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, asked, "What?" "I recognize him," Nana replied. "When we left the television station and boarded the airship, he was right in front of me. He was also the one who jumped before me when parachuting." Ye Kongcheng smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. He had been so focused on the fire pirate crew that he had forgotten about the other group on Skull Island, those participating in the Brave game. However, after the fire pirate crew had landed, Ye Kongcheng had little time to concern himself with the so-called Brave game, especially since the organizer had been captured by the pirates. Even if one were to win the game, who would provide the reward? Ye Kongcheng crouched down and asked the man, "What is your name?" "Here for the Brave game?" "Yes, for the Brave game," the man replied, sensing the futility of resistance. I am Li Ziha, an adventurer. Ye Kongcheng examined Li Ziha's injuries. Did you encounter those cosmic pirates? They attacked us when they searched the island, and many perished. I feigned death to escape, Li Ziha recounted. Ye Kongcheng nodded and waved his hand. In that case, we are not enemies. You may go. Wait, Li Ziha hesitated before continuing. I can share a significant secret with you. But could you spare me some food? A secret? Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Given the current situation, dealing with those cosmic pirates takes precedence over your secret. Li Ziha quickly replied, my secret pertains to those cosmic pirates. Oh, Ye Kongcheng's interest piqued. Do tell. Li Ziha appeared hesitant, prompting Ye Kongcheng to assure him, I have food and fresh water. Speak, and I will provide it. As for whether I would deceive you, trust me, if I truly wanted to know, I could force you to reveal it without offering you anything, for you cannot best me. After a moment of struggle, Li Ziha sighed, conceding that Ye Kongcheng spoke the truth. Those cosmic pirates seemed to be searching for ruins or treasure on the island. Ye Kongcheng's interest deepened. How do you know this? Don't forget my introduction, Li Ziha said with a hint of pride. I told you, I am an adventurer. Chapter 26. Strategy. Ye Kongcheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As an adventurer, you've sunk to the level of risking your life for mere profit. What is there to be proud of? The profession of an adventurer is intricate upon closer examination. However, to put it plainly, it bears resemblance to tomb raiding. Beneath this vast starry expanse, countless races and civilizations have existed, and many have perished. The existence of adventurers is to uncover these fallen races and civilizations, seeking out lost relics and selling the treasures within for profit. It is a lucrative business, and the renowned adventurers are all immensely wealthy, residing in the most opulent villas and driving the most extravagant hovercars. In contrast, individuals like Li Ziha, who have resorted to participating in the brave games for financial gain, suggest that his skills as an adventurer are sorely lacking. Li Ziha felt a twinge of embarrassment but gritted his teeth, saying, whether you believe it or not, I speak the truth. A few days ago, those cosmic pirates were scouring the island, but yesterday they congregated, and I even saw them with some land surveying equipment. Ye Kongcheng inquired with curiosity, land surveying equipment? Li Ziha nodded, explaining, primarily, it's used to assess soil structure, allowing one to examine subterranean materials. And it can even detect if the ground is hollow beneath. This equipment is typically employed in mineral exploration, but can also be used to locate relics. Intrigued, Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment before addressing Nana. Provide him with some food. Nana casually tossed a cloth pouch to Li Ziha, who eagerly opened it and began to drink from a water flask. Ye Kongcheng continued, how many participants are left in the Brave Games? Li Ziha replied, I'm not entirely sure, but there should still be around 20 or 30. A few of the stronger ones are still alive. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Do you know who the stronger ones are? Li Ziha responded, they're S. Thunder Davis, the fighter from Human, Li Jun, and Twin Blades Lando. I've encountered all three. Davis and Lando are currently collaborating to ambush those cosmic pirates, as they are both bounty hunters and are already acquainted. Ye Kongcheng asked, can we find them? Li Ziha hesitated. I'm not sure. They're all on the run and may not stay in one place. What are you intending to do? Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin. Don't you think those cosmic pirates are overstepping their bounds? Are you mad? Li Ziha exclaimed. They have at least 500 or 600 men. Ye Kongcheng stated, my plan is to seize a spacecraft and leave. It's far better than waiting on this island to perish. Therefore, please carry a message for me to see if anyone is willing to join. Li Ziha hesitated but then said, I know of some hiding places. Lando and Davis are there, but I can't locate anyone else. Ye Kongcheng nodded. That's acceptable. I appreciate your assistance. As Li Ziha consumed half the pouch of food, he carefully stored the remainder and bowed to Ye Kongcheng before heading towards the woods. Nana approached. Are you truly intending to seize a spacecraft to escape? It's unlikely. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. After our last encounter, how could the spacecraft crew not reinforce their numbers? Nana questioned. Then what is your intention? Ye Kongcheng smiled. It's advantageous to have someone act as cannon fodder. At the very least, they might draw some fire. Nana rolled her eyes. That's assuming they heed your persuasion. Ye Kongcheng replied, One must try to know the outcome, and besides, I'm not deceiving them. There is a glimmer of hope in resistance, while inaction merely leads to death. Nana shrugged, adopting a non-committal stance. Li Ziha acted quickly, and Ye Kongcheng could surmise his intentions. Everyone was harboring resentment, having been inexplicably bullied by a band of cosmic pirates. How could they feel at ease? When an opportunity for retaliation arose, it was imperative not to let it slip away. To put it more plainly, while the cosmic pirates are indeed ruthless, those who would wager their lives to participate in the brave games are hardly less ferocious. They would not willingly submit to the slaughter by cosmic pirates. That night, Li Ziha returned with about 10 individuals, led by Thunder Davis and Twin Blades Lando, both of whom were the most renowned and powerful. Davis, known for his fiery temper, confronted Ye Kongcheng directly. Do you have a way to crush those damned cosmic pirates? I would relish the opportunity to do so, but given their numbers, it is not easily accomplished, Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. However, sitting idly on this island is not a viable option. I believe everyone would concur, Davis stated. Li Ziha added, he said you intend to seize a spacecraft. Let us hear your plan. We are all in this together, and if you have a strategy, we are willing to follow your lead. Ye Kongcheng nodded and drew a rudimentary map in the dirt with a stick, saying, in truth, there is no elaborate plan. We seize a spacecraft and depart, targeting this location. Li Ziha gasped, no, that is where the cosmic pirates are currently gathered. Davis shot Ye Kongcheng a skeptical glance. Are you trying to toy with us? Ye Kongcheng shrugged. Please, think it through. The other zones with parked spacecraft are indeed more easily seized. But then what? Lando, a friend of Davis but notably more reserved, suddenly spoke up with piercing clarity. We would be shot down. Exactly, Ye Kongcheng agreed. If we seize one spacecraft, they still have 5. Even if they lose one to us, if they can bring us down, they have still lost only 1. Lando interjected. The crucial point is that they must prevent news of the island's situation from leaking out, which means they must stop us from leaving. Davis questioned. But what does heading straight to where the cosmic pirates are gathered mean? Ye Kongcheng explained. First, precisely because the majority of cosmic pirates are concentrated there. If we take a spacecraft, they will be left without one. The manpower of the other spacecraft is uncertain. Whether they can pursue us immediately is unknown. Lando shook his head. That's not safe. Even a dozen people are sufficient to operate a spacecraft. They will certainly leave behind enough personnel to man the spacecraft. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Thus, I was going to mention the second point. Those ruffians have bullied us enough. We must leave them something in return, don't you think? As Ye Kongcheng concluded his statement, he clapped his hands together, mimicking an explosive gesture. Lando furrowed his brow. You intend to create an explosion? Ye Kongcheng replied, explosions, chaos, death. If those cosmic pirates are overwhelmed on all sides, do you think they will have the time to concern themselves with us? Chapter 27. Night Raid. Davis inquired. I have but one question. Where shall we procure the explosives? Ye Kongcheng gestured to Nana, who promptly produced the aquamarine stone extracted from Lin Notching. This was an energy stone, evident to all present. Ye Kongcheng articulated, it is sufficient to power a small spacecraft. If detonated, he spread his hands and gestured for Nana to proceed, as she was more adept in this domain. Nana decisively stated, if filled with additional explosive substances, I can obliterate everything within a 10-kilometer radius into dust. However, if detonated directly, it would merely create an energy shockwave, significantly less potent. Yet I remain confident that it can annihilate everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Lando remarked, a 1-kilometer radius is ample. Davis asked, when do you plan to act? Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile, there is no time like the present. Tonight it shall be. Davis and Lando nodded in agreement. Everyone was brimming with restless energy. Unwilling to wait idly, Ye Kongcheng instructed Nana to distribute food to the group, and after they had sufficiently eaten, Li Ziha led them into the dense forest. The gathering place of the fiery pirates lay directly beneath Skull Island. If one were to confirm the position using the skull S shape, it corresponded precisely to the mouth. Nana whispered, it happens to be a third of the incomplete map. Ye Kongcheng nodded and signaled for Nana to remain silent, then silently followed the group forward. Ye Kongcheng was skilled in traversing jungles, and Li Ziha, as an adventurer, excelled in this as well. for treasure hunting necessitates long hours spent in the wild. However, with a total of 15 individuals, the target loomed large, yet they encountered no members of the fiery pirates along the way. In the dead of night, Li Zaiha, responsible for scouting ahead, suddenly signaled, prompting the group to crouch low and advance slowly. They found themselves at the edge of a dense forest, where a vast clearing appeared as if a section of the woods had been entirely excavated. Nana whispered in Ye Kongcheng's ear, "If the treasure is buried underground and the area below is hollow, trees cannot grow above." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "Let us assess the situation." Ye Kongcheng moved to the forefront, lying down to observe. They were situated on a hillside, and below, the fiery pirates had set up camp, taking advantage of the hillside as shelter from the wind. It was, by all accounts, a rudimentary camp, consisting merely of a few tents and a bonfire, sufficient for rest and meals without the need to return to their spacecraft. Ye Kongcheng gestured to Davis. "The fiery pirates number around 700 or 800. I have likely eliminated a tenth of them, meaning there are at least 300 here." "Nearly half." Davis inquired, "How did you discern that?" Lando replied, "A bonfire supports a pot, sufficient for approximately 10 people's meals. A simple count provides an estimate. Moreover, I suspect there are others out searching during the night." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "Indeed. The explosion of the energy stone will not directly shatter anything, but will generate an energy shockwave that radiates outward. This hillside offers excellent cover. We can detonate the aquamarine stone at the center and conceal ourselves behind the slope." Lando concurred. "The energy explosion will merely flatten the opposing hillside. We will remain unscathed below." Davis suggested, "Then let us be swift and decisive." Ye Kongcheng responded, "I will cover Nana as she places the aquamarine stone. You will engage the space pirates, while Lando will take care of the weapons cache at the campus edge, where there are certainly flammable materials to ignite." Davis and Lando nodded in unison. Ye Kongcheng instructed, "Then we shall await my signal." Ye Kongcheng retreated to the back of the group, beckoning to Nana, and the two discreetly slipped away into the thicket. Nana asked, "Is everything prepared?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "If executed correctly, it will certainly give the fiery pirates quite a surprise." Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng gestured for silence, retreating behind a bush. Through the foliage, he spotted a space pirate nearby, presumably one assigned to guard duty, and thus his target. Ye Kongcheng lay flat on the ground, inching forward stealthily to approach the pirate from behind. In a sudden movement, Ye Kongcheng sprang forth like a viper, swiftly covering the pirate's mouth with one hand, while plunging a dagger into his neck, forcing him to the ground. He watched as the pirate struggled, ultimately succumbing to silence. Ye Kongcheng retrieved the energy assault rifle hanging from the pirate's neck and extracted the energy block from within. The energy block was square, roughly the size of a thumb, and Ye Kongcheng began to sharpen the edges with his dagger. Nana whispered, "Are you crafting a makeshift bomb?" Ye Kongcheng nodded. Nana remarked, "I did not realize you possessed knowledge of mechanics." "It is not related to mechanics, but rather military knowledge," Ye Kongcheng chuckled. "The energy block is crafted from acrylic PV material, which has excellent conductivity. It is the optimal material for energy storage. However, should it develop a crack, it becomes unstable, and any significant impact will trigger an energy explosion." As he spoke, he drew a thread from his garment, threading it through a gap to suspend the energy block. On the battlefield, should a firearm malfunction, the energy block can be repurposed into a rudimentary grenade. Ye Kongcheng smiled, "Though I have not seen combat, military academies do teach such things. How are your preparations faring?" "Everything is ready," Nana replied, producing the aquamarine stone. "It's a simple energy release device, but lacking sufficient materials, I cannot set a timer. Once the energy release begins, it will create a shockwave in 30 to 45 seconds." Ye Kongcheng nodded, "That will suffice. Let us proceed." Ye Kongcheng rose and surveyed the camp below, taking a deep breath. He solemnly instructed Nana, "Stay close to me." In the next instant, he leapt from the slope, sliding down to the ground below. The space pirates within the camp were preoccupied with their tasks, utterly oblivious to Ye Kongcheng's arrival. In that fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng grasped the thread attached to the energy block, twirling his wrist to build momentum before forcefully hurling it into a bonfire. Upon impact and combustion, the The leaking energy block reacted instantaneously. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and waves of golden energy shockwaves surged outward. The space pirates dining near the bonfire had not comprehended the unfolding events before the shockwave reached them, akin to a tempest sweeping across the land, sending them flying through the air. Chapter 28. Energy Surge. This is a signal. As the sound of an explosion echoed through the camp, sending forth ripples of golden energy, Davis immediately raised his arm. Charge! With a mighty swing of his arm, Davis shouted as he led the charge down the hillside. Simultaneously, Ye Kongcheng hurled the remaining energy blocks forward, creating small energy blasts that sent the clustered cosmic pirates flying in all directions. Even as the energy blocks were expended, Ye Kongcheng did not pause his advance, moving swiftly forward before unleashing a powerful punch. Fiery impact. As Ye Kongcheng's fist struck the air, a pillar of fire erupted forth, crashing down to the ground like a blossoming flame lotus, its rolling flames spreading outward. The sounds of battle cries and screams suddenly filled the camp. Although Davis appeared to be a brute, his combat experience was extensive. Instead of charging directly into the throng of cosmic pirates, he first targeted the fringes, seizing their firearms. Fire! Davis cursed as he shouted, "Annihilate these filthy bastards." Golden energy beams shot across the area, though the cosmic pirates were armed. They were utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. There were nearly 300 of them, yet only a handful of attackers? Had the world gone mad? In that brief moment of stunned disbelief, as the cosmic pirates regained their wits and prepared to retaliate, Davis led the charge, gunning down dozens. "Gather together," a cosmic pirate shouted. "Form ranks and return fire." Boom. Within the fire pirate crew, there were indeed capable individuals who could maintain their composure amidst the chaos and direct their comrades. However, just as they began to coordinate, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the armory. Red flames mingled with black smoke surged skyward, forming a miniature mushroom cloud, a truly spectacular sight. The chaos continued. Ye Kongcheng plunged into the midst of the pirates, extending his hand. "Azure!" Ye Kongcheng called out. "Magnetic field." As the azure energy enveloped the area, the weapons in the hands of the cosmic pirates suddenly flew into the air, coalescing like a magnet. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng struck again, the raging flames dispersing the pirates. "Hurry!" Ye Kongcheng urged. Nana crouched low, producing the aquamarine stone and placing it on the ground. Its base had already been chiseled open. She then fashioned a metallic base to prevent energy leakage, quickly removing the cover to allow the stone's energy to escape rapidly. "All set," Nana shouted. "Retreat, quickly." Ye Kongcheng delivered a swift kick, sending a cosmic pirate flying, then scooped up Nana and dashed backward. "Retreat. Hide. Everyone, take cover," Ye Kongcheng called out to Davis, then activated his maximum speed, racing back down the hillside. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous noise erupted from where Nana had placed the aquamarine stone. Cracks began to spread across its surface, and a torrent of blue smoke billowed forth. Many were still unaware of the anomaly, as the explosion was not particularly loud. However, in the next instant, a shockwave of blue energy surged forth, rippling outward like stones cast into a lake, each wave expanding relentlessly. One cosmic pirate heard the commotion and turned, only to be struck directly by the energy surge. There were no cries of despair, no wails of anguish. The pirate experienced nothing amiss, but in the next heartbeat, his body became riddled with cracks like scorched pottery, and then he vanished. His form completely disintegrated into ash, leaving no blood, no corpse, obliterated by the energy surge. Simultaneously, as the energy wave swept across the ground, it produced a tremendous roar, shaking the very earth. Towering trees toppled, rocks shattered. As the blue energy surged forth, everything that stood in its path was utterly annihilated. Ye Kongcheng, leaning against the hillside, held Nana tightly, pressing her head against his chest to shield her from the impact. Suddenly, boom, at the summit of the hill. As the energy wave coursed through, it sliced through the terrain like a razor, taking a section of it with it. Countless fragments cascaded down. Ye Kongcheng looked up, his expression grave. "Ah!" Ye Kongcheng suddenly raised his head and roared, flames surging from his body to clash with the falling debris, shattering it to pieces. The energy surge from the aquamarine stone lasted a full quarter of an hour. Initially, the tremors and resounding booms filled the air, but gradually, calmness returned. Shrouded once more in the quiet of night. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain. Crash! Atop a small mound of rubble, some stones began to slide down. And soon a massive boulder, nearly half a person high, became dislodged, rolling down. Cough, cough. Ye Kongcheng coughed, spitting out sand, before crawling out. He then pulled Nana from the mound, and the two of them lay back on the ground, gasping for breath. Nana panted, "I thought I was dead." Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Life is about experiencing many things, including the feeling of death. So, you should feel fortunate to have experienced it, and yet continue to live. It's a rare encounter. Nana rolled her eyes. "I never want to feel that again." Ye Kongcheng laughed heartily and then sat up. "Can you stand?" Nana nodded. Though Ye Kongcheng had protected her, he too had felt the impact of the falling rocks, yet he remained largely unscathed. After helping Nana to her feet, he said, "Let us see the situation." Ye Kongcheng surveyed the surroundings. The once dense forest had vanished, vast swathes of trees reduced to ash, leaving only broken branches and leaves. As they approached the site of the former camp, Ye Kongcheng and Nana stood in stunned silence. The camp had been utterly obliterated, the ground fissured with numerous enormous cracks. If that were all, Ye Kongcheng and Nana would not have been so astonished, for they had anticipated such destruction. What was shocking was the central area, where the ground had collapsed, revealing a massive chasm, its walls lined with alloy armor plating, save for the topmost layer of rock. Chapter 29. The underground base. The two remained silent for a considerable time until Nana suddenly exclaimed, "This is an underground base." They hurried to the edge of the massive pit and peered inside. The base was constructed beneath the earth, but due to an energy shock, the surface had collapsed, and the falling boulders had created a large aperture above the base. With a hint of excitement, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Could this be the treasure's location?" The Golden Rat pirate crew wouldn't merely dig a hole and bury their loot. They must have built this base. "Perhaps," Nana replied. "The Fire Pirate crew has evidently discerned the general location of the base but cannot confirm the entrance. Hence, they have been surveying the area. If a subterranean base exists, there should certainly be pathways for ingress and egress." "Not anymore," Ye Kongcheng chuckled. "The top of the base is already in ruins. We can simply enter directly." As he spoke, he gestured for Nana to climb onto his back and began to descend along the edge of the pit until he could no longer scale it. He then leapt into the gaping void at the top of the base. Inside, darkness enveloped them. Ye Kongcheng unleashed a fiery punch, and just before landing, he utilized the flames to cushion his fall, landing steadily on the ground. Upon touching down, a brilliant light emanated from his azure glow, illuminating the surroundings. This truly is a treasure site. Although Nana was not particularly concerned with the treasure itself, wishing merely to prevent the Fire Pirate crew from acquiring it, she couldn't and Oppos, help but feel a surge of excitement upon discovering it. She pointed to a wall, declaring, "That is the emblem of the Golden Rat Pirate crew." Beneath the glow of the azure light, Ye Kongcheng surveyed the area. It appeared to be a dining hall, with a service counter on the far left, surrounded by metallic dining tables. On the wall Nana indicated, there hung a tattered red flag, missing a corner, emblazoned with a golden rat clutching a skull in its mouth. The skull motif symbolized the cosmic pirate's pride, though it was said no one could claim a pirate's flag. The theft of a skull-emblazoned flag would be the utmost humiliation for a pirate crew. "It seems we've indeed found the right place," Ye Kongcheng nodded. "We must hurry. The Fire Pirate crew likely hasn't Oppos been entirely wiped out, and many of them may be away from the camp. Such a commotion would be felt across the entire island, and the remaining members are sure to converge here." Nana agreed. "We need to get ahead of them." At that moment, the azure light unexpectedly spoke. "The underground base has a defense system, and it is still operational." Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. The Golden Rat pirate crew has long been a relic of history. Who knows how long it has been since anyone visited this base, yet the defense system remains functional? Even if it hasn't suffered from natural disasters or human interference, can there be enough energy reserves to last? Theoretically, an uninhabited base cannot sustain energy reserves for decades." Nana replied. "I am quite certain," the azure light affirmed. Ye Kongcheng hesitated before saying, While I also find this hard to believe, the Azure light has never been wrong before. Then that suggests the lighting system is intact as well. We should find a way to activate it, Nana proposed. This relies on you, Ye Kongcheng smiled. Nana examined the surroundings, stating, based on the layout, if this is indeed a dining hall, there must be a central control panel that should be off limits to the public, likely located in the kitchen workspace or at the service counter. As she spoke, Nana vaulted over the service counter and, after a brief search, her eyes brightened. I and Appos, B got it. With a few deft adjustments, the area suddenly burst into incandescent light, illuminating the surroundings. Once the lights were on, they could clearly see that they were in a circular hall. Above the service counter hung an electronic board displaying various food items, confirming it was indeed a dining hall. Additionally, there were alloy doors leading to passageways in the east, south, and west directions. Nana opened the alloy door behind the eastern service counter, exclaiming, "This leads to the kitchen passage." Ye Kongcheng nodded, "That leaves the other two doors." He approached an electronic door, which was secured with both electronic and physical locks. However, the electronic lock had malfunctioned, and the physical lock was not engaged, allowing him to push it open with ease. I am unfamiliar with the internal structure of the base, so I suppose we shall take our chances and proceed this way, Ye Kongcheng decided. Nana nodded and followed closely behind him into the passage. The corridor, lined with alloy armor plates, was eerily silent, with even their footsteps echoing clearly. As they reached the end, the Azure light suddenly spoke again. There's a situation. Even without the Azure's warning, Ye Kongcheng had sensed something amiss. A faint sound had emerged from the still corridor. Listening intently, he furrowed his brow. It sounds like the fluttering of wings. Insects? As he spoke, the sound intensified. Nana pointed toward a junction in the passage, declaring, "Those are insect-type defense robots." 3 wasp-like robots, approximately half a person and Appos' height, were swiftly approaching. Hovering in the air, as they drew within 5 meters, their stingers suddenly unleashed beams of energy. "Get down," Ye Kongcheng shouted, pressing Nana's head down as they both crouched. The 3 energy beams zipped over them, striking the ground behind and emanating a burnt odor alongside a charred residue. "Azure," Ye Kongcheng called out, "magnetic field." Ye Kongcheng was not particularly fearful of combat-type robots, for with the Azure light's magnetic field, he could easily dismantle them. However, as the magnetic field expanded, the surrounding energy lights flickered under its influence, yet the 3 wasp robots appeared unaffected. "What the hell? Aren't they made of metal?" Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Why isn't the magnetic field working?" "Resin coating," Nana replied sternly. "All the metal components must be encased in a resin film, effectively preventing magnetic interference and reducing the failure rate." Ye Kongcheng cursed under his breath, then scooped up Nana and dashed in the opposite direction. Chapter 30. The Base Adventure. Puff, puff, puff. 3 wasp-like robots relentlessly pursued Ye Kongcheng and Nana, unleashing energy beams aimed at the two. In a fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng reached the end of the corridor, poised to turn at the intersection, when suddenly 2 heavy alloy doors descended from either side, sealing him within. The 3 wasp robots closed in from behind, blocking their escape. "Damn it," Ye Kongcheng muttered, "just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm Hello Kitty?" He set Nana down, and as the robot's tail stingers began to gather energy once more, Ye Kongcheng lunged forward. His pyromancy was ill-suited for such a confined space, as flames could rebound off the walls rather than surge forward. While he was indifferent to the risk, it could potentially endanger Nana. This was the reason for his initial retreat, but now that escape was futile, Ye Kongcheng was unperturbed about resorting to fisticuffs. Puff, puff. The dull thuds resounded as the 3 wasp robots fired energy beams again. Ye Kongcheng swiftly dodged through the gaps between the beams, then leaped into the air. "Azure!" Ye Kongcheng exclaimed. "Weaponize!" His right arm erupted in a cascade of vibrant colors, transforming Azure into a metallic glove that adorned his hand. In the next instant, he seized one of the wasp robots by its tail and yanked it down from the air. "Crush!" Ye Kongcheng roared, slamming the robot forcefully onto the ground. The enhanced strength of Azure, multiplied by 2.5, was no exaggeration. The robot's head was sent flying, exposing sparking cables beneath. Having successfully struck, Ye Kongcheng wasted no time. He pushed off the ground with one hand, rolling away to a safe distance. Puff, puff. At that moment, two energy beams struck the spot where he had just stood, scorching the earth beneath him. Springing to his feet without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng hurled the damaged wasp robot into the air, sending it crashing down onto the other two. After securing his hit, Ye Kongcheng leapt high, coiling his fist with energy before delivering a devastating blow to the ground. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the remaining two wasp robots were obliterated by his assault. When I'm not inclined to fight, you two ought to retreat obediently, Ye Kongcheng declared, kicking the remnants of the wasp robot aside. He then turned to the alloy doors and asked, "How do we open this?" Nana quickly began to examine the doors. "This is a defensive barrier designed to thwart intruders. I can open it, but it will take some time." "No problem," Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. "Since we've found our location, a little delay is inconsequential." Nana's expression grew serious. "You don't grasp my meaning. The defensive system blocking our path signifies only one thing. It aims to eliminate us." Boom, boom, boom. Just as Nana finished speaking, a cacophony erupted in the corridor, and a towering humanoid robot, standing nearly 2 meters tall, emerged at the far end, raising its right arm, revealing a mounted machine gun at the wrist. "Damn!" Ye Kongcheng shouted. "You open the door, I'll handle that thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward with blinding speed, reaching the robot before it could open fire. With a powerful shoulder charge, he collided with the robot. Bang! Ye Kongcheng struck the robot, causing it to stagger backward. The machine gun unleashed a barrage, with bullets ricocheting off the ceiling, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. Ye Kongcheng seized the opportunity to mount the robot, pressing his hand against its head. "Flame burst!" he shouted, flames surging from his palm as he unleashed an assault. The fire spread, rolling along the walls in a tumultuous display. Phew! Ye Kongcheng exhaled in relief, about to rise when the flames suddenly brushed past a shadow. Pain shot through his abdomen as the robot swung its arm. Bang! Ye Kongcheng was sent flying, crashing against the wall. The robot, swaying, rose from the ground and swung its fist at him. Ye Kongcheng quickly dodged to the side as the fist struck the wall, producing a deafening sound and leaving a dent in the sturdy alloy armor with a piercing crunch. Ye Kongcheng grimaced. "This guy is a bit formidable." Azure interjected. "This is a Titan-class combat android, designed for battlefield engagements, far surpassing ordinary defensive robots. Even with my enhancements, you are no match for its strength. But you possess a distinct advantage in speed." As the robot swung its fist again, Ye Kongcheng leapt back, narrowly evading the blow. "Are you joking?" he retorted while evading. "I know I have the speed advantage, but look at the size of this place." The corridor was merely 2 meters wide, leaving scant room for movement, and the robot's bulk was substantial, occupying the space of at least 2 people standing side by side. In such cramped quarters, Ye Kongcheng found it challenging to utilize his speed. At that moment, Nana's voice rang out. "The door is open. Quickly, draw it over here." Ye Kongcheng glanced back and immediately turned, dodging the robot's attacks while moving toward the alloy door. "Come this way." As he neared, Nana swiftly moved to the other side of the door, and Ye Kongcheng leapt toward the robot, planting a foot on its chest and using the recoil to pivot and leap away. Bang! Ye Kongcheng landed on the ground and rolled to the other side of the door. Nana quickly pulled a lever on the wall, and as the robot charged in, the alloy door descended, pinning it down with a resounding crash. The robot struggled, raising its machine gun to fire once more, but in that instant, Ye Kongcheng swiftly grasped its arm, twisting forcefully upwards. Nana crouched down, expertly manipulating something, and in an instant, she detached the robot and Oppo's arm. "Let us go," she said as she stood. "This guy's primary attack mode is close combat, and with its arm removed, it can no longer pose a threat to us." Chapter 31. The so-called treasure. Ye Kongcheng and Nana continued their forward march. The base's defense robots were predominantly insectoid in design, possessing various forms and, more troublingly, a myriad of effects. For instance, the wasp robots could soar through the air, while the armored beetles burrowed underground, and the strength of the cicada-like insects was terrifying. Nana remarked, This appears to be a series of mass-produced robots. That is of little consequence, Ye Kongcheng replied. While those defense robots can be dealt with, how far does this base extend? I believe we have reached a critical juncture, Nana stated. She then opened a metal door, and a swarm of palm-sized metallic bats erupted from behind it. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng shielded Nana with his arm and unleashed a powerful punch forward, flames igniting around his fist. Those mechanical bats fell to the ground, charred and blackened. Once the sudden swarm was dispatched, Ye Kongcheng surveyed the space beyond the door, which revealed a relatively small area, more accurately, an elevator. This elevator descends to a lower level, Nana observed. If I am not mistaken, the treasure we seek lies below. Ye Kongcheng nodded and stepped into the elevator alongside her. After Nana pressed the switch, the elevator began its slow descent. The duration of the descent exceeded Ye Kongcheng's expectations, suggesting they were heading to significant depths. A flicker of excitement crossed Ye Kongcheng's face as he turned to Nana. What do you think the treasure might be? Money? That seems unlikely, as it would have decayed over the years. Perhaps gold? Or jewels? I have heard that the rat folk have a penchant for collecting antiques. Nana remained silent, her composure unshaken, though her tightly clenched fists betrayed her underlying tension. In the face of such circumstances, it was impossible not to feel exhilarated or anxious. After a moment, the elevator emitted a click and finally reached its destination, the metal door opening slowly to reveal a narrow passageway. Ye Kongcheng was cautious, noting the absence of defense robots as they traversed the corridor. Upon reaching its end, Nana crouched to pry open the electronic lock of another metal door and began to manipulate it swiftly. Ye Kongcheng couldn't help but admire the advantage of having a mechanic as a companion. Though he was confident in his abilities, he recognized that expertise lay in specialization. Had he faced the current predicament alone, he likely would have resorted to brute force to break through the door. Nana took longer than before to open this door, wiping sweat from her brow twice during the process, perhaps due to the impending approach of their objective or the door being more challenging than anticipated. However, after 15 minutes, the metal door finally stirred and began to rise. Ye Kongcheng jogged forward but refrained from entering alone, instead waiting for Nana to rise before they both stepped through the door together. As they entered, Ye Kongcheng was taken aback by the sight before him. "What is this?" he exclaimed. The space beyond the door was not as expansive as he had imagined. It measured approximately 300 to 400 square feet, devoid of shimmering gold, vibrant jewels, or even the most basic treasure chests. The octagonal chamber was largely empty, dominated by a colossal machine with an octagonal platform at its base, upon which floated a massive glass orb, its diameter exceeding 5 meters. Atop it was another octagonal platform affixed to the ceiling. Inside the glass orb was a golden substance that defied description. At first glance, it resembled a liquid, yet it seemed lighter than any fluid, akin to a gas, but with a viscosity that made it less than gaseous. Consequently, Ye Kongcheng found himself engulfed in confusion, his mind swirling with a singular question. What is this? Nana furrowed her brow and shook her head. It appears to be an energy source, yet it doesn't quite resemble one. An energy source would certainly have an output device, but this seems to lack that. Both were ensnared in bewilderment. They had come in search of treasure, only to uncover an anomalous contraption. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. Allow me to enlighten you on what this is. As you may know, this is the most coveted treasure of the Iron Gold Rat Pirate crew, an energy extraction device. Ye Kongcheng and Nana turned sharply. Emerging from the corridor was a middle-aged man with a scar near the corner of his right eye, though it did not lend him a sinister appearance. Rather, he possessed an inexplicable air of refinement. Following him were dozens of individuals, all adorned in the attire of the fiery fire pirate crew. Nana trembled slightly, instinctively retreating behind Ye Kongcheng as she whispered, "He is Li Jinha?" Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. "The captain of the fiery fire pirate crew? Little mouse," Li Jinha said with a mocking tone, gazing at Nana. "We meet again." After making his remark, he did not hasten to attack, but instead approached the glass orb from another side. "Do you not consider this a treasure?" Li Jinha asked with a smile. "What is the most precious thing in this world?" Although he posed the question, he did not seem to expect an answer from Ye Kongcheng or Nana. He continued, "It is energy. In this era, energy is the most valuable resource, and this device is continuously extracting energy from this planet. I mean the energy of the entire planet. Ye Kongcheng and Nana gasped in astonishment. The energy of the entire planet? Li Jinhe gestured toward the glass orb. This device was discovered by the Iron Gold Rat Pirate crew in a divine relic, capable of directly siphoning the planet and Oppo's energy. Of course, the process is slow. After all, a planet can exist in the cosmos for billions of years, harboring an unfathomable amount of energy. Ye Kongcheng gazed intently at the glass orb, recognizing the terrifying implications of planetary energy as it directly correlates to a planet's lifespan, sustaining it from birth to annihilation over billions, even trillions of years. However, it remained to be seen what this so-called energy extraction device could truly achieve if it merely siphoned an infinitesimal fraction of the planet and Oppo's energy. It would be of little significance, akin to discovering an energy mine and extracting its resources bit by bit. Seemingly reading Ye Kongcheng's thoughts, Li Jinhe smiled as he revealed. The concentrated energy within this orb is equivalent to at least 20,000 years of this planet's lifespan. Chapter 32. You can't even touch the hem of my garment 20,000 years. Ye Kongcheng and Nana gaped, their faces betraying their astonishment. In comparison to the lifespan of a planet, 20,000 years is not particularly long. Typically, even a small planet, once fully developed as a living entity, would boast a lifespan of several tens of millions of years. However, upon calculation, from the downfall of the Golden Iron Mouse pirate crew to the present day, merely a few decades have passed. In such a short span, this infernal device has managed to siphon energy sufficient to sustain a planet for 20,000 years. As Ye Kongcheng gazed once more at the glass sphere, his expression transformed into one of reverence. Should the energy contained within erupt, it could very well obliterate the planet, leaving it in tatters. Therefore, you must comprehend the value of this object, Li Jinhe urged, his throat constricted with excitement, his eyes ablaze. Even if I were to extract a fragment the size of my palm, it would suffice to ensure a life of luxury for 10 lifetimes. Approaching the glass sphere, Li Jinhe caressed it as one would a lover. More importantly, mastering this device is tantamount to wielding control over this planet. Li Jinhe exclaimed with fervor, for this, I have dedicated nearly 30 years of my life. Now, all of this is finally within my grasp. Ah, how navi! A sudden burst of laughter erupted, causing Li Jinhe's companions to glare furiously at Ye Kongcheng. Yet, Ye Kongcheng remained unfazed by their hostile gazes, fixing his eyes on Li Jinhe and retorting, Did you ever consult me about your grand designs? Li Jinhe suddenly burst into laughter, addressing Ye Kongcheng. Little boy, boasting comes with a price. Ye Kongcheng scoffed. At your age, you should be content to remain in your coffin. A flicker of anger crossed Li Jinhe's face as he glared at Ye Kongcheng, declaring, To witness this object is already a fitting end for you. His words sounded the battle horn. And the cosmic pirates Li Jinhe had brought with him charged at Ye Kongcheng without hesitation. Just you lot? Ye Kongcheng roared, waves of heat radiating from him as he thrust his fist forward, exclaiming, Flame impact. As his fist surged forth, the surrounding air ignited, forming a colossal pillar of fire that surged toward the cosmic pirates. Boom! The fire pillar crashed into the crowd, striking the ground with tremendous force before erupting in a violent explosion, sending scorching waves cascading outward and creating ripples that flung people away. Ye Kongcheng sneered. You are overestimating yourselves. However, in that instant, a towering figure emerged from the flames, a man exceeding 2 meters in height, with fiery red hair and a bare torso adorned with chains. His muscles were bulging, each one as solid as stone. First mate Shark Tooth Sinker, bounty of 6 million. Ye Kongcheng recognized him, having perused the bounty notices of the fire pirate crew during his research. Sinker, evidently unfazed by the fiery onslaught, leaped forth and retrieved a massive fire god machine gun from his back. This weapon was clearly custom-made, far larger than standard models. Standing close to Sinker's chest when positioned upright, without a moment's hesitation, Sinker emerged from the flames, aimed the gun at Ye Kongcheng, and to Ye Kongcheng's astonishment, he did so with only one hand. The oversized machine gun, with its added size, naturally bore considerable weight, the chain alone weighing 70 to 80 pounds, if not nearing 100. While Ye Kongcheng believed he could manage such weight with one hand, he understood the enormous recoil that would accompany firing it. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, Sinker pulled the trigger, and the machine gun roared to life, belching fire as bullets rained down, the weapon remaining steadfast in Sinker's grip, utterly unconcerned with its weight and recoil. Such terrifying power. Even as an adversary, Ye Kongcheng found himself momentarily in awe, yet, in the blink of an eye, Ye Kongcheng vanished from sight. Yet, he reappeared before Sinker, stating, "If you cannot hit your target, then everything is rendered meaningless." Ye Kongcheng possessed his own advantages, notably his speed. In that fleeting moment, he activated his utmost velocity, forcing his way towards Sinker, and as he spoke, he delivered a powerful kick to Sinker and Appos' neck. The neck, undeniably a vulnerable point in a human body, could be fatal with a direct strike. However, Sinker appeared to be composed entirely of muscle in that area. After being forcefully kicked, he merely swayed slightly before standing upright again, reaching out to grasp Ye Kongcheng. But Sinker grasped at nothing. Too slow. Ye Kongcheng, even without employing his utmost speed, effortlessly evaded the attack by simply twisting his body. Muscle, strength, defense. Undoubtedly, these three elements complement one another. However, an excess of muscle leads to a significant increase in weight, which naturally results in diminished speed and agility. Thus, you cannot triumph over me, for you cannot even brush against my hem. Ye Kongcheng appeared behind Sinker, proclaiming, conversely, even if your defense is remarkable, one attack is insufficient if one strike fails. Then two. If two fail, then three. How many can you endure? As he spoke, he pressed a hand against Sinker's back, conjuring a fireball the size of his palm. Boom. The fireball erupted, creating a shock wave that sent Sinker flying, crashing forcefully to the ground. With a snarl, Sinker quickly regained his footing and roared at Ye Kongcheng. "You've successfully provoked me, brat." As he spoke, he lifted the fire god machine gun again, charging toward Ye Kongcheng like a tank while pulling the trigger. Ye Kongcheng bared his teeth. In terms of sheer power, this man was indeed a monster. Standing and firing that machine gun was already a challenge enough. Yet he wielded it as if it were a rifle, running and shooting simultaneously. But would it be effective? Ye Kongcheng and Appos' figure flickered once more, suddenly vanishing. The sound of his voice echoing around. "I told you, you cannot even touch the hem of my garment." Chapter 33. A formidable foe, Ye Kongcheng suddenly reappeared beside Sinker. And before Sinker could react, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Sinker hurtling through the air. The enormous figure crashing to the ground was a sight to behold. Akin to a mountain of flesh colliding with the earth, producing a thunderous sound that made the surrounding ground tremble. Having successfully landed his blow, Ye Kongcheng showed no hesitation and leaped onto Sinker's body, fully aware that this strike alone would not be enough to bring him down. Thus, before Sinker could struggle to rise, Ye Kongcheng pressed his palm firmly against Sinker's face. "Farewell, no need for pleasantries." He sneered coldly. Chain explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng's palm, triggering a series of explosions as crimson fireballs detonated one after another, each larger than the last, resembling a stack of grenades igniting in succession. Moments later, Ye Kongcheng stood once again, stepping away from Sinker and Appos' charred remains. "Old man, your subordinates are finished," he taunted Li Jinha. "Now it's your turn." Li Jinha maintained an air of calm indifference, even as Ye Kongcheng had dispatched all his men. He regarded Ye Kongcheng with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Li Jinha spoke. "Are you all injured?" Except for Sinker, who had been utterly reduced to a charred corpse. The cosmic pirates that Ye Kongcheng had taken down were now staggering to their feet, grinning wickedly at him. Ye Kongcheng frowned, sensing a foreboding shift. Li Jinha smirked, spreading his hands. "Let me show you my power." Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from Li Jinha's palm, followed by the emergence of a blue and white flame. "Divine fire." Ye Kongcheng gasped in awe. The so-called divine fire bore no relation to Ye Kongcheng's unique ability of pyromancy. Rather, the flame in Li Jinha's hand was a mere symbol. Upon the activation of the third stage of the gene gate, one might acquire divine fire, which represented that very stage. Divine fire lacked high temperatures and could not ignite anything. It merely resembled a flame, hence its name. Each flame possessed a unique divine fire ability, with the only commonality being that these abilities were limitations that could only be exerted until the fire was extinguished. Unlike the fixed abilities of the first and second stages of the gene gate, divine fire abilities could continuously enhance and strengthen. My divine fire ability is called and Appos, flag snatching, and Appos, Li Jinhe declared, looking at Ye Kongcheng with a contemptuous smile. As for its effects, just observe them. Ye Kongcheng and Appos' expression turned grave. He could not afford to underestimate him. If Li Jinhe could wield divine fire, it was evident that he had at least surpassed the third stage of the gene gate, while Ye Kongcheng was merely at the mid-level of the second stage. This alone signified that Li Jinhe would be a formidable adversary. Thus, with caution, Ye Kongcheng turned his gaze towards the cosmic pirates, recognizing that, given Li Jinhe and Appos' strength, he likely had no need for tricks. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng and Appos' eyebrows shot up. The cosmic pirates were in a markedly different state. Despite their injuries, they now exuded a terrifying ferocity, advancing toward him with a menacing sway and eyes gleaming with a sinister red hue. Without warning, one of the cosmic pirates lunged at Ye Kongcheng, akin to a wild beast. Thud. Taken by surprise, Ye Kongcheng was knocked to the ground, astounded by the brute strength of his assailant. Gritting his teeth, he bent his legs sharply and forcefully kicked the pirate in the abdomen, sending him flying. Yet, no sooner had Ye Kongcheng regained his footing than another pirate leapt at him. This time, prepared, Ye Kongcheng seized the pirate's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him down before twisting his hands with force. Crack! The crisp sound echoed as the pirate's arm was broken, nearly twisting backward. However, in the next instant, Ye Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The pirate, seemingly impervious to pain, staggered back to his feet and began to readjust his dislocated arm with eerie determination. Ye Kongcheng was left astonished as the other cosmic pirates swiftly closed in on him, each appearing more relentless than the last. Employing all his strength, Ye Kongcheng fought back, knocking down or incapacitating the pirates, yet everything felt far more challenging than before. Strength, speed, defense. The cosmic pirates seemed to have been injected with some sort of stimulant, with enhanced abilities in every regard, and more alarmingly, they appeared to be in a frenzy. Ye Kongcheng grasped one pirate and Appos' head, driving it toward the ground, only for the pirate to open his mouth and bite down on Ye Kongcheng's hand. As Ye Kongcheng kicked another pirate down, the foe disregarded the assault entirely, latching onto Ye Kongcheng's leg and hindering his movement, even as blood flowed from his wounds. Even Nana found herself in trouble. Ye Kongcheng had become the primary target, and as more than a dozen pirates surrounded him, they began to close in on Nana as well. Mind control. Seeing two cosmic pirates approach, Nana immediately employed her ability, only to discover that her influence had no effect. The pirates continued their advance with cold laughter. Nana was taken aback. The mind control ability falters against overwhelmingly strong foes or those with steadfast wills. But were these not ordinary cosmic pirates? Why was her power completely ineffective? Devoid of even the slightest sign of hesitation, Nana instinctively retreated, stumbling and falling to the ground. Li Jinhe observed the unfolding scene with disdain, a sneer laced with derision escaping his lips. You two think you can block my path? How foolish. Chapter 34. The Battle of Deception. As Li Jinhe approached Ye Kongcheng, he seized the moment when Ye Kongcheng was besieged, delivering a sudden kick to his back that sent him staggering forward. In that instant, two cosmic pirates swiftly seized Ye Kongcheng's arms. Li Jinhe let out a cold chuckle, observing the restrained Ye Kongcheng, and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, followed by a grip on Ye Kongcheng's hair with a derisive smirk. Allow me to elucidate the effects of the flag seizing ability, he declared. It is quite simple. Any individual who submits to my will while in a state of injury will have their physical capabilities doubled and will be devoid of pain sensation. Ye Kongcheng scoffed. I knew these worthless scoundrels would suddenly become formidable, but this is merely their limit. Bang! Li Jinhe's fist struck Ye Kongcheng's face with brutal force. You remain defiant even in your final moments. Ye Kongcheng licked the corner of his mouth, then spat out a mouthful of blood. You are far too arrogant. You should not have divulged the effects of the divine fire ability to me. Li Jinhe, filled with disdain, retorted, "What difference does it make if you know? Just based on your current state, when I traverse the starry rivers, you are still but a mere fetus. Even if I reveal the effects of the divine fire ability, I could crush you as one would an ant." "Ah," Ye Kongcheng replied with a mocking grin, "while injury may grant you strength and eliminate pain, your ability becomes ineffective against the dead, does it not?" The moment Ye Kongcheng finished speaking, the air around them seemed to ignite, generating a wave of searing heat. Boom! A deafening sound erupted beneath Ye Kongcheng's feet, and a pillar of fire erupted skyward. In nearly an instant, the fiery column engulfed the two cosmic pirates holding Ye Kongcheng, who collapsed to the ground, charred remains. "Zanlin," Ye Kongcheng commanded, "weaponize." Realizing that inflicting heavy wounds would be futile, the situation simplified. He merely needed to eliminate his adversaries. Ye Kongcheng was confident that with the enhanced power from Zanlin's weaponization, he could obliterate their heads with a single blow. However, after calling out, he was taken aback. No response. Zanlin remained utterly unresponsive, neither answering nor transforming. Hey, what are you doing at such a critical moment?" Ye Kongcheng exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Zanlin persisted in its silence, as if it had vanished entirely. At that moment, Li Jinhe, enraged, waved his hand, commanding the remaining cosmic pirates to continue their relentless assault on Ye Kongcheng. Seeing the pirates charging at him, Ye Kongcheng realized he had no time to continue calling for Zanlin. Given the unreliability of his companion, he would have to rely on his own strength. Ye Kongcheng roared, extending his arms outward and drawing forth two streams of flame. Flame Dance Tornado. With a fierce shout, Ye Kongcheng twisted his ankle, causing his body to spin like a top. The flames spiraled around him, drawing tighter, before he thrust them outward. In mere moments, the closest cosmic pirates were consumed by the flames, their bodies reduced to charred remnants. Li Jinhe's pupils constricted. He recognized that Ye Kongcheng had previously employed fire attacks, quickly deducing it was a supernatural ability. However, the flames lacked the anticipated potency. It seemed Ye Kongcheng had not killed anyone yet. It became evident that the issue was not a lack of strength, but rather Ye Kongcheng's restraint. "Kill, press forward," Li Jinhe bellowed. "Rush through those flames. Their temperature is rising. As long as we prevent him from accumulating power, the flames will pose no threat." The surrounding cosmic pirates displayed clear hesitation. Despite Li Jinhe and Appos' ability rendering them impervious to pain, they feared death far more than injury. Without pain, they were unafraid of wounds. Treatment could follow. But death was a finality they could not escape. Li Jinhe cursed under his breath, suddenly drawing his dagger. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a cosmic pirate, blood spraying as the head rolled away. "Those who disobey will be executed without mercy," he shouted, instilling terror among the pirates. Even Ye Kongcheng paused momentarily, astonished by the ruthlessness displayed by Li Jinhe, who showed no hesitation in turning on his own men. Ye Kongcheng's expression grew stern as he addressed Li Jinhe. "It seems you utterly fail to grasp the meaning of companionship. Individuals like you are unworthy of even being cosmic pirates." "Humph," Li Jinhe scoffed. "Companionship? I care not who stands beside me. Regardless of the individual, I can empower them. Thus, anyone is expendable. Kill." The cosmic pirates felt a flicker of fear towards Ye Kongcheng, but their dread of Li Jinhe overshadowed it. They charged at Ye Kongcheng without a second thought, abandoning their hesitation. Ye Kongcheng, undeterred, launched another attack, unleashing a column of fire that incinerated one of the cosmic pirates to ashes. However, after that successful strike, his flames dissipated significantly, allowing the remaining pirates to rush through the flames and deny Ye Kongcheng the opportunity to gather his fire anew. Gritting his teeth, Ye Kongcheng relinquished the use of his ability and instead delivered an elbow strike that felled one cosmic pirate. Just as he succeeded, two more pirates lunged at him, clinging to him tightly, their grip unyielding. "Get off me," Ye Kongcheng roared, swinging his arms to cast them away. He understood their intentions well. With their numbers, they could afford to sacrifice a few to restrain him, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Therefore, despite Ye Kongcheng's swift ejection of two, more cosmic pirates surged forth, clinging to him like parasites, leaving him no respite. Li Jinhe smirked, sensing it was time to deliver the final blow to this insolent youth. But at that moment, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What? Why is it decreasing? Why has the energy extraction device's energy diminished? He shrieked in a frenzy. In the center of the energy extraction device, the glass sphere contained a golden substance resembling water or mist, a result of high-frequency compression, which had previously filled the sphere halfway. Now, however, the compressed energy visibly dwindled, its capacity reduced to 1/3. Chapter 35. The Return of Zhanlan. Could it be that the energy has been compressed? Li Jinhe mused quietly to himself. After all, the energy contained within that small glass sphere equated to the lifespan of a planet spanning 20,000 years. How could it possibly fit within such a diminutive vessel? Thus, the energy extraction device must continuously compress the energy while also purifying it. Yet, shouldn't the compression occur only after the glass sphere is full? Why initiate the compression when it is only half filled? However, if it were not compression, then the energy flowing within the sphere had indeed diminished to 1/3 of its original amount. Li Jinhe was now engulfed in uncertainty, even forgetting his intention to deliver a final blow to Ye Kongcheng. This lapse offered Ye Kongcheng the opportunity to break free, erupting once more in flames. Though the power of this sudden explosion was evidently lacking, Ye Kongcheng utilized the shockwave to send the cosmic pirates clinging to him flying. Gasping for breath, Ye Kongcheng observed the swaying forms of the cosmic pirates as they approached him once again, fatigue creeping into his bones. It seemed that Li Jinhe's divine fire ability not only robbed these creatures of their sense of pain, but also deprived them of exhaustion, rendering them tireless. No matter how many times he felled them, they would rise again. Damn it, they are nothing short of zombies. Ye Kongcheng cursed, then raised his fist to strike a cosmic pirate. With a resounding thud, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones, the pirate was sent flying several meters away, skidding across the floor until colliding with the wall of the hall. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. How had his strength increased so dramatically? In the next instant, he noticed a radiant, multicolored light coiling around his arm, transforming into a metallic glove that adorned his right hand. A wave of emotion surged within him. He felt on the verge of tears. You've finally returned, or is it that artificial intelligence also experiences latency? Zhanlan, having burped contentedly, replied, I merely indulged in a hearty feast. What do you mean? Ye Kongcheng inquired, perplexed. Zhanlan responded, before I elucidate, it would be wise for you to address the immediate threat. Ye Kongcheng shifted his gaze from Zhanlan, only to see the cosmic pirates had regrouped and encircled him once more. With a cold smirk, he clenched his fists and declared, Trust me, this will be resolved swiftly. Ye Kongcheng and Appos' arson ability required a certain accumulation of time. Thus, the relentless assault from his foes indeed hindered him. However, what if he were to strike directly with his fists? With a resounding impact, Ye Kongcheng confronted a cosmic pirate, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the pirate's head as the foe lunged towards him. The pirate's face met the ground with a sickening crunch, blood splattering as the reinforced alloy floor emitted a harsh, warping sound, indenting under the force. A 5-fold amplification of strength was no trifling matter. These cosmic pirates, bolstered by Li Jinhe's abilities, could not withstand it. Get away from me! Ye Kongcheng bellowed as another cosmic pirate lunged at him. With sheer force, he flung his arm, sending the pirate hurtling through the air. In the next moment, he swiftly confronted another cosmic pirate, seizing the creature's arm and crushing its shoulder with the metallic glove, causing the arm to dangle uselessly. Raising an eyebrow, Ye Kongcheng exerted his strength again, pinning the pirate to the ground and stomping down on its knee, resulting in a sickening crack as the pirate and Appos' calf grotesquely twisted at a right angle. I shall break your limbs and see how you rise again. Ye Kongcheng scoffed, striding forward with determination. With the 5-fold strength amplification from Zhanlan's transformation, it became increasingly difficult for the cosmic pirates to restrain Ye Kongcheng. 1, 2, 3. Even when 3 cosmic pirates assaulted him simultaneously, He could effortlessly toss them aside with a mere swing of his arm. You are all worthless. Li Junhe seethed, witnessing the continuous losses on his side. His anger boiling over as he pushed aside those in his path to confront Ye Kongcheng directly. Get out of my way, he roared. A bunch of useless fools. Ye Kongcheng noticed Li Junhe and Appos' approach. After sending another cosmic pirate flying with a punch, he prepared to meet him head-on. Finally, you can't restrain yourself any longer? Ye Kongcheng sneered, launching a direct punch at Li Junhe. With no flourish, Ye Kongcheng and Appos' straight punch aimed for Li Junhe's face, who reciprocated with equal directness, throwing a punch of his own. Bang! The dull thud of their fists colliding echoed, sending shockwaves that knocked back the surrounding cosmic pirates. Ye Kongcheng felt a jolt of surprise, such formidable strength. He was utilizing his right hand, adorned with the metallic glove that afforded him a 5-fold increase in power. Yet, even in this state, the clash resulted in a stalemate, both fighters extending their arms without evasion. This old bastard must have acquired immense physical capabilities from the first stage of his gene gate. Ye Kongcheng thought bitterly, unwilling to believe that such power was inherently Li Junhe and Appos'. Otherwise, it would imply that his own amplified strength barely matched Li Junhe, and without Zhanlan, he would be utterly crushed. Ye Kongcheng refused to accept such a fate. At that moment, Li Junhe suddenly grinned enigmatically, addressing Ye Kongcheng. Your unique ability from the second stage of the gene gate involves fire manipulation, does it not? Allow me to show you mine. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng observed a peculiar sheen glimmering along Li Junhe's arm, resembling metallic reflections. The next instant, Li Junhe bellowed, "Impact!" Ye Kongcheng felt an inexplicable surge of immense power radiating from Li Junhe's arm, accompanied by a tremendous force. Bang! Ye Kongcheng felt his arm tremble. And then he was propelled backward, crashing hard against the distant ground, producing a muffled thud. Chapter 36. Energy Absorption. Ye Kongcheng was somewhat taken aback. The force had arrived so unexpectedly that he had not prepared himself in the slightest. The exertion of any power requires accumulation. Much like how the greater the bend of an arm, the heavier the punch delivered, or how the higher one jumps from, the harder the fall. Thus, Ye Kongcheng was astonished, for with his arm fully extended, there was no possibility of gathering strength. Even if Li Junhe could overpower him, he could merely push him away. How could he possibly send him flying? At that moment, Li Junhe strode forward once more, and without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng executed a swift roll, springing from the ground. Bang! Li Junhe met him with a sweeping kick, yet his calf did not even graze Ye Kongcheng's body. Instead, Ye Kongcheng felt an immense force surge through him, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng cursed. What on earth is happening? That is his unique ability, Zhanlan suddenly interjected. This special power is called impact. Impact is the force generated by violent collisions, yet he can produce it without any physical contact. Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Zhanlan explained. In theory, a collision results in a single impact. But he possesses the ability to generate impact without collision, and during a collision, he can unleash a secondary impact. Finally grasping the concept, Ye Kongcheng realized that no matter the circumstances, Li Junhe could produce an additional force of impact, even when not making direct contact. Simultaneously, Li Junhe sneered, striding closer to Ye Kongcheng. You're still a child. As he spoke, he raised his fist and hurled it forward. Ye Kongcheng did not hesitate. He leaped backward, since he had to endure the force of the impact even without being hit. The only solution was to distance himself beyond the reach of that force. However, just as he leaped back, an ominous feeling washed over him. In the next instant, bang! Ye Kongcheng felt an invisible force strike his chest violently, sending him reeling backward. He clutched his chest, taking 2 steps back, baring his teeth at Li Junhe. The two were at least 5 to 6 meters apart. How could he still be subjected to impact? Even more infuriating was the fact that this power was entirely intangible, appearing without warning, making it exceedingly difficult to anticipate the timing of an attack. As he watched Li Junhe approach him once more, Ye Kongcheng took a deep breath and suddenly launched a punch into the air, exclaiming, "Blazing impact." The surrounding air instantly grew scorching and a pillar of fire surged forth, hurtling towards Li Junhe. Don't think your supernatural ability makes you remarkable, Li Jin has sneered. The key lies in how to wield your power. Let me instruct you. Impact. In the second stage of the gene gate, there exists a hierarchy among unique abilities. Typically, divine abilities, supernatural abilities, and positional abilities are the strongest, while physical abilities, supportive abilities, and armed abilities rank lower. Mental abilities are akin to a double-edged sword, possessing a high ceiling but a low floor at times. Ye Kongcheng's pyromancy was undoubtedly a supernatural ability, whereas Li Jinhe's impact was merely an armed ability. However, boom, the flames Ye Kongcheng unleashed were abruptly repelled by Li Jinhe's impact as they reached him. Ye Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his power falter against the opponents? Impossible. He quickly discerned the reason. It was not that his ability was inferior to Li Jinhe's, but rather that his experience was lacking. In the moment of attack, Li Jinhe had directly infused his impact into the center of the flames, shattering them. The flames Li Jinhe shattered amounted to no more than a tenth, a mere fragment, yet the rupture at the center caused the surrounding flames to disperse, leaving them fragmented and disordered. This was skill. Ye Kongcheng couldn't help but smirk. This old fellow indeed possessed some tricks. Having survived in this starry expanse for so long without being captured by the federal forces. Meanwhile, after Li Jinhe obliterated Ye Kongcheng's flames, he launched another punch through the air towards him. Ye Kongcheng swiftly sidestepped, running with a grim expression. Utterly futile, Li Jinhe chuckled. As he spoke, he threw another punch, and Ye Kongcheng quickly dodged. But it was a feint. Li Jinhe had not utilized his impact in that previous strike, and in the moment Ye Kongcheng evaded, he sensed the invisible impact re-emerge. Bang! Ye Kongcheng was once again sent flying, while Li Jinhe's expression turned to one of horror. Oh no! Bang! The second dull thud resounded as Ye Kongcheng collided forcefully with the metal platform of the energy absorption device, denting it upon impact. Countless cables lay exposed, and the glass orb atop the platform swayed incessantly, yet it showed no signs of cracking. Li Jinhe breathed a sigh of relief. If the energy absorption device were activated, it would spell trouble. Unbeknownst to Li Jinhe, at that moment, Ye Kongcheng heard Zhang Lan's voice. Destroy the energy absorption device, and I can help you defeat that old coot. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily stunned. What? What did you say? Zhang Lan continued. You asked where I had been earlier. Didn't you? I infiltrated the energy absorption device and absorbed the energy within. Ye Kongcheng's expression turned to one of astonishment. This revelation was unexpected. Zhang Lan pressed on. Humans need water and food to grow, whereas my growth is fueled by energy. The more energy I receive, the faster I develop. I require this energy, and once I have it, I can assist you. With that, Ye Kongcheng and Appos' gaze sharpened. Very well. Suddenly, he raised his fist and struck down vehemently upon the dented metal platform. Li Jinhe, having just relaxed, was taken aback by Ye Kongcheng's reckless action. Kid, do you even know what you're doing? Li Jinhe shouted furiously. You garbage. Knowing you can't win, do you wish to perish together? Ye Kongcheng merely let out a cold laugh, responding through action. He raised his fist once more and brought it down with tremendous force upon the metal platform, even tearing the cables from within. Chapter 37. A Sea of Corpses Madness. This fellow must be insane. Li Jinhe repeatedly chanted this thought in his mind. As Ye Kongcheng and Appos' actions appeared to him akin to a suicidal endeavor. For if the energy extraction device were to leak, it would certainly mutate and provoke an explosion. This was equivalent to the compressed energy of a planet's 20,000-year lifespan. An energy explosion could obliterate at least half a planet. And if it were to reach the Earth's core, a chain reaction could potentially erase the entire planet from the cosmos. However, at that moment, after severing the metal platform's cables, Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful punch into the metallic structure, shattering an electronic panel within. The compressed energy within the glass sphere instantaneously became unstable, exhibiting an extraordinarily violent nature, as the fluid-like, misty compressed energy incessantly collided against the glass walls of the sphere. Li Jinhe shouted in terror. No, you can't do this. Ye Kongcheng revealed a wicked grin, infused with a hint of malice, and retorted, I must. Bang! Ye Kongcheng struck the metal platform with another forceful punch. The platform was nearly obliterated by his assault, with exposed cables sparking dangerously. Crack. In the next instant, cracks finally appeared on the glass sphere, with streams of pure golden compressed energy flowing out. It and Oppos, S over. This was the thought shared by everyone present. The energy extraction device merely siphoned energy from the planet. All utilized energy required processing. Unprocessed energy had to be confined within a special space. And the result of its leakage could only lead to one outcome: extreme instability, subsequent mutation, and ultimately, an explosion. Yet, bizarrely, as the golden energy escaped the glass sphere, it did not disperse outward but instead coalesced upon the ground surrounding the sphere, exhibiting a ferocious demeanor. Upon contact with the ground, the rigid alloy floor warped entirely. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. All the golden energy converged upon Ye Kongcheng. Li Jinhe, in horror, exclaimed, "What has this brat done?" He suddenly recalled the inexplicable reduction of the compressed energy within the glass sphere earlier. Could it have been this very brat's doing? In the next moment, Jean Lan. A voice chimed, "The absorbed energy is sufficient to activate the strong colonization armor." "Shall I proceed?" Ye Kongcheng decisively replied, "Activate." At the instant of his declaration, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped him, yet this time it encased his entire being, transforming him into a radiant orb of light, shimmering with blinding brilliance. Moments later, Ye Kongcheng emerged from the luminescent sphere, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its chrysalis. Upon him dawned a formidable suit of armor. It was a terrifying black armor, covering every inch of his skin with sharp, angular lines. Behind him sprouted a pair of ominous black mechanical wings, spreading wide. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that those mechanical wings were comprised of energy swords. "Old man," Ye Kongcheng addressed Li Jinhe, "it is time to conclude this." Upon donning the strong colonization armor, Ye Kongcheng immediately sensed a transformation within his body, as if every cell were pulsating with an unimaginable power. In the next heartbeat, he surged toward Li Jinhe. Li Jinhe raised an eyebrow and abruptly countered with a punch directed at Ye Kongcheng. Collision. Li Jinhe employed his abilities once more. However, this time, the force of the impact proved utterly ineffective. Upon striking Ye Kongcheng, the force inexplicably dissipated. A look of astonishment crept across Li Jinhe's face. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng suddenly appeared before him, grasping Li Jinhe's head. "Old man," Ye Kongcheng sneered, "I'm afraid I have no time to play." With that, without pause, Ye Kongcheng charged forward, propelling Li Jinhe's head forcefully toward the wall. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and Li Jinhe's pupils widened as the solid alloy wall caved inward upon impact, embedding Li Jinhe's body within it. Cough! Li Jinhe opened his mouth, and a copious amount of blood spewed forth, followed by a deluge from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. "Impossible!" Li Jinhe struggled. "You cannot be this strong." Before he could finish, a second spurt of blood erupted from him, and he appeared to be drained of all strength in an instant, becoming a limp figure embedded in the wall, utterly silenced. A swift execution. With a single strike, Ye Kongcheng had dispatched Li Jinhe without a moment's hesitation. He turned to face the remaining cosmic pirates. "Sword dance," Ye Kongcheng called out, as the mechanical wings composed of energy swords suddenly dispersed, soaring toward the cosmic pirates. This was a combat method merging the strong colonization armor with a magnetic field, utilizing the magnetic power to propel the energy swords. Before two cosmic pirates could react, their pupils dilated in shock. Two heads soared into the air, their necks devoid of life, as streams of blood gushed forth with a hissing sound, splattering across the ground. The remaining cosmic pirates stood aghast, instinctively turning to flee. But it was too late. Ye Kongcheng's body coiled slightly, his dark armor gleaming with an enchanting metallic luster. As he darted forward, a shadowy figure swept across the battlefield. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Wounds began to appear on the bodies of the cosmic pirates, torrents of crimson blood cascading onto the ground. Mournful cries of despair filled the air. Li Jinhe was dead. With his demise, Li Jinhe's abilities dissipated, and the cosmic pirates found themselves no longer immune to the sensation of pain. Perhaps due to their accustomed battles under Li Jinhe's flag-stealing prowess, the long-lost sensation of pain returned with an unbearable intensity. "Kill me, please, end my suffering." One cosmic pirate, with a gaping wound in his chest, crawled toward Ye Kongcheng, pleading for a swift end. Very well, Ye Kongcheng responded. I shall grant you this mercy. With an energy sword in hand, Ye Kongcheng plunged it downward, piercing through the cosmic pirate and embarks' body. Simultaneously, the energy swords released from the mechanical wings soared into the air, transforming into beams of light before plummeting down, embedding themselves within each surviving cosmic pirate. In the next instant, the vast hall fell into a profound silence, for there lay naught but a sea of corpses. Chapter 38. The Treasure Map and the Skull Emblem. Tap, tap, tap. Ye Kongcheng turned and walked away. In this space, aside from him, there was another survivor. He quickly made his way to the corner of the room. Nana and Appo's face contorted with fear, instinctively shrinking back. In her eyes, Ye Kongcheng resembled a harbinger of death. Perhaps he had gone mad with bloodlust and would end up killing her too. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ye Kongcheng suddenly removed his helmet. Hey! Ye Kongcheng exclaimed, puzzled. Why are you still sitting there? Get up. Nana, trembling with terror, asked, You're not going to kill me? Why on earth would I kill you? Ye Kongcheng replied, bemused, glancing at the corpse of Li Jinha. I am not the sort to turn on my comrades. Nana, still skeptical, surveyed the surrounding bodies and involuntarily swallowed hard. Ye Kongcheng finally grasped her fear and chuckled wryly. Is that why you're scared of me? Relax. I was just furious earlier, and it was my first time using the power armor. I couldn't control my strength and accidentally wiped them all out. Furious? Nana inquired, her brow furrowing. Ye Kongcheng raised his hand in indignation. It's all because of that scoundrel who consumed all the energy. Do you have any idea how much that energy could be worth? Enough for me to live a lazy life for 200 lifetimes. A voice, deep and resonant, spoke up. I still felt it wasn't enough. I barely evolved from the initial stage to the juvenile stage. I wasted quite a bit just to activate the power armor. If you saved a little, it wouldn't kill you. Ye Kongcheng retorted angrily. Even a piece the size of my palm could fetch a fortune if sold. It's worth the energy of a planet for 2,000 years. Finally, Nana began to understand, glancing at the empty glass sphere. So your AI absorbed all the compressed energy? Ye Kongcheng nodded helplessly, his anger stemming from this very issue. The treasure. That compressed energy was a treasure of immeasurable value, enough to blanket 10 planets in currency, yet it had all been absorbed by the deep blue entity. The thought filled him with profound sorrow. Even a fragment the size of a fingernail would have sufficed. It could command an astronomical price. However, there was nothing he could do now. It had already been consumed by the deep blue entity, and judging by its tone, that energy had been utilized for its own evolution, leaving no chance of retrieval. What could Ye Kongcheng do? Destroy the deep blue entity? That required a sacrifice he was unwilling to make. Curiously, Nana inquired about the nature of the deep blue entity, exclaiming, What kind of AI can absorb such immense energy? Who cares? Ye Kongcheng scoffed. Hurry and search through the bodies. We can't let this trip be in vain. Let us see if we can find some capital and then make our exit. As he spoke, he kicked aside a corpse and began his search. This act felt somewhat unethical, yet Ye Kongcheng had no choice. Their financial situation was dire, and the treasure had turned to mere wisps of smoke. Seeing Ye Kongcheng rummaging through the bodies, Nana, albeit reluctantly, joined in. Suddenly, she let out a shriek and shouted, Come look at this. What are these? Ye Kongcheng turned to find Nana rifling through Li Jinha's corpse. He rushed over, only to be astonished. Is this a treasure map? Did they come in bulk? Indeed, in Nana's hands was a stack of treasure maps. Ye Kongcheng took a closer look. There were 7 in total, appearing to be from the same era as the one Nana held, as evidenced by the similar material, colors, and degree of yellowing. Wait, there is still a possibility. Nana suddenly said, If all the treasures are energy extraction devices, it's plausible to have so many treasure maps, and perhaps even more. Ye Kongcheng realized. You mean the Iron Gold Mouse pirates have placed energy extraction devices on many planets, continuously plundering their energy, and these treasure maps mark their locations. The deep blue entity chimed in excitedly. Looks like I'll have more to consume. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Shut up. Nana nodded, contemplating. If you think about it, space pirates are hedonistic creatures. No amount of wealth is ever enough for them. Why would they bury valuable items? That's hindsight, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. You didn't think of that when we first found the maps, did you? He paused, then exclaimed, "What's this?" As he flipped through the treasure maps. He suddenly froze at the last one. It was a sheet of paper, similar in size to the treasure maps, but instead of a map, it bore an image of a skull, adorned with numerous crisscrossing seals, set against a yellow background, with the words "No Admittance" printed in black. "This isn't the emblem of the fire pirates," Ye Kongcheng stated firmly. Nana leaned in to take a look, dismissing it casually. Maybe they just wanted to switch up the skull design. It doesn't seem useful at all. Ye Kongcheng, however, insisted, this is not just any skull emblem. It represents the Skull Star domain. Nana gasped, the Skull Star domain? It's not merely a name for a specific area but a general term. Regions devoid of life are termed dead star domains, while lifeless planets are called dead planets. Areas marked as having life but lacking intelligent beings, or those inhabited by dangerously aggressive creatures, are referred to as Skull Star domains or skull planets. In simpler terms, Skull Star domains or skull planets can be considered forbidden zones in this starry expanse, teeming with unknown dangers. Most critically, they are unpredictable, making it challenging to ascertain the nature of the threats lurking within. The unimaginable often breeds fear, which is why even seasoned veterans, who have traversed the starry seas for years, seldom dare to venture into Skull Star domains or skull planets. If that's the case, why did Li Jinhe carry a Skull Star domain emblem so closely? Important items should be safeguarded in a secure vault, not kept on one's person. The treasure maps must have held significant meaning for Li Jinhe, and the fact that this emblem was found alongside them was striking. Forget it. Let us not dwell on it too much, Ye Kongcheng said as he tucked the items away. We can study them later. If there's nothing else, let us make our exit. Nana nodded. There's nothing more. This old man is poorer than I imagined. He doesn't even have a single cash note on him. Chapter 39. The late arriving federal soldiers, Ye Kongcheng and Nana swiftly retraced their steps. Perhaps due to the damage inflicted upon the energy extraction system, they encountered no defensive robots on their return journey, allowing them to navigate unhindered. However, upon reaching the surface, Ye Kongcheng could not help but curse. A multitude of airships buzzed overhead, at least 30 or 40 in number, and hovering around Skull Island was a massive mothership, measuring 100 meters in length. Without exception, the insignia of the Federal Army adorned all the airships. What a bunch of scoundrels, Ye Kongcheng muttered indignantly. They don't show up when needed. But now that everything is settled, they decide to make an appearance? What should we do now? Nana asked anxiously, noting the situation. It seems they haven't fully landed yet. Ye Kongcheng pointed skyward. Those are merely airships. If we commandeer a spacecraft, we can break through the atmosphere, and they will be powerless against us. He was resolute, fully aware that a ship belonging to the fire pirate crew was nearby. In truth, Ye Kongcheng had initially intended to seize a spacecraft as a pretext to create trouble for the fire pirate crew with Davis and Lando. Spacecraft were easy to locate, as their vast size towered over the surrounding trees. Additionally, the previous energy surge had cleared a significant area of foliage, revealing the vessel's docking location. However, as they approached, Ye Kongcheng spotted federal soldiers, evidently an airborne unit, numbering quite a few. Hiding behind a tree, he took a glance and asked, "Can I still use that set of strong armor?" "No," Jeanlin explained. "I activated it using surplus energy, but I have since consumed that energy, leaving none for reactivation." Ye Kongcheng fumed. "You should have saved some energy for me instead of using it all up." Jeanlin retorted, "Regardless, the energy is depleted, and the strong armor cannot be reactivated. However, as I have evolved from the nascent stage to the juvenile stage, I do possess new functionalities." "Oh?" Ye Kongcheng inquired, intrigued. "What are they?" "Firstly, weaponization. I can now weaponize both arms instead of just the right hand. Secondly, the juvenile stage unlocks two new functions, barrier field and infiltration." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. After all, strong armor was merely one of the ultimate forms of weaponization. Although expanding from one arm to both was an improvement, it paled in comparison to the ultimate form. As for the barrier field, it wasn't particularly novel, but generally applied to spacecraft, creating defensive barriers against attacks. The ability for an individual to wield such a field was quite rare. The final function, infiltration, was self-explanatory, but to what extent could Zhanlan achieve this? Ye Kongcheng pondered aloud. What level of defense can you infiltrate? All, Zhanlan replied. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Do you always have to boast? Zhanlan dismissed him. You can test it if you wish. Ye Kongcheng rested his chin in thought, and then said, Can you infiltrate the spacecraft systems? Yes. Then let us proceed. Ye Kongcheng commanded. Infiltrate the spacecraft systems, activate it, and head southeast, ready for takeoff. Can you manage that? Absolutely, Zhanlan assured him. Given the current situation, returning to the spaceport to retrieve a spacecraft was impractical. Thus, they would have to seize the fire pirate cruise vessel from the Federal Army. Of course, this was contingent upon Zhanlan's honesty. In fact, Zhanlan was indeed truthful. The Federal Army had only recently landed on Skull Island, as evidenced by the multitude of airships still hovering above, with only the airborne unit having descended first to secure the spacecraft. Just as the Federal soldiers cautiously approached the spacecraft, weapons drawn, attempting to board, the red lights on the vessel suddenly illuminated, and the rear thrusters erupted with 2 plumes of white smoke. The spacecraft began to power up. I told you, there is nothing I cannot handle, Zhanlan boasted. Ye Kongcheng nodded and waved to Nana. Let's go. The spacecraft was advancing toward them, and this was Ye Kongcheng's intention, to accelerate the vessel. As soon as he and Nana boarded, they could take off immediately. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The sudden activation of the spacecraft sent the Federal soldiers scattering, and at that moment, Ye Kongcheng and Nana surged from behind. The soldiers were momentarily startled upon seeing Ye Kongcheng and Nana instinctively raising their energy rifles. Flame strike. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng punched forward before any triggers could be pulled. A torrent of searing fire surged forth, driving the soldiers back. Zhanlan. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng plunged into the fray. Weaponize. A cascade of multicolored light enveloped him. But now it was not merely his right hand that was encased. Both of his arms were now shrouded in luminescence. In an instant, the light dissipated, revealing silver gauntlets adorning his arms, pure silver extending from shoulder to fingertip, perfectly encasing him, with thorny engravings on the sides that appeared quite menacing. Kill, Ye Kongcheng commanded, using the flames as cover to charge into the ranks of Federal soldiers, swinging his arms to send 2 soldiers sprawling 5 to 6 meters away. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Ye Kongcheng and Appo's face. The new weaponry clearly pleased him, although the power augmentation remained at 2.5 times. The expansion to both arms allowed for a far less restricted attack style, eliminating the need to rely solely on his right fist. At that moment, the spacecraft loomed closer. After dispatching 2 soldiers, Ye Kongcheng called to Nana, "Jump." Nana raced toward him, and as she leaped, Ye Kongcheng assumed a strong stance, extending his hands to catch her feet, propelling her toward a side ladder on the spacecraft. Watching her grasp the ladder securely, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Sorry, no time for games. Chapter 40. The new bounty. After Ye Kongcheng tossed Nana onto the escape ladder, he too dashed forward without a moment's hesitation, swiftly leaping over the Federal soldiers. He approached the side of the spacecraft and leaped up, grasping the ladder before climbing into the interior of the vessel alongside Nana. Upon entering the spacecraft, Ye Kongcheng wasted no time and issued orders to Zhanlan. Flames erupted from the thrusters, propelling the spacecraft beyond the atmosphere. The Federal airships made no attempt to intercept them, for such an endeavor was futile. Airships were but an evolution of aircraft, while the spacecraft was capable of traversing the stars. In approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, transforming the surroundings into the inky blackness of space. Ye Kongcheng and Nana entered the command cabin, where Nana inquired, "Will the Federal forces dispatch a fleet?" Zhanlan responded, "Currently, there are no signs of a pursuing fleet." Ye Kongcheng asserted confidently, "They will not catch up." Nana questioned, "How do you know?" Ye Kongcheng smiled. "The deployment of a fleet requires a formal process, involving an application followed by a response from the Federal headquarters before the military can issue a launch order." Nana pouted, "What a hassle." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Indeed. While this bureaucracy prevents the federal forces from pursuing immediately, it is a testament to their archaic and decaying regulations. Having graduated from a military academy, Ye Kongcheng possessed extensive knowledge of the Federal's operational procedures. He understood that once they boarded the spacecraft, their escape was nearly assured. By the time the Federal fleet received the orders, his ship would be long gone. Nana patted the control panel, declaring, "Now it's my turn to take charge. I'll check the condition of the spacecraft." Ye Kongcheng nodded, recognizing this as the reason he wished for Nana to be his companion. As he watched her leave the command cabin, he turned his attention to Jean-Lan. Jean-Lan remarked, "Could you refrain from gazing at me with such lewd eyes?" Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "I am merely curious about what manner of entity you are. You have absorbed energy equivalent to 2 millennia from a planet, yet have only evolved from infancy to childhood?" Jean-Lan replied, "The energy there is indeed formidable. Strictly speaking, I am at 79 of the juvenile stage, quite close to maturation." Ye Kongcheng noted, "That is still quite alarming. Under normal circumstances, you should have exploded from the excess energy." Jean-Lan scoffed, her tone distinctly less mechanical. "Regarding Li Junhe's divine flammability, what are your thoughts?" "Not bad," Ye Kongcheng pondered, "but I prefer not to be a bystander while my companions fight." Jean-Lan stated, "Such decisions are not solely yours to make. However, you should prepare to break through to the 3rd stage of genetic enhancement. I will compile a list of necessary genetic compounds for you to gather on the next planet, and I will assist you in their synthesis." Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Nana re-entered the command cabin, saying, "We have some trouble." Ye Kongcheng asked, "What is it?" Nana explained, "This spacecraft does not require repairs, but we face a challenge. It cannot sustain prolonged travel." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Is there a hidden danger?" "Rest assured, it's not what you think," Nana smiled. "There are no dangers, merely insufficient energy reserves. We can only sustain flight for about 10 days. Additionally, the ship has little food stocked, only some compressed liquid food, enough for about a week." Ye Kongcheng concluded, "It seems we must find a planet to dock at soon." Jean-Lan, display the star map. Having evolved to the juvenile stage, Jean-Lan could fully commandeer the spacecraft's operational systems through her invasive capabilities. Soon, a luminous display appeared before Ye Kongcheng, showcasing nearby routes and the closest planets. He pointed to a celestial body in the Leo constellation. "According to the route, we should reach this planet in about 5 days. What do you think?" Nana waved her hand dismissively. Her troubles were now resolved, and having arrived in this starry expanse, she had no desire to return to Mars. Who wouldn't yearn for the cosmos? Ye Kongcheng turned to Jean-Lan, asking, "Is there any particularly difficult material needed for the genetic compounds?" Jean-Lan replied, "The most troublesome material you have already acquired, the fangs of the rock-skinned snake. Other auxiliary materials can be found on most ordinary planets." Ye Kongcheng decided, "Then let us proceed to this planet." With a definitive gesture, he made the decision. Although the 5-day journey through the stars promised many intriguing occurrences, the act of travel itself could be rather monotonous, surrounded by the endless void. However, there were indeed amusing developments, such as the rise in Ye Kongcheng's bounty, and Nana acquiring her own. Criminal name, Ye Kongcheng species, human gender, male age, 18 birth star region, Milky Way bounty amount, 750,000 criminal record, assaulting the federal police chief of the Holy Star Earth, theft of criminal goods criminal record, planetary kidnapping, destruction of Skull Island. Assaulting federal military soldiers criminal name, Nana species, Martian mouse gender, female age, 17 birth star region, Milky Way bounty amount, 150,000 criminal record, planetary kidnapping. Destruction of Skull Island. Assaulting federal military soldiers, Ye Kongcheng remained indifferent to the newly issued bounty by the federal authorities. If he were to express dissatisfaction, it would merely be regarding the inadequacy of the bounty amount. How could someone as charming and adored as he be valued at a mere 750,000? This bounty was fit only for novice criminals. Only the most desperate bounty hunters would take interest. Conversely, Nana expressed her discontent. Why are we being hunted? In this ridiculous criminal record, those acts were the work of the fire pirates, not us. Why are we taking the blame? Because Li Junhe is dead, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Blaming a dead man for responsibility is a sure way to invite scorn. They must find a living person to bear the blame. Nana scoffed. Such a tactic is utterly shameless. Ye Kongcheng replied, thus, the public laments the decay of the Federation. Furthermore, the military likely believes I killed Li Jinha, which, to be fair, I did. In the chaotic aftermath of a bounty, the victor of the conflict naturally poses a greater threat, thus increasing their bounty. Chapter 41. The prison planet. Nana felt indignant about the bounty notice, but after brooding for a few days, she eventually put the matter behind her. Firstly, since the warrant had been issued, it was improbable that it would be revoked under normal circumstances, making her anger futile. Secondly, their destination was now within sight. It was a grayish-white planet, seemingly lifeless. However, this appearance bore little relation to its geological structure. According to the data on the star map, this planet, known as gray mist, was perpetually shrouded in thick grayish-white clouds, much like its name suggests. Nana remarked, the basic geological structure indicates that, aside from the peculiar weather, this planet is quite similar to Earth. The oceans cover a vast area, and there is ample land, with various environments suitable for habitation. As long as there are cities to replenish our energy and food supplies, we will be just fine. Ye Kongcheng smiled and said, let us prepare for descent. Nana inquired, should we land at the spaceport? That would be fine, Ye Kongcheng replied, understanding her concerns. Our combined bounty is less than 1 million. The planetary defense forces have no interest in us. Nana hesitated. Are you certain? Trust me, Ye Kongcheng assured her. You are an expert in machinery, and I possess a far greater understanding of such matters. Without further ado, they entered the planet's atmosphere and sent out a signal. Upon receiving a response from the nearest spaceport, they were guided to descend. The only complication was that the spacecraft bore the insignia of space pirates. Nana had prepared for this by covering the emblem with a cloth. If the spaceport staff were not overly curious, they would be fine. However, should they encounter an inquisitive individual who insisted on an inspection, trouble could ensue. Fortunately, Ye Kongcheng's concerns proved unwarranted. Countless spacecraft entered and exited the spaceport daily, and the staff were too preoccupied to be curious. After completing the registration and payment, they swiftly moved on to the next docking station. Nana exhaled in relief. We are truly fortunate. The odds of not being inspected far outweigh those of being checked, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. The spaceport staff are not nearly as diligent as you imagine. Many spacecraft in need of repairs also have coverings. As they conversed, they exited the spaceport. While merely refueling their spacecraft was a service provided by the spaceport, they could not allow the staff to approach since it was a pirate ship. Thus, they had no choice but to purchase energy blocks themselves, which Nana would then replace. It was not a complicated task. Nana mused, it should take 2 or 3 days. Should we find a hotel first? Of course, Ye Kongcheng replied, contemplating the thickness of his wallet. It would be best to figure out a way to acquire a bit more money. Zhanlan interjected. Perhaps you could consider selling yourself to the Federal Army. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. That would have to wait until my bounty reaches 100 million. At that moment, a sudden commotion interrupted their conversation. The distinct sound of police sirens echoed from afar, and the pedestrians instinctively parted to the sides as a line of police vehicles swiftly appeared from the opposite end of the street. Ye Kongcheng asked curiously, what is happening? Nana responded, that should be the Federal Police's vehicles, but they are moving quite slowly. It doesn't seem like they are in pursuit. Ye Kongcheng nodded, sensing something peculiar about the police vehicles. Their speed was not even sufficient for normal traffic. It resembled more of a parade. As the leading 3 police cars passed by, the fourth was a police pickup truck, which was equipped with a frame on the back, where a man was bound. The man wore a devilish mask that obscured his face, rendering his age and appearance indiscernible. He was clad in prison pants, his torso bare, appearing not particularly muscular but possessing sharp muscle definition, with visible whip marks adorning his body. McCarthy had gone too far, even if he were a criminal. One should not treat him in such a manner day after day. How many days had it been? The 7th day? How pitiful. Although he was a wanted criminal, I do not harbor any dislike for him. Many consider him a hero. Hey, you two, are you trying to get yourselves killed? Someone from the crowd whispered, but was quickly silenced by others, revealing a look of fear on their faces. Ye Kongcheng quietly remarked, Zhanlan, Your infiltration abilities are needed. Zhanlan huffed. Are you not skeptical of my hacking level? Surely, this is a public parade, Ye Kongcheng countered. If you cannot uncover even this, I would indeed be quite disappointed in your capabilities. Do not provoke me. As an artificial intelligence, my IQ far surpasses yours, Zhanlan retorted with a huff. Just wait. Ye Kongcheng shrugged, and once the procession of police vehicles departed, he and Nana crossed the street and settled into a CAF at the corner. The server had just set down their coffee when Zhanlan's voice chimed in. We have encountered a bit of trouble. Ye Kongcheng expressed his confusion. Having merely asked Zhanlan to investigate the reason behind the police parade and why they were in trouble, Zhanlan explained, This is not gray mist, it is iron prison. That is impossible, Nana interjected. We followed the route indicated on the star map. Zhanlan clarified, That is indeed correct, but the issue lies with that star map. 27 years ago, this planet was called Gray Mist, but due to a natural disaster, its population drastically declined, and the environment deteriorated. The Federation subsequently requisitioned the planet. Requisitioned by the Federation? Ye Kongcheng grimaced. The purpose of planets requisitioned by the Federation was generally quite limited. With the name Iron Prison, he could surmise what kind of planet this was. Indeed, you are correct, Zhanlan revealed. This is a prison planet, specifically constructed to confine those who have committed crimes against the Federation. Nana's face turned pale in an instant. Two space pirates had unknowingly arrived at a planet designated for the incarceration of criminals. This was indeed a dire situation. Do not worry too much, Ye Kongcheng consoled her. As long as we do not reveal ourselves, nothing will happen. Even on a prison planet, it is not solely composed of prisons. Look, there are cities and ordinary people living here. It is not as dire as it seems. Nana nodded reluctantly. Even so, she still felt as though they were sheep entering a den of wolves. Zhanlan continued, Regarding the police parade we just witnessed, the man who was bound is known as the Smiling Demon. Chapter 42. The provocation of the Smiling Demon. Nana expressed her astonishment. I have heard of this fellow. Oh? Ye Kongcheng inquired with growing interest. Is he quite renowned? Nana replied, He is rather famous in the galaxy. He is a professional assassin. Though not affiliated with the Assassin and Oppos S Guild, he selects his own targets, predominantly affluent individuals and high-ranking federal officials. The wealth he acquires from his killings is entirely donated to the impoverished. Ye Kongcheng paused, realizing, no wonder I heard someone refer to him as a heroic figure. Nana nodded. Indeed. The Smiling Demon conceals his true identity behind a mask adorned with a devilish smile. After committing his deeds, he leaves behind a card featuring a demon's visage and discards the money at the doorsteps of orphanages and similar charitable institutions. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. This character is quite intriguing. His fondness for the Smiling Demon was simple. Although his father was not a hero in the traditional sense, he too was a thief, deriving joy from stealing. With most of his ill-gotten gains donated after covering basic expenses, Zhanlan interjected, 10 days ago, the Smiling Demon was apprehended and sent to Iron Prison Star. The warden here is McCarthy, who bears a grudge against the Smiling Demon. His son perished at the hands of the assassin. Consequently, beyond the usual floggings, there have been public demonstrations. Ye Kongcheng nodded. The warden seeks to humiliate the Smiling Demon. The situation appears less complicated than anticipated. Perhaps not as straightforward as you think. Zhanlan suddenly smirked. The Smiling Demon, known for his philanthropy, is a regular contributor to a charitable foundation called the Little Elephant Fund. Ye Kongcheng's pupils dilated momentarily before he stood up impulsively. I must rescue him. Nana was taken aback. Who do you intend to save? Ye Kongcheng quickly regained his composure, seated himself, and sipped his coffee. I plan to liberate the Smiling Demon. Nana's expression turned to one of disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You wish to stage a rescue on a prison planet, especially for someone under the close scrutiny of the warden? I am not insane, Ye Kongcheng replied. I left Holy Star Earth in pursuit of this vast sky, and to seek my father, a thief who donated stolen goods to charitable causes. He is a VIP member of the Little Elephant Fund. Nana's understanding dawned. Realizing that the Smiling Demon was also a frequent supporter of the Little Elephant Fund and that Ye Kongcheng sought information about his father from him, Ye Kongcheng continued. Being a VIP member of such a charitable foundation holds only symbolic value, with no tangible benefits. However, the fund's management hosts annual dinners to express gratitude to VIP members. So it is possible that the smiling demon has encountered my father. Nana pondered for a moment. Very well, I comprehend your sentiments. But I still believe it is excessively perilous. Indeed, this was no simple endeavor. Ye Kongcheng nodded. I need to strategize. So let us find a hotel to settle in for now. Nana was left speechless. She hoped Ye Kongcheng would abandon this idea rather than concoct plans. However, he appeared resolute, and she decided not to further dissuade him. Confronting Li Junhe was perilous as well, yet Ye Kongcheng was undeterred. Thus, Nana felt she had no grounds to oppose him. If he intended to indulge in recklessness, she would accompany him in his folly. Yet plans could not be conceived instantaneously. After locating a hotel, they first resolved the energy issues of their spacecraft, then procured provisions for half a month to avoid being stranded during a hasty escape. In the meantime, Ye Kongcheng devised his strategy. I originally intended to make my move during the parade. Ye Kongcheng laid out a map on the table, regrettably. That proves complicated. Snipers will be concealed during the parade, and armed convoys will follow closely. Any action would result in encirclement. Nana chuckled. You Don and Oppos, mean to attempt a prison break, do you? Quite clever, but it is not a prison break. Ye Kongcheng smiled. I aim to infiltrate the prison and then orchestrate the smiling demon's escape. Isn't that more troublesome than hijacking during the parade? Nana questioned. Ye Kongcheng explained, during the parade. There will be constant surveillance, but in the prison, it differs. I refuse to believe the guards will monitor the smiling demon around the clock, which could present opportunities. Nana countered. How do you plan to infiltrate the prison? As a penal planet, this place is entirely governed by the Federation, the planet, and Oppos. Overseer is the Federation itself. And the crime rate is nearly non-existent, at most, minor disputes. I have considered that as well. Therefore, the conventional methods of entering prison through crime are unfeasible. And such actions would compromise my identity. I must leverage certain individuals, Ye Kongcheng remarked with a grin. Rest assured, I have a plan, but I need to prepare first. Nana inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with? Ye Kongcheng replied, You shall be responsible for our extraction. As for the preparations, that is unnecessary on your part, for I am merely seeking provocation. The prison planet was not devoid of entertainment. In addition to the numerous prisons, it bore similarities to other planets. Cities thrived, and residents inhabited them. Thus, the usual amenities were not lacking. Ye Kongcheng glanced upward, spotting a nightclub named Silver Bullet. Upon entering, the noise enveloped him immediately. On stage, several alluring dancers performed, while the DJ animated the atmosphere, and the dance floor teemed with revelers. A glass of starry wine, grapefruit flavor. Ye Kongcheng ordered as he settled at the bar, snapping his fingers to catch the bartender and Oppos' attention, then whispered, Jean-Lan, identify the target through regional exploration. Jean-Lan responded. The sixth booth to the side, the blonde fellow. As Ye Kongcheng sipped his drink, he covertly glanced at the booth where 2 or 3 men were seated, embracing ladies. Laughing and drinking, Ye Kongcheng promptly raised his glass and approached the booth. As he passed by, he feigned a stumble, sending the liquid from his glass splattering across the face of the blonde man. Oh, damn it! The blonde man erupted, standing in anger. You imbecile, Ken Oppos. TUC? It was you who tripped me. Idiot, Ye Kongcheng slurred, adopting a drunken demeanor. The blonde man, still angry, retorted, Do you know who I am? You don't want to smack. Before he could finish, Ye Kongcheng seized a nearby bottle and smashed it against the man and Oppos' head. Chapter 43. Into the prison I have little patience for idle chatter. Ye Kongcheng declared with a brusque demeanor, If you wish to prattle endlessly, take it up with a wine bottle. The golden-haired man clutched his forehead, crimson blood oozing steadily through his fingers. His companions glared furiously at Ye Kongcheng, rising to their feet, while the women present remained unfazed, accustomed as they were to the brawls that often erupted in nightclubs. The golden-haired man bellowed at Ye Kongcheng. You're as good as dead, kid. Ye Kongcheng replied with a smirk. I am quite eager to witness how I meet my demise. Provoking his adversary was Ye Kongcheng's intent. The golden-haired youth, Huang Cheng, was the son of a prison instructor, wielding considerable power second only to the warden. Huang Cheng's father was no paragon of virtue, and neither was Huang Cheng. He epitomized the type that relished trouble, emboldened by his father's influence. Ye Kongcheng had learned through Zhanlan that this young man lorded over the city, threatening anyone who dared cross him with fabricated charges that would see them imprisoned, extorting a hefty sum before releasing them. This was precisely what Ye Kongcheng sought, thus he showed no restraint. With a sharp crack, as Huang Cheng's taunts reached their peak, Ye Kongcheng seized a wine bottle and brought it crashing down upon his head, the shattering glass scattering in all directions. With a cold, mocking smile, Ye Kongcheng declared, "Before I meet my end, I believe I shall first ensure yours." Huang Cheng immediately shouted, "What are you two standing around for? Beat him." His companions lunged at Ye Kongcheng, but before they could lay a finger on him, he effortlessly dispatched them into the dance floor. Thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed as Ye Kongcheng hurled them into the crowd, which quickly dispersed, many spectators donning expressions of eager anticipation. Gripping Huang Cheng by the hair, Ye Kongcheng tossed him into the fray and planted a foot upon his chest. "You three miscreants are hardly entertaining," Ye Kongcheng taunted. "I offer you two choices. Pay for my drinks, or I beat you senseless, and then you pay for my drinks." To Huang Cheng's astonishment, Ye Kongcheng's prowess was formidable. His companions had been dispatched with ease. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he retrieved his wallet and presented it to Ye Kongcheng. "Now that's more like it," Ye Kongcheng said with a grin, accepting the wallet and patting Huang Cheng's face dismissively. "Now be gone." Huang Cheng staggered to his feet, retreating towards the exit while shouting, "Kid, I told you, you're as good as dead. Just wait." Indifferent, Ye Kongcheng chuckled and settled into Huang Cheng's booth, taking a swig from the bottle on the table. "Such a waste to buy all this liquor and not drink it." A concerned bystander advised, "Buddy, you really should leave. That guy is trouble." Ye Kongcheng feigned surprise. "Really? As if he could throw me into prison?" Unfazed, he continued, causing the warning individual to retreat, wary of attracting unwanted trouble. Soon, the nightclub resumed its raucous atmosphere as if nothing had transpired. "Kid, keep your chin up," Ye Kongcheng mused to himself while sipping his drink. "I must uphold the legacy of the second-generation rich. Having lost face like this, I must reclaim my honor." After an indeterminate time, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air outside the nightclub, followed by a squad of fully armed officers storming in, sending patrons screaming and scattering in all directions. The officers quickly approached Ye Kongcheng, guns drawn. Huang Cheng emerged from behind, his head bandaged, pointing menacingly at Ye Kongcheng. "I told you, you're dead." Ye Kongcheng observed the officers and remarked, "Is this really necessary for a mere brawl?" Huang Cheng coldly retorted, "Whether it's a fight or not is not for you to decide. You are now charged with attempted murder, and we suspect you are a fugitive." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "Are you jesting? A fugitive in a fortress of iron?" Huang Cheng smirked. "Perhaps you're just dim-witted? Arrest him." Two officers lunged at Ye Kongcheng, who raised a bottle to strike one officer, only to find a line of dart barrels pressed against him. Huang Cheng approached, grinning maliciously. "Now, we can add assaulting an officer to your charges. Take him away." The officers swiftly cuffed Ye Kongcheng and escorted him out of the nightclub into a police vehicle. "Hey, you've made a mistake. This isn't the route to the precinct, is it? It's south the road to prison, isn't it?" Ye Kongcheng protested. An officer delivered a punch to his abdomen, silencing him. "I demand to see my lawyer. Fetch my attorney." Before he could finish, he received several more blows, prompting him to finally hold his tongue. Ye Kongcheng thought that this act of defiance would suffice, while the officers believed that after a good beating, even the most obstinate would comply. Before long, a massive prison loomed before Ye Kongcheng, its colossal alloy gates towering several meters high, exuding an oppressive aura that could make one's heart race. Of course, Ye Kongcheng was not important enough to enter through the main gate. Instead, he was ushered through a side entrance. Several officers exchanged whispers with the guards, who displayed knowing expressions, clearly accustomed to this routine. They promptly led Ye Kongcheng deeper into the prison without any identity checks or registration forms, since he was brought in through unofficial channels. No records were kept, a fact Ye Kongcheng found advantageous. Following the guards deeper, Zhanlan whispered, "You need to stir up some trouble. Right now, you're merely seen as an ordinary inmate. You must provoke them to classify you as a violent offender." "Understood," Ye Kongcheng replied quietly. Accompanying the guards into a square room, they tossed a basket at him, instructing, "Strip down and place everything into this." Ye Kongcheng complied, and a guard, glancing at his wrist, added, "You still have your wristband." Chapter 44. The Dark Room. The guard pointed to the azure bracelet. Ye Kongcheng was uncertain about the specific material of the azure, but as a relic of the divine race, it was undoubtedly of the highest quality, exhibiting properties akin to liquid metal, which justified its weaponization capabilities. Beyond its martial uses, the azure could transform into other forms, such as the medical bracelet currently adorning Ye Kongcheng's wrist. Naturally, he could not relinquish the azure and cleverly fabricated a story, claiming, "I once fractured my wrist, hence, I must wear this medical bracelet. It cannot be removed. You may test it if you wish." Ye Kongcheng extended his arm, and the guard, tugging at the bracelet, soon realized it was indeed as if the azure were embedded in Ye Kongcheng's wrist. No matter how hard he pulled, it remained steadfast. This unexpected turn of events took Ye Kongcheng by surprise. He had initially intended to provoke the guard to create an opportunity to strike. "Move over there and lie down," commanded the guard, pushing Ye Kongcheng against the wall. He proceeded to inspect Ye Kongcheng and Appo's mouth and ears, ultimately searching his body, even venturing to check if anything was concealed in the rear. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow and swiftly delivered an elbow strike, crashing into the guard's head, sending him sprawling to the floor. The guard let out a pained cry, feeling the sticky warmth of blood that coated his hand. "Hey, you miserable scoundrel," Ye Kongcheng shouted. "Keep your hands away, or I shall twist your head off and stuff it in that place." Upon witnessing Ye Kongcheng's aggression, the other guards swiftly drew their truncheons and advanced towards him, brandishing their weapons without hesitation. Though Ye Kongcheng's hands were shackled, the presence of several ordinary guards posed little challenge. He hardly required the use of both hands. With a decisive motion, Ye Kongcheng raised his arm, using the iron chain of the handcuffs to block a truncheon strike, then delivered a forceful kick to one guard's abdomen, propelling him 2 meters away. "I told you to back off," Ye Kongcheng boasted, following up with another elbow strike to a different guard's head, leaving him dazed. "Call for backup. Sound the alarm," shouted the guard who had been kicked. Soon, the corridor erupted with the shrill sound of alarms, and a multitude of guards rushed to the scene. "Excellent work," the azure exclaimed. "Keep it up, take them down, and you'll find yourself in the maximum security cell." Without further ado, Ye Kongcheng kicked a table across the room towards the doorway, knocking 2 guards to the ground, and seized a truncheon, swinging it with ferocity at another guard's head. Come on," he taunted. "You lot are worthless. I'll make you all lose your teeth." As he shouted, Ye Kongcheng swung the truncheon again, striking 2 more guards, their crimson blood splattering across his face. In mere moments, 7 or 8 guards lay incapacitated within the cramped space. "Clear the way, clear the way," came the shouts from the doorway, as the guards blocking the entrance quickly stepped aside. 2 guards wielding riot shields surged forward, followed closely by another guard brandishing a high-pressure water hose. Utilizing the shields for cover, the hose was activated, unleashing a torrent of water that struck Ye Kongcheng with immense force, sending him crashing against the wall. "Get on him," a guard bellowed. "Pin him down." The guards lunged at Ye Kongcheng, swiftly overpowering him and pinning him to the ground. Realizing the commotion had reached its peak, Ye Kongcheng ceased his struggles. "You're quite the troublemaker, aren't you?" A man dressed as an instructor entered, delivering a harsh blow to Ye Kongcheng's abdomen with his truncheon. "I relish dealing with troublemakers like you. Feel free to continue your antics. I'll show you how to discipline a miscreant. Take him away." Throw him into the dark room. Several guards hoisted Ye Kongcheng up and dragged him out of the room. After traversing a long corridor, they did not deposit him into a cell, but instead thrust him into a small, dimly lit room. This confined space, known as the dark room, featured a heavy metal door, devoid of windows or lighting. The moment the door closed, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand. Ye Kongcheng grimaced, feeling around until he soon found a hard cot. The so-called dark room was designed for punishing criminals. Its small, enclosed space was cold in winter and hot in summer, completely devoid of light, creating an oppressive atmosphere. In no time, one would feel anxious and tormented. This was a form of psychological punishment, often more effective than physical punishment. Many with weaker wills could even lose their sanity in the dark room. Yet, Ye Kongcheng had undergone interrogation training at a military academy. This level of confinement would not easily shatter his resolve. Well, I've made it in, but this is just the beginning, he mused, reclining on the cot. Now, it's up to you. The Azure responded, no worries, the prison and Oppos' security system is not difficult to breach. However, you must explore as much as possible so I can utilize area reconnaissance to identify vulnerabilities in the prison and devise the optimal escape route. Ye Kongcheng replied, there should be outdoor time each day. I will attempt to wander around and observe. For now, I need to find a way to locate the smiling demon. The Azure emitted a radiant blue light, projecting a luminous screen before Ye Kongcheng. It displayed a layout of the prison. I marked the area for maximum security inmates with a red cross. All are solitary confinement cells. Ye Kongcheng inquired, and where am I located? A blue cross appeared on the screen. The Azure continued, this is the darkroom area. The crucial point is that once they release you from here, they must decide whether to transfer you to the general cell or the solitary confinement for maximum security inmates. Ye Kongcheng nodded, so, if I do not end up in solitary confinement, it will be challenging to encounter the smiling demon, and of course, if contact is difficult, then rescuing him becomes even more daunting, correct? Precisely, the Azure affirmed. Ye Kongcheng's mind began to strategize. Now, it was essential to observe how the guards would treat him. If they did not regard him as a dangerous criminal, he would have to continue causing disturbances until he was transferred to the solitary confinement for maximum security inmates. Having made up his mind, Ye Kongcheng chose not to speak further and instead closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 45. Who Teaches Whom? The night passed in silence. The following day, 2 prison guards opened the door to the small dark room and released Ye Kongcheng, casting him peculiar glances. Typically, prisoners who had been confined in such a place would emerge either shouting or with expressions of sheer terror. Even the most resolute among them would show signs of distress after a brief stint inside. However, Ye Kongcheng appeared utterly unfazed, as though he had merely taken a nap. After leaving the small dark room, Ye Kongcheng was first escorted to the dining hall for breakfast and subsequently, along with other inmates, was taken to the quarry to work. By noon, they were served lunch, followed by an hour of leisure time, commonly referred to as fresh air. On the playground, prisoners could engage in activities of their choosing, playing ball, chess, or simply enjoying the fresh air. A few guards huddled together, lighting cigarettes for a middle-aged man dressed as an instructor, continually flattering him. This instructor, surnamed Huang and called Huang Lai, was a trusted aide to the prison warden. Huang Lai exhaled a plume of smoke and gestured towards Ye Kongcheng, asking, is that the one who assaulted my son? Indeed, one guard replied with a forced smile. I know what to do, Sir Huang. Huang Lai nodded. Let us start with a little appetizer. The guard eagerly obliged, rushing over to a group of prisoners and clearing his throat. Hey, Officer Lee? A tattooed inmate stepped forward. What is your command? Iron Shark. Have you seen that black-haired boy over there? The guard pointed towards Ye Kongcheng. That kid is new and has offended young Master Huang. Understand? Iron Shark immediately displayed a knowing expression. Got it. We'll make sure he knows whose turf this is. The guard smiled in satisfaction and returned to Huang Lai. Ye Kongcheng stood before the barbed wire, surveying his surroundings. The prison was more fortified than he had imagined. The playground was encircled by barbed wire, with a trench approximately 3 meters deep beyond it, and the walls on either side of the trench were lined with 1-inch spikes. Zhanlan whispered. Both the barbed wire and the trench are electrified, active at all times except during leisure periods. Moreover, there are 6 machine gun turrets concealed underground, 15 meters in front of the trench. Ye Kongcheng quietly inquired, are there any underground waterways that might facilitate an escape? Zhanlan replied, where there are trenches. There are certainly underground waterways, but none have been discovered near the playground. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Notify me if you find anything. Hey, kid. Before Ye Kongcheng could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned to see a dozen menacing inmates approaching, quickly forming a half-moon shape around him, effectively cornering him against the barbed wire. A large inmate with a shark-tooth tattoo on his left cheek stepped forward, towering over Ye Kongcheng. I'm Iron Shark, and all the prisoners in this section follow my lead. Oh, Ye Kongcheng replied, casually brushing past Iron Shark. Ignore me? Iron Shark was taken aback, then seized Ye Kongcheng by the shoulder, angrily demanding, "You want to die?" Ye Kongcheng glanced at the hand on his shoulder. "Let go." Iron Shark sneered, "I won tea. What will you do about it?" "I'm telling you, you've crossed the wrong person. I'll help teach you a lesson, and by the way, if you don't want to rot in here, have your family send money." Ye Kongcheng suddenly smiled. "I see. That's more like it." Iron Shark grinned, revealing his teeth. "If you're sensible, I can instruct my brothers to go easy on you. Just follow my orders, and you can leave here." "Isn't that nice?" Ye Kongcheng coldly retorted, "I understand. You're seeking death." Iron Shark raised an eyebrow, his anger flaring. "It seems you want to cry until you see the coffin." Bang! Before Iron Shark could finish, Ye Kongcheng struck, grabbing his hair and slamming his head against the barbed wire. The other inmates were taken aback. They had bullied many new prisoners, but had never seen one fight back. In that moment of shock, Ye Kongcheng attacked again, sweeping his right leg to kick two inmates squarely in the chest, sending them sprawling. Iron Shark shook his head, rising in fury. "You little bastard." Bang! Iron Shark still cooed and amp. Oppos. He finished his sentence as Ye Kongcheng delivered an elbow strike, knocking him back to the ground. An inmate crept up from behind and suddenly threw a punch at Ye Kongcheng's face. Ye Kongcheng tilted his head but did not retaliate, instead placing his foot on Iron Shark's chest. Seeing this, the inmate lifted his leg to kick Ye Kongcheng away, but to his astonishment, it felt like kicking a solid rock. Ye Kongcheng stood immovable. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng raised his foot and stomped down on Iron Shark's chest. "Ah!" Iron Shark screamed, blood spilling from his mouth. Ye Kongcheng looked down, gazing down at Iron Shark. "For every punch they throw at me, I'll return it with a kick. Remember, these are gifts from your brothers. Let us see if you can withstand them." "You bastard!" An inmate shouted. "Kid, get away from him." Bang! Ye Kongcheng showed no intention of dodging, allowing the opponent's fist to strike his side as he pulled Iron Shark up by his hair. With a similar punch, he struck Iron Shark's ribcage with ferocity. Crack! Accompanied by a scream, a sharp sound echoed from Iron Shark's body. Ye Kongcheng had shattered two of his ribs with that punch. Ye Kongcheng smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he looked around. "Come on, let us continue." The group of inmates stirred restlessly, yet before Ye Kongcheng could make a move, Iron Shark yelled in pain, "Get away, all of you. Do you want to kill me?" Iron Shark's authority was not to be underestimated. Upon his command, the surrounding inmates hesitated, glancing at each other, uncertain of how to proceed. At this moment, the guards, who had initially intended to observe the spectacle, recognized the escalating situation and immediately blew their whistles, rushing towards Ye Kongcheng with their batons drawn. "Let him go!" Two guards shouted, pointing their batons at Ye Kongcheng. "Release him at once." Ye Kongcheng let out a cold laugh, grasping Iron Shark's hair and slamming his head against the barbed wire once more, leaving Iron Shark dazed before finally releasing him. Iron Shark's body slumped against the barbed wire, sliding slowly to the ground like a pile of mush. Chapter 46. Prison Turmoil. Huang Lai approached from behind, staring at Ye Kongcheng for a considerable time before speaking. "Kid, you think you're quite the fighter, huh?" As he spoke, he pulled out his baton and swung it toward Ye Kongcheng's head. In that fleeting moment, Ye Kongcheng nimbly sidestepped, leaving Huang Lai momentarily stunned. This boy had the audacity to evade him. Bang! Just as Huang Lai was contemplating this, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he looked down to see Ye Kongcheng had delivered a knee strike to his waist. This little brat dared to strike him? Huang Lai was somewhat bewildered. After spending over a decade in this prison, he had encountered countless criminals and troublemakers. Fights among inmates were a daily occurrence. Yet he had never witnessed anyone daring to lay a hand on an instructor. The surrounding guards were equally flabbergasted. Their superior had just been assaulted, and after a brief moment of shock, they bellowed and lunged toward Ye Kongcheng. "A bunch of buffoons." Ye Kongcheng scoffed, his muscles tensing as he raised his arms to the sides. Bang, bang. The two batons crashed against Ye Kongcheng's arms as though striking stone, inflicting no harm upon him. Instead, the guards were jolted back, losing their grip on their weapons. After deflecting the first attack, Ye Kongcheng did not hesitate. He roared, seized one guard by the collar, and effortlessly lifted him before hurling him forward, toppling several more guards in the process. Ye Kongcheng's ferocity finally caused the guards to swallow hard, brandishing their batons, yet hesitating to advance. By this time, Huang Lai had regained his composure, his expression darkening as he glared at Ye Kongcheng. "Boy, do you even realize what you're doing? Do you believe I lack 100 ways to make your life miserable?" With a nonchalant expression, Ye Kongcheng taunted. "Why not give it a try? Let us see which method you resort to before you finally manage to take me down." At that moment, a horn sounded in the distance, signaling that the break was over, and the surrounding inmates began to move towards the yard. Ye Kongcheng disregarded everyone in front of him, brushing past Huang Lai and casually bumping his shoulder against Huang Lai and Appo's chest. "I and Appo's LL be waiting for you." With those words, Ye Kongcheng laughed heartily and strode out to the yard. A guard approached Huang Lai, who wore a grim expression, and cautiously said, "Huang, sir." "Shut up." Huang Lai angrily kicked the guard to the ground, cursing, "A bunch of useless fools. How can so many of you fail to handle one inmate? What use is the Federation in keeping you?" The guards fell silent, too intimidated to argue. Taking a deep breath, Huang Lai forced himself to calm down. Waving over another guard, "Release Fei Long, tell him to break this brat's limbs. I'll provide him with 30 pounds of meat, 30 pounds of rice, and 30 pounds of liquor. Let him indulge." "Fei Long?" The guard gasped, hesitating. "Huang, sir, that might not be wise. Fei Long is also a troublesome character. Releasing him could cause significant chaos." Huang Lai's expression hardened, his voice cold. "What? Are my orders no longer valid?" Feeling a chill of fear, the guard quickly replied, "I and Appo's LL handle it right away." He hurried off, and Huang Lai watched Ye Kongcheng and Appo's retreating figure with a sinister smile. "You will soon learn who holds the true power here." Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng returned to his cell, once again experiencing the claustrophobia of the isolation room. However, he remained unfazed. That was quite the audacity, wasn't it? Ye Kongcheng mused. "I struck both an inmate and a guard. They should realize I am no ordinary prisoner and perhaps should transfer me to solitary confinement for serious offenders." Jean Lan replied, "One can only hope." An additional benefit of being confined in the isolation room was that Ye Kongcheng was relieved of labor duties. However, if the guards were to discover that the isolation room held no sway over him, they might have a different opinion. Ye Kongcheng busied himself with exercises. Under Jean Lan's guidance, he had begun preparing the gene serum for the third stage of the gene gate. Yet, merely possessing the serum was insufficient. He also needed to reach the latter part of the second stage of the gene gate. Currently, he still lagged behind, situated in the mid-phase of the second stage. But he sensed a breakthrough was imminent and thus needed to exert even more effort. As evening approached, the door of the isolation room swung open, and a guard barked at Ye Kongcheng, "Out." Ye Kongcheng pondered if he was finally being transferred to solitary confinement for serious offenders. However, he had overestimated the situation. The guard led him to the cafeteria for dinner. "Are you kidding me?" Ye Kongcheng fumed, observing the line for food. "Are those guards even men? They allow a prisoner to strike them and fail to red ollie?" Jean Lan chuckled. "The revolution is yet to succeed. The comrades must continue to strive." Ye Kongcheng was left speechless. He had not anticipated it would be so difficult just to catch a glimpse of the smiling devil, and without seeing him, any subsequent plans would be impossible to execute. "I should have crippled that Huang guy." Yet, a flicker of hope remained within Ye Kongcheng. Perhaps after dinner, he would be escorted to solitary confinement. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him. After enduring a dinner that even dogs would refuse, the guard directed the inmates to the communal showers. Since it was not a private shower, it meant that after washing up, Ye Kongcheng would inevitably return to the cell with the other inmates, rendering the solitary confinement a distant dream. "Faster!" a guard shouted. 3 minutes for each of you. Those who aren't finished by then can go back naked," the guard yelled, herding the inmates into the showers. Ye Kongcheng muttered curses under his breath, contemplating if he should escalate his actions further. Jean Lan whispered, "Why not continue to stir up trouble when you return to the cell? I refuse to believe that if you keep assaulting people, they will still dare to keep you locked up with others." Indeed, Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. "That seems like a feasible plan. If fighting with the other inmates led to separation, then so be it." With this thought, Ye Kongcheng's spirits lifted as he turned on the shower and began to wash himself. However, the longer he washed, the more he felt something was amiss. Had the number of people around him diminished? Ye Kongcheng turned off the shower and glanced around. The inmates who had finished washing were leaving. Yet no new inmates were entering, and the supervising guards had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 47. The fat dragon. Ye Kongcheng was not a fool. He could clearly see that something was amiss in the current situation. The guards had evidently taken advantage of the chaos to relocate the prisoners while he was distracted. Suddenly, Zhanlan exclaimed, "Someone's coming in." Without her prompting, Ye Kongcheng had already noticed, as the footsteps were thunderous, almost like the rumble of an earthquake. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. The man who entered was extraordinarily tall, possibly reaching a height of 2.5 meters. Ye Kongcheng had to tilt his head back to see him clearly. He was also astonishingly rotund, his body enveloped in flabby flesh, resembling a colossal meatball, with limbs and neck seemingly sunk into his bulk. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback before murmuring, "He must weigh at least a ton." The portly man grinned widely, suddenly lurching forward, crashing directly towards Ye Kongcheng. Startled, Ye Kongcheng swiftly leaped back just in time. Boom! As the hefty man fell, the ground erupted with a resounding crash. The metallic ceramic surface, harder than ordinary metal, was crushed to dust in an instant. Struggling to regain his balance, the man stood up with great effort and declared, "Kid, I am Fat Dragon. Your luck is unfortunate, for someone has spent 30 jin of meat, 30 jin of rice, and 30 jin of wine to buy your limbs." As he spoke, Fat Dragon staggered forward, colliding with the wall beside him, which collapsed with a loud crash, water pipes bursting and spraying water everywhere. "Damn it." Ye Kongcheng cursed. This must be the doing of Huang Lai. After cursing, Ye Kongcheng did not hesitate, charging directly at Fat Dragon with a fist raised to strike. Bang! Upon impact, Ye Kongcheng and Apos' expression turned to one of astonishment. His fist sank deep into Fat Dragon and Apos' flesh, as if striking a mass of cotton. Hee. Fat Dragon laughed heartily, then thrust his belly forward, causing a tremendous force to propel Ye Kongcheng backwards. With a loud thud, Ye Kongcheng smashed against the wall, which instantly shattered into fragments. "What kind of monster is this?" Ye Kongcheng grimaced. Fat Dragon continued to approach, declaring, "Kid, if you had any sense, you would let me break your limbs without resistance. Otherwise, I might just take your life by accident." As Fat Dragon advanced, he extended his palm, pushing against Ye Kongcheng, causing the wall to give way as if it were made of paper. Ye Kongcheng, quick on his feet, evaded the attack by rolling aside just in time. He snapped his fingers, preparing to summon flames at his fingertips. "Don't," Zhanlan warned. "Do not reveal your second-phase genetic abilities. If the guards discover your powers, they will equip you with devices to suppress them." Ye Kongcheng nodded, abandoning the idea of using his pyromancy. Instead, he struck a water pipe with a punch, shattering it and tearing off a segment. "Fat pig." Ye Kongcheng spat coldly, "You've angered me." Fat Dragon scoffed, "Kid, you're digging your own grave." With a fierce shout, Fat Dragon raised his enormous hand and brought it crashing down towards Ye Kongcheng's head. Ye Kongcheng, not one to be outdone, rolled aside to avoid the strike. Despite Fat Dragon and Apos' immense strength, his speed was akin to that of a sluggish snail, evident from his terrifying girth. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng swung the water pipe at Fat Dragon and Apos' knee. However, Fat Dragon remained unfazed. His massive leg thrust forward, sending Ye Kongcheng flying across the ground, sliding for several meters. "Are you kidding me?" Ye Kongcheng cursed. "Attacking joints isn't effective? Elbows, knees, and shoulders are difficult areas to target for muscle growth." Since Fat Dragon used his weight for defense, Ye Kongcheng had no choice but to continue targeting those areas, albeit to no avail. "Kid." Fat Dragon lumbered towards him like a mountain of flesh. "If you wish to fight me, you are 1,000 years too early." Fat Dragon charged directly at Ye Kongcheng again, but he skillfully dodged to the side once more. Ye Kongcheng smirked, placing the water pipe on the ground. He then lowered his voice, striking down forcefully, flattening the pipe and sharpening its edges. Having completed his preparations, Ye Kongcheng leaped forward as Fat Dragon turned around, exclaiming, I refuse to believe that even your blubber can withstand a sharp weapon. Thwack! Ye Kongcheng thrust the water pipe forward, penetrating Fat Dragon's flesh. The rotund man let out a horrific scream as crimson blood gushed forth. Scoundrel! Fat Dragon roared. I will crush you to bits. He raised his massive hands, intending to smash Ye Kongcheng's head to pieces. Want to kill me? Try again in your next life. Ye Kongcheng ducked just in time, avoiding the blow. Zhanlan weaponize. Vibrant, multicolored light enveloped Ye Kongcheng and Apos' arms, transforming rapidly. In the next instant, the light erupted around him, creating countless shimmering halos, while a silver gauntlet manifested on his arms. Die! Ye Kongcheng shouted, delivering a powerful punch to Fat Dragon's abdomen. Bang! Like the sound of a balloon bursting, Fat Dragon's belly exploded upon impact, blood and chunks of flesh exploding outward, revealing his innards in gruesome detail. Ah, help, help! Fat Dragon cried in terror, raising his hands as blood continued to spray. His massive body toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise, convulsing before ultimately falling silent. Ye Kongcheng sighed in relief. There are no cameras here, right? Who would be twisted enough to install surveillance in a bathroom? Zhanlan replied, even if there were cameras. It and Apos, no worry. I can erase the footage through hacking. Ye Kongcheng nodded. If he had used his pyromancy, the charred traces would have been undeniable, but with weaponization. As long as no one had recorded the event, there would be no issue. After all, the only witness to his weaponization had now become a lifeless corpse. Ye Kongcheng approached the shower, rinsing the blood from his body before stepping out of the bathroom. Chapter 48. The Smiling Demon at the Entrance of the Bathroom. A group of prison guards huddled together, smoking and laughing, discussing how badly Ye Kongcheng would be beaten. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Ye Kongcheng stepped out, bare-chested. The guards froze in their tracks, one of them dropping his cigarette, burning his hand without realizing it. Ye Kongcheng scoffed and walked down the corridor. Damn it! One guard shouted, get in there and check. The guards rushed into the bathroom, only to find blood mixed with water all over the floor, with Filong lying there. Unmistakably dead. Are you kidding me? Filong couldn't handle him. The guards were left speechless, and they dashed out of the bathroom, shouting at Ye Kongcheng. Hey, stop. Stand still. The guards quickly caught up to Ye Kongcheng, drawing their batons and surrounding him, their throats dry and faces filled with dread, too frightened to make a move. This guy had taken down the monster Filong. It implied he was an even greater threat. Fortunately, Ye Kongcheng showed no intention of fighting back. Incapacitating these guards seemed pointless, and he had little interest in punishing those who lacked the courage to act. Moments later, Huang Lai received the news and hurried over, his face darkened. After glancing at the body in the bathroom, he couldn't help but gasp, feeling a headache coming on. He could beat, torment, and abuse prisoners. But a death was a different matter. Although Huang Lai was confident he could suppress this incident, it was still a troublesome affair, and he would inevitably be summoned by the warden for a reprimand. Huang Lai approached Ye Kongcheng, gritting his teeth. Good, very good. Ye Kongcheng smirked disdainfully, retorting, is this the first of your 100 ways to kill me? It seems rather ineffective, so hurry up and think of the next one. You wait. Huang Lai shouted fiercely. What are you all still standing there for? Get him down. As he shouted, Huang Lai gestured to several guards, then glanced back at the bathroom, feeling a wave of frustration. Regardless, he needed to deal with the body first. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng was escorted away for some distance when his eyes suddenly brightened. This path did not lead to the solitary confinement room, nor to the public cell block. His heart swelled with joy. It seemed his objective might soon be realized. Indeed. Ye Kongcheng was taken to another cell block, which was far more sinister than the public one, with only dim yellow lights lining the corridor, casting an eerie gloom. Each cell had its own small door, resembling the solitary confinement cells, and the materials were evidently extraordinary, seemingly made from specially designed alloy military armor, commonly used on tanks. A guard opened the cell door and shoved Ye Kongcheng inside, saying, get in. Upon entering the solitary confinement, Ye Kongcheng finally smiled. It was indeed a single room, about 6 or 7 square meters in size, furnished simply with a fixed alloy bed. At the foot of the bed was a toilet, and at the head was a small sink. Additionally, a thick black iron chain, as thick as a child's arm, was affixed to the wall. one end secured to the wall and the other attached to shackles. The guard locked the shackles around Ye Kongcheng's feet, stating, "Kid, just wait. You've thoroughly angered Huang, sir. I reckon you'll spend the rest of your life in this hellhole." After inspecting the shackles, the guard exited the cell, slamming the door shut. Ye Kongcheng sat on the bed, proclaiming, "Finally, just as I wished. Zhanlan, use area exploration to find out where the smiling demon is." "No need," Zhanlan replied, "this time. Your luck is better than you imagined." Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, asked, "Oh, how so?" Zhanlan explained, "When I first entered, I discovered the smiling demon is next door." "Uh-huh." Ye Kongcheng laughed. "Could it really be that my luck has turned? Which wall is closest?" Zhanlan replied, "The side of the bed." Ye Kongcheng turned around and knocked on the wall with his fist, frowning. "The thickness must provide excellent soundproofing. If I shout, it will attract the guards." Zhanlan chuckled. "Don't forget, I possess a magnetic field function, which, apart from attracting and repelling, can also decompose and reshape metals to a certain extent. I have no intention of causing destruction here." Ye Kongcheng remarked, "At least until I devise an escape plan, I must remain in this cursed place for a while." "No need for total destruction," Zhanlan clarified. "Simply altering the alloy's density to weaken the soundproofing will suffice. It won't be noticeable." Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Zhanlan affirmed. "When have I ever expressed uncertainty?" Ye Kongcheng grinned. "Then let us proceed." This task seemed to pose no significant challenge for Zhanlan. Ye Kongcheng leaned against the wall, waiting, when Zhanlan's voice rang out again. "Done." Ye Kongcheng examined the wall, noting no visible changes, and then whispered against it, "Smiling demon?" After a moment of silence, he found that the smiling demon did not respond. He called out a few more times, but received no answer. "Hey, you said it was done, right? This is completely unresponsive." Ye Kongcheng questioned. Zhanlan replied, "Perhaps they simply don't want to acknowledge you." "What do I have to do with it? And what if they fell asleep?" Reluctantly, Ye Kongcheng called out once more, and after a prolonged silence, he grit his teeth. "Hey, if you can hear me, at least make a sound. I and Apos am here to rescue you." He waited again, disappointment creeping in as he wondered if the smiling demon had been so badly beaten that speaking was beyond them. At that moment, a faint voice came from behind the wall. "Who are you?" The voice was clear enough to discern, even pressed against the wall. The smiling demon's voice was younger than Ye Kongcheng had imagined, lacking an aged or hoarse quality, almost childlike. Ye Kongcheng confirmed, "Smiling demon?" The smiling demon seemed to hesitate, not immediately responding. After a moment, they finally said, "Yes." Ye Kongcheng declared, "In that case, I will be straightforward. I came to prison on purpose. And I have only one goal, to rescue you." "Who are you?" the smiling demon inquired. Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment before responding, "You probably don't know me. But perhaps you know my father. This is also my reason for rescuing you. As a condition for helping you escape, I hope you can answer a few questions." The smiling demon asked again, "Who is your father?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "Ye Lingfeng." The smiling demon responded, "Oh, I know him." Ye Kongcheng's eyes instantly brightened. Leaping from the bed and staring at the wall, "Do you know him?" Chapter 49, Intelligence and Prison Break. Ye Kongcheng was evidently exhilarated. Yet he made a concerted effort to suppress his emotions as he awaited the response from the smiling demon. "No," the smiling demon shook his head. "I have merely heard the name of the one who can pluck stars with bare hands. I am not acquainted with him." A hint of disappointment flickered across Ye Kongcheng's face as he replied, "Then let me be candid. I am aware that you are a frequent visitor of the Little Flying Elephant Charity Foundation, where you are referred to as a chivalrous figure. Coincidentally, my father has always prided himself on being a rogue, and he too is a VIP member of the Little Flying Elephant Foundation." The smiling demon interrupted with a smile. "So, you wish to know whether I have encountered your father at the Foundation's annual gala? Or perhaps if it is possible to obtain his contact information through the charity?" "Yes," Ye Kongcheng nodded. "That is my condition for exchange." "Of course. You may disclose the answer after I facilitate your escape." "No need," the smiling demon replied. "I can tell you right now. You have misunderstood certain matters. Murder, theft, plunder, regardless of whether you use the proceeds for noble causes, a criminal remains a criminal. Your intent to benefit the heartless does not absolve you of guilt." Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. The smiling demon continued, criminals must certainly know how to protect themselves. I have never attended the Charity Gala, nor has your father. The contact information I provided to the foundation was fabricated, and I believe your father did the same. Our donations were made in a unilateral manner. Ye Kongcheng clenched his fist, refusing to give up. Is there truly no way? Not on my part, the smiling demon stated, but Ye Kongcheng's eyes widened. But I relish a twist. It is not particularly noteworthy intelligence, but your father is likely not in the galaxy. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. How do you know this? The Charity Foundation publishes donation accounts. The account your father used is linked to a notorious money laundering operation. They cleanse funds through extragalactic transfers. If your father were in the galaxy, he would not need to resort to such measures. Ye Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully. There were numerous methods of money laundering, and extragalactic transfers were the most costly and complex. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that his father was indeed not in the galaxy, necessitating the assistance of a cosmic money launderer to avoid interception by the Federation. Well, Ye Kongcheng leaned against the wall, returning to sit on the bed. At least I've gleaned some information. I apologize. That is all I know, the smiling demon replied. It is all right. This is not your fault, Ye Kongcheng smiled. Although I have not obtained the answers I sought, I still intend to rescue you. There is no need to risk yourself for me, the smiling demon remarked. I placed myself in this prison precisely to save you, Ye Kongcheng asserted, but I do not intend to remain here forever in pursuit of a singular answer. I must find a way out, and I would not mind taking you along. The smiling demon remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Ye Kongcheng's words. Ye Kongcheng, disheartened by the lack of news regarding his father, felt a tinge of disappointment but recognized that searching for his father would not be an easy endeavor. Now, it is time to contemplate our escape from here, Ye Kongcheng stated. Have you considered a forceful breakout? A path of destruction? Zhanlan proposed. Ye Kongcheng grimaced. I know my capabilities, but I am not so audacious as to attempt that. Ye Kongcheng understood the distinction between confidence and arrogance. Among the hardened criminals imprisoned, there were undoubtedly those more formidable than himself. Why had they not attempted to escape? First, the prison's defense system was no trifling matter, should a genuine escape occur. It would undoubtedly be activated, rather than merely relying on the guards to oversee the inmates. Second, there were indeed skilled individuals among the guards. But these experts would not reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. They were not to be seen shouting orders like ordinary guards. Yet that did not imply they would remain passive in a real crisis. I require a comprehensive plan, Ye Kongcheng declared. Of course, Zhanlan responded. I was merely jesting moments ago. You can joke? Ye Kongcheng teased, though he noted a discernible change. Since absorbing the energy from the extraction device, Zhanlan had indeed become more humanized in its speech. The most apparent change was that, although still an electronic voice, it now exhibited varied tones. Unlike the cold demeanor of its previous iterations, Ye Kongcheng mused, Li Jinhe left behind numerous treasure maps. I must find the time to search for them. However, for now, we must prioritize our prison break. Zhanlan stated, I have devised 2 escape plans. The first involves leaving through the quarry. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. You intend to utilize explosives? The open-air quarry adjacent to the prison was one of the primary work sites for inmates, primarily involving stone transportation and excavation. However, the use of explosives was typically managed by the guards, not the inmates. Explosive operations are conducted by the guards in advance. The inmates have no opportunity to engage. Ye Kongcheng clarified, yet explosives do not simply vanish. I am aware of where they are stored, and I can initiate an explosion to facilitate our escape. Given that the quarry lacks a defense system, the success rate is estimated at 79, Zhanlan asserted. Ye Kongcheng nodded, then added, however, you have overlooked one detail. What is it? Zhanlan inquired. When I worked at the quarry yesterday, I did not see the smiling demon, nor did I spot any hardened criminals, Ye Kongcheng pointed out. Zhanlan fell silent, recognizing this as a legitimate concern. If only the smiling demon were absent, it might suggest that the warden had no intention of allowing him to surface. However, the absence of all hardened criminals indicated that they were likely not assigned to work at the quarry. If they were to work, they would be assigned to more strictly monitored areas. After a moment, Zhanlan concluded. Based on the information we possess, the quarry remains the sole viable escape route. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Thus, you shall continue to evolve. I shall take the lead this time. Zhanlan retorted. Are you suggesting that you are smarter than I? Modestly speaking, I would rank third in the world. Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin. Zhanlan scoffed. What do you intend to do? I do not intend to do anything at all. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Let us not forget, we have a little mouse companion joining us. Chapter 50. Coercion and Temptation. The night passed in silence. The next day, during exercise time, Huang Lai sat smoking with a group of guards when suddenly the sunlight before him was obscured by a looming figure. Who the hell is this blind fool? Huang Lai cursed, glancing up only to be met with greater fury. The shadow belonged to Ye Kongcheng. Internally cursing, Huang Lai thought, I haven't even sought you out for trouble, and yet you dare to appear before me? Ye Kongcheng, looking down at Huang Lai, inquired, Shall we have a chat? Huang Lai scoffed, There's nothing for us to discuss. Rising, he continued, Kid, are you thinking of backing down now? Not a chance, believe me. I will make you regret it. Ye Kongcheng merely smirked, suddenly reaching for Huang Lai's waist. Huang Lai was instantly alarmed. This audacious brat had previously injured several guards. The other guards, recalling their injured colleagues still recuperating, felt anxious but knew they could not let Ye Kongcheng act recklessly. They promptly drew their batons and stood ready. However, to everyone's surprise, Ye Kongcheng merely removed the communication device from Huang Lai's waist without any intent to assault him. Holding the device, he casually manipulated it, pulling up a video on its screen and presenting it to Huang Lai. Huang Lai glanced at it, only to erupt in fury. You bastard, you're finished. The video displayed a young man kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, while a masked woman stood behind him. An energy gun pressed to the back of his head. The young man was unmistakably Huang Cheng. Keep your voice down, Ye Kongcheng whispered into Huang Lai and Appo's ear. Do you want everyone to know? Huang Lai paused, shielding the screen of the device, then shouted to the surrounding guards, Get lost. The guards, bewildered yet wary of crossing Huang Lai, quickly dispersed. Once alone, Huang Lai uncovered the screen and played the video. Witnessing Huang Cheng picking up a newspaper dated that very morning. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, he cried out in fear, Dad, save me. The video concluded. And Huang Lai seized Ye Kongcheng by the collar, seething, You dare to threaten me with my son? I have more than just your son to use against you. Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin. Last July, your son killed someone on the street, and in prison, you had an inmate take the blame. Last December, you accepted a bribe to falsely release a death row inmate. With each revelation, Huang Lai and Appo's complexion paled, clearly indicating that Ye Kongcheng's claims were accurate. This is just the appetizer. Ye Kongcheng leaned in closer, whispering, You old bastard, you're growing four-leaf belladonna in prison. Do you understand the consequences if this gets out? Huang Lai shivered at the mention of the plant, a hallucinogenic and a controlled substance, one of the 10 plants explicitly banned from cultivation by federal law. How do you know this? Huang Lai stammered. Ye Kongcheng shrugged, Because I feared that capturing your son wouldn't be enough leverage against you. After all, a son can be replaced, but I genuinely worry about someone as ruthless as you disregarding your son's fate. Huang Lai swallowed hard and, after a long pause, said, Within a week, I will ensure your release from this prison. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, shaking his finger. You're the ones who inexplicably imprisoned me. Now you want me to leave? I have no intention of going anywhere. Huang Lai believed Ye Kongcheng was merely venting, who would willingly remain in prison. But Ye Kongcheng held the upper hand. With his son in captivity and numerous damning secrets at his disposal, each one potentially fatal, especially one involving a serious crime. Taking a deep breath, Huang Lai asked, What do you want? I still have some assets. I'm not after your wealth, Ye Kongcheng whispered to Huang Lai's ear. Huang Lai's pupils constricted as he pushed Ye Kongcheng away, exclaiming, Are you joking? Ye Kongcheng retorted, Do you think our relationship is one for jest? You must be out of your mind. Huang Lai halted mid-sentence, gasping, I see now. You deliberately got yourself imprisoned to rescue the smiling demon. Best not to speak too loudly about such matters. Ye Kongcheng patted Huang Lai's shoulder. Don't even think about eliminating me. The people you've sent are beneath my notice. Even if you manage to kill me, remember, I have associates. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Lai gritted his teeth. I won't assist you. You can expose my deeds. I'll end up in prison, but with the warden's protection, I'll still live well. Helping you would offend the warden, and I'd be finished. Ye Kongcheng smirked. Are you certain your warden will still need you then? Huang Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Ye Kongcheng's cunning insight into the matter. Gritting his teeth, he said, at least there's a glimmer of hope. If you were truly resolute, you wouldn't be wasting time talking to me, Ye Kongcheng replied. Huang Lai's eyes twitched again. Despite his youth, this boy was indeed a clever fox, reading him like an open book. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng leaned closer, asking, do you wish to become the warden? Huang Lai and Apos' demeanor changed instantly. Ye Kongcheng observed him closely, reiterating, follow my instructions, and if the warden appears, I wouldn't mind helping you eliminate him. If he doesn't show up, I have ways to ensure your safety. I can uncover your secrets, and I can certainly find the wardeness as well. Do you understand? After speaking, Ye Kongcheng regarded Huang Lai with a teasing glint in his eye. Huang Lai and Apos' expression fluctuated, revealing immense inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth. I will consider it. Ye Kongcheng patted Huang Lai's shoulder. I await your favorable news. With that, Ye Kongcheng stepped back, returning to the yard. Once at a distance, Zhanlan scoffed. I thought you had a clever plan, but it turned out to be the same old coercion and temptation. Luckily, my infiltration ability allowed us to grasp his vulnerabilities. Ye Kongcheng smiled, but offered no response. While it may not have been an impressive tactic, its effectiveness sufficed. The crux lay in Ye Kongcheng's utilization of Zhanlan's abilities. Why had Zhanlan not conceived this plan, while he had? Inwardly, Ye Kongcheng mused, then gently patted Zhanlan. I look forward to your continued evolution. Chapter 51. The prison break. Once the recreation time concluded, Ye Kongcheng was promptly returned to solitary confinement. Separated by a wall, he remarked, let us rest for a while. Tonight, I will facilitate your escape. The smiling demon, leaning against the wall with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, inquired, what method do you possess to aid my jailbreak? Ye Kongcheng replied, naturally, I have a plan. If I lacked confidence, would I dare to mingle in a prison? I am not foolish. The smiling demon chuckled, then I shall await your demonstration. If, he paused momentarily before continuing, I am a person who believes in retribution for grievances and gratitude for kindness. If you manage to assist me in my departure, I shall remember this favor. No need, Ye Kongcheng interjected. I must find a way to escape myself. Bringing you along is merely a convenience. The smiling demon smiled but refrained from further discussion. During dinner, a guard delivered a metal tray filled with food to their cell. After a few bites, Ye Kongcheng suddenly burst into laughter. He then opened his mouth, and 2 keys fell from it, each engraved with a series of small numbers. It seems Huang Lai has made his decision, Ye Kongcheng commented. Huang Lai still held affection for his son Huang Cheng. Otherwise, considering the numerous reckless acts that could have led to dire consequences, it was hard to believe Huang Lai would spare him. Coupled with the leverage obtained through Zhanlan's intrusion capabilities, Ye Kongcheng was convinced that Huang Lai would comply. However, prudence was essential. Ye Kongcheng murmured, Zhanlan, can you ensure the prison's defense system can be breached? Zhanlan scoffed, I could even infiltrate the Skynet. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Such bravado could attract misfortune. The Skynet represents the Federal Cybersecurity Bureau, a network that spans the entire universe, the most formidable system under this celestial expanse. If Zhanlan can indeed breach the Skynet, then no place in the world would be secure from its intrusion. Zhanlan retorted, believe it or not. Ye Kongcheng laughed. All right then, assist me in breaching a bank and transferring some funds to me. Of course, that's a trivial task, Zhanlan replied. But what account do you intend to use for the transfer? Infiltration is one thing, but they won't be oblivious to missing funds. Ye Kongcheng paused, realizing the complexity of the matter. A bank account cannot simply be altered. It involves meticulous records, both electronic and manual, which would be scrutinized by bank staff. Thus, even if the bank's system were breached, discrepancies in account balances would lead to immediate investigations. Sighing, Ye Kongcheng admitted, it appears I am not destined to become wealthy. After this remark, He chose not to dwell on the topic further. Regardless of whether Jeanlin could infiltrate the Skynet, its capabilities were undeniably impressive, with no failures thus far. At that moment, Jeanlin suddenly exclaimed, "Huang Lai has truly acted. The prison is ablaze." Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up. It's time to leave. The task Ye Kongcheng assigned to Huang Lai was straightforward. Start a fire, but not just anywhere. It was to ignite the area where the four-leaf mandrake flowers were cultivated. The prison and Apos' greatest secret and treasure, which must not be destroyed or exposed. Ye Kongcheng remarked, "I trust that the warden is likely in a frenzy right now, too preoccupied to concern himself with two minor inmates." As he spoke, he inserted the key into the physical lock, and as for the electronic lock, the engraved numbers would suffice. Upon unlocking the door, Ye Kongcheng also opened the smiling demon's cell, grinning, "And here we are, free." The smiling demon was momentarily taken aback, genuinely curious about the method Ye Kongcheng employed for this escape. While he envisioned dramatic means of breaking free, the simplicity of merely using a key was unexpected. Seeing the smiling demon still in a daze, Ye Kongcheng urged, "Shall we move?" "Oh." The smiling demon snapped back to reality, "Let us go." With a smile, Ye Kongcheng led the way, instructing Jeanlin, "Disable the surveillance system." Moments later, Jeanlin reported, "I have frozen the surveillance footage from 3 minutes ago. However, I believe you are being overly cautious. Currently, who among the guards is even paying attention to the monitors?" Ye Kongcheng chuckled, traversing the corridor and exiting the cell block. Glancing out the window, he noted the rampant flames outside, exclaiming, "That fellow is quite ruthless." With such a fire, it appears more than just the four-leaf mandrake flowers are ablaze. Outside the window, a sea of fire illuminated the night. The area behind the prison, where the four-leaf mandrake flowers were cultivated, had been completely set ablaze, with flickering flames and thick smoke rising. Moreover, Huang Lai had even started a fire within the cell block to divert more guards. The cell block was filled with ordinary inmates, and upon the outbreak of flames, the guards would undoubtedly rush to extinguish the fire and evacuate. Even so, this conflagration would likely claim numerous lives. Ye Kongcheng smirked, realizing he had underestimated Huang Lai. That man was indeed formidable. "Let us move." With that, he beckoned the smiling demon and proceeded onward. As they advanced, their path remained unobstructed, clearly indicating Huang Lai had made adequate preparations. "Jeanlin, once we exit the cell block, what is the route?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. "Directly to the playground," Jeanlin replied. "Then scale the wire fence and the wall." Ye Kongcheng hesitated. "Didn't you mention it was electrified?" "Fool," Jeanlin retorted. "Under normal circumstances, even if I breached the prison's defense system, the guards could manually activate the backup power. But at this moment, who has time to manage that? They are all busy fighting the fire." Ye Kongcheng realized the validity of this logic. As for the route to the playground, he was well aware, having spent 2 days in the yard. "Let us go," he instructed the smiling demon. As Ye Kongcheng hastened toward the playground, he suddenly heard Jeanlin exclaim, "Stop. We cannot proceed." Ye Kongcheng sensed something amiss. It was late at night, and the playground should have been deserted. Yet, from a distance, he could discern a multitude of figures. The smiling demon, trailing behind Ye Kongcheng, remarked, "It's due to the fire." Ye Kongcheng mentally berated himself for overlooking this detail. In the chaos of firefighting and evacuating, where would the crowd gather? Naturally, in the most open space available. And was there any place more open than the playground within the prison? Ye Kongcheng complained to Jeanlin, "The range of area exploration needs an upgrade." After evolving from a nascent state to a juvenile phase, Jeanlin's weaponization abilities had indeed improved, yet the area exploration range remained unchanged at 120 meters. Consequently, when Jeanlin recognized the issue, Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon were already nearing the playground. "Let us take the side route," Ye Kongcheng decisively suggested. Since the playground was no longer viable, he immediately sought an alternative, but at that moment, shadows unexpectedly emerged behind them. Chapter 52. An escape together, damn it. Ye Kongcheng cursed involuntarily as he recognized the new figures approaching, new prisoners sent by the guards. He glanced at the smiling demon and asked, "Are you still able to fight?" The smiling demon looked at his hands and replied, "I can fight, but without weapons, I may fall short." Ye Kongcheng encouraged him, Just make do for now. As he spoke, he charged towards the new guards. The playground was shrouded in dim light. Although the guards noticed movement ahead, they could not discern that Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon were clad in prison uniforms. It was only when Ye Kongcheng was upon them that their expressions turned to shock. "Get out of my way," Ye Kongcheng shouted, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a torrent of flames. Since he was intent on breaking free, he had no reason to conceal his extraordinary abilities, unleashing his full power. The fire surged forth, sending the guards flying and creating a breach in their ranks. At that moment, however, Ye Kongcheng abruptly halted, his eyes darting as he called out, "I am here to help you escape. If you do not wish to stay in this wretched place, follow me." To prove his sincerity, he knocked a guard aside with a single blow. The prisoners erupted in joy, and in an instant, they lunged at the guards nearby. Despite being shackled, the sheer number of them quickly overwhelmed the guards. "Follow me to the playground," Ye Kongcheng urged. "We need more people to take down the guards there. Once we do, we can climb over the barbed wire." The smiling demon regarded Ye Kongcheng with newfound respect, recognizing his strength and cunning. Meanwhile, the guards maintaining order on the playground sensed the commotion, but from a distance, they could not discern what was happening. It was only when Ye Kongcheng drew near that their expressions shifted dramatically. "Attack!" Ye Kongcheng commanded, leading the charge into the playground, where the other prisoners followed like ravenous wolves. Those prisoners who had been crouched in confusion quickly grasped the situation upon seeing their leading guards felled. "Anyone who does not wish to remain here, charge!" Ye Kongcheng shouted. The surrounding prisoners hesitated for a moment, but soon surged forward, launching themselves at the nearby guards. Ye Kongcheng seized one prisoner and urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry, hurry." The prisoner clung tightly to Ye Kongcheng and pleaded, "Boss, let me go. I only have 2 months left until my release." Ye Kongcheng felt a pang of awkwardness. Dragging someone out who was so close to freedom seemed morally questionable. The smiling demon chuckled behind them and urged, "We should hurry. They are already climbing the barbed wire." Nodding, Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon dashed towards the barbed wire. Ahead lay a trench, but without high-voltage electricity, these obstacles were merely inconveniences and could not impede their progress. After crossing the trench, a sprint further revealed the prison's main gate. A smile crossed Ye Kongcheng's face. Breaking through the main gate had initially seemed a daunting task for him and the smiling demon. After all, even if the prison were ablaze, the guards at the main gate would not be rushing off to extinguish the flames. Now, however, he was confident that he and the others could break free. At that moment, the smiling demon suddenly gripped Ye Kongcheng and Appos' shoulder. "What?" Ye Kongcheng turned to ask. The smiling demon did not respond, but gestured behind him. Ye Kongcheng and Appos' expression quickly darkened. There stood a man, approximately in his 40s, with golden hair streaked with gray, dressed in a brown suit, and wielding a cane. Striding forward amid the chaos of fleeing prisoners, appearing utterly out of place. The smiling demon spoke with a strained voice. "McCarthy." Ye Kongcheng blinked in surprise. "The warden? You two have the audacity to cause trouble in my prison," McCarthy remarked coolly as he approached. "Especially you, smiling demon. You should be aware of my long-standing desire to eliminate you, but alas, I could never find a suitable pretext." As he spoke, he advanced, flicking his wrist to reveal the blade hidden within the tip of his cane. An escape attempt met with violent resistance? This provides a most excellent justification for lethal force. The smiling demon remained silent, warily observing McCarthy. Ye Kongcheng, however, sneered, "That depends on whether you possess the capability." Ye Kongcheng discreetly placed his hand behind him, summoning a sphere of flame. McCarthy glanced at Ye Kongcheng, dismissing him as just another fleeing prisoner, and returned his focus to the smiling demon with a disdainful smile. In that instant, Ye Kongcheng struck. The temperature surged as he launched a fiery punch at McCarthy. Boom! The flames collided with McCarthy, bursting forth like a blossoming flower. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. The warden's entrance was anything but ordinary, and it seemed unlikely that he would be subdued so easily. Was he truly a master of mere rhetoric? "Behind you!" the smiling demon suddenly shouted. Ye Kongcheng jolted, leaping forward and rolling to the side. only to look back and see McCarthy had inexplicably appeared behind him, the cane slicing through the air, trailing a gleam of silver. A chill ran down Ye Kongcheng and Apos' spine. Had he not reacted in time, that gleam would have found its mark at his throat, severing his head from his body. Gene Gate, Phase 2? McCarthy mused, twirling his cane as he approached Ye Kongcheng. I underestimated you, but do not think that a warden would lack any abilities. As he spoke, McCarthy and Apos' figure flickered, and he was suddenly right before Ye Kongcheng. So fast, Ye Kongcheng's heart raced. He knew that his own physical prowess stemmed from the Gene Gate's first phase, and the speed at which McCarthy moved was astonishing. In the next moment, McCarthy thrust his cane forward, the short blade slicing through the air towards Ye Kongcheng's face. But in that instant, Ye Kongcheng vanished. McCarthy blinked in surprise. Such remarkable speed. Chapter 53. The Warden in a Fleeting Moment. Ye Kongcheng appeared behind McCarthy and launched a sweeping kick towards him. McCarthy and Apos' figure flickered, vanishing suddenly like Ye Kongcheng had done earlier, only to reappear unexpectedly at Ye Kongcheng's side, raising his staff to strike. In an instant, shadows danced about the arena as Ye Kongcheng and McCarthy moved like phantoms, continuously appearing and disappearing, each manifestation accompanied by an attack, yet neither could land a hit on the other. The smiling demon observed from the side, a smile creeping beneath a mask of his demonic visage. It was a clash of equals. On the other side, Ye Kongcheng and McCarthy both recognized the situation. Their speeds were remarkably swift, and the reason was the same. In the first phase of the Gene Gate, both had acquired enhanced physical abilities, specifically speed. The types of physical abilities were limited, primarily involving basic enhancements, making repetition quite common. Moreover, even with identical abilities, distinctions and prowess existed, making it improbable for them to remain entangled indefinitely without resolution. However, Ye Kongcheng was unwilling to prolong the confrontation. He simply lacked the time to do so. The longer the delay, the weaker the flames would grow, and the more jailers would converge, complicating his situation. With this thought, Ye Kongcheng ceased his frantic movements and struck the ground with a powerful punch. Inferno unleashed. Ye Kongcheng shouted, and as his fist collided with the earth, flames erupted outward, rolling like waves, fierce and tumultuous. McCarthy also darted away, his expression turning serious. Speed alone would not suffice to evade all attacks. Enhanced velocity did not equate to true invisibility. Thus, for those with speed capabilities, the natural counter was wide-area attacks. Indeed, McCarthy frowned. The flames spread rapidly, surging towards him, fiercely ablaze. If he merely attempted to escape, he would inevitably be cornered. Did he truly believe this would suffice to defeat me? McCarthy scoffed, suddenly sweeping his staff forward. The blade's tip glimmered with a silvery light, slicing through the surrounding flames, forcibly creating a breach, and he strode purposefully toward Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. This opponent seemed more formidable than anticipated. Azure. As McCarthy approached, Ye Kongcheng commanded, "Weaponize." A cascade of radiant colors enveloped his arms, transforming the azure into a pair of armored gauntlets. "Open up for me." Stepping forward, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Ye Kongcheng and Apos' fist struck the sword tip at the end of McCarthy and Apos' staff, causing McCarthy to furrow his brow. He could not withstand the immense force transmitted through the staff. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng shouted again, channeling more strength into his strike. Crack! The sword tip emitted a sharp sound and then shattered. Startled, McCarthy attempted to distance himself from Ye Kongcheng, but Ye Kongcheng had anticipated this move, swiftly grasping McCarthy by the throat. "Apologies." Ye Kongcheng smirked, saying, "You cannot escape." Both had acquired speed abilities in the first phase of the Gene Gate, so Ye Kongcheng understood precisely how to counter such capabilities. Speedy? As long as one cannot run, it suffices. McCarthy struggled in Ye Kongcheng's grip, attempting to break free, yet the 2.5 times strength from the azure weaponization was not easily overcome. Furthermore, if McCarthy and Apos' first phase ability was speed, it indicated he had no advantage in raw power. Ye Kongcheng grinned. "Farewell, Inferno Blast." Boom! A massive fireball erupted from Ye Kongcheng and Apos' hand. instantly engulfing McCarthy's body, billowing black smoke ascending. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, McCarthy's form lay charred and lifeless. Ye Kongcheng released his grip, and McCarthy's corpse fell to the ground. Let us go. Having dealt with McCarthy, Ye Kongcheng did not linger, signaling to the smiling demon, we've lost some time. More jailers will likely arrive. We must hurry. The smiling demon nodded, and together they dashed toward the prison and Oppo's main gate. Upon exiting the prison, rather than scattering like other inmates, they adhered closely to the prison wall, dashing sideways under Ye Kongcheng's guidance. Hey, I'm out. Ye Kongcheng activated the communicator function with Azure Energy. What is your location? Nana's voice quickly responded. Southeast, approximately 800 meters, there is a road. Acknowledging her, Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon traversed a patch of overgrown grass, climbing a slope to find a road ahead. Creak. A maglev vehicle approached from behind and stopped beside them. Nana leaned out, getting quickly. Meanwhile, deep within the prison in a high tower, a small room at the tower's end held a desk behind which a swivel chair slowly turned. Seated in that chair was none other than McCarthy. Gasp. McCarthy and Oppo's face turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the desk, gradually regaining color. He then opened his hand, revealing a pale green flame nestled within his palm. Gene Gate Phase 3. Divine Fire. Clap. McCarthy pressed his palms together, crushing the divine flame into oblivion. Interesting. It has been years since a junior managed to wound me. McCarthy suddenly chuckled. However, do you truly believe escaping the prison ensures your freedom? As he murmured, he rose and approached the window. Outside, half a city lay illuminated, even in the night. Why is this star called the prison star? McCarthy pondered. Is it merely due to the prison built on this planet? No. This planet itself is a colossal cage. This game of cat and mouse has only just begun. At that moment, the door swung open, and two jailers escorted Huang Lai into the room. Warden. Huang Lai appeared disheveled, covered in wounds, blood seeping from his body, yet he mustered the strength to break free from the jailers and Oppo's hold. Crawling to McCarthy's side, I have done nothing to betray you. Nothing at all. McCarthy crouched down. Then who set that fire? Who burned my four-leaf manthro flower? Huang Lai jolted. No, it wasn't me. Did you truly believe your petty actions could escape my notice? McCarthy suddenly raised his hand and struck Huang Lai fiercely on the head. In this prison, if I wish to know something, there is nothing I cannot discover. In the next instant, Huang Lai collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Chapter 54. The cage. Nana drove the vehicle and handed a bag to the two, stating, clothes. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon changed out of their prison uniforms in the back seat. While driving, Nana inquired, shall we head straight to the spaceport? Yes, Ye Kongcheng replied. We must leave before they realize what has happened. Nana nodded and pressed the accelerator, soon approaching the city toll station. However, it was evident that this toll station was not like the usual. It required thorough inspections rather than merely collecting fees for passage. Nana felt nervous, her palms sweating. What should we do? She asked. Is the car stolen? Ye Kongcheng queried. It's not stolen, Nana replied, but it is a cloned vehicle, and they will recognize it. Ye Kongcheng nodded and said, let me take over. He switched seats with Nana and drove the levitating car toward the toll station. As they drew near, the police at the toll station did not simply collect fees. They requested Ye Kongcheng to present his identification card and vehicle registration for verification. Please hold on, Ye Kongcheng said with a smile. He leaned to the side as if to retrieve something, then suddenly pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward, crashing through the toll booth barriers without hesitation. Stop him! Stop him! The police, momentarily stunned, quickly shouted and rushed into a parked patrol car, accelerating in pursuit. Ye Kongcheng drove a short distance when a voice suddenly announced, Area Exploration activated. 3 police cars are rapidly approaching from behind, 37 meters away. Ye Kongcheng glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the 3 patrol cars speeding towards him. Bang! A collision from behind sent Ye Kongcheng's body lurching forward. But he wasted no time and pressed the accelerator harder. The roar of the engine intensified as he approached a corner, and with a swift turn of the steering wheel, the car veered sideways at the bend. Even so, Ye Kongcheng showed no inclination to brake, executing a tight U-turn before navigating the curve. In the next instant, he aimed the car directly at a truck. At the last moment, he slammed on the brakes and swerved left, steering the vehicle in another direction. Bang! The leading police car collided head-on with the truck, its front crumpling as two officers hastily abandoned their vehicle. A thunderous explosion echoed as flames and black smoke shot into the sky. With one police car down, the remaining two swiftly approached, flanking Ye Kongcheng's vehicle, their bodies scraping against his, creating a cacophony of noise and sparks. In the distance, another levitating vehicle sped towards them. The driver, witnessing the entangled police cars, panicked and swerved sharply, colliding with the side barrier. Ye Kongcheng let out a cold laugh, suddenly accelerating before coming to a screeching halt. The pursuing police car crashed into him, jarring his body as his head nearly hit the roof. Yet he was quick to react, hitting the brakes and shifting gears while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Ye Kongcheng squeezed past, pushing one police car against the side barrier, causing the barricade to twist and bend. Not a bad feeling, being the meat in the sandwich, Ye Kongcheng chuckled. But just then, another police car charged in from the other side, violently slamming into him. Ye Kongcheng experienced the same sandwich sensation, his front end crashing into a decorative potted plant by the barrier, sending dirt flying. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng swore under his breath, quickly adjusting the steering wheel. Zhanlan! Ye Kongcheng called out, magnetic field. He rolled down the window and, with one hand, gestured toward a police car, which was inexplicably flipped over by an unseen force, crashing against the side barrier. Only one left. Ye Kongcheng chuckled softly, turning the steering wheel as he sped forward. You little brat. The police officer in the remaining car, seeing Ye Kongcheng effortlessly dispatching two patrol vehicles, couldn't help but curse loudly before flooring the accelerator in a furious chase. Little did he know, Ye Kongcheng was merely feigning weakness. As the police car closed in, he slammed down on the accelerator. Bang! A massive crash resonated as the two vehicles collided. The police cars had flying off, while Ye Kongcheng's levitating vehicle swayed dangerously. Yet moments later, he pressed the accelerator again, the car shakily resuming speed. While the officer behind the wheel of the police car struggled to restart the engine, angrily pounding the steering wheel. After driving for a while and confirming that no police cars were in pursuit, Ye Kongcheng eased off the accelerator, aware that his vehicle had sustained considerable damage from the collisions. Nana remarked from the side that you caused quite a ruckus in prison, setting fires and making a scene. It's alarming how quickly the police set up checkpoints. Ye Kongcheng nodded, agreeing that their response was astonishingly swift. It was at this moment that the smiling demon in the back seat sighed. Do you think the prison planet is called that merely because it houses many prisons? Ye Kongcheng inquired. If not, then why? The reason it's called the prison planet, the smiling demon explained, is that the planet itself functions as a prison, characterized by its formidable security system. Ye Kongcheng asked, a security system? The smiling demon nodded, saying, it is a unique citywide network. Whenever an incident occurs in any prison, the security system activates, and the citywide network is engaged, mobilizing all police forces to seal off the city like a fortress. Even if you escape the prison, you cannot flee this planet. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. I thought it was something significant. It's not that daunting. The smiling demon shook his head. It's not that simple. The security system has a complete target search and capture protocol. Not to mention, do you know how many surveillance cameras are in this city? Over 70,000. Plus dash cams, private cameras, and communication recorders. The smiling demon trailed off, shaking his head. Once the security system is activated, he said solemnly, these will become the eyes of the Federation. Chapter 55, Planetary Prison. Ye Kongcheng comprehended the implications of the smile demon's words. To put it simply, the prison planet was equipped with a comprehensive search network. If an incident were to occur within the prison, it would extend throughout the entire city, and indeed, a planet would encompass more than just a single city. The search network would eventually blanket the entire celestial body. Admittedly, there was an element of exaggeration in this, for a planet possesses not just cities, but also vast wilderness. Should one retreat into the wild, capture was not a certainty. However, once civilization was left behind, the possibility of acquiring a spacecraft to escape the prison planet would be futile. Thus, claiming that the entire planet was a prison was not entirely inaccurate. Nevertheless, Ye Kongcheng harbored no concerns. He had a unique strategy to counter such a so-called system. Zhanlan, Ye Kongcheng instructed, infiltrate the security system. Zhanlan scoffed, no problem. That security system is but a paper tiger in my eyes. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Despite Zhanlan's claims of being able to penetrate even the Skynet, Ye Kongcheng held skepticism. Yet, Zhanlan's infiltration skills had never failed, and it was unlikely that any security system could surpass the prowess of the Federal Security Bureau's Skynet. However, approximately 15 minutes later, Zhanlan's tone turned somber. I cannot infiltrate. What? Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you claim you could breach even the Skynet? The security system's level cannot possibly be higher than that of the Skynet, can it? Indeed, Zhanlan lamented, but it operates offline. What can I do? Ye Kongcheng nearly choked on his own disbelief. Offline, Zhanlan elaborated, the surveillance cameras throughout the city utilize memory cards for recording. Dashcams do not upload video files and do not require an internet connection. The only devices susceptible to infiltration are the communication devices we carry. Ye Kongcheng shook his head. Infiltrating the communication devices is of limited value. Do you truly believe that, just because of a directive from the Federation, the people here would unite and film everything with their communication devices? Moreover, the first two methods alone could virtually monitor the entire city. Wait a moment, Nana interjected. If they are offline, they cannot access real-time information. Thus, all data would be reviewed post-facto. The Smile Demon noted, they do not need to know our whereabouts immediately. They merely need to ascertain where we have been. Any movement can leave traces, which will then initiate a manhunt. As Ye Kongcheng drove, he pondered deeply. This scenario was indeed beyond his expectations, or perhaps it was a consequence of his inexperience. Both he and Nana had believed that the so-called prison planet was merely a place constructed by the Federation to confine prisoners, not realizing that the Federation had transformed the entire planet into an ironclad fortress. The search methods employed on the prison planet were rather foolish, particularly the lack of a network, which hindered real-time tracking and the ability to conduct a swift manhunt. Yet so what? As long as individuals were trapped on this planet, capture was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Zhanlan suddenly exclaimed, 25 meters to the side. Ye Kongcheng snapped back to reality, quickly ducking his head and simultaneously pushing Nana's down from the passenger seat. Suddenly, the sound of machine gun fire erupted, energy beams striking the vehicle and bursting into radiant halos. Nana, shaken, remarked, fortunately, I made some modifications when I acquired the vehicle. The Smile Demon leaned over the back seat, saying, did you think that what I mentioned earlier was the end of it? This is also a facet of the security system, a high bounty for temporary capture. Ye Kongcheng understood the concept of high temporary bounties, which simply meant that when the Federation identified a wanted criminal but could not capture them due to various reasons or a lack of manpower, they would temporarily increase the bounty to enlist the aid of bounty hunter guilds. The Smile Demon continued, on the prison planet, high temporary bounties are not aimed at bounty hunters, but rather at all residents of the planet. There is a fixed bounty for capturing or killing a prisoner. If that prisoner is a wanted criminal, the bounty triples. Huh? Ye Kongcheng replied with a hint of sarcasm. Is this what they call universal conscription? The Smile Demon remarked. Perhaps not everyone will take part, but what if someone unexpectedly pulls out a gun to shoot or stabs you from behind? Can you withstand that? Ye Kongcheng's expression darkened. Indeed, the trouble appeared to be greater than he had anticipated. At that moment, the gunfire abruptly ceased, likely due to the assailant exhausting their weapon and Oppo's energy supply. Ye Kongcheng quickly straightened up, pressed the accelerator, and swerved the steering wheel towards the opponent. The assailant, evidently not a federal officer and clad in ordinary attire, saw the car hurtling toward them and hastily sidestepped. But just as they brushed past the vehicle, the Smile Demon unexpectedly leaned out of the window, seized the assailant's clothing, and yanked them back, causing them to collide with the car. The impact resulted in a gash on their head, blood splattering, while the Smile Demon seized the energy weapon from their grasp. Ye Kongcheng dared not linger and continued to accelerate. The Smile Demon inspected the energy weapon and set it aside. What we need to do now is find a place to hide. The situation is perilous, and any action we take will be exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Ye Kongcheng countered. I believe we could take advantage of their hurried search phase to make a strong push for the spaceport. There remains a chance to reclaim a spacecraft and escape. The Smile Demon shook their head. Spaceports on other planets are not equipped with large-scale destructive weaponry. Even in the event of an incident, the safety of civilians must be prioritized. However, the Spaceport's defense system on the prison planet utilizes the Exterminator Energy 2 heavy cannon. Ye Kongcheng gasped. While the Exterminator Energy 2 heavy cannon was not a weapon intended for space warfare and could not be mounted on spacecraft, its destructive power was formidable, capable of penetrating even the armor of a spacecraft. Are you suggesting that this weapon could shoot us down as we ascend? Ye Kongcheng inquired. The Smile Demon replied. What do you think they installed it for? Perhaps we could gamble, but it's not a certainty to hit. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. The latter part of the Smile Demon's statement was clearly jest. Even a 50% hit rate was not worth the risk. A spacecraft plummeting from the sky would result in catastrophic explosions, leading to certain death. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng stated, "Let us first find a concealed location to hide." As he spoke, he guided the vehicle towards an underground parking garage. Chapter 56. The sewers. The underground parking garage belonged to the shopping mall. Once Ye Kongcheng parked the vehicle, the trio proceeded directly to the mall via the garage elevator. Nana will handle the food, and you will take care of the clothing. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the Smiling Demon and said, "Could you possibly remove your mask? It's rather conspicuous." "Apologies." The Smiling Demon shrugged, replying, "I would love to remove it, but no one, including myself, can take it off my face. Even if I were imprisoned, this thing would remain affixed to me, wouldn't it?" Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback, then skeptically grasped the Smiling Demon's mask. Only to recoil in surprise. The mask truly seemed as if it were fused to the Smiling Demon's face, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not remove it. With a resigned sigh, Ye Kongcheng conceded, "Very well, keep it on. Remember to note what you need to buy. Let us regroup in the alley behind the mall in 15 minutes. Nana and the Smiling Demon nodded, and the three dispersed. Despite the temporary high bounty issued by the security system, turning everyone in the city into potential adversaries, even if they were incapable of apprehending the escaped convicts, providing information could still yield a reward. However, since the jailbreak had only occurred a little over 2 hours ago, it would take time for the news to spread thoroughly. And for now, the people around seemed normal, showing no signs of deliberately searching for anything. Ye Kongcheng swiftly navigated through the stores, sourcing what he needed. Having just emerged from prison, his lack of funds posed a problem, but given that his father was a renowned cosmic thief, pilfering a couple of wallets was not an issue. 15 minutes later, Ye Kongcheng exited the mall and rejoined Nana and the Smiling Demon, gesturing towards a nearby manhole cover. Nana grimaced, "You want to hide in the sewers? Why? Don't you like it?" Ye Kongcheng inquired, looking at Nana. "Ye Kongcheng." Nana huffed, hands on her hips. "I'll say it once more. I am of the Mouse clan, not a rat." "Don't be upset. It was just a jest," Ye Kongcheng replied. "Strictly speaking, the place I wish to hide is not the sewer, but the underground flood drainage system." "I see." The Smiling Demon nodded in understanding. "The drainage system leads to the reservoir outside the city. As long as we exit the city, we can ensure temporary safety. However, have you considered how to acquire a spacecraft? Leaving the city means distancing ourselves from the spaceport, and we cannot procure a spacecraft in the wilderness. Without a spacecraft, it naturally implies an inability to leave this planet. Currently, I have no solution," Ye Kongcheng said while prying open the manhole cover. "But I believe our foremost priority should be to escape the manhunt. As long as we avoid capture, there will always be a way to obtain a spacecraft. Once captured, all hope will be lost." The Smiling Demon nodded in agreement. Ye Kongcheng led the way into the drainage system, illuminating the surroundings with a camping lantern he had just purchased. "Jeanlon, is it possible to obtain a layout of the underground drainage system through infiltration?" With a hint of annoyance, Jeanlon replied, "Only if there's internet access." After about 3 to 4 minutes, Jeanlon emitted a glow, projecting a luminous screen ahead, displaying a detailed map of the drainage system, even indicating their current position. Ye Kongcheng examined the map for a moment and pointed out, "It's a bit more complicated than I imagined. Let us first enter the flood drainage area and aim to exit the city by tomorrow morning." As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng led the way forward. After walking for an indeterminate time, noticing Nana showing signs of fatigue, he decided to halt. We've already entered the flood drainage area. Ye Kongcheng observed, it's relatively clean here. Let us take a break. The smiling demon nodded and retrieved 3 sleeping bags and 3 warm garments. As the temperature underground was quite low, Ye Kongcheng produced a set of camping tools, took a small bag of rice from Nana, set a fire, and began to cook while unpacking some instant side dishes. The 3 gathered around the fire to warm themselves. As Ye Kongcheng tended to the flames, he tapped Zhanlan with his hand, asking, "What is the current situation?" Zhanlan, uninterested in small talk, promptly began to broadcast the news. At midnight, a fire broke out at the number 3 prison in the southern part of the city. According to incomplete statistics, approximately 376 inmates have escaped due to the prison fire, including 72 felons and 11 third-degree felons, as well as second-degree felons. As of 5 a.m., after 5 hours of searching, 102 inmates have been recaptured, including 5 felons, 1 third-degree felon, 2 second-degree felons, and 1 first-degree felon. 6 inmates were killed during apprehension. As the news continued to unfold, Ye Kongcheng could only speculate on the chaos that must be engulfing the city. It must be said that the security system was indeed formidable, managing to recapture so many individuals in such a short span of time. However, the nature of the security system suggested that as the number of people decreased, the difficulty of apprehending them would increase. Once a certain number of individuals are captured, the efficiency of the manhunt will decline, Ye Kongcheng remarked. The smiling demon nodded, presenting the cooked rice in 3 portions to Ye Kongcheng and Nana, advising, however, it's best to remain cautious. I believe the Federation has yet to fully mobilize. Ye Kongcheng asked, you seem to possess some knowledge of the security system. Have you encountered it before? The smiling demon shook his head. No, but I work as an assassin and have studied the renowned defensive security systems across the universe, including the security system here. Ye Kongcheng nodded, then inquired, why would you donate the money you earned at such risk? A laugh emanated from beneath the smiling demon's mask. And why did your father donate the items he stole at risk? If I were to see him, I would pose that very question, Ye Kongcheng replied. Then, I wish you success in finding him. Perhaps his answer will also be mine. The smiling demon stated while lifting a cup of water. As the cup approached the mask's mouth split open, allowing the smiling demon to drink. That's quite an intriguing mask, Ye Kongcheng remarked. Intriguing? No, not at all. The smiling demon's tone darkened. It's a curse. As those words fell, the smiling demon suddenly sensed something, leaping to their feet. At that moment, Zhanlan interjected, biological targets are approaching. Chapter 57, The Bounty Hunter. Ye Kongcheng rose, positioning himself protectively behind Nana. Moments later, a vague silhouette emerged at one end of the waterway. Ye Kongcheng and his companions remained vigilant, observing as the figure gradually approached, becoming more distinct. Nana exhaled in relief upon recognizing the figure as a man in his 30s, clad in a grayish-white prison uniform. This indicated that he too was an escaped convict. Since they were all fugitives, what was there to fear? Nana whispered, shall we share some food with him? No. Ye Kongcheng and Apos' eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he shoved Nana aside, exclaiming, be careful. With a splash, the man and Apos' body unexpectedly tilted sideways and fell into the adjacent waterway, sending waves cascading around him. Simultaneously, another figure emerged behind the man, a stocky individual, approximately 1.6 meters tall, brandishing a machine gun and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun roared, orange beams of energy slicing through the air, sending a container of rice flying and scattering its contents everywhere. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng cursed. In such a confined space, being caught in a gunfire was utterly disastrous, as there was no cover to hide behind. At that moment, Zhanlan spoke up. Have you forgotten that I have evolved from the newborn stage to the juvenile stage? Ye Kongcheng paused, a flicker of joy crossing his face as he extended his hand forward. Barrier force field. Buzz. A resonating sound erupted before a nearly transparent octagonal barrier appeared before Ye Kongcheng. The energy beams continued their assault, but upon striking the barrier, they merely created ripples without penetrating it. Ye Kongcheng's spirit soared. Zhanlan's barrier ability was evidently more robust than anticipated. Push forward. At that moment, the voice of the smiling demon resonated behind Ye Kongcheng. Without hesitation, he advanced, relying on the barrier to shield him from the energy beams. Meanwhile, the smiling demon crouched low, leaping forward like a cheetah. He snatched a metal rod used for cooking, then sprang into the air. Bang! As Ye Kongcheng approached within 3 meters of their opponent, the smiling demon leaped from behind, raising the metal rod and striking the energy gun fiercely, sending it flying. The opponent's expression remained impassive, showing no signs of distress as he swiftly regained his stance and executed a sweeping kick towards the smiling demon. Bang! The faint sound of impact echoed. The metal rod was ill-suited as a weapon, being only the thickness of a pinky and hollow. After being kicked, it twisted at a right angle. The smiling demon staggered back, but in that instant, Ye Kongcheng surged forth, delivering a powerful kick to the opponent's chest, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, which echoed as debris fell. Pain etched on the man's face. A feral look emerged as he drew a dagger from behind his waist and swiftly flipped back onto his feet. Clearly a master of blades, his fingers danced, making the dagger twirl gracefully like a flurry of butterflies, glimmering with silver light. Zhanlan, Ye Kongcheng called out. Weaponize. The familiar 5-colored luminescence enveloped Ye Kongcheng and Appo's arms. The opponent, experienced and resolute, wasted no time. He lunged forward, dagger poised to stab. Ye Kongcheng raised his arm without hesitation. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the light gradually faded, revealing gauntlets on his arms that deflected the dagger. Clench your teeth, Ye Kongcheng smirked. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Bang! As the words left his mouth, Ye Kongcheng unleashed a powerful punch, sending the man hurtling back, slamming against the wall with a deafening crash, which sent a shower of rubble cascading down. The man grimaced in pain. His expression twisted as Ye Kongcheng's single blow shattered several of his teeth. Ye Kongcheng picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, inching closer to his adversary. As he neared, the man suddenly growled and charged at Ye Kongcheng, the earlier pain apparently a mere act. The man's fist nearly connected with Ye Kongcheng's face. Stopping just half an inch away, his expression contorted in agony as he staggered back, clutching his abdomen. Embedded there was the dagger, its hilt buried deep, blood seeping profusely. This is merely your misfortune, Ye Kongcheng remarked with a smirk. You brought this upon yourself. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His pallid complexion and flowing blood indicating his life force was dwindling. The smiling demon approached, crouching beside the man, and with lightning speed. He withdrew the dagger and swiftly slashed across the man's throat, granting him a merciful release from his suffering. He was a bounty hunter. After dispatching the foe, the smiling demon retrieved a copper star-shaped badge from the man's chest pocket. A 1-star bounty hunter, the lowest rank. Bounty hunters are classified into tiers based on star, moon, or sun insignias, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, with each tier further divided into gold, silver, and bronze levels. Thus, a copper 1-star badge signifies the most basic level of bounty hunter. Ye Kongcheng mused. He must be a recent recruit to the Bounty Hunter Guild. The smiling demon replied. Whether he is a newcomer to the guild is inconsequential. Nana interjected from behind. What matters is that a bounty hunter has appeared, indicating that the guild has received a mission to capture convicts. Ye Kongcheng chuckled mockingly. I always thought that a planet like Prison Star would be devoid of bounty hunters. On the surface, bounty hunters appear to embody justice. However, the truth is that they thrive in a universe teeming with criminals, for otherwise, they would face unemployment. Consequently, planets like Prison Star, which are strictly governed by the Federation with relatively high security, are not conducive for bounty hunters, as they find themselves lacking in work opportunities. Chapter 58. Troubles in the Sewers. You are mistaken, the smiling demon explained. Although the Prison Star lacks a bounty hunter guild, many bounty hunters pass through here, as some troublesome criminals are entrusted to them for escort duties. Ye Kongcheng nodded. In terms of experience and knowledge, the smiling demon undoubtedly surpassed him. For Ye Kongcheng had not been away from the Holy Star Earth for long. The smiling demon continued. Moreover, as this young lady mentioned, The appearance of bounty hunters is not a good sign. It indicates that a temporary high bounty has been activated, prompting all bounty hunters in the city to take action. Nana interjected, "Those money-hungry wretches are far more difficult to deal with than the federal police." The smiling demon added, "Most importantly, they are seasoned. Even a rookie bounty hunter with a mere copper star would think to search the sewers." Ye Kongcheng acknowledged, "Then let us tidy up. Our break is over." After tidying their belongings, the three continued onward. "We need to alter our plans," Ye Kongcheng said. "We must traverse the underground drainage system as swiftly as possible to exit this city." As he walked, studying the map, he suddenly heard footsteps nearby. The smiling demon remarked, "There are more people searching the sewers than anticipated." Ye Kongcheng glanced around and pointed to a drainage pipe on the wall. "Cobalt blue," he whispered. "A magnetic field." Utilizing the cobalt blue magnetic field, Ye Kongcheng effortlessly opened the drain cover, and the three of them swiftly concealed themselves within. Using the magnetic field's pull to secure the cover back in place. Before long, the footsteps grew louder. Peering through the cover, they saw not bounty hunters, but a squad of 12 federal soldiers, clad in military uniforms rather than police attire. Nana mouthed, "Has the prison called in the military?" Ye Kongcheng nodded and signaled, "Let us ignore them. We'll wait until they pass." Nana and the smiling demon nodded, pressing against the tunnel wall, hidden from sight. However, a faint sound of flowing water emerged behind them. The trio's expressions darkened instantly. Any intelligent person could deduce what the sound signified in their current location. Ye Kongcheng chuckled nervously. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. In the next moment, he kicked open the drainage pipe and Oppo's cover. With a loud crash, the federal soldiers ahead were startled, turning to see Ye Kongcheng and the others leaping out from the pipe. "Don't move," shouted the two soldiers at the back, raising their weapons. "Stay right there." Ye Kongcheng exchanged glances with his companions and remained still, just as the two soldiers approached. With a rush, a torrent of water surged from the pipe, crashing into them with tremendous force, propelling the soldiers into the adjacent waterway. The remaining soldiers, taken aback, raised their weapons, but at that instant, Ye Kongcheng acted first, seizing one soldier by the head and forcefully slamming him against the wall. The smiling demon seized the opportunity to snatch the opponent's energy gun, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. The narrowness of the sewer tunnel, though about 4 to 5 meters wide, was predominantly waterway, leaving only 1.5 meters for walking. In such confined quarters, the impact of gunfire was tremendous. The first 3 or 4 federal soldiers were instantly mowed down, their bodies collapsing backward, inadvertently serving as shields for the soldiers behind them. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers aimed their weapons, attempting to retaliate through the gaps created by their fallen comrades. At that moment, Nana stepped forward and declared, "Mind control." Nana's ability proved almost ineffective against those of considerable strength, as it was challenging to breach their will. However, for ordinary federal soldiers, it was a lethal threat. Their gazes quickly turned vacant, filled with confusion, even forgetting to fire back. Seizing this moment, the smiling demon charged forward, leaping over the corpses to engage the soldiers at the back. Swift, precise, and ruthless, Ye Kongcheng observed the smiling demon's actions, the words fast, accurate, and fierce echoing in his mind. In truth, he felt that the smiling demon was not necessarily faster than himself. After all, his physical prowess, honed to the first stage of genetic enhancement, emphasized speed. Yet, the smiling demon was undeniably quick. What mattered was the precision and ruthlessness. As the smiling demon engaged the federal soldiers, each attack targeted a single individual with lethal efficiency. A strike to the neck, a thrust to the heart, a blow to the temple. In an instant, blood sprayed forth. Each of the smiling demon's strikes aimed for vital points, whether piercing a throat, stabbing the heart, or delivering a fatal blow to the temple, ensuring immediate death. Remarkably, the weapon in hand was merely a dining knife previously used. In mere seconds, the soldiers controlled by Nana lay lifeless on the ground, utterly silenced. Ye Kongcheng approached the bodies and remarked, "Truly impressive for an assassin." He mused that while he might not be weaker than the smiling demon in combat, when it came to killing, he felt significantly inferior. The execution was simply too clean and efficient. Not something to boast about, the smiling demon replied, crouching down to retrieve a photograph from one of the fallen soldiers. We have trouble? The photograph depicted a rugged middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a fierce countenance. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Who is this?" The smiling demon replied, "Violent Bear Missile, one of the major criminals from the previous prison, a first-degree felon with a bounty of approximately 5 million. Ye Kongcheng whistled. If we consider the temporary high bounty policy, capturing this fellow could yield at least 1 million, and with the wanted bounty tripled, that amounts to 16.5 million, a truly enticing figure. So, the earlier bounty hunters and federal soldiers were searching for him? The smiling demon affirmed. Otherwise, why would they carry his photograph? Chapter 59. The Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement with the words of the smiling demon. In truth, the temporary high bounty policy primarily targets wanted criminals. With the reward tripled, it is akin to undertaking a task of merely 1-star difficulty, yet receiving the rewards of a 3-star endeavor. Who would not be willing to take such a gamble? Consequently, the fixed bounty has become secondary. Of course, it is also true that the wanted criminals are more ruthless and harder to capture. Thus, the general situation seems to be that the ferocious bear, Missile, fled into the underground sewer and was subsequently discovered, prompting bounty hunters and federal soldiers to pursue him. Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "We must leave the sewer." The smiling demon nodded, acknowledging the wisdom and decisiveness of the decision. Interestingly, the bounty on the smiling demon far exceeds that of Missile. Ye Kongcheng vaguely recalled that the bounty on this individual had reached approximately 15 million. If tripled, well. However, this highlights the distinction between exposure and concealment. The smiling demon remains undetected, while Missile has been exposed. The bounty, now 16.5 million after the multiplication, is enough to incite madness, and once this information spreads, the influx of individuals into the underground sewer will surely increase. With a resigned sigh, Ye Kongcheng lamented, "That scoundrel should have hidden here without being discovered. Isn't he putting us in jeopardy?" Nana interjected, "It's pointless to dwell on this now. We should leave first." Exiting the sewer posed no challenge. Finding a manhole cover leading to the surface would suffice, as such covers are densely scattered throughout the city. After approximately 15 minutes, Ye Kongcheng located an exit. He pried open the manhole cover, peered outside to ensure no one was around, and then pushed the cover aside to emerge. Surrounding him were a cluster of low, dilapidated buildings, some shabby and others in disarray. After glancing around, Nana remarked, "This appears to be a slum?" The smiling demon responded, "Some prisoners' families wait for their release on Prison Star, and these individuals often lack wealth. After all, the affluent do not languish in prisons, and if they do, they are likely to reside in better facilities, not on Prison Star." Ye Kongcheng mused, "So, as these people gather, a slum inevitably forms?" The smiling demon nodded and added, "This place serves as a decent hiding spot for us, although it may also lead to our complete exposure." Nana, intrigued, asked, "Why is that?" The smiling demon explained, "Because the people here harbor animosity towards the Federation and will not cooperate with them. However, some may view this as an excellent opportunity to capture a few prisoners, possibly negotiating with the prison to secure lighter sentences for their families." Ye Kongcheng sighed. This is indeed a troublesome matter. The smiling demon suddenly chuckled. In truth, it is not so troublesome, for in this city, we could face such situations in any corner. Exposure and capture could occur at any moment. Ye Kongcheng then pointed ahead. "There's an inn. Shall we take refuge there? I believe we need to devise a comprehensive escape plan." The smiling demon nodded in agreement, and Nana, feeling a bit lost and out of her element in this situation, offered no objections. The inn was named the Golden Leaf Inn, a name that belied its condition, for it was in a state of disrepair. Upon entering, they found a plump woman sprawled on a chair at the front desk, seemingly asleep. After calling to her several times, she groggily opened her eyes and carelessly gestured towards the price list on the wall. This lackadaisical demeanor suited Ye Kongcheng perfectly. After handing over the money, the woman casually opened a drawer and tossed the key onto the counter. The trio ascended to the second floor with the key and, upon entering their designated room, Ye Kongcheng said, "You both should rest. I do not know how long this place will remain undiscovered, so take advantage of the opportunity to recuperate." The smiling demon nodded, yielding the bed to Nana while he settled into his sleeping bag on the floor. Nana turned to Ye Kongcheng and asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" He replied, "I need to do some research." "Then you should rest first," Nana suggested. And upon receiving his affirmation, she laid down on the bed. Ye Kongcheng instructed Zhanlan, "Use the infiltration function to find out if there are any wealthy individuals or those of social standing in this city." The smiling demon interjected, "Are you considering leveraging their influence to escape this planet? For instance, a wealthy person might have a private ship docked at their estate." Ye Kongcheng countered, "Is that line of thought flawed?" The smiling demon responded, "In other star systems, it might be a viable strategy. However, on this planet, I believe you are wasting your efforts." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Why is that?" The smiling demon explained, "This city may have individuals with money, but it lacks true wealthy elites. Consider this. If you were wealthy, would you reside on Prison Star? Or build a villa here for vacationing?" Ye Kongcheng pondered this and sighed. "Indeed, I would not." The smiling demon continued, "Thus, we can eliminate the option of the wealthy. Regarding those of social standing, who do you think holds influence on Prison Star?" Ye Kongcheng rubbed his head, distressed. "Federal personnel, particularly those in management positions across any department." The smiling demon nodded. "Do you think seeking them would be beneficial?" Ye Kongcheng sighed once more. "It would be immensely beneficial." The smiling demon chuckled lightly, and Ye Kongcheng understood the implication. Precisely because it would be so beneficial, it might prove futile, for when the security system is activated, these individuals would undoubtedly be protected, with their movements restricted. Any attempt to act could very well lead to self-implication. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Kongcheng asked, "Given the current circumstances, will the spaceport cease operations?" "Perhaps," the smiling demon mused, "but it should not last long, at most 2 or 3 days. You must understand that if the spaceport halts operations for an extended period, it would incur significant losses, especially for Prison Star, as the spaceport's revenue wholly belongs to the Federation." Ye Kongcheng nodded. During the age of the cosmos, the wealth generated by interstellar trade was unfathomable, with the connection between spaceships and spaceports being crucial. Even if Prison Star's commerce is not flourishing, the sheer volume of money involved in basic material transport is staggering. The crux of the matter lies in the relationship between spaceships and spaceports. As Ye Kongcheng ruminated, he murmured to himself, "Leaving this city should not pose a challenge. The difficulty lies in the need for a spaceship to depart this planet." Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have parked the spaceship at the spaceport upon arrival." Chapter 60. Encountering pursuit again. Silence enveloped the night. The following day, Ye Kongcheng reclined on the sofa, indulging in a brief slumber. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his wrist, causing him to spring up abruptly. With a grimace, he shouted at Zhanlan, "What are you doing?" Zhanlan replied, "There's a situation." It was then that Ye Kongcheng noticed the smiling demon leaning against the wall, peering through a narrow opening, while Nana, still drowsy, had evidently just been awakened. With a hint of resignation, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "You could have roused me in a more conventional manner instead of resorting to electric shocks." Zhanlan retorted, "I tried, but you wouldn't wake up." At that moment, the smiling demon turned and said, "Enough chatter, the federal soldiers are coming." Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief, "So soon?" The smiling demon, with a trace of regret, explained, "I'm sorry, it was my oversight yesterday. I neglected an important detail." "What detail?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. The smiling demon elucidated, "The residents here indeed harbor a deep disdain for the Federation. Consequently, many prisoners may have sought refuge here, and some of their families reside in this vicinity. Knowing they cannot escape, they seize the opportunity to visit their loved ones." Nana interjected, to elaborate further, "Some individuals might even wish to flee with their families, right?" "Exactly," the smiling demon nodded. "This place is likely a priority target for the Federation's search. The reason they didn't conduct a sweep yesterday was due to the vast area that needed to be covered, requiring considerable manpower, which was difficult to mobilize on short notice. Now, however, they should have sufficient personnel." "This is utterly dreadful news," Ye Kongcheng said, donning his coat. "We must leave this place." As he approached the door, Jeanlin cautioned. There's no time. Someone is coming up. There are approximately 10 people downstairs, and 4 are ascending. Ye Kongcheng immediately abandoned his attempt to open the door. Having already heard the voice of the plump woman at the front desk, in the past 3 days, only those 3 have checked in 2 women and 1 man? Or 2 men and 1 woman? I can't recall. They are in room 205. Swiftly, Ye Kongcheng dragged a nearby cabinet to barricade the door. The plump woman attempted to unlock the door with a key, managing to open the lock, but unable to push the door open. The federal soldiers quickly realized something was amiss and began pounding on the door with force, followed by vigorous kicks. Bang! The door resonated with a loud crash as the cabinet was pushed slightly ajar. Ye Kongcheng hastily shoved the coffee table, sofa, and anything movable against the door. Window! Ye Kongcheng shouted. Jump out! The smiling demon quickly opened the window. The low houses in the slums were no taller than 3 stories and were built closely together, making it feasible to traverse the rooftops. Upon leaping through the window, the smiling demon was immediately met with gunfire as the federal soldiers below reacted swiftly, sending golden energy beams soaring upward. Mind control. Nana leaned out of the window, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting glow, causing the federal soldiers to be momentarily entranced. It must be said that psychic abilities are indeed extraordinary. Under specific circumstances, they can prove even more effective than Ye Kongcheng's pyrokinesis, despite the latter being a high-level supernatural power. Come, the smiling demon urged, assisting Nana. The 2 climbed out of the window in quick succession, while Ye Kongcheng, having barricaded the door, swiftly followed suit. Jeanlin. Ye Kongcheng called as they ran. I need an escape route. Jeanlin responded. There are people everywhere. There is no route to avoid them entirely. Then at least tell me one way to leave this place, Ye Kongcheng insisted. Head east. You can navigate along the rooftops. Jeanlin advised. Ye Kongcheng nodded, but soon encountered a commotion ahead. The roof of a nearby low house was suddenly breached, and several federal soldiers sprang forth, attempting to seize the smiling demon by the ankle to drag him down. The smiling demon reacted swiftly, gripping the edge of the roof and forcefully kicking the soldiers away while grabbing a cover plate to hurl downwards. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng arrived from behind and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch downward. Fire fist! Ye Kongcheng shouted, flames erupting from his fist as he swept downward, forcing the federal soldiers to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the smiling demon leapt down, twisting the neck of one soldier with a swift motion, then grasping the soldier and Oppo's energy rifle to unleash a barrage of gunfire, leaving the remaining 2 soldiers riddled with wounds. The smiling demon handed Ye Kongcheng and Nana energy rifles, stating, they have communication devices to inform each other of our movements. We cannot remain on the rooftops. We are too conspicuous. Ye Kongcheng nodded, taking the rifle and scanning their surroundings before leaping into a side alley. Head east. Ye Kongcheng instructed. Jeanlin will guide us, but we will undoubtedly encounter skirmishes along the way. There are far more federal soldiers involved in the search than we anticipated. The smiling demon nodded in agreement, and Ye Kongcheng peeked out of the alley only to quickly retract. In the next instant, gunfire erupted, accompanied by shouts as several prisoners were overtaken by federal soldiers, forcefully subdued, and shackled before being dragged away violently. Ye Kongcheng had no intention of intervening. This was not the time for heroics, and having others divert attention was advantageous. Once the prisoners were taken away, he swiftly darted out, crossing the street and plunging into another alley. The terrain of the slums was exceedingly complex, or rather chaotic, with houses crammed together without any semblance of order. This created winding streets and alleys that were frustratingly easy to get lost in and difficult to navigate. But now, Ye Kongcheng and his companions felt immensely grateful. The more convoluted the landscape, the better for concealment. After running for a short distance, Ye Kongcheng cautiously peered out, then quickly signaled for them to hide. Nana crouched behind a pile of garbage. The smiling demon leapt onto the awning of a low house, while Ye Kongcheng pressed his body against the wall and used 2 steel plates piled in the alley to shield himself. Moments later, voices echoed from the alley's entrance. Those ruffians truly have nothing better to do. I barely slept 4 hours last night. Well, at least it didn't Oppo's a chance to stretch my legs. Indeed, with those prisoners escaping, we can find some amusement. Daily drills can be dreadfully dull. A squad of soldiers idly conversed as they entered the alley, and in that instant, Ye Kongcheng abruptly pushed aside the steel plates concealing him, and the smiling demon leapt down from the awning. The two sprang into action. Chapter 61. Lysol with a decisive crack. The smiling demon swiftly seized a federal soldier by the head and promptly snapped his neck. Ye Kongcheng commanded Zhanlan to swiftly enter a weaponized state, swinging his fist with such force that it sent the soldier crashing through the wall and into an adjacent building. The remaining federal soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, but in that very instant, Nana emerged from behind a pile of refuse, raising her hand and declaring, "Mind control." Almost instantaneously, the federal soldiers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their gazes becoming dazed, as if caught in a semi-conscious state. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon wasted no time, taking advantage of the situation to knock each soldier down with a single punch. Having dealt with that squad of federal soldiers, Ye Kongcheng gestured, "Let us go." Exiting the alley, they burst onto the street, racing towards the outskirts of the slums. Guided by Zhanlan. "Ahead," Zhanlan exclaimed. "We can leave the slums by heading down that slope." Ye Kongcheng nodded, quickening his pace. However, in that moment, gunfire erupted from behind. Their location had been compromised, and a group of federal soldiers was pursuing them. Ye Kongcheng immediately executed a sliding stop, then clashed his fists together. Wall of flames. As his fists collided, a burst of sparks ignited, and with a forceful push, flames surged outward, roaring and expanding to form a 5-meter-high wall of fire, effectively blocking the street. With the federal soldiers halted, the trio swiftly turned and raced down the slope, noticing that the surrounding low buildings were becoming increasingly sparse, signaling they were nearing the edge of the slums. Zhanlan remarked, "There's a wall ahead, known as Wall Number 13, specifically designed to separate the main city from the slums. Only this slope has an iron gate for entry and exit." Just as Zhanlan finished speaking, her voice abruptly trailed off. Ye Kongcheng queried, "What's wrong?" Zhanlan replied, "There are people ahead." Gradually slowing their pace, the trio spotted the continuous expanse of Wall No. 13, a clear demarcation between the worlds of the impoverished and the affluent. Standing before the iron gate at the center of the wall was a man. The man was tall and muscular, his body adorned with various tattoos that exuded a fierce aura. Mad Dog Lysol, the prison instructor and right-hand man to Warden McCarthy. The smiling demon identified. "Since you know me, this is all the better." Lysol approached with a grin. "Will you come back with me willingly? Or shall I beat you into submission first?" Suddenly, Nana stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Lysol as she declared, "Mind control." In the next instant, Lysol exchanged glances with Nana and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. However, it was but a fleeting moment. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to snap back to reality, and stomped his foot in fury, shouting, "What have you done to me?" With a thunderous crack, the ground splintered beneath Lysol's stomp, and with a flick of his foot, he launched a half-human high shard of stone towards Nana. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng smashed the flying stone to smithereens with a punch. "Keep an eye on the federal soldiers behind us," Ye Kongcheng instructed. "I will handle this one." As he spoke, he advanced rapidly towards Lysol. Lysol sneered, "It seems you have no intention of coming along quietly." Ye Kongcheng retorted with a scoff, "I suggest you vacate while I'm still being courteous." As the two quickly closed the distance, Ye Kongcheng called out, "Zhanlan, weaponize." A cascade of vibrant colors erupted, flowing, coalescing, and shaping into armor that enveloped Ye Kongcheng's arms. In the next moment, their fists collided with a resounding boom. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves that kicked up dust and debris around them. Lysol felt a chill. Despite the youth's physique being merely proportionate, he sensed a palpable pressure emanating from their clash, revealing that the opponent's strength surpassed his own. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng bellowed, "Get back!" With a slight bend of his arms, he thrust forward, the force from his punch surging dramatically. Lysol gritted his teeth, staggering backward from the blow. Ye Kongcheng smirked. "It seems your verbal prowess exceeds your physical might? Brat." Lysol's eyes glinted with malice as he glared at Ye Kongcheng. "You've angered me." As he spoke, Lysol's body began to bend low, eventually positioning himself on all fours. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward on all fours. astonishingly faster than running on two legs. Almost instantaneously, he was upon Ye Kongcheng, claws extended to strike. Clang! Ye Kongcheng raised his right arm, deflecting Lysol's attack against his arm armor, the impact echoing sharply. Yet, he soon felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Lysol had bitten down on his right ankle. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng cursed. Are you a dog? He lifted his left foot, aiming to stomp down on Lysol and Apos' head, but Lysol dodged swiftly to the side. Be careful, the smiling demon warned from behind. His second stage gene ability, if I'm not mistaken, should be beast mimicry. As the name suggests, this ability allows him to replicate the attack and defense patterns of various beasts. Generally, the strength of this ability correlates with the number of beasts he can emulate. Moreover, mere imitation does not qualify as beast mimicry. In this state, his body undergoes certain transformations. For instance, if mimicking a lion or tiger, his nails become as sharp as claws, or if imitating a venomous snake, his saliva becomes laced with poison, or if emulating an elephant, his strength is significantly amplified. Ye Kongcheng's expression darkened as he glanced at his ankle, where the bite had drawn a trickle of blood, accompanied by a faint sensation of numbness, suggesting he had been poisoned, albeit not severely. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng extended his finger, beckoning Lysol. Lysol's expression turned cold, and he lunged forward once more, fangs bared and claws poised to strike at Ye Kongcheng. Chapter 62. Escape. You have already showcased your extraordinary abilities, Ye Kongcheng remarked with a cold smirk. Now, it is my turn, isn't it? In the instant that Lysol lunged forward, Ye Kongcheng abruptly stomped his foot onto the ground. With a resounding boom, flames erupted from the earth, enveloping Ye Kongcheng and Apos' form in a swirling tempest of scorching heat. Startled, Lysol unfurled his arms and leaped into the air like a great bird, narrowly evading the sudden surge of flames. Ye Kongcheng taunted, "As far as I know, beasts are quite fearful of fire." As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng reached into the rising flames, grasping a tendril of fire that extended like a whip, which he then hurled into the sky, striking Lysol and sending him crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng leapt into the air, raising his fist to deliver a blow to the fallen Lysol. Boom! Lysol quickly rolled aside, narrowly escaping the impact of Ye Kongcheng's fist, which shattered the ground into a shower of debris. With gritted teeth, Lysol transformed again, utilizing his beastly simulation ability to take on the form of a venomous snake. Without any visible movement, he twisted his body and sprang up from the ground, lunging towards Ye Kongcheng with an open mouth ready to bite. Barrier force field. Bang! Ye Kongcheng summoned a barrier in front of him, and Lysol collided with the invisible wall, abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng lunged forward, grasping Lysol by the throat and pinning him to the ground. Huh! The warden's right-hand man? You're not so impressive. I have already taken down your warden. What chance do you stand? Lysol sneered disdainfully. You think you can defeat the warden? Are you dreaming? As he spoke, Lysol and Apos' fingers curled slightly, sharp claws extending from his fingertips, glimmering with a deadly light as they aimed for Ye Kongcheng and Apos' chest. Fire blast! Boom! Just as Lysol and Apos' claws were about to pierce Ye Kongcheng and Apos' chest, flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng and Apos' palms, transforming into a massive fireball that detonated, engulfing Lysol entirely. After a brief moment, as the smoke cleared, Lysol lay with his head tilted, his body charred and lifeless, eyes rolled back, unaware of his fate. Ye Kongcheng rose and glanced back, observing that the smiling demon and Nana had successfully dealt with the pursuing federal soldiers. Without further ado, he waved his hand and led the way out of the slums. The stark contrast between the inside and outside of the so-called Wall Number 13 was apparent. What once appeared as a scene of desolation transformed into bustling prosperity upon their exit. Nana stood beside Ye Kongcheng and asked, "What shall we do now?" Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. This so-called security system is merely a drain on resources. The concept is simple. As long as people are trapped on this planet, in this city, they can eventually be extracted. Therefore, there is only one critical point: the spaceport. The smiling demon interjected. Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Thus, to escape from here, Merely hiding is futile. We must approach the spaceport. Zhanlan added. If the spaceport's defense system is interconnected, it is trivial. There is no need to fear those Annihilator Energy Type 2 cannons. Ye Kongcheng countered. The issue arises if they are manually operated. The Annihilator Energy Type 2 cannons can indeed be operated manually. Zhanlan remained silent for a moment before suggesting. It is not without solution. If we can access the spaceport server, we can intrude without needing to be interconnected, thereby destroying those Annihilator Energy Type 2 cannons. Nana cautioned. However, even under security conditions, gaining entry to the spaceport will not be easy. The smiling demon remarked, that can be managed. I can disguise myself. Disguise? Ye Kongcheng replied with a puzzled expression. You wear that demon mask so ostentatiously, and yet you speak of disguise? Are you suggesting that we also wear masks? The smiling demon seemed to see through Ye Kongcheng's thoughts and chuckled. I may wear a mask, but that does not mean I lack knowledge of disguise. Ye Kongcheng smacked his lips and said, if you are already wearing a mask, why bother learning the art of disguise? With a sigh, the smiling demon explained. I learned that before I donned the mask. Ye Kongcheng nodded, somewhat understanding, but sensing that there was a story behind the smiling demon's mask. However, seeing that the smiling demon was reluctant to elaborate, he chose not to press further. Given that, let us give it a try, Ye Kongcheng said. The smiling demon replied. I will need some time to prepare. Disguise requires certain tools. How long do you expect it will take? Ye Kongcheng inquired. It depends on the situation. Some items can be purchased directly from the store, while others require more effort, the smiling demon responded. Ye Kongcheng gestured for Zhanlan to open the map, pointing to a parking lot beside the spaceport. Let us meet here in 2 hours, shall we? The smiling demon nodded. If all goes well, that time should suffice. Then it is settled, Ye Kongcheng concluded. The smiling demon nodded and pointed towards the opposite side of the street before hastening away. Ye Kongcheng waved to Nana and proceeded towards the spaceport. Wait, Zhanlan suddenly interjected. Even if we go to the spaceport, we must wait for the smiling demon. In that case, why not do something in the meantime? Ye Kongcheng queried. What do you intend to do? Zhanlan replied, across the street, at a 45-degree angle. Ye Kongcheng followed Zhanlan's direction and was taken aback. The Alchemist Guild? Indeed, Zhanlan affirmed. Did I not mention that to prepare for the third stage of the gene gate, we must supplement it with gene potions to achieve a breakthrough? Ye Kongcheng remarked, but I am not an alchemist. Will they allow me entry into the Alchemist Guild? Nana clarified, the Alchemist Guild is not exclusive to alchemists. The general public can also enter, even purchasing materials and renting alchemy rooms. The difference lies in that alchemists do not need to pay, while ordinary people must. Zhanlan added, of course, alchemists have an obligation to serve the guild, but ordinary individuals do not face such restrictions. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. The crux is that ordinary people must pay. Do you think I have the funds to buy materials and rent an alchemy room? Zhanlan scoffed. You are a space pirate. Why concern yourself with payment? Remember your identity. You are currently a fugitive on the run. With so many lice, what does it matter if you don't pay? Ye Kongcheng smacked his lips, unable to deny the truth in Zhanlan's words. Chapter 63. Gene Elixir. Very well, let us proceed. Ye Kongcheng nodded and added, however, I must forewarn you that I am utterly inexperienced in alchemy. I have never studied it. That is of no concern, Zhanlan replied with an air of arrogance. Even if you were a complete fool, as long as you follow my instructions meticulously, you will concoct the most exquisite elixir. Welcome. As they spoke, Ye Kongcheng entered the grand hall of the Alchemist Guild, where a young service attendant greeted him warmly. How may I assist you today? I require a room for alchemy and a list of medicinal ingredients. Please procure the ingredients listed for me, Ye Kongcheng requested. Certainly, the attendant responded with a nod. What grade of alchemist do you require? We offer A, B, and C grades, each equipped with different facilities. The finest room will suffice, Ye Kongcheng decisively stated. Since he had no intention of settling the bill, he might as well choose the best available option. A moment later, the attendant placed a collection of ingredients before Ye Kongcheng. The gene elixir was not particularly rare, as it was essential for the third stage breakthrough of the gene gate. Thus, the Alchemist Guild possessed a complete set of materials. However, catalysts were quite precious and varied in type. Ye Kongcheng had already prepared the catalyst, which was undoubtedly the fangs of the rock-skinned serpent. After receiving the materials, Ye Kongcheng made his way deeper into the guild. The Iron Prison Star was not a significant planet and, as a prison world, was ill-suited for commercial development. Consequently, the Alchemist Guild here was not large. Aside from the hall, all other rooms were alchemy chambers, unlike those on other planets that had multiple areas. Nonetheless, there were still quite a few C and B grade alchemy rooms in use, while the A grade rooms were nearly vacant, as their fees were considered exorbitant. Only alchemists of a certain caliber would choose the A grade facilities. Indeed, the early stages of alchemy can be financially burdensome due to a low success rate, resulting in losses. However, once one reaches the intermediate or advanced level, such expenses become trivial. With many vacant rooms available, Ye Kongcheng casually selected one and entered. Placing the materials on the table. "Please take a moment to rest," he said, arranging the ingredients. "I will begin the alchemy process." "Understood," Nana replied, sitting down with her legs hugged to her chest, observing Ye Kongcheng as he worked with the materials. She was indeed a bit fatigued. She was not a combatant, and the continuous battles had taken a toll on her. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng diligently followed Zhang Lan's prescribed steps to concoct the elixir. 3 taels of new money grass, 2 taels of mayflower, grind into powder, add to 200 milliliters of concentrated elixir, compress and condense, then 5 taels each of money flower, 9 string grass, and orchid bodhi into 300 milliliters of water, simmer for 5 minutes and 30 seconds, then distill. He poured the distilled water into the prepared powder, then introduced the blue blood. Once the blue blood matched the color of the powder, he added the remaining 9-month heart lotus, 7-month lotus leaf, and 10-month lotus petals. Almost done. After 30 seconds, introduced the fangs of the rock-skinned serpent to activate the elixir and Opos' efficacy. Zhang Lan provided Ye Kongcheng with a foolproof alchemy tutorial, detailing the quantity of each ingredient, the necessary apparatus, the required flame intensity, and the precise timing. Down to every step. All Ye Kongcheng needed to do was adhere strictly to these instructions, measuring each component accurately. If Ye Kongcheng could not produce an elixir under such conditions, he would indeed be a fool. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, anxious not to miscalculate the dosages or timing. In a corner of the alchemy room, a surveillance camera flickered with a red light, capturing every moment. Dale, the president of the Alchemist Guild on Iron Prison Star, found the guild relatively idle compared to others, which left him with ample leisure time. Thus, his greatest joy was to observe others concocting potions, hoping to discover promising talents to contribute to the guild. As A-grade alchemy rooms were seldom utilized, Dale grew intrigued when he noticed one had been rented. He made his way to the monitoring room to observe the proceedings. There, he spotted Ye Kongcheng, a young man, perhaps not yet 20. In comparison, Dale felt like a grandfather. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Youth often equated to inexperience, and experience was crucial for an outstanding alchemist. As expected, Dale and Opos' frown deepened. The technique is completely incorrect. The dosages are entirely wrong. The steps are utterly misplaced. This is sheer nonsense. Dale raged internally, suspecting that a wealthy young scion had whimsically decided to become an alchemist, thus wasting precious ingredients. This infuriated him, as it felt like a profound insult to the profession. Dale longed to confront Ye Kongcheng, to reprimand him for his wasteful handling of materials. However, in that instant, the concentrated elixir began to flow steadily through the glass tubes into 5 glass vials. Pure, transparent, and faintly luminous. Remarkably, all 5 elixirs were successfully produced, achieving a perfect 100 success rate. No, they exceeded expectations. Based on Dale's assessment, the ingredients on the table were only sufficient for 4 vials, yet 5 body-strengthening elixirs were produced. In the next moment, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. The man in the room placed the 5 body-strengthening elixirs on the appraisal table, and the quality displayed on the sensory screen was astounding. Superior, 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 and yet another superior. Without a moment's hesitation, Dale dashed out of the monitoring room, eager to engage with Ye Kongcheng. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng held the gene elixir and remarked, "Has it been successfully concocted?" "Indeed." Zhanlan replied. Let us depart. As Ye Kongcheng and Nana made their way out, he whispered, Are we really not paying? Those ingredients are worth approximately 12,000. Do you have the funds? Zhanlan queried. Ye Kongcheng gasped. I believe that as a cosmic pirate, paying is quite unbecoming. With that, Ye Kongcheng resolved to make a hasty exit, fervently hoping the front desk attendant had not noticed him, allowing him to slip away undetected. Perhaps his prayers were answered, as the attendant was busy organizing a pile of documents and did not see Ye Kongcheng as he exited, filling him with delight. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, a voice called from behind, Hey, wait a moment, hold on. Chapter 64. The peculiar Ye Kongcheng turned his head and saw an elderly man with white hair hastily approaching him. Ye Kongcheng was instantly taken aback and shouted, Run. They're trying to dine and dash. No, wait, that's not right. They're trying to engage in unscrupulous activities, or perhaps it's the exposure of the alchemical elixir. He hurriedly dashed towards the exit. The receptionist finally regained her composure, and, just as she saw Ye Kongcheng rushing outside, she called out, Hey, you haven't settled the bill. Come back. Security, stop him. Two towering men burst out from the guild's entrance, swiftly blocking Ye Kongcheng's path. Being one of the 5 major guilds of the galaxy, the Alchemist Guild maintained a certain decorum. The security guards, instead of immediately resorting to force, intended to handle the situation with a diplomatic approach. However, Daisal panicked upon witnessing the scene. He had just discovered a rare alchemical talent, and if they harmed him, there would be no chance of him joining the guild. He quickly gestured for the 2 security guards to step aside. The guards were startled, realizing that even the president was involved. What kind of precious materials had this young man taken without payment? The security guards decided they could no longer afford to be polite, especially with the president watching. One on the left and one on the right, they reached for Ye Kongcheng's shoulders, intending to subdue him. Mind control. Nana darted out from behind Ye Kongcheng, attempting to catch the guards off guard with her unique ability. Yet, to her astonishment, the 2 guards remained utterly unfazed, showing no signs of confusion. Previously, when she had used this ability on Lysol, he had momentarily succumbed. One of the guards chuckled, Little girl, save your tricks for someone else. Hand over the money or the goods, and we can resolve this amicably. Indeed, they were one of the 5 major guilds of the galaxy. Ye Kongcheng thought to himself, then shouted defiantly, I want to pay a dime. What can you do about it? He added silently in his mind, Besides, I am broke. Bang, bang. As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng threw a punch, colliding with the 2 guards. After the impact, Ye Kongcheng's heart sank. These men were no ordinary opponents. Although he had not activated his Azure weapon transformation, they had effortlessly absorbed his strike without any sign of recoil. This indicated their mastery over strength, as they could choose whether to inflict harm at will. Ye Kongcheng marveled at the depth of the galaxy's 5 major guilds. This was merely a branch established on a remote prison planet, yet they had such formidable individuals guarding the entrance, truly affluent. However, to stop me, they were not quite up to the task. Ye Kongcheng declared, Azure, weaponize. Once more, he threw a punch, his hands enveloped in swirling white light, and collided with the guards' fists again. The guards' expressions shifted in shock. They had not anticipated the sudden surge in Ye Kongcheng's strength. Before they could react, they were sent flying, tumbling out the door and rolling down the steps. Let us go. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng shouted to Nana and dashed out of the Alchemist Guild, sprinting forward. Meanwhile, Daisal had only just reached the entrance, panting and unable to utter a word as he struggled to catch his breath. Although his alchemical skills were undoubtedly profound, he was merely an ordinary man in other respects, and due to his age, he was even less fit than an average person. The 2 guards quickly supported Daisal, urging, President, catch your breath. Fools. Daisal managed to regain some composure and exclaimed, What do you mean catch my breath? Go find that man. The guards exchanged glances. Bewildered, what kind of materials had that young man taken without paying? The president was clearly agitated. What are you waiting for? Go now. Daisal urged them, adding, And remember to be gentle. The guards were taken aback. Gentle? What does that even mean? At this moment, Ye Kongcheng had already run quite a distance and looked back to find no one pursuing him. He mused, The Alchemist Guild is surprisingly generous. They're not even chasing after me. Nana replied, I suspect they never considered someone would actually attempt to skip out on a bill. They probably don't know how to respond. After all, when has anyone dared to do such a thing in the galaxy's 5 major guilds? That's good news for us. Ye Kongcheng smiled. I'll remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity arises. Nana rolled her eyes. So that means you're not counting it as a debt for the alchemical elixir? Ye Kongcheng was momentarily speechless. Let us hurry, Azure urged. Time is of the essence. If everything goes smoothly, the smiling demon should be approaching the spaceport soon. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Choosing not to dwell on the minor incident with the Alchemist Guild, and hailed a hovering taxi. The self-driving taxi alleviated his concerns about being recognized. Upon reaching the previously agreed location, Ye Kongcheng was about to check the time when he spotted the smiling demon peeking out from a corner of the parking lot. Waving at them. Over here, the smiling demon beckoned. I've scanned the area. There's no one around. Leading them into a side room of the parking lot, which was typically used for storing cleaning supplies and only accessed by the janitorial staff. They found it deserted since it was not yet the cleaning crew's working hours. The smiling demon held a box, opening it to reveal numerous cosmetics, wigs, and fake beards. As she began to help Ye Kongcheng with his disguise, she remarked, While you were gone, I surveyed the spaceport and sensed something peculiar. Ye Kongcheng inquired, What do you mean? The analysis you provided earlier was astute. Hiding and fleeing are futile under the surveillance system. The Federation will eventually track us down. The key lies in securing a spaceship to escape, correct? Ye Kongcheng countered. Isn't that right? Precisely, which is why I find it strange, the smiling demon continued. The Federation cannot be oblivious to this. Yet I observe that the spaceport's defenses and vigilance remain unchanged. They have not heightened their state of alert. Ye Kongcheng frowned. So the spaceport is operating normally? The smiling demon nodded. Chapter 65. Discovery. Ye Kongcheng found himself lost in contemplation, sensing an air of peculiarity. It was a straightforward dilemma. Remaining on Iron Prison Star would inevitably lead to discovery, necessitating departure. To escape the planet, a spaceship was essential, and such vessels could potentially be acquired from other planets, alongside shipyards, trading posts, and merchant guilds. However, on Iron Prison Star, a veritable prison world, the only source for spaceships was the cosmic port, which the Federation strictly controlled. Given this reality, should not heightened vigilance be the order of the day at such a critical location? The smiling demon remarked. There are only two possible conclusions. Either someone is lurking in the shadows, prepared, or it is a trap. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Is there truly a distinction between the two? The smiling demon paused for a moment before responding. You are correct. While the intent may differ, the location remains unchanged. I refuse to believe the cosmic port would not enhance its security protocols, especially under normal operating conditions. Simultaneously, the smiling demon produced a mirror from a box, saying, Take a look. The effect should be quite impressive. Ye Kongcheng gazed into the mirror, raising an eyebrow in surprise. His appearance had transformed, aging him by approximately 20 years into a man in his 30s. His once fair skin bore the marks of time, with faint lines appearing and a more resolute demeanor emerging. Although the contours of his face had not drastically changed, Ye Kongcheng was certain that a comparison with his previous photograph would render him unrecognizable. With a grin, he gave the smiling demon a thumbs up, exclaiming, A remarkable skill. The smiling demon smiled back and turned to Nana. It's your turn now. In contrast to Ye Kongcheng, the smiling demon altered Nana's appearance to appear younger and more innocent, emphasizing her rounder face to reflect a girl a decade younger. This clever disguise created the illusion of a father-daughter pair when Ye Kongcheng and Nana stood together. Furthermore, the smiling demon's meticulous planning acknowledged that since the targets of the manhunt were prisoners, it would be improbable for them to travel with family, thereby significantly reducing their visibility. The smiling demon gestured. You two should proceed first. I will infiltrate using stealth, as he touched his mask awkwardly, adding, I cannot disguise myself, and I would stand out far too much. Ye Kongcheng nodded, then suggested, Let us find a way to procure a communication device for easier contact. With a grin, the smiling demon retrieved a communicator from the box, saying, Already anticipated that. Ye Kongcheng nodded, and beckoned to Nana, despite her reluctance. Feeling that her petite stature resembled that of a child, Nana understood that it was not the time for complaints and reluctantly took Ye Kongcheng's hand. After departing the underground garage, Ye Kongcheng entered the cosmic port. To say the Federation was entirely inactive would be inaccurate. At least some electronic boards displayed images of wanted individuals. While they did not include ordinary prisoners, the likenesses of notorious criminals, including Ye Kongcheng and the Smiling Demon, adorned the boards. Unfortunately, Ye Kongcheng had altered his appearance, and most importantly, the Federation was unaware of Nana's presence. As they entered the cosmic port, Ye Kongcheng surveyed his surroundings. The main hall lay before them, flanked by service desks. On the left, tickets for cosmic cruises were sold, while the right side accommodated parked spacecraft, with resting areas branching off on both sides. Nana whispered to Ye Kongcheng, "Both sides lead to the docking area. But the crucial point is that identity verification is required to enter. We cannot get through at the moment, and if we attempt to force our way in, just look above." Following her direction, Ye Kongcheng glanced up to see several silver and black devices mounted on the ceiling. Nana explained, "Those are gravity field devices. If you try to breach the entrance, they will activate, creating a zone where gravity is increased at least 15 times, and up to 35 times to ensure complete immobilization of the target." It seemed they would need to employ the talents of Zhanlan to disrupt the defense system. Ye Kongcheng surveyed the area and inquired, "The problem is, where is the system server located?" Nana scanned the vicinity. "That's hard to say, but it should typically be in a restricted area where staff are prohibited." Ye Kongcheng searched the surroundings, but failed to identify such an area. Suddenly, Zhanlan interjected, "What if it's not within the cosmic port? It's possible it's situated in the surrounding vicinity." Ye Kongcheng sighed. "That would greatly expand our search radius." At that moment, Zhanlan's bracelet illuminated with a red light, flashing persistently. Zhanlan announced, "It's the Smiling Demon's contact signal." Ye Kongcheng nodded and donned the earpiece, asking, "Have you entered the cosmic port?" "Yes," the Smiling Demon replied, "and I've made some intriguing discoveries." Ye Kongcheng questioned, "Oh?" The Smiling Demon continued, "At the 7 o'clock position, the bald man is Zhao Wujia, known as the Thunder Hand. The woman beside him is the Bloodbiter, Celine. Both are notorious felons, second-degree offenders. Aside from them, there are about 10 other prisoners loitering in the cosmic port." This piqued Ye Kongcheng's interest. "Do they share our objective?" The Smiling Demon jested. "Are they planning to take a cosmic cruise for leisure?" Although it was a jest, Ye Kongcheng grasped the underlying meaning. Yet he was more curious about the Smiling Demon's whereabouts, able to observe his movements while remaining invisible himself. "Stop searching," the Smiling Demon chuckled, "as a professional assassin. My expertise lies not in killing but in concealment. You want to find me, you should focus on how to leverage the current situation." Ye Kongcheng signaled to Nana and then sat down, proposing, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. "What do you think?" The Smiling Demon concurred. "That was my thought as well, but I'm uncertain about their intentions." Ye Kongcheng replied, "Let us keep an eye on them." "Agreed. Let us maintain communication," the Smiling Demon affirmed. After severing the connection, Ye Kongcheng pondered the individuals the Smiling Demon had pointed out, curious about their strategies to navigate the cosmic port's defenses. Perhaps he could lend a hand in their endeavors. At that moment, Zhanlan suddenly remarked, "They also intend to sabotage the cosmic port's defense system. But they are bound to fail." Chapter 66. The cannon fodder ahead. Ye Kongcheng inquired with curiosity, "How did you know?" Zhanlan replied, "I scanned those individuals and captured an intriguing image." Zhanlan projected a small photonic screen, no larger than a palm, displaying an image of a man named Zhao Wuji examining a card-like object he had retrieved from his pocket. Ye Kongcheng magnified the position of Zhao Wuji's hand, discovering that the card was a storage card, predominantly white, adorned with an insect-like skull emblem. Nana gasped in astonishment, "A virus program." Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow in confusion. Nana pointed at the insect-like skull logo. "This is a specialized storage card for virus programs. The use of such a card indicates that the virus contained within is exceptionally potent. Only viruses rated at a certain level utilize these specialized storage cards." Zhanlan interjected, The destruction of a virus of this caliber would be too great a loss, yet its potential threat necessitates stringent control, hence the employment of this specialized storage medium. Ye Kongcheng deduced, it appears they intend to use the virus to compromise the spaceport and Oppos as servers. Jean-Lon confirmed, I conducted an intrusion check 12 hours prior. A theft occurred at the Federal Program Storage Facility. The news has been suppressed and not publicly disclosed, but it undoubtedly involves these individuals. Pondering this, Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand. Why do you claim they will fail? Jean-Lon explained, I reviewed the list of stolen items, and the virus taken is the Fire and 11 type. Coincidentally, 5 hours after the theft, upgrades were made to the servers of the spaceport, the Legislative Bureau, and the police headquarters, including patches to the server firewalls. Ye Kongcheng continued to contemplate, realizing that a covert battle had already transpired between the two parties. While the outcome remained uncertain, the Federation had clearly prepared a response. The spaceport, the Legislative Bureau, and the police headquarters were undoubtedly the most crucial locations in the city. The sudden application of server patches raised questions. What could be the motive? Even a fool could surmise the implications. However, those prisoners lacked Jean-Lon and the ability to infiltrate. They were likely oblivious to the Federation's subtle maneuvers. Ye Kongcheng declared, it seems I should lend them a hand. Nana asked, what do you intend to do? They plan to sabotage the servers, so I shall assist them in their endeavor, for it aligns with our own intentions. Ye Kongcheng smiled, this will save us some trouble. At least we need not seek out the spaceport servers ourselves. With resolve, Ye Kongcheng fixed his gaze on the others, who appeared unhurried, lingering in the waiting area like passengers awaiting their flights. Ye Kongcheng remained calm and exhibited remarkable patience, while Nana displayed signs of anxiety. Do not rush, Ye Kongcheng reassured, gently patting the back of Nana's hand. Everything is under control. The sweet voice of the spaceport's announcement echoed. Flight 2117 of the cosmic cruise ship is about to arrive at the spaceport. Repeating, Flight 2117. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng's eyebrows shot up as he noticed Zhao Wuji rise from his seat. According to the observations of the smiling demon, the leaders of the group were Zhao Wuji and Selen, accompanied by a dozen or so accomplices, prompting Ye Kongcheng to glance around. Indeed, as Zhao Wuji moved, roughly 10 individuals around him stirred as well. These individuals bore some cosmetic alterations, though far from the level of disguise. Their methods were clearly inferior to those of the smiling demon. Most strikingly, there was an undeniable aura of ferocity radiating from this group that could not be concealed. Zhao Wuji and Selen exchanged a few hushed words before parting ways. Ye Kongcheng found himself momentarily perplexed. Which one should he follow? Fortunately, the moment passed quickly, and he swiftly chose to trail behind Zhao Wuji, reasoning that since the virus program was in his possession, he would be the one to compromise the servers. Simultaneously, several squads of federal soldiers entered the spaceport, proceeding directly through the secure passageway toward the docking area. Ye Kongcheng murmured, they must be up to something. Jean-Lon remained silent for a moment before responding. The flight mentioned in the announcement has been found to contain explosive materials. Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. That flight has just arrived, correct? Did those individuals manage to smuggle explosives aboard? This revelation was astonishing. If it were a departing spacecraft, Ye Kongcheng could understand. But discovering explosives after the vessel had docked at the spaceport was perplexing. Where had they been all this time? Ye Kongcheng was convinced that this was a ploy orchestrated by Zhao Wuji and Oppos' group after the spacecraft docked. He pondered briefly but dismissed further concerns. The means to achieve their goals were what truly mattered. As Ye Kongcheng followed Zhao Wuji, it became evident that Zhao had gathered intelligence regarding the spaceport's layout. And without hesitation, he proceeded toward a concealed side passage, marked with a sign reading, Authorized personnel only, no entry. Ye Kongcheng frowned. He had previously noticed this location. However, after exploring the area with Jean-Lon, he concluded that it was merely an ordinary electrical room. Should it be compromised, it could lead to a temporary power outage at the spaceport. Yet, this would have little impact, as the spaceport had backup power sources that would swiftly restore functionality. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji approached the passage, but surprisingly, he bypassed the electrical room altogether, continuing onward. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Zhao Wuji scanned his surroundings, seemingly performing some action before extending his hand forward, inexplicably passing through the wall and vanishing from sight. Nana remarked beside Ye Kongcheng, "It's a virtual projection device. That wall is an illusion." Ye Kongcheng nodded and concealed himself alongside Nana. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhao Wuji emerged from the wall, swiftly heading toward the junction of the spaceport and the docking area. Once Zhao Wuji had distanced himself, Ye Kongcheng stealthily entered the passage, feeling along the wall until his hand penetrated the surface, ultimately discovering an iron door. Suddenly enlightened, Ye Kongcheng realized that the passage concealed a room, camouflaged by a virtual projection that created the illusion of a wall, thus misleading observers into believing there was no further access. "Zhanlan, a password lock," Ye Kongcheng exclaimed. Zhanlan responded, 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. With a click, the electronic lock on the iron door emitted a crisp sound, swinging open inward as Ye Kongcheng and Nana promptly entered. Chapter 67. Docking Area. Is this the server? Upon entering, Ye Kongcheng and Nana were greeted by rows of black metallic racks, laden with interconnected black boxes that appeared to number nearly 100. Indeed, these are the servers for the defense system, Nana affirmed confidently. Zhanlan extended a connection cable and instructed, "Simply find a socket to plug it into." Following her guidance, Ye Kongcheng complied, and soon the surface of Zhanlan flickered with a kaleidoscope of colors, indicating it had entered operational mode. Meanwhile, Nana dashed to the side, deftly manipulating the servers and extracting silver memory cards from the black boxes. Curious, Ye Kongcheng inquired, "What are these?" "These are server memory cards," Nana explained. "They are specifically designed for large servers and are quite expensive. Aren't you short on funds? You could sell them for a good price. Each card is worth around 5,000. And with 3 cards per server, that totals 15,000. Ye Kongcheng and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the potential. He swiftly joined in the frenzy, recognizing that he might be the poorest cosmic pirate and could not afford to miss any opportunity to earn. Within 3 minutes, he had extracted dozens of memory cards, filling his pockets. At that moment, Zhanlan spoke up. "The viruses have indeed been ineffective. They were intercepted by the server's firewall." "What about now?" Ye Kongcheng asked. "Naturally. I have taken control," Zhanlan replied smugly. "Otherwise, how could you dismantle the memory cards so effortlessly? The alarm would have been triggered long ago." Ye Kongcheng pondered briefly. "Although I am uncertain about Zhao Wuji and Apos' intentions after damaging the servers, it is evident that he plans to forcibly breach the docking area and seize the cosmic ship. If that is the case, let us provide him an opportunity to cut off the power to the entire spaceport in 3 minutes." "Understood," Zhanlan confirmed. After securing the memory cards, Ye Kongcheng unplugged Zhanlan's connection and exited the room. Upon returning to the spaceport's main hall, he and Nana gradually approached the security checkpoint, keeping an eye on the time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Ye Kongcheng silently counted down in his mind until the moment reached 0. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the spaceport as all lights extinguished. Save for a few faint glimmers near the entrance, the rest of the area was shrouded in pitch blackness. The occupants of the spaceport momentarily froze, clearly bewildered by the situation, before beginning to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the cause of the disturbance. "Time to act," Ye Kongcheng whispered to himself, aware he had crafted a prime opportunity for Zhao Wuji and Apos' faction to respond. Just then, a pair of terrified screams pierced the darkness, and through the gloom, 2 guards at the security exit could be seen with their throats slit, blood spraying forth. "Brothers, follow me." Zhao Wuji's roar echoed in the dark as he leaped over the security barrier, charging towards the inner port of the spaceport. In the next instant, the prisoners erupted into frenzied shouts, racing after Zhao Wuji's lead, vaulting over the security checkpoint in a mad dash towards the inner port. The defense system lay in ruins, and the gravity field was non-functional, leaving only the spaceport's guards to attempt to intercept them. However, could a mere handful of ordinary guards truly halt them? "Let us go. We should move now," Ye Kongcheng urged. Nana nodded, closely following Ye Kongcheng. Reaching the security gate, Ye Kongcheng effortlessly vaulted over the ticketing machine with a single motion, then donned a headset and connected to the communicator of the smiling demon. It's time to leave. Understood, the smiling demon replied. I'm at security gate 12 on the side. Ye Kongcheng turned to Nana and asked, where is our cosmic ship located? In docking area 7, position 27, Nana replied. Ye Kongcheng relayed the information to the smiling demon. Did you catch that? Yes, the smiling demon confirmed. Got it. Ye Kongcheng ended the communication and, with a swift punch, knocked down an approaching guard, continuing onward. With a series of rapid strikes, he dispatched the remaining guards in his path. Within half a minute, only the incapacitated guards lay around him. Fortunately, most of the guards had been drawn away by Zhao Wujia and Amp, Oppo's S group, leaving behind just a few stragglers. Passing through the security gate, they encountered the entrances to several suspended bridges leading to the docking area. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng seized Nana around the waist. What are you doing? She gasped, startled. I found a shortcut, he proclaimed, striking forward with a powerful punch, shattering the glass panel beside the bridge and leaping through. With Nana's startled cry, they plummeted downward until, just before impact, Ye Kongcheng struck the ground, unleashing a surge of flames that cascaded below like a rolling wave, cushioning their fall as they landed safely. Let us go, Ye Kongcheng declared, releasing Nana and hurrying ahead, feeling fortunate. For serendipitously, the side of the suspended bridge led directly to docking area 7. 27, 27, 27. Ye Kongcheng and Nana sprinted, and abruptly he halted, exclaiming, I found it. Seeing the cosmic ship again, both Ye Kongcheng and Nana exhaled in relief. Once they piloted the ship away from this planet, they would be entirely safe. However, out of caution, Ye Kongcheng asked, are you certain we won and Oppos to be fired upon once we activate the cosmic ship? Rest assured, Jeanlon reassured him. We Haven and Oppos T triggered any defense systems on our way here. I have absolute confidence. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Then we wait for the smiling demon. He doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Just then, a mocking chuckle emanated from the top of the cosmic ship. Are you looking for him? Suddenly, a figure was hurled down from the ship's apex, crashing heavily before Ye Kongcheng and Nana. Smiling demon? Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in shock. Indeed. The figure was unmistakably the smiling demon, though he appeared quite battered, with torn clothing revealing several wounds and blood seeping from beneath his mask, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. Chapter 68. McCarthy Nana hurried to the side of the smiling demon, lifting him up and wiping away the blood that flowed from beneath his mask. She attempted to remove the mask, but no matter how hard she tried, it would not budge. Do not worry. The smiling demon gasped, I am fine. Though I have sustained some injuries, I am far from dead. At that moment, another figure descended from the cosmic vessel, landing steadily on the ground. Upon seeing the figure, Ye Kongcheng was instantly taken aback. McCarthy, he exclaimed. The figure was none other than the warden, McCarthy. Ye Kongcheng spoke in a low voice, You're not dead? McCarthy sneered. I merely eliminated one of my avatars. It seems that has pleased you. As he spoke, he spread his palm, and a flame surged forth between his hands. Divine fire. The emblem of the third phase of the gene gate. Ye Kongcheng's expression darkened, a flicker of caution crossing his features. The possession of divine fire indicated that McCarthy had undoubtedly entered the third phase of the gene gate, and this divine fire was no ordinary flame. The levels of divine fire could be enhanced, classified as human flame, earth flame, fate flame, true extreme flame, demon energy flame, and divine flame. The divine fire newly acquired upon entering the third phase was naturally the human flame. As the power of the divine fire increased, so too did its capabilities. With each elevation in level adding another layer, the flame in McCarthy's hand was distinctly 2 layers, signifying that his divine fire had transcended the human flame to become the earth flame. If you wish to leave this planet, you must come to the cosmic port to retrieve your vessel, McCarthy coldly remarked. I have been waiting here for quite some time. As McCarthy spoke, he vanished from sight, reappearing right before Ye Kongcheng. Jeanlon. Ye Kongcheng commanded sharply, weaponize. As McCarthy's fist lunged forward, Ye Kongcheng's arm shimmered with prismatic light. When McCarthy and Oppo's S fist collided with the radiant barrier, he felt an unexpected resistance. His punch was intercepted by the azure weaponized armory. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng vanished, suddenly reappearing behind McCarthy. Yet, just as he was about to strike, McCarthy too flickered, disappearing as though cloaked in invisibility. The two swiftly resumed their previous confrontation from the prison, their figures flashing in and out as they engaged in a rapid exchange, utilizing their speed to outmaneuver one another. With McCarthy having broken through to the third phase of the gene gate, he naturally held the upper hand in all aspects. However, bolstered by a five-fold power enhancement from his azure weaponization, Ye Kongcheng held his ground. Suddenly, flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng, swirling around him as he sought to confine McCarthy's movements. McCarthy scoffed. "Do you think such tactics will work on me?" With a thunderous crack, the roaring flames expanded outward, only to be deflected as they struck an unseen barrier, dispersing like waves against a wall. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. "A barrier field?" "No, it is his unique ability," Zhanlan interjected. "The unique ability unlocked in the second phase of his gene gate is the solidification of air." Ye Kongcheng murmured, "Solidification of air?" He recognized this obscure supernatural ability, which could instantaneously solidify air, creating a substance akin to invisible metal. The volume, hardness, heat resistance, cold resistance, and duration of the solidified air depended on the user's strength. The stronger the user, the greater the volume and hardness, along with enhanced resistance and longevity. In essence, it was akin to the capability of a barrier field. Ye Kongcheng smirked. "You can defend against the front. Can you defend against what lies above?" While speaking, he assumed a horse stance, clenching his right fist, which ignited in flames. "Starfall!" Ye Kongcheng shouted, thrusting his fist toward the sky. The flames spiraled upward, swelling into a massive fireball, quickly expanding to the height of a person and the width of 3, trailing a plume of black smoke like a falling meteor aimed at McCarthy. McCarthy chuckled. "It seems you have forgotten. I previously mentioned that my divine fire ability is the avatar." He spread his palm, and the divine fire suddenly separated into a layer, crashing to the ground with a resounding boom, inflating like modeling clay, swiftly morphing into a second McCarthy, identical in appearance, height, and attire. Solidification of air. The second McCarthy reached upward, catching the fireball. When it neared half a meter above him, it collided with an unseen force, bursting apart into waves of fire that rolled outward. Ye Kongcheng's expression hardened. He had not anticipated McCarthy possessing this ability. At that moment, McCarthy spoke again. "You should understand that my divine fire has been upgraded to the earth flame, correct? Now, with this upgrade, what evolution can my divine fire ability undergo?" Suddenly, a small flame erupted from the ground behind Ye Kongcheng. "Watch out behind you!" Zhanlan shouted urgently. Ye Kongcheng spun around, only to be confronted by a third McCarthy. He immediately attempted to leap back to evade, but it was too late. A dull thud echoed, akin to fabric being torn. Ye Kongcheng felt a chill in his abdomen and looked down to see a dagger protruding from his midsection, crimson blood oozing from the wound. "Despicable!" Ye Kongcheng cursed, raising his hand to strike forward, sending a surge of flames toward McCarthy. However, McCarthy anticipated this move, retreating just in time to evade Ye Kongcheng's attack. Hee. This is the power that comes with upgrading to Earth Flame. With each elevation of my divine fire, an additional avatar is created. All 3 McCarthys cackled in unison. Clutching his abdomen, Ye Kongcheng staggered back a couple of steps. Seeing this, Nana rushed forward to support him. McCarthy sneered, gazing disdainfully at Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon. "One of you is already incapacitated, and the other is half done for. What do you intend to fight me with? Just stay still and allow me to grant you a swift passage to hell." Chapter 69. Dual Gene Mutational Ability. McCarthy was resolute in his intention to eliminate the 2 individuals, yet he approached with an air of nonchalance, slowly making his way towards Ye Kongcheng and his companions. Ye Kongcheng was acutely aware of McCarthy's strategy. He was attempting to psychologically manipulate them. The more leisurely McCarthy was in his approach to murder, the greater the sense of oppression he exuded, invoking deeper fear in his victims. However, this very demeanor provided Ye Kongcheng with an opportunity. Due to his continuous loss of blood, Ye Kongcheng's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Glancing at the blood-soaked Zhanlan, he whispered, What would happen if I were to consume the gene serum now? Could I surpass the third stage of the gene threshold? No, Jeanlin replied urgently. You must reach the late stages of the second phase, achieving peak physical strength before consuming the gene serum. Only then can the gene sequencing be restructured, awakening your potential and forging the divine fire. Ye Kongcheng reiterated. I asked what would happen now if I drank it. Jeanlin answered, I cannot say for certain, as no one has ever attempted such a thing. The most likely outcome is that your physical strength hasn't peaked, rendering you unable to withstand the potency of the gene serum, leading to a catastrophic collapse of your genes and resulting in your demise. So, do not act foolishly. Well, the worst that could happen is death, Ye Kongcheng remarked as he produced the gene serum, flicking off the cap with his thumb. Do you think the current situation could be any worse? His actions alerted McCarthy, but before McCarthy could react, Ye Kongcheng hastily poured the gene serum into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The gene serum slid down his throat, initially chilling, but transforming into an intense heat by the time it reached his abdomen, causing Ye Kongcheng to scream in agony. Thud! He found himself involuntarily kneeling on one knee, sweat pouring from his forehead as his pallor deepened. The pain was excruciating, as if his body were being torn asunder, prompting another scream to escape his lips. Nana, observing nervously from the side, asked, What is happening to you? Ye Kongcheng remained silent, pressing his forehead against the ground, drenched in sweat. His head, neck, chest, arms, and legs felt as though every muscle had been violently ripped apart in an instant. So intense was the pain that he could scarcely articulate a response. In the next moment, a network of veins surfaced on Ye Kongcheng's face, resembling squirming earthworms, spreading down from his neck to his arms, and then to his legs, rapidly enveloping his entire being. It was a result of the gene serum. McCarthy sneered. This is a desperate gamble. In your current state, consuming the gene serum is akin to committing suicide. As McCarthy approached Ye Kongcheng, raising his palm, he taunted, Let us begin with you. I shall grant you release from your suffering. With that, McCarthy's hand descended. Stop. Nana gritted her teeth and suddenly positioned herself in front of Ye Kongcheng, exclaiming, Mind control. Nana's mind control had some effect on McCarthy, albeit minimal. For a brief moment, he was ensnared in confusion, but in the blink of an eye, clarity returned to his eyes. Trivial skills, McCarthy scoffed. How dare you embarrass yourself? After a momentary hesitation, McCarthy's hand came crashing down once more. Nana instinctively closed her eyes, resigned to the inevitable. But in that instant, Ye Kongcheng abruptly shoved Nana aside and hurled a punch forward, shouting, Die. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a strange black smoke that erupted between them. McCarthy was taken aback, and then, boom, an explosive sound erupted without warning, engulfing McCarthy in flames, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke and fragments of flesh scattering in all directions. In a mere strike, McCarthy was obliterated into a mass of debris. Puff, puff. The scattered remnants ignited, consumed by flames, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, Ye Kongcheng had destroyed a clone of McCarthy. Clutching his wounded side, Ye Kongcheng rose unsteadily, declaring, Come, let us fight. The remaining two McCarthys exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Had this young man truly transcended to the third stage of the gene threshold? No, it was impossible. Without reaching the late stages of the second phase and honing his body to its peak, he could not possibly withstand the effects of the gene serum. This boy was merely enduring, McCarthy thought to himself, smirking as he took a quick step forward. At that moment, the two remaining McCarthys transformed into phantoms, racing towards Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng shifted his body, but a jolt of pain shot through him as the dagger still lodged in his side was jostled, causing him to grimace. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and launched a punch forward. McCarthy, smirking inwardly, thought, if Ye Kongcheng had truly surpassed the third stage of the gene threshold, he would not merely be throwing punches, but unleashing his divine fire abilities. You're finished. McCarthy growled menacingly. Bang! McCarthy struck decisively, his fist colliding with Ye Kongcheng's. In the next instant, McCarthy's expression shifted dramatically. Boom! An explosion erupted seemingly from nowhere at the moment their fists met, engulfing McCarthy in flames, and in an instant, His body was shattered into pieces, dismembered and consumed by fire. The second clone of McCarthy had also been vanquished by Ye Kongcheng's punch. Fire manipulation? McCarthy furrowed his brow. He had witnessed Ye Kongcheng's fire manipulation abilities before, yet he quickly dismissed it. While fire manipulation could indeed cause explosions, the sensation was entirely different, both in power and speed. A flicker of fear crept into McCarthy's heart as he glared at Ye Kongcheng, demanding, "What have you done?" "I haven't done much." Ye Kongcheng swayed closer, revealing, "I just discovered that I seem to possess dual gene mutational abilities." In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng's figure suddenly vanished. "This is bad." McCarthy's eyes widened in realization. It's the ultimate speed. Having attained speed as a physical ability in the first stage of the gene threshold, McCarthy understood just how swift ultimate speed could be. Of course, he too could wield ultimate speed, but regrettably, he was a moment too late. By the time he attempted to activate it, the opportunity had slipped away. Chapter 70. The Escape, my second type of aberration ability. Ye Kongcheng appeared before McCarthy and declared, "It is called explosion." Boom. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng's fist struck directly towards McCarthy's nose. "No!" McCarthy shouted in terror. "How could you possibly kill me?" Boom. A violent explosion erupted as Ye Kongcheng threw his punch. McCarthy instantaneously solidified the air in front of him, followed by flames swirling amidst thick black smoke, continuously churning. Moments later, as the black smoke dissipated and the flames extinguished, McCarthy was revealed as a charred, blackened corpse. Even the solidified air could not withstand the explosion's might. Perhaps the only solace was that McCarthy had been left with a complete body this time, rather than being blown to smithereens. Observing the utterly lifeless McCarthy, Ye Kongcheng gasped heavily, his legs suddenly giving way as he fell to his knees. Nana quickly rushed to support him, asking, "Are you all right?" Ye Kongcheng opened his mouth, his chest heaving as he replied, "I've lost too much blood and am feeling a bit weary, but I can hold on." "You hardly look like you can hold on," Jeanlin quipped, then added, "Hurry and get him to the spaceship. I recall there is a medical treatment bay aboard." Nana nodded, promptly assisting Ye Kongcheng as she glanced at the smiling demon. The smiling demon was in poor condition as well, yet managed to muster a grin and said, "Rest assured, my injuries are lighter than his. I can still manage to walk." Nana nodded again, helping Ye Kongcheng as she half-carried, half-dragged him toward the spaceship. Jeanlin reiterated, "I will take control of the spaceship's launch. You focus on getting him to the medical room." "Understood," Nana replied, as she strained to guide Ye Kongcheng toward the medical room. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, a red light suddenly illuminated, and 4 thrusters emerged from the rear, spewing flames as the vessel began to move slowly. In the next moment, with the thrusters' flames intensifying, the entire spaceship commenced its ascent into the sky. At that very instant, the ground around the docking area erupted with a thunderous roar. Sections of the surface began to sink, and heavy artillery rose ominously from beneath. The artillery's barrels were a staggering 5 meters long, glistening darkly with a unique metallic sheen, exuding a formidable pressure. The Annihilator Energy 2 Heavy Artillery, one of the most powerful weapons on the surface. 12 Annihilator Energy 2 Heavy Artillery pieces emerged from the depths, adjusting their barrels to target the ascending spaceship. But in that moment, a strange current of electricity flickered across the barrels, vanishing without a trace. "Die?" Jeanlin growled fiercely. "After sleeping for who knows how long, I finally found a master again, only to be nearly destroyed by you." As Jeanlin's voice fell, the 12 Annihilator Energy 2 Heavy Artillery suddenly redirected their aim. The barrels now pointed at the inner spaceport. The 12 gunners operating the artillery were instantly struck with panic, their hands frantically racing over the controls in an attempt to regain control. But it was futile. 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 In the next moment, boom, the Annihilator Energy 2 Heavy Artillery roared to life, unleashing a blood-red energy beam, 5 meters in diameter, that skimmed the ground as it surged forward, causing a cacophony of thunderous booms beneath. As the energy beam passed, the ground cracked and splintered. Next, the energy beam collided with the surrounding docked spaceships, penetrating their hulls in an instant. 1, 2, 3. Almost all the spaceships in the docking area were ravaged, struck repeatedly by the energy beams, until it reached the end of the docking area, where a colossal spaceship, akin to a mountain, loomed, a veritable aerial fortress. Boom! The blood-red energy beam struck without pause, resulting in a deafening explosion. The immense spaceship tilted slowly and then crashed down, the violent impact triggering a brief tremor, causing the surroundings to shake violently as cracks split the ground like serpents. Jean-Lan observed the scene on the screen, snorting, "This is the price." Simultaneously, the spaceship soared into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere, swiftly entering the inky void of space. Ye Kongcheng was unaware of how long he had slept. When he awoke, he found himself lying in a medical bay, surrounded by a filled medical fluid. Instinctively, he touched his waist. The wound had healed, though it still felt slightly painful and itchy. Jean-Lan's voice chimed in, infused with a hint of relief. "You're finally awake." Ye Kongcheng pushed open the lid of the medical bay with a clang, emerging from the fluid and glancing at Jean-Lan beside him. "I'm so glad to see you. As it confirms my survival." Ye Kongcheng smiled, turning to Jean-Lan and asking, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. At that moment, the door swung open, and Nana entered, carrying a tray, asking, "Would you like something to eat?" "Yes." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "I feel like I'm starving." Jean-Lan suggested, "I recommend you undergo an EP body test on an empty stomach first, then eat." Ye Kongcheng contemplated for a moment and agreed, "That works." The EP body test can be conducted using the medical bay, but it requires specific software. However, with Jean-Lan's presence, that is certainly not an issue. Nana pulled several connection cables from Jean-Lan and quickly connected them to the medical bay. Moments later, Jean-Lan projected a beam of light, forming a sensitive screen. EP body test user, Ye Kongcheng gender, male race, human age, 18 muscle strength, 89, 8 bone strength, 85, 5 reflexes, 81 gene activity, 101, 1 brain cell vitality, 105. 9. The screen quickly flickered with a plethora of data, densely packed and overwhelming. Ye Kongcheng, uninterested in the details, turned to Jean-Lan and asked, "What is the conclusion?" Jean-Lan replied, "You have indeed not transcended to the 3rd phase of the gene gate. According to the EP body test data, you are currently at the 2nd phase of the gene gate, teetering between the mid and late stages. Your physical data is nearing its peak, but has yet to reach it." A hint of disappointment crossed Ye Kongcheng's face, yet he also felt a sense of relief, for he was acutely aware that he had not attained the ability of divine fire. Chapter 71. The bounty notice and the invitation. The divine fire symbolizes the 3rd stage of the gene gate. However, is it possible for one to break through to the 3rd stage without obtaining the divine fire? Indeed, such cases exist, but they imply that the individual is destined to remain at the 3rd stage for their entire life, with no hope of reaching the 4th stage. Such is the nature of one's innate gifts, immutable and unchangeable. Therefore, Ye Kongcheng felt a mix of disappointment and relief regarding his forced consumption of the genetic agent that failed to elevate him to the 3rd stage. He mused that had he succeeded in breaking through without acquiring the divine fire, his life would have been rendered futile. Ye Kongcheng pondered, what is this explosive ability? This was the 2nd extraordinary power he acquired after consuming the genetic agent. In truth, possessing 2 or even more unique abilities, while rare, is not unheard of. Typically, one gains a unique ability upon breaking through the 2nd stage of the gene gate, although occasionally, individuals may develop additional derivative powers. Ye Kongcheng's primary unique ability was arson, with the explosive ability emerging as a derivative of that. The issue lay in the fact that even those possessing dual genetic mutations typically exhibit them simultaneously upon breaking through to the 2nd stage. Ye Kongcheng and Appo's experience of first acquiring the ability to set fires and then developing the explosive capacity was unprecedented. Jean-Lan contemplated for a moment before responding, "I am unsure." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by unsure?" Jean-Lan elaborated. "It is certain that your sudden awakening of a 2nd unique ability is linked to the genetic agent. However, there are no precedents of anyone consuming the agent before reaching the late 2nd stage. Even if such cases existed, those individuals did not survive." Ye Kongcheng remarked, "So I could consider this a blessing in disguise." Jean considered this and replied, "Perhaps that is one way to interpret it. I suspect the effects of the genetic drug caused a rearrangement of your internal genes, resulting in a mutation that not only spared you from a fatal explosion, but also triggered your second unique ability." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Are there any side effects?" Jean confirmed, "According to the EP body scan, your health is excellent, with no side effects." Convinced there was nothing to worry about, he decided to put the matter aside. Nana, who had been listening, suggested, "Why not eat something?" "Sure," Ye Kongcheng said, consuming the food Nana brought. He casually asked, "What about the smiling demon?" Nana replied, "His injuries were less severe. After a day in the medical fluid, he is nearly recovered and is currently in the command chamber." Ye Kongcheng nodded and, after finishing his meal, declared, "Let's head to the command chamber." He donned his clothing and reattached Jean to his wrist before following Nana to the command chamber. Upon entering, Ye Kongcheng found the smiling demon in the pilot's seat, who turned to him and asked with a smile, "Feeling better?" "Not too bad," Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin. "At least I can move normally now." The smiling demon nodded and added, "There are some matters you should review." Curious, Ye Kongcheng asked, "What matters?" The smiling demon responded, "First, the latest bounty notice. Your name is on it, and the reward amount has reached the highest increase. Criminal name, Ye Kongcheng race, human gender, male age, 18 birth star domain, Milky Way bounty amount, 11 million criminal record, assault on the police officer of the Holy Star Earth Federation, theft of criminal goods criminal record, planetary kidnapping, destruction of Skull Island, assault on federal military personnel criminal record, prison break from Iron Prison Star, murder of Warden McCarthy criminal record, destruction of Iron Prison Star Spaceport, resulting in 10 deaths and 72 injuries criminal name, Nana race, Martian mouse gender, female age, 17 birth star domain, Milky Way bounty amount, 3.5 million criminal record, planetary kidnapping, destruction of Skull Island, assault on federal military personnel criminal record, destruction of Iron Prison Star Spaceport, resulting in 10 deaths and 72 injuries, accomplice. The smiling demon quickly displayed 2 bounty notices on the screen, prominently featuring Ye Kongcheng and Nana. 3.5 million, Nana said, her face filled with sorrow. It has increased again. Ye Kongcheng's bounty had surged even more dramatically, jumping from 750,000 to 11 million. Ye Kongcheng frowned. He was indifferent to the bounty's increase, but deeply dissatisfied with the charges against him. "I can accept the charge of killing McCarthy. But what does it mean to destroy the Iron Prison Star Spaceport, resulting in 10 deaths and 72 injuries? Even as a cosmic pirate, I consider myself a person of chivalry. I would never stoop to attacking civilians." The smiling demon chuckled. "You should direct that question to your artificial intelligence." "It was my doing. I commanded the Annihilator 2 heavy artillery to strike the spaceport," Jean interjected. "However, the casualties are clearly exaggerated. I had no intention of causing harm, so I avoided the main hall of the spaceport and targeted the docking area and those unmanned spacecraft," the smiling demon remarked. "This is quite common. When one has achieved something, they tend to exaggerate their actions, and when they falter, they emphasize the strength of their targets to absolve themselves of blame. It is a well-known tactic of the Federation." Ye Kongcheng nodded. Since the charges were baseless, he felt less inclined to care. The smiling demon then continued, "There is a second matter. This is an invitation from the Criminal Alliance." Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. "The Criminal Alliance?" The Criminal Alliance is one of the 5 major guilds in the galaxy and the Federation's primary target for elimination, as it is an organization formed by numerous criminals. The purpose of the Criminal Alliance is to assist offenders, providing services such as black market banking, money laundering, and illicit goods trading. In essence, the Criminal Alliance does not engage directly in crime, but offers illegal business support to wrongdoers. Therefore, typically, it is the criminals who seek out the Criminal Alliance, rather than the other way around. Given that my bounty has risen to 11 million, I hardly think I am of any significance to them." The smiling demon grinned. "Because you have the opportunity to compete for this year's Rookie King." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "What is that?" Nana explained, "It and Oppo's SA ranking list introduced by the Criminal Alliance, called the Rookie Bounty Criminal Promotion List. Only those named in the latest bounties issued by the Federation can be included, and the rankings are determined by the amount of the bounty. The smiling demon added with a smile, the top contender each year is bestowed with the title of Rookie King. Chapter 72 New members Ye Kongcheng casually remarked. I have little interest in such titles. The smiling demon replied, I believe you should seize this opportunity to join the criminal alliance. Why? Ye Kongcheng inquired, perplexed. The smiling demon explained, firstly, joining the criminal alliance offers considerable convenience. Setting aside other matters, as a wanted fugitive, you cannot maintain a conventional bank account. The black market bank is an inevitable choice, and money laundering will soon become a necessity for you. Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Secondly, aren't you searching for your father? The smiling demon continued. Ye Kongcheng, once a notorious thief, have you not considered that he might be a member of the criminal alliance? Ye Kongcheng's eyes brightened. This possibility indeed existed and was quite substantial. As a cosmic thief, how did his father handle the stolen goods? Apart from wealthy individuals who purchase through clandestine means. The other avenue for illicit goods was undoubtedly the black market. To dispose of stolen items, laundering money was essential, which necessitated dealings with the black market bank. There was a comprehensive process involved. Although one could sell stolen goods through various channels without joining the criminal alliance, it was indisputable that if one intended to engage in long-term disposal of stolen goods, joining the alliance would be significantly more advantageous. Ye Kongcheng pondered aloud. What are the requirements for joining the criminal alliance? In the short term, you are not eligible, the smiling demon replied. Aside from some specific regulations, there are 3 stringent conditions. A bounty exceeding 100 million, not being apprehended or deceased within 3 years of the issuance of the wanted notice, and finally, passing the alliance's assessment. Nana interjected, setting the assessment aside, generating a bounty of over 100 million could be achieved through orchestrating some nefarious incidents. But the stipulation of not being captured or dead within 3 years is something you cannot fulfill. However, it's not entirely hopeless. The smiling demon pointed to the invitation. If you can become this year's newcomer king, you can directly become a member of the alliance. Ye Kongcheng stroked his chin. What position do I currently hold? The smiling demon replied. In terms of bounty, you just barely made it onto the list. However, your rate of increase in bounty currently ranks first. So you have a fair chance of becoming the newcomer king. Ye Kongcheng nodded. By the way, what does this invitation entail? You haven't informed me yet. Oh, it's an auction for criminal time, the smiling demon smiled. This is one of the main businesses of the criminal alliance, generally reserved for formidable criminals. Without reaching a certain standard, participation is not permitted. However, the alliance hosts a special event for newcomers every year. Ye Kongcheng expressed his confusion. I don't quite understand. The smiling demon explained. Simply put, it involves publicly auctioning off certain criminal tasks, such as stealing a specific item from a wealthy individual. The criminal alliance offers a reward, and interested criminals participate in the auction, with the currency being time. Time? Nana asked. You mean the duration to complete the task? The smiling demon nodded. Precisely. For example, if the base price is 120 days to complete the theft, you could bid 110 days, while others might bid 100 days, and so on, until no one else bids. The individual who wins the auction must acquire the item within the agreed time frame. Ye Kongcheng inquired, what happens if one fails to succeed within the stipulated time? The smiling demon shrugged. As I mentioned earlier, the auction is typically aimed at highly skilled criminals. These individuals possess exceptional capabilities and extensive experience, and they generally do not bid a time frame they cannot manage. Of course, if a failure occurs, compensation would likely be negotiated. Ye Kongcheng nodded. I see. What do you think? Do you wish to participate? The smiling demon asked. My suggestion is, if you aspire to join the criminal alliance, do not decline the invitation. Even if you do not bid, simply making an appearance would suffice. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Consider it a courtesy to the criminal alliance, correct? Indeed, the smiling demon affirmed. Otherwise, when you wish to join the alliance later, they might not be so welcoming. Ye Kongcheng decided. Then I shall participate. All right, the smiling demon replied, promptly opening the electronic invitation. Apart from the invitation content, there was a form requiring basic identity information. The smiling demon suggested, let's each fill out our identity information. Ye Kongcheng approached the console, filling out his form while glancing at the smiling demon. Puzzled, "Are you planning to participate as well?" The smiling demon chuckled. "I owe you a favor for rescuing me from prison, and for now, I cannot think of where else to go. Thus, I intend to temporarily join your group." "Is that unwelcome?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "I mentioned before, I merely helped you out of convenience. You need not take it to heart." The smiling demon insisted. "That is for me to determine. Just tell me if I am welcome or not." "Very well." Ye Kongcheng typed the smiling demon's name into the form. "But the application is submitted as a team." Nana chimed in from the side. "Welcome aboard." The smiling demon grinned. "Thank you." Ye Kongcheng wholeheartedly supported and welcomed the smiling demon-ass inclusion. Unlike Nana, who possessed a particular skill set, the smiling demon, if one could consider murder a skill, had his own expertise. Overall, the smiling demon would serve as a combatant within the group. Despite the smiling demon's lackluster performance during their time on Iron Prison Star, whether due to prolonged suffering or other reasons, Ye Kongcheng did not wish to dwell on the cause. What he valued was not the smiling demon's combat prowess, but rather his experience. Indeed, compared to Ye Kongcheng and Nana, the smiling demon had navigated this starry expanse for quite some time. He possessed knowledge of many matters unknown to Ye Kongcheng and Nana, which would enable them to handle various situations more adeptly. This was what Ye Kongcheng cherished. For instance, the invitation from the Criminal Alliance and the speculation regarding his father possibly being a member of the Alliance were insights stemming from the smiling demon's experience. After the three completed their application forms, the smiling demon suddenly propped his chin. "The Federation's wanted notice has classified you as a cosmic pirate, correct?" Ye Kongcheng nodded yes. "Why?" The smiling demon continued. "Since you are a cosmic pirate, you should consider naming your pirate crew so that we can utilize it during the criminal time auction." Chapter 73, The Unnamed Pirate Crew. Well, Ye Kongcheng scratched his head and remarked, "To be honest, when I departed from Holy Star Earth, I never envisioned myself becoming a cosmic pirate. However, since it has become an established fact, I am rather indifferent about it. Yet, I have not given any thought to the name of our pirate crew." The smiling demon chuckled. "Just think of something at random." Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we simply call ourselves the Unnamed Pirate Crew?" Nana grimaced. "That sounds dreadful." The smiling demon replied, "I actually find it quite appealing. Although it lacks a certain ferocity, it possesses a unique charm. At the very least, it is memorable. Ultimately, a pirate crew's reputation does not solely rely on its name, but rather on its strength." After filling out the application form with Unnamed Pirate Crew, Ye Kongcheng inquired, "What shall we do next?" The smiling demon explained, "The invitation contains the address for document transmission. We can simply send the application form there. Subsequently, the Criminal Alliance will inform us of the auction time for the crime. Generally, it is conducted via video auction, so we can participate directly from our spaceship." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "Then I shall leave this matter to you." Nana interjected, "What is our current destination?" Ye Kongcheng contemplated and replied, "Leo, the Industrial Star." Nana asked, "Are we going to procure a spaceship?" "Yes," Ye Kongcheng affirmed. "The vessel we acquired from the Fire Pirate crew is inadequate. We require something superior." The smiling demon remarked, "It seems you wish to venture into the outer realms, which necessitates a specialized spaceship. The Industrial Star is indeed an excellent choice. It offers all types of spaceships and hosts the finest spaceship manufacturing facilities in the galaxy." As a mechanic, Nana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've longed to visit there. Many outstanding mechanics work in that region, and renowned master craftsmen have settled on the Industrial Star." The smiling demon cautioned, however, "Spaceships capable of traversing the outer realms do not come cheap. Do you possess sufficient funds?" Ye Kongcheng sighed. "I fear my resources may be lacking. But there is always a way." Jeanlon reminded, "Do we not have numerous treasure maps?" Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "And have those energies all be consumed by you?" Jeanlon hesitated. "All right, this time I will save a little, enough for you to sell and purchase a spaceship." Ye Kongcheng noted, "Provided we can locate them. Those treasure maps do not easily reveal their positions." The smiling demon inquired curiously, "What are you discussing?" Ye Kongcheng, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted the tale of the treasure and the Fire Pirate crew, while also showing the stack of treasure maps to the smiling demon. The smiling demon expressed exasperation. These treasure maps indicate certain areas on a specific planet. We cannot possibly traverse every celestial body in the cosmos to compare. I believe the Iron Gold Rat pirate crew must possess a list of planets. Ye Kongcheng shrugged. The issue lies in our lack of such a list. The smiling demon shook his head, clearly skeptical of the treasure maps. Locating those energy extraction devices would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Nevertheless, abandoning the treasure maps was not an option, even if they did not exchange the collected compressed energy for a significant sum of money. The compressed energy served as the finest sustenance for Zhan Lan, enabling rapid evolution, which would undoubtedly benefit Ye Kongcheng. Suddenly, the smiling demon held up a map bearing a skull emblem. Is this also a treasure map? That is the emblem of the Skull Star domain, Ye Kongcheng clarified. I cannot ascertain its connection with the other treasure maps, but I took it along. The smiling demon nodded, intrigued. Now this is rather interesting. Ye Kongcheng queried. What do you mean? The smiling demon explained. You do know what the Skull Star domain represents, do you not? Ye Kongcheng acknowledged. Although he knew far less about the cosmic intricacies than the seasoned smiling demon, he was familiar with the general knowledge regarding domains like the Death Domain and the Skull Star Domain. The smiling demon elaborated in other star domains. This emblem may not signify much. However, within the Milky Way, I believe it holds significance. Nana asked curiously, what significance? The smiling demon answered, the universe is vast, and the Milky Way constitutes a relatively small section of it. Thus, there exists only one Skull Star domain within the Milky Way. Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up. I see. If it were in another star domain, we could not ascertain that this emblem pertains to the Skull Star domain, but within the Milky Way, it offers direction. Precisely. The smiling demon confirmed, but I do not recommend you venture there. Even if there are treasures hidden, many are aware that the Skull Star domain is a treasure trove, untouched and rife with natural resources. The question remains, why do so few dare to approach? Ye Kongcheng replied, I certainly understand that. It is far too perilous. The smiling demon cautioned, therefore, unless you possess considerable confidence and strength, it is best to keep your distance for now. Ye Kongcheng assured, rest assured. I will not act recklessly without certainty and a trump card. Our current objective remains the industrial star. Procuring a decent spaceship is our most pressing need. The smiling demon nodded, choosing to say no more. What followed was a lengthy journey through the cosmos. Their current position was still a considerable distance from the industrial star, and it would take some time to reach it. Approximately 10 days, Nana remarked as she gazed at the star map. In 30 minutes, we will arrive at the SZ-177 space station, where we can rest for the day. The space station functions similarly to a supply station on certain routes. There are no habitable planets to dock at, so supplies must be obtained from the space station. Food, water, and even spaceship repairs can be carried out at the space station. Given the nature of space stations, even fugitives can enter freely, as they do not conduct stringent checks. Imposing restrictions could provoke desperate actions from those crazed criminals deprived of supplies. Of course, most nefarious individuals also strive to suppress their criminal impulses while at the space station. Instances of cosmic pirates raiding space stations are rare, typically involving only impoverished pirates who cannot afford even basic supplies. Send the docking signal, Ye Kongcheng instructed. Soon enough, the space station appeared on the screen, and Ye Kongcheng patted Nana's shoulder, conveying his thoughts. Chapter 74, A Tattered Umbrella. The docking signal was swiftly acknowledged by the space station, and under its guidance, the cosmic vessel entered the outer docking zone of the station. With time until mealtime still ample, Nana suggested, why don't we explore the space station first? The smiling demon eagerly nodded in agreement, stating, when I was captured, my weapons were confiscated. I am quite unaccustomed to combat without them, so I believe I need to seek a suitable weapon for myself. Nana produced a stack of memory cards from her pocket and remarked, I think I ought to sell these to procure some funds. Otherwise, we might find ourselves reduced to the status of impoverished pirates who cannot even afford supplies. Ye Kongcheng possessed limited assets, although his father had left him a considerable sum. Years of living expenses and tuition fees had diminished his finances. Nana had some money, but regrettably, It had been confiscated by the Firestorm pirate crew during her previous capture. The smiling demon might be deemed wealthy, as it was said that he charged millions for a single assassination contract. However, altruistic individuals often find themselves impoverished, and most of his assets had been devoted to charitable causes. Then we shall split up, Ye Kongcheng declared. I will procure fresh water and food supplies. The space station was divided into 7 areas: living area, combat zone, mechanical zone, trade zone, information zone, employment zone, and exercise zone. The smiling demon proceeded to the trade zone, while Nana ventured into the mechanical zone. Ye Kongcheng aimed for the living area, where he could simply pay at the supply station, and the goods would be delivered directly to the cosmic vessel without him needing to carry them himself. Having secured the supplies, Ye Kongcheng noted the time was still early and decided to meander into the trade zone. Upon entering, a beautiful saleswoman approached him with a smile, asking, "Sir, what can I assist you with today?" Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment and replied, "I require a handgun, a dagger, and a military knife." The handgun was intended for Nana, as he felt she needed some means of self-defense. A firearm was a practical choice, convenient to use and easier to master than hand-to-hand combat training. Provided one did not aspire to be a sharpshooter, firearms training was relatively manageable. The dagger was meant for the smiling demon. Although Ye Kongcheng was uncertain about the weapon the smiling demon sought, he had witnessed him skillfully wield the dagger during their time on Iron Prison Star, so it would suffice. The military knife was, of course, for Ye Kongcheng himself. Despite possessing the azure blue weaponization ability, he was more adept at unarmed combat. However, a military knife was portable and could prove useful in critical moments. The saleswoman, evidently quite professional, promptly guided Ye Kongcheng to the shelves. For the handgun, I recommend the pulse magnetic gun, which operates on stored electricity and can adjust the pulse magnetism automatically, capable of being lethal or merely incapacitating the target. For the dagger, I suggest the 3rd-generation blade, a multifunctional military standard knife suitable for combat and various other applications. The military knife I recommend is the Shark Tooth H2. Its most distinctive feature is its built-in micro-nuclear battery, allowing it to operate the blade matrix, capable of slicing through all alloys below grade 24. Ye Kongcheng nodded, satisfied with the saleswoman's recommendations, as they were all practical and cost-effective items. "I will take these 3, he said. "Please wrap them up." Although his finances were somewhat strained, these were merely 3 standard pieces of equipment that he could afford, especially since Nana would soon have some funds from selling the memory cards. As he prepared to leave with his packaged items, Azure Blue and Oppo's voice suddenly interrupted. "Wait, look over there." Ye Kongcheng turned in confusion and noticed a pile of items in the corner of the shopping center and Oppo's hall, covered by a black cloth. Azure Blue explained, "I sense a peculiar energy fluctuation beneath that black cloth. There may be something of value." Ye Kongcheng nodded and directed a questioning gaze at the saleswoman. "Excuse me, may I inquire about that pile of items?" "Oh, those are some items we need to dispose of," the saleswoman clarified. "We have a recycling program here, but some items, upon inspection, are deemed worthless or irreparable and are set aside for disposal." "May I take a look?" Ye Kongcheng asked. The saleswoman hesitated, but realizing those items were not for sale, she consented with a nod. Removing the black cloth, Ye Kongcheng discovered a jumble of items, including firearms, blades, armor, and mechanical traps, all appearing to be in good condition, which explained why they had been collected. However, even as second-hand goods, they would need to be functional. Azure Blue spoke up, at the bottom, "That umbrella." Ye Kongcheng peered down and indeed spotted a metallic umbrella buried beneath the pile, a grimy, metallic structure. This was no ordinary rain or sun umbrella. Its canopy was crafted from silver-gray metallic plates, while its handle was made of crystal, a grayish-white hue. The umbrella and Oppo's most striking feature was its filth, seemingly coated in a layer of grime and marred with blemishes. Ye Kongcheng turned to the saleswoman and inquired, "What is this?" "It appears to be a piece of protective gear," the saleswoman explained. "The canopy is constructed from a 32 alloy, capable of deploying a defensive barrier that provides 360-degree protection, far exceeding the coverage of a standard hexagonal defense shield." Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's eyes lit up. That sounds quite impressive. The 32 alloy was a high-density, sturdy material. Even the armor plating of cosmic vessels was merely 64 alloy, and this umbrella could deploy a defensive barrier. The saleswoman sighed. Yes, that was indeed the case. However, after testing, we found that this metallic umbrella has completely lost its energy core and cannot be repaired or equipped with a new power source. Additionally, due to overuse, the defensive capability of the 32 alloy umbrella has diminished by over 50. Her words were somewhat veiled. Essentially, the items marked for disposal were considered scrap. Ye Kongcheng contemplated for a moment. Could you sell it to me? If the saleswoman's description was accurate, the item was indeed scrap. Yet Ye Kongcheng had received a hint from Azure Blue that he must acquire this metallic umbrella. The saleswoman hesitated. Could she sell this discarded scrap? How would she price it? This was her first encounter with such a situation. What about 500 credits? Ye Kongcheng proposed, emphasizing that it would not be sold as a commercial item. The saleswoman and Oppo's eyes brightened at the prospect. Selling it as a non-commercial item meant no receipts were necessary, and the price could be whatever she deemed fit. Her demeanor transformed into a smile as she replied, "If that is the case, of course, it is no problem." Chapter 75. The Assailant. After purchasing the metallic umbrella, Ye Kongcheng glanced at the time and proceeded to the dining hall to meet with the smiling demon and Nana. The dining hall was located in the residential area, requiring Ye Kongcheng to take the elevator to the 6th floor. Leaning against the elevator wall, he toyed with the metallic umbrella, pondering its unique qualities that warranted a discreet purchase. Before Jean-Lon could respond, a sudden clicking sound echoed within the elevator, followed by the lights abruptly dimming. Ye Kongcheng blinked in surprise and pressed the door open button, only to find it unresponsive. He then pressed the emergency contact button, but regrettably, there was still no reaction. Could it be? Ye Kongcheng wondered. Even if there is a malfunction or power outage, there should be a backup power source, right? Bang! A loud noise emanated from above the elevator. There's someone on top of the elevator, Jean-Lon exclaimed. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Even without Jean-Lon's exploratory insights, he could deduce that someone was above, given the commotion. Almost immediately, the ceiling panel was pried open, and a figure leapt into the elevator. Without uttering a word, the figure brandished an energy dagger and lunged directly at Ye Kongcheng. Utilizing the light emitted by the energy dagger, Ye Kongcheng discerned the assailant and Oppo's movement just in time to evade, the dagger narrowly grazing his cheek. With a screech, the elevator wall was pierced, and the assailant swiftly withdrew the dagger, aiming to stab Ye Kongcheng once more. However, Ye Kongcheng seized the assailant's wrist, engaging in a struggle. The assailant sneered, "Kid, your head will be mine. I'll spend that bounty well." Bounty hunter. The term flashed through Ye Kongcheng's mind. This sudden, unprovoked attack, devoid of any prior enmity, could only mean one thing. The bounty on his head was worth a staggering 11 million. "If you seek my head," Ye Kongcheng replied solemnly, gritting his teeth, "then it depends on whether you possess the ability to take it." Bang! He kneed the assailant away, then grasped their shoulder, contemplating unleashing his explosive ability, but ultimately abandoned the thought, opting instead to deliver a punch to the assailant's face. Though the explosive ability had considerable power, it came with certain limitations. It functioned by converting sweat into explosive material, ignited by his arson ability, allowing him to create explosions while remaining impervious to their effects. This was a derivative ability inherently linked to his primary power. Without the arson ability, he could not utilize the explosive capability. However, given that they had just begun to engage, how could Ye Kongcheng possibly sweat? Furthermore, even if he could, he wouldn't dare use it. While he could withstand his own explosions, demolishing the elevator would lead to his demise as well. Clearly, such a confined space was unsuitable for his abilities, leaving only one option: hand-to-hand combat. Bang! As the assailant lunged at him again, Ye Kongcheng dodged the energy dagger and seized their wrist, forcefully smashing it against the elevator wall. Bang, bang, bang. The assailant's hand repeatedly struck the wall until, unable to bear the pain, they finally released the dagger, which clattered to the ground. "Is that all you and Oppo's got?" Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "You think you can claim my head for a bounty? You're sorely mistaken." Bang! As he spoke, he delivered a headbutt to the assailant's nose, forcing them into a corner. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng surged forward, grasping the assailant's head and delivering a series of knee strikes. Roar. After being suppressed for a moment, the bounty hunter suddenly let out a low growl, grabbing Ye Kongcheng and violently pushing him back against the elevator wall. Kid, the bounty hunter roared. Die. A flash of silver glinted as a dagger slipped from the bounty hunter's sleeve, lunging toward Ye Kongcheng's chest, aimed directly at his heart. If struck, it would undoubtedly be fatal. However, the dagger halted mere half an inch from Ye Kongcheng's chest, suspended in midair, unable to fall. If illuminated, one could see the bounty hunter's face contorted in agony, reaching for their waist, feeling a dampness, sticky and warm. A faint metallic scent began to permeate the elevator. Ye Kongcheng forcefully pushed the assailant away, extracting the dagger from their body, which erupted in a spray of blood. I told you, Ye Kongcheng stated, with a smirk. You're not worthy of claiming my head for a bounty. Thud. The bounty hunter collapsed to the ground, convulsing, yet still clinging to the dagger, intent on stabbing Ye Kongcheng. Clang. Ye Kongcheng lifted his foot, kicking the dagger aside, then crouched before the bounty hunter. I have always believed myself to be a decent person. I respect life and detest the senseless slaughter of the innocent, Ye Kongcheng declared. However, for those who wish to take my life first, that is an entirely different matter. In a sudden motion, Ye Kongcheng grasped the bounty hunter's chin, and in the next moment, the dagger glided across their neck. The bounty hunter convulsed a few times before finally falling still. Ye Kongcheng opened his palm, conjuring a small flame to illuminate the surroundings. He rummaged through the bounty hunter's chest pocket, retrieving their badge and carelessly discarding it in a conspicuous spot. Thus, when the body is discovered, it is likely that those aboard the space station, provided they are not fools, will surmise the events that transpired and quietly dispose of the remains. Bounty hunters and fugitives are fundamentally opposing forces. The dynamics of kill or be killed are reciprocal. As the bounty hunter sought to claim the fugitive's head for a reward, they must be prepared for the possibility of being eliminated in turn. Therefore, if it is a murder case, perhaps the space station would investigate. However, should it be a conflict between a bounty hunter and a criminal, the station personnel would surely turn a blind eye to such trifles. After discarding the bounty hunter's badge, Ye Kongcheng climbed to the top of the elevator and exited through the maintenance passage, swiftly entering the restroom to clean himself up. He then proceeded to the dining hall in the residential area as if nothing had transpired. Nana and the smiling demon had already arrived, seated by the window, waving at Ye Kongcheng. As he approached, the smiling demon suddenly frowned, saying, "You've been fighting. There's a scent of blood on you." Chapter 76. The monal chip. Ye Kongcheng lifted his arm and sniffed, saying, "I've already dealt with it. Can you still smell it?" The smiling demon replied with a grin. "I have a keen sensitivity to blood. After all, you know what I do." Ye Kongcheng shrugged. Don and amp. Oppos. T worry, it and amp. Oppos. S not my blood. Nana, intrigued, asked, "Who did it?" Ye Kongcheng responded, "A bounty hunter, it and amp. Oppos. S not a significant issue." The smiling demon nodded. "You must learn to be vigilant. Given the current situation, you are quite the prize in the eyes of bounty hunters. If they get the chance, they will undoubtedly seek to trouble you." Ye Kongcheng understood the implication of these words. His head was valued at 11 million, which, while not exorbitant, was certainly not insignificant. As a newcomer who had recently become a target, he was perceived as relatively weak and still in a phase of growth. Most importantly, the Federation had classified Ye Kongcheng as a cosmic pirate. Over time, would Ye Kongcheng form a pirate crew? That would surely attract many followers, making him a more challenging target to hunt. From this perspective, his lack of strength and moderate bounty made him an appealing target. Ye Kongcheng nonchalantly remarked, "When they discover that many who have come for my head have returned empty-handed, I believe they will reconsider whether it is wise to act against me." The smiling demon chuckled, admiring Ye Kongcheng's confidence. Confident individuals are never lacking in courage. It is courage that allows one to survive in this vast cosmos. Ye Kongcheng shifted the topic, asking, "How were your findings?" Nana replied, "Due to its mysterious origin, the price was somewhat suppressed, but it was still decent. Those memory cards brought us an income of 220 000, so we need not worry about supplies for the time being. The smiling demon shrugged. I couldn't find a suitable weapon. Ye Kongcheng tossed a dagger to the smiling demon, saying, then make do with this for now. It's better than going unarmed. The smiling demon caught the dagger with a smile. You seem to have purchased quite a few items. Ye Kongcheng handed a pulse magnetic gun to Nana, saying, not much. Just some minor weapons. And, well, a peculiar umbrella. As he spoke, he placed the metallic umbrella on the table. Jean-Lan remarked, shall we discuss it now? What is so special about this umbrella? Why did you insist I buy it? Jean-Lan replied, this umbrella is called the Night Return Demon Energy Umbrella. Feel the handle. There is a symbol of the word and amp. Amp, oppos, night, and amp, oppos. Before Ye Kongcheng could respond, Nana excitedly stood up, exclaiming, this is the creation of Master Mo Yi. Mechanical masters symbolize the pinnacle of the engineering profession, but even among them, there are distinctions in strength, denoted by star ratings. A 1-star mechanical master is the lowest level, while a 5-star mechanical master represents the highest honor in this profession. If it were merely the work of an ordinary mechanical master, Nana might not have been so thrilled. She believed that if she could participate in the guild's assessment, she would likely secure the title of senior engineer. And becoming a mechanical master within her lifetime would not be insurmountable. However, Master Mo Yi was no ordinary mechanical master. He was a 5-star master, representing the apex of the engineering profession beneath this galaxy. In fact, only 12 mechanical masters currently recognized by the guild hold the 5-star title. Ye Kongcheng remarked. But the issue is, no matter how remarkable the master and oppos' work, if it is broken, it is broken. What significance does it hold? Is it merely for collection? Jean-Lan replied, indeed, it is broken, but not entirely. Do as I say. Dismantle the umbrella, and inside, you will find a chip. Ye Kongcheng examined the metallic umbrella, turning it over, but Nana rolled her eyes and said, let me handle it. Nana took the metallic umbrella and swiftly disassembled it into parts, eventually extracting a deep blue chip the size of a fingernail. Nana stated, this is called the Monal chip, produced in the ancient demon realm. It is an exceedingly rare high-end energy conversion chip. Jean-Lan interjected, precisely. The Monal chip, when combined with a special circuit, can draw from various sources and convert them into the energy it requires. The reason the umbrella is unusable is that its circuit is damaged, but I can simulate the circuit. As Jean-Lan spoke, he manifested a stream of liquid metal, shaping it into a small hand that grasped the chip and absorbed it into his body. Jean-Lan said, with this chip, I can absorb various energies and convert them into the energy sources I need, aiding my rapid growth and evolution. Ye Kongcheng smirked, displaying a hint of delight. Although it was not something he could use, but rather for Jean-Lan, the only known means for Jean-Lan to grow quickly were those treasure maps. And those locations were not easy to locate. The prospect of a new method for Jean-Lan to absorb energy and evolve brought Ye Kongcheng joy. For Jean-Lan's evolution would also greatly benefit him. The smiling demon suggested, let us rest for today. We shall set off again tomorrow morning. Ye Kongcheng nodded. I will reserve a room. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Ye Kongcheng's spacecraft set off once more, heading towards the industrial star. However, prior to this, Ye Kongcheng received a message from the Criminal Alliance. We await your arrival tonight at 8 p.m. The message from the Criminal Alliance was straightforward, with a link to a multi-user communication room. Participation in the criminal auction did not require attendees to be present, but would be conducted via video conferencing. Ye Kongcheng looked forward to it, as the monotony of space travel could be quite dull. Finding some amusement was always welcome. That evening, before the clock struck 8, Ye Kongcheng entered the communication room. The video session had not yet commenced, and the smiling demon remarked, all participants are anonymous. Only those from the Criminal Alliance can see our faces, and we can only view theirs. When bidding, simply input the numbers. Names will remain concealed in the communication room. Ye Kongcheng inquired, Arin and Amp, oppos, to you concerned about a federal breach? It could lead to incriminating evidence. The smiling demon chuckled. The servers of the Criminal Alliance are not easily compromised. Besides, being infiltrated by the Federation is inconsequential. We all know what the criminal alliance represents. There is no need for so-called evidence. The Federation has always aimed to eradicate the criminal alliance, but have they succeeded? Ye Kongcheng nodded. The Federation clearly opposed the criminal alliance and sought its elimination. Yet it was no longer a matter of evidence. The power of the criminal alliance was too great, and the Federation dared not act impulsively. Chapter 77. The auction of crime time at exactly 8:00 and amp. Oppos. Clock. The moment arrived, and the screen illuminated with an image. A man donned in a tailcoat, adorned with a top hat, and a smiling white mask graced the scene. "Greetings," he said, removing his hat and bowing. "I am Mr. Crow, the auctioneer for this event. I trust none of you wish to indulge in idle chatter, so let us proceed directly to the auction. Here is the first item of the day." Mr. Crow picked up a card from the table, depicting a crown with a price tag reading 3.6 million. Let the bidding commence. 120 days. 115 days. 112 days. The chat board in the communication room was inundated with numbers, with the bidders' identities concealed, known only to Mr. Crow. Gradually, the numbers dwindled, and after several inquiries, Mr. Crow struck his gavel and announced, "The gemstone crown of the Kingdom of Giro has been won by bidder number 21, with a time of 77 days. Nana remarked, "This is the strangest auction I've ever witnessed. People bidding on a mere piece of paper? That is no ordinary piece of paper. It represents time, location, and route. Essentially, it is intelligence." The smiling demon clarified with a grin. "Upon successful bidding, the Criminal Alliance will provide you with detailed information about the item, including its origin and destination." Ye Kongcheng pondered. "So it's about providing intelligence to facilitate a heist? But what does the 3.6 million signify?" The smiling demon replied, "Once you acquire the item, the Criminal Alliance will purchase it from you for 3.6 million. Understanding dawned upon Ye Kongcheng. Just then, Mr. Crow initiated the auction for the next item. A photograph, more accurately, an assassination task, with a target depicted, priced at 2 million. After several rounds of bidding, it concluded at 52 days of criminal time. Nana inquired, "What if the target is located far away? For instance, if we are in the Milky Way and the target is in the outer realm? The journey alone could take at least a month. There simply wouldn't be enough time." "The option to refrain from bidding is always available," the smiling demon replied. Nana realized her folly, playfully sticking out her tongue, acknowledging her mistake. Although most valuable intelligence would be privately acquired post-auction, Mr. Crow would elucidate some basic details. Thus, if one knowingly bids on an impossible task, the fault lies solely with the bidder. Consequently, Ye Kongcheng found himself with little room for bidding. Despite his current financial constraints and the allure of instant wealth through the auction, his ultimate goal remained the industrial star, the fabled golden planet, a fact that would not waver. He could not alter his course merely for the sake of an auction. Moreover, his standards were high. He was not swayed by mere monetary gain, for he sought not to profit from ignoble pursuits. For instance, he would gladly accept a contract to eliminate a nefarious slave trader engaged in human trafficking. But he would be reluctant to seize goods from an ordinary merchant. At that moment, Mr. Crow presented another photograph, this time of a menacing man with a scar stretching from his brow to the corner of his mouth. Many in the room recognized the figure. Behold, the Mad Knight Adams, formerly the vice captain of the Bloodblade pirate crew. He murdered his captain to usurp the position, and this task was issued by loyal members of the original Bloodblade crew. As he spoke, Mr. Crow laid 3 items on the table. These 3 items constitute the reward. The items included a sheathed Western Knight's sword, a chest of crystals, and a metallic cube resembling a Rubik's Cube. "Accept this task. Accept this task. Accept this task." The room erupted in unison, excitement palpable. Ye Kongcheng found it peculiar. "You all seem rather eager. I need a weapon. I want that knight's sword." The smiling demon exclaimed, "Those fools. The chest of crystals is no ordinary crystal. It is grave crystal, rich in energy material. Absorbing it could elevate my growth by 30 to 50%. Jean Lon interjected. Nana, with a grave expression, added, "That metallic cube is known as the Divine Mechanical Box, a relic of the Divine Clan, typically used to store precious items. However, the box itself is highly valuable, coveted by every mechanic for its ancient technology. Mr. Crow continued. Based on reliable information, Adams is currently hiding on the industrial star due to a battle that severely damaged his spaceship during his coup. With that, Mr. Crow announced the starting bid: 120 days, 115 days, 110 days, 108 days. As soon as Mr. Crow concluded, bids began to surface, albeit not fervently, as the task was perilous. The Bloodblade pirate crew was a notorious faction in the galaxy. Despite their recent internal strife, they remained formidable. Moreover, the Mad Knight Adams was no ordinary foe, with a bounty of 48 million, ranking him among the top 100 in the galaxy's pirate bounties. Nonetheless, even among recognized rogues, there exists a code of ethics. A murderer who kills their captain and plunders their wealth is despised even among pirates, with many willing to act against such treachery. Ye Kongcheng remarked, since this individual is on the industrial star, it aligns perfectly with our route. You all seek the items, and eliminating such a villain could be seen as a moral obligation. I am not opposed to intervening. However, what if I bid successfully, only to find that Adams is not on the industrial star? The responsibility would fall squarely on the criminal alliance for erroneous intelligence. We would bear no accountability or compensation. They will manage everything, the smiling demon assured. Then there is no reason for hesitation. 90 days, Ye Kongcheng declared, raising the bid by a fortnight, startling some participants. However, it wasn't long before someone countered with an offer of 85 days. Without a moment's pause, Ye Kongcheng entered 60 days into the chat channel. Chapter 78. 50 Days of Crime. The bidding had reached a point where it could be declared that all was settled. Although some individuals harbored intentions to eliminate Adams, whether driven by the allure of reward or a sense of duty, the 60-day time frame was far too tight. For those located at a considerable distance from the industrial star, mere navigation could consume half a month or even longer. Thus, the bidding abruptly halted, and it was only after Mr. Crow inquired twice that someone finally placed a bid of 59 days, a mere day less. Ye Kongcheng smiled and entered another number, 50 days. By reducing the time frame by another 10 days, Ye Kongcheng surpassed all competitors, as this duration exceeded the limits of what most could endure. However, Ye Kongcheng remained unfazed. He could reach the industrial star in just 2 or 3 days. Consequently, this bid of 50 days effectively excluded the travel time, making the task of locating Adams quite manageable. Of course, if Ye Kongcheng failed to complete the mission under these circumstances, it would solely be his own issue. After Mr. Crow inquired thrice, and with no further bids, he announced Ye Kongcheng and Appo's successful bid. This was merely a minor episode in the auction, as many more tasks awaited. The most daunting assignment involved an assault on a federal bank warehouse to seize a staggering 120 tons of gold bars, with a reward of 90% of the haul. Regrettably, no one dared to accept such a task, as only a fool would do so. While many might have attempted bank heists, the prospect of 120 tons of gold was a perilous endeavor, and naturally, no one was willing to undertake such a risky venture. Approximately an hour later, the crime auction concluded, and the staff of the Criminal Alliance would sequentially contact all successful bidders. Ye Kongcheng initially expected to wait, but to his surprise, he was contacted immediately, not by an ordinary staff member, but by Mr. Crow himself. Is this surprising? Mr. Crow smiled. Every realm has its rules, including the criminal underworld. The actions of the Mad Knight have completely disrupted the established order and even crossed the line, so the Criminal Alliance is quite concerned about this matter. Ye Kongcheng nodded in understanding. Therefore, Mr. Crow continued, the Criminal Alliance is offering an additional reward if you manage to eliminate the Mad Knight, beyond the agreed remuneration. The Alliance is willing to provide a bonus of 2 million. This, of course, is unrelated to the auction, which is why it was not disclosed earlier. Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile, this does not affect us. After all, no one ever complains about having too much money. Mr. Crow nodded. Then I shall now transmit the details regarding the Mad Knight to you. Upon finishing his statement, a document was transmitted. Ye Kongcheng and his companions opened it to find several photographs confirming the Mad Knight's presence on the industrial star, alongside marked locations and personnel information. Mr. Crow explained, The Bloodblade pirate group originally comprised 257 members. After the Mad Knight's rebellion, infighting reduced their number to around 120, with approximately 50 loyalists having fled. Thus, the Mad Knight currently commands about 70 subordinates. The Smiling Demon interjected, "In reality, the number of combat-capable individuals is likely far fewer." Mr. Crow nodded. "Some of those injured have been abandoned by the Mad Knight, so he likely has around 30 capable fighters at present." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "What a scoundrel to abandon the wounded." Mr. Crow chuckled. "Indeed, he must be eliminated. There is no refuge for him in this starry expanse." Ye Kongcheng affirmed, "I will complete the mission." Mr. Crow replied, "We await your good news." After concluding the communication, Ye Kongcheng and his companions reviewed the information, which included notable experts associated with the Mad Knight. Mammoth King Ju, the former combat captain of the Bloodblade pirate group, bore a bounty of 25 million. Dwarf demolitions expert Dammy, another former combat captain, had a bounty of 13 million. Clownblade master Fan Hai, the former vice captain, was valued at 15 million. Lastly, there was an individual codenamed X, whose background indicated that the former captain of the Bloodblade pirate group, Bloodblade Legioni, was also formidable. With a bounty of 66 million, the Mad Knight was theoretically no match for him. His defeat of Legioni was likely due to assistance from this X. Unfortunately, the Criminal Alliance had conducted investigations but lacked information on X due to time constraints. Judging by the bounties, it appeared that among Ye Kongcheng's trio, only the Smiling Demon and the Mad Knight were of comparable status, as the Smiling Demon's bounty had risen from 28 million to 35 million post-escape, surpassing even Ye Kongcheng, the unnamed captain of a pirate group. However, while bounty amounts are one measure of strength, they are not the sole criterion. The Bloodblade pirate group was an established faction within the galaxy, and the bounties of its key figures seemed weaker than anticipated. "Well, we have gained another target." Ye Kongcheng concluded with a smile. "Let us proceed to the Industrial Star, eliminate the Mad Knight Adams, and then acquire a spaceship." The Smiling Demon nodded. "Given our current situation, we cannot dock the spaceship at the spaceport, correct? Do you require me to contact some connections?" Ye Kongcheng smiled. "Certainly." This was precisely why Ye Kongcheng was pleased to have the Smiling Demon join him. Combat prowess was secondary. The experience and connections accumulated over time were of greater assistance to Ye Kongcheng. 3 days later, a planet adorned in hues of light blue and yellow appeared on the spaceship's screen. This was the Industrial Star, also known as the Golden Planet, for it was rich in gold. The Industrial Star boasted the galaxy's largest spaceship manufacturing facility, a renowned combat robot production company, and the preeminent arms company, DX. This planet represented an exceptionally advanced technological civilization and served as a dreamland for many fortune seekers. The Smiling Demon remarked, "I contacted a fellow named Zakin. About 30 kilometers south of Golden City lies a town called Bailey, which serves as his stronghold, specializing in illegal docking of spaceships. Of course, the fees are 5 times that of the spaceport." Ye Kongcheng replied, "That is not a significant issue. After all, we earned a tidy sum selling memory cards. Did we not? We can certainly afford the docking fees, and I trust that by the time we depart, we will not be short on funds." Ye Kongcheng was confident. Once he eliminated the Mad Knight Adams, in addition to the reward, the extra 2 million would render the docking fees trivial. Chapter 79. Ambushed upon landing, the spacecraft swiftly descended onto the industrial planet, guided by the coordinates transmitted from their counterparts. Before landing, the crew beheld the grandeur of Golden City on their screens. While a planet could not be defined by a single city, Golden City essentially epitomized the entire industrial planet, as it housed the headquarters of the most renowned technological industries. Even from the screen's aerial perspective, the steel and concrete landscape exuded a sense of awe and magnificence. "The plan is to skim over this city, and we will soon reach the town," said the Smiling Demon. Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. The town of Bailey was indeed quite small, perhaps comprising only 50 to 60 households, surrounded by expansive wasteland dotted with triangular-roofed warehouses. The warehouses are essentially docking stations. "Look, they're signaling us," remarked the Smiling Demon. A signal light illuminated atop one of the warehouses, which then slowly opened to reveal the docking bays inside. Under the control of Nana and Jean-Lon, the spacecraft gently descended into the warehouse. "Is the money ready, Nana?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. Although he had hoped for Nana to join him due to her skills as a mechanic, he knew that her duties would often be leisurely. So she had taken on an additional task, managing the finances. "It's all set, 20,000 as a deposit, and 50,000 upon departure," Nana replied, somewhat dissatisfied. "The docking fees are exorbitant. Why do those guys charge 30% above the market price for supplies? They're like leeches." "Well, considering the distance from the city, they did save us some time," Ye Kongcheng chuckled. The trio engaged in conversation as they disembarked from the spacecraft. The smiling demon glanced around, puzzled. Where is everyone? They should have sent someone to collect the payment at the spacecraft's entrance. He had also requested a vehicle to facilitate their entry into the city. However, the surroundings were eerily deserted, devoid of any presence, let alone a vehicle. "It seems their business is thriving. They hardly care about this trifling sum," Ye Kongcheng quipped, his tone laced with sarcasm. Suddenly, Jean-Lon interjected, "Wait, look up." Ye Kongcheng glanced upward, his face paling in alarm. "Sentinel laser cannons? And those packages, good grief, they're bombs." Boom. As Ye Kongcheng looked up, the suspended Sentinel laser cannons unleashed a barrage of fire upon them, raining destruction from above. The blast struck the spacecraft, penetrating its steel plating. Upon hitting the ground, the earth erupted with a deafening roar, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Simultaneously, the packages, indeed explosives, detonated upon being struck by the lasers. Blazing fireballs erupted, shattering the ceiling and showering debris down upon them. In an instant, the area where Ye Kongcheng and his companions stood was engulfed in rubble, reduced to a heap of ruins. At that moment, a diminutive man emerged from the warehouse entrance, surveying the wreckage with a cold smirk. Our leader's style is to eliminate threats before they can act against him. After expressing his disdain, the small man turned and strode toward a nearby jeep, preparing to leave. In that instant, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. "Do you know what my style is?" Ye Kongcheng and Apos' voice resonated ominously. "Those I wish to kill shall surely perish." The small man was taken aback, leaping aside in alarm. As he did so, he tore open his coat and produced 2 metallic tubes, hurling them forward. Boom, boom. 2 massive fireballs erupted, engulfing Ye Kongcheng in flames. Coughing, Ye Kongcheng waved away the smoke and stepped forward. "Explosives? You're not very skilled at this." "Nana, who is this guy?" Nana and the smiling demon approached from behind, and she opened her portable computer to inspect. "Daimi, the bomb dwarf, former combat captain of the Bloodblade pirate crew, with a bounty of 13 million. Does this count as an issue with the Criminal Alliance? We've barely landed, and trouble finds us already. Clearly, our cover has been blown," Ye Kongcheng remarked. "I think we should have a word with that Mr. Crow," the smiling demon suggested. Meanwhile, Daimi's face darkened. "How did you survive?" "You're unscathed. Just like this," Ye Kongcheng replied. "Jean-Lon, deploy the shield barrier." A nearly transparent barrier materialized before Ye Kongcheng, but that was not the sole reason for their survival. Jean-Lon's magnetic field played a crucial role. The warehouse's metallic ceiling allowed the shards to float in midair, while the barrier absorbed the impact. Ultimately, Ye Kongcheng utilized his extreme speed to escape before the explosion expanded. While it sounded effortless, the reality was fraught with peril. A momentary lapse could have cost them their lives. Yet, what truly fueled Ye Kongcheng's fury was the damage sustained by his spacecraft. Though not completely destroyed, the repair costs would be astronomical. He had indeed contemplated acquiring a new vessel, but this one could have been sold as a second-hand model for a considerable sum. And now it was destined for the scrapyard. Thus, Ye Kongcheng pointed accusingly at Daimi. "You're finished." Daimi sneered, pulling out another of those metallic tube bombs, hurling it toward Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng could have intercepted the bomb with his shield, but he refrained. The barrier and Apos' defenses were not infallible. Especially against the formidable force of an explosion, it could withstand only 2 or 3 blasts before shattering. Moreover, since Ye Kongcheng could evade the explosion, why waste Jean-Lon's energy unnecessarily? Suddenly, in a flash, Ye Kongcheng vanished. As the explosion roared to life, Daimi bellowed triumphantly, "I'll blow you to smithereens." Ye Kongcheng reappeared behind Daimi, his voice dripping with anticipation. "I look forward to it." Daimi's face paled in shock. He had not realized how Ye Kongcheng had maneuvered behind him. With a cold smile, Ye Kongcheng taunted, "It seems you are utterly incompetent beyond tossing a few bombs." Chapter 80. The Golden City. Daimi was taken aback, yet as a seasoned veteran navigating this starry expanse for quite some time, his reflexes remained unimpeded by astonishment. In an instant, he pivoted sharply and launched a powerful punch towards Ye Kongcheng. Speed. Absent. Strength. Lacking. Ye Kongcheng regarded Daimi and Appos' strike with disdain, pondering how such feeble prowess could warrant a bounty of 13 million. Was the Federation truly so affluent? However, at that moment, Daimi abruptly relaxed his grip, transforming his fist into an open palm, from which emerged a small disc that adhered directly to Ye Kongcheng's arm. Zhanlan promptly cautioned, "That device contains explosive materials." Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng commanded, "Activate the defensive barrier." Once the disc affixed itself to Ye Kongcheng, it began to emit a crimson glow. Approximately 5 or 6 seconds later, it detonated violently, engulfing Ye Kongcheng in a fierce inferno. A triumphant smile spread across Daimi and Appos' face. No matter how swift Ye Kongcheng was, this bomb was firmly attached. Regrettably, as the black smoke dissipated, Ye Kongcheng emerged unscathed before Daimi. The protective shield offered by Zhanlan had enveloped him entirely, while Daimi's bomb merely tore through his clothing, leaving only a tattered sleeve and exposed arm. Nevertheless, Ye Kongcheng's expression grew markedly serious. Daimi's bounty appeared to have some justification, although weak in combat. He was a master at crafting and deploying explosives. Ye Kongcheng acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated him. Unbeknownst to Ye Kongcheng, Nana observed from a distance, deep in thought. Merely manufacturing a bomb was not a great feat. As a skilled mechanic, she recognized that she could easily replicate such an explosive. The only one truly troubled was Daimi. His reliance lay solely upon explosions. However, after a bomb is thrown, hitting the target again becomes a formidable challenge, especially with Ye Kongcheng's swift movements. Contemplating this, Daimi stealthily extended his hand behind him, where a firearm lay concealed. "I am not limited to explosives," he mused, before abruptly drawing the weapon to fire. Yet, as he searched for Ye Kongcheng and Appos' whereabouts, he found him vanished. "Hey, I and Appos' am right here." Ye Kongcheng and Appos' voice suddenly resounded from the side. In the very moment Daimi reached out, Ye Kongcheng seized his wrist, smiling, "Would you like to witness a true explosion?" Boom. In the next instant, an explosion erupted without warning, followed by Daimi and Appos' agonized screams. Amidst the smoke, Daimi staggered out, clutching his shoulder, his entire right arm obliterated, leaving only a trail of blood cascading to the ground. Thud. After stumbling backward several steps, Daimi and Appos' body twisted and collapsed. Ye Kongcheng approached. "Tell me, how did the Mad Knight learn of our arrival at the Industrial Star? I could grant you a swift end." Daimi and Appos' expression twisted in rage as he glared at Ye Kongcheng, shouting, "You will die. You all shall perish. It seems you have decided against answering my inquiry." Ye Kongcheng remarked, shrugging his shoulders, "What a pity." Flames flickered to life in Ye Kongcheng's palm, no larger than a fist, which he cast upon Daimi, causing it to rapidly spread. Daimi screamed in anguish, rolling on the ground. This intensity of burning was not lethal, yet Daimi's body was laden with explosives. Boom. As Ye Kongcheng turned to leave, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, sending flames soaring skyward. In an instant, the screams ceased, and the world fell eerily silent. Observing Ye Kongcheng and Appos' return, the smiling demon remarked, "While you were engaged in battle, I took a moment to explore. In a storage room adjacent to the docking bay, I discovered 2 corpses, one belonging to Zakin, the master of this place." Ye Kongcheng replied, "That at least confirms that none here betrayed us. The issue lies with the criminal alliance." The smiling demon continued, "It seems the Mad Knight dispatched someone to partake in the criminal time auction. This oversight by the criminal alliance is significant. During the auction, they failed to take precautions against the Mad Knight, as it was directed toward novice fugitives, and his subordinates did not qualify to participate. The smiling demon added, perhaps he forged an agreement with someone eligible to participate, or perhaps the individual codenamed X is a newcomer. I believe it wise to confer with Mr. Crow. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Handle this as you see fit. Let us board the vehicle. With that, he swung open the door to Demi's jeep. Remaining here served no purpose, and with the commotion they had stirred, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Nana inquired, what of our spaceship? Ye Kongcheng responded, do you intend to stay behind and repair it? Let us advance into the city. Once the smiling demon entered the vehicle, Ye Kongcheng swiftly ignited the engine and departed. Leaving the town of Zayabeli, the trio set their course for the Golden City. Their initial excitement upon arriving at the industrial star had been marred by Demi's unwelcome appearance. No one relished being attacked immediately after landing. Do not wear such a mournful expression, Ye Kongcheng suddenly chuckled, since we are here to eliminate the Mad Knight. It is only fair that we allow him the chance to strike first. Thus, all remains unchanged. I am confident we will emerge victorious. The smiling demon joined in his laughter. You are right. There is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. However, given that the Mad Knight is aware of our arrival, this mission may become more troublesome. Ye Kongcheng replied, then we shall see what means he possesses. Or perhaps I will pay him a visit first. As they spoke, Ye Kongcheng steered the vehicle onto the bypass, leading directly into the heart of the Golden City. True to its name, the Golden City was a beacon of advanced civilization. Upon entering the urban expanse, the first sight that greeted the trio was a network of floating bridges, gracefully suspended in the air. Everywhere along the streets, service robots bustled about, some pushing strollers, others carrying grocery baskets, and some distributing flyers. Health insurance. Health insurance. The true companion of real men, the perfect partner for beautiful women, ensuring you a splendid evening. At the center of the road loomed a colossal 3D projection, towering 20 meters high, depicting a stunning woman holding a small bottle, smiling as she advertised. Indeed, this city, renowned for its technological marvels, radiated vibrancy. Ye Kongcheng marveled, only to be interrupted by the blaring sirens of patrol vehicles, prompting him to remark, it appears there are quite a few police cars on patrol. Chapter 81. The Blue Fairy. The smiling demon pondered, something feels amiss. Nana inquired, is there a problem? The smiling demon replied, I have visited Industrial Star before, and I have never heard of such tight patrols here. In just 15 minutes of entering the city, we have already seen 3 police cars. Ye Kongcheng remarked, perhaps they are in pursuit? As long as it's not us, that is fine. The smiling demon nodded and said, let us head to 225 Baker Street. It's a safe inn. Ye Kongcheng questioned, is there a method to this? The smiling demon explained, that inn is owned by the criminal alliance, so even if they recognize us as wanted criminals, it won't matter. Ye Kongcheng nodded, then activated the navigation system, following the smiling demon's directions to 225 Baker Street. The inn was neither too large nor too small, featuring a lovely courtyard and an artificial hot spring. Welcome, the attendant greeted as the trio entered with a smile. 3 rooms, Ye Kongcheng stated. Connected, he added. The attendant produced the room cards and said, no problem, please pay a deposit. Each room is 660 credits per day, and the deposit covers 3 days. Nana paid the sum, and the attendant led them down the corridor to their rooms. If you need anything, please call the service number. The attendant smiled and bowed before swiftly departing. The smiling demon suggested, let us go to my room first. Upon entering the room, the smiling demon activated the light-sensitive screen and contacted Mr. Crow. After a brief moment, Mr. Crow's figure appeared on the screen. Seeing Ye Kongcheng and the others, he sighed in relief. You finally contacted me. Ye Kongcheng asked, from your tone, it seems you know something? Mr. Crow nodded. The criminal auction has been cancelled. You need not bear any responsibility. The criminal alliance will explain to the auctioneer. The smiling demon frowned. Is that all? According to our deductions, this mishap should have originated from the criminal alliance, and we require an explanation. Explanation? Mr. Crow replied, perplexed. What do I need to explain? The 4 exchanged glances, suddenly sensing that their conversations were not aligned. Ahem. Ye Kongcheng cleared his throat. I think we should first confirm if we are discussing the same matter. Mr. Crow asked, what are you referring to? Is it not about the blue fairy? Ye Kongcheng and the others exchanged strange looks before shaking their heads in unison. The smiling demon clarified. When we arrived at Industrial Star, we were attacked by the minions of the Mad Knight, specifically the explosive dwarf, Dammy. Clearly, the information about our involvement in the criminal auction was leaked. Ye Kongcheng added, based on our speculation. One of the participants in the auction is a subordinate of the Mad Knight. Mr. Crow remained silent for a moment before responding, I will investigate this matter. If the criminal alliance is indeed at fault for your movements being leaked and resulting in the attack, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Since you are unaware of this, why was the criminal auction cancelled? Mr. Crow asked, do you know about the Blue Fairy? Nana replied, are you referring to the spaceship of the notorious pirate, Li Weilon? Mr. Crow confirmed, yes. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon turned their attention to Nana. Nana elaborated. The Blue Fairy is a Model X-class battleship, one of the classic combat ship types of the federal military, having served for 22 years. It participated in the infamous Beastman War, the encirclement of the Jinj Star region, and the annihilation of the Zerg Queen in the Red River Star region. The smiling demon mused, now that you mention it, I recall that it was heavily damaged during the Zerg War and was seized by the pirate Li Weilon during repairs. Nana nodded. Indeed, the Blue Fairy has had 6 captains to date, including Li Weilon, each of whom was a renowned figure, having fought in numerous wars. It is a very famous spaceship due to its historical significance. Mr. Crow stated, Li Weilon is dead. The smiling demon and Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in shock, what? Li Weilon, the Sea King, one of the 3 notorious pirates of the galaxy, with a bounty of 660 million, ranked second on the bounty list of galactic pirates. Had traversed the stars for over 20 years with the Blue Divine Halberd pirate crew, one of the most powerful space pirate groups in the galaxy. Such a figure has actually met his demise. Mr. Crow explained, Li Weilon was ambushed by the Zerg while wandering Linluo Star. He misjudged the Zerg's numbers and strength, resulting in severe injuries. The Federation took the opportunity to strike, killing him and annihilating the Blue Divine Halberd pirate crew. Ye Kongcheng muttered, I hadn't heard any news about this before. However, he quickly realized that it was understandable, as he had been in prison recently, isolated from the outside world and thus unaware of such events. Mr. Crow continued, the latest news is that the Blue Fairy has returned to the Federation, but they do not intend to put it back into service. Instead, they plan to hold a decommissioning ceremony for the Blue Fairy on Industrial Star and then send it to the Federal War Museum as an exhibit. Humph. Ye Kongcheng expressed his dissatisfaction. Those fools only know how to put on a show. The best fate for an excellent spaceship is to turn into cosmic dust. Mr. Crow reassured him, you need not worry about that. Even if the Federation wishes to place the Blue Fairy in a museum, it may not be as simple as they think. Ye Kongcheng questioned, oh? Mr. Crow elaborated, the Blue Fairy is not an ordinary X-class battleship. Ye Kongcheng was taken aback once more before quickly understanding. The X-class battleship was an outdated model. As a military ship, acquiring one was relatively difficult but not impossible, with black market prices ranging from 1 to 1.5 billion credits. For a military spaceship, this price was quite reasonable. However, while the Blue Fairy was indeed an X-class battleship, it did not merely represent its model. Every captain of the Blue Fairy was of significant repute, specifically Li Weilon, a well-known pirate in the galaxy. Piloting an X-class battleship was somewhat beneath his status. Thus, aside from the Blue Fairy's own historical significance and stories, the vessel itself was anything but ordinary. No one would believe that Li Weilon had not meticulously modified the Blue Fairy. Mr. Crow sighed. Industrial Star is about to descend into chaos. Do you have any idea how many people covet the Blue Fairy? Chapter 82. The Black World Bar. Ye Kongcheng remarked, I believe many individuals aspire to seize the Blue Fairy. His conviction stemmed from the moment he became aware of this news. Mr. Crow advised, thus, I urge you to depart from Industrial Star immediately. I foresee turmoil descending upon it soon. Regarding the recent criminal auction, due to delayed intelligence, we were entirely unprepared for the current circumstances. Therefore, you bear no responsibility. Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand. Depart? He had no intention of doing so. He needed a spacecraft, and what could be more fitting than the Blue Fairy? He queried, "What if we wish to continue our mission?" Mr. Crow paused, then responded, "You are merely a novice. Trust me, wading through these murky waters is not a wise decision. I am advising you for your own good." Ye Kongcheng replied, "I am resolute." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Crow said, "If you intend to proceed, then securing the head of the Mad Knight Adams is essential. Everything will remain as it is." Suddenly, the smiling demon interjected, "Given the missteps on the part of the criminal alliance that exposed our entry into Industrial Star to the Mad Knight, might we propose a condition?" Mr. Crow considered this and replied, "This matter requires further investigation. However, you may express your thoughts." "I desire the knight's sword as part of my reward," the smiling demon stated. "Of course, it is merely a loan. If we procure the Mad Knight and Apo's head, the item rightfully belongs to us. Should we fail, I shall return the sword and accept full responsibility for the failure." Mr. Crow hesitated. This contravenes regulations, and moreover, that sword does not belong to the criminal alliance. It is the employer's. The smiling demon countered, "You may inform the employer that I require the sword. The Mad Knight is doomed." Mr. Crow appeared taken aback before saying, "I will reach out for negotiations, but I cannot guarantee the employer and Apo's agreement." The smiling demon nodded, expressing gratitude. Mr. Crow turned to Ye Kongcheng, stating, "I have fulfilled my obligation to counsel you. If you insist on remaining, then good luck." With that, he concluded the communication, having conveyed his message clearly. Ye Kongcheng gazed at the dimming screen and turned to the smiling demon, asking, "Do you desire that weapon so fervently?" The smiling demon shrugged. "Do you not yearn for the Blue Fairy?" Ye Kongcheng laughed heartily. "Now that I am aware, I must certainly give it a try." The smiling demon replied, "Thus, I require a weapon. Only with a weapon can I assist, and it is not solely for the purpose of slaying the Mad Knight." Nana, puzzled, remarked, "It is merely a sword. Must it be that one? You could find a more ordinary one to suffice." The smiling demon shook his head. "An ordinary sword is of no use to me. No, I should say that my weapon needs are not limited to swords, but must fulfill certain conditions. This is a lengthy discussion. Given the opportunity, I will elucidate further." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "Then let us discuss the current situation. It seems, from Mr. Crow's tone, that numerous individuals have arrived at Industrial Star for the Blue Fairy. The Federation will not remain idle. Thus, we require intelligence." The smiling demon pondered briefly. After dinner, "I shall take you to a place where we can gather information, not only about the Blue Fairy, but perhaps also about the Mad Knight." Having previously visited Industrial Star, the smiling demon was more familiar with the locale than Ye Kongcheng and Nana. After a brief respite, as night fell, the trio departed the inn. The destination chosen by the smiling demon was a bar, or at least it presented itself as such. Upon entering, they were greeted not by raucous music or a boisterous crowd, but rather a calm atmosphere with approximately 30 to 40 patrons, each seated quietly, sipping their drinks. The smiling demon whispered, "This bar is called the Mad Flow, catering exclusively to those from the Black World. Tables 1 through 5 are off limits. They are reserved for the Criminal Alliance, the Assassin Guild, the Mercenary Union, the Black Market Bank, and Shuntian Logistics." Ye Kongcheng declared, "I shall head to the bar." The smiling demon nodded. "I will first greet someone and call for you shortly." As he spoke, he walked towards a passage in the bar's corner, exchanging hushed words with a burly man at the entrance before disappearing down the passage. Ye Kongcheng and Nana approached the bar. "1 glass of golden liquor," Ye Kongcheng signaled. Then turned to Nana, asking, "What will you have?" "Starlight sparkling wine," she replied. The bartender acknowledged and began to prepare their drinks. At that moment, a glass was set down on the bar with a thud, and a man in his mid-20s seated himself next to Ye Kongcheng. "I shall cover their drinks," he informed the bartender, then turned to Ye Kongcheng. "Ye Kongcheng?" Ye Kongcheng replied, perplexed. "Do we know each other?" The man grinned. "I am Li Liehua." Ye Kongcheng displayed a look of confusion until Nana whispered urgently, "Li Liehua, a Plutonian, this year's new wanted criminal, operating as a dark mercenary, with a bounty of 17.5 million. Ye Kongcheng nodded. "Do you require something from me?" Li Liehua pointed at Ye Kongcheng's nose. This year's newcomer king will undoubtedly be me. That remains to be seen. Ye Kongcheng responded before a voice from behind interrupted. This year's newcomer king is certainly. Turning around, they observed a short figure standing behind them. As their gazes met, the short individual shivered slightly, a flicker of fear rising within, prompting him to quickly step aside. This year and Appos' newcomer king is undoubtedly our captain, he declared. Behind the short figure was a booth where a man clad in black attire sat, smirking as he raised his glass toward the bar. Nana whispered again, Ricardo from the Magnetic Blast Mercenaries, captain of the Iron Man Pirates, this year and Appos' new wanted criminal. Operating as a cosmic pirate, with a bounty of 15 million. As Nana spoke, she deftly opened her portable computer. Your bounty ranks 37th among new wanted criminals. But your bounty growth rate is first. Liliehua ranks 5th with a growth rate of 12th. Ricardo ranks 13th with a growth rate of 3rd. All three of you are formidable contenders for the title of newcomer king. As their gazes converged, the atmosphere grew tense, as none wished to be overshadowed. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng chuckled lightly. Rising, let us change our seats. Chapter 83. Provocation, Confrontation. Intelligence. Liliehua let out a cold laugh, his expression dripping with disdain. Coward. Individuals like you should scurry back home and nestle in your mother's arms to suckle. There is no place for you beneath this vast sky. Ye Kongcheng suddenly halted his steps, furrowing his brows as he turned around. I leave because I refuse to stoop to your childishness. I harbor no interest in such trivial titles. Furthermore, you may provoke me, but you have chosen the wrong method of provocation. What? You wish to fight me? Liliehua scoffed. He cast a derisive glance at Ye Kongcheng, casually lifting a glass from the bar and bringing it to his lips. Yet, in that fleeting moment, flames erupted from the liquid within the glass, singeing Liliehua's eyebrows. Startled, he sprang up, frantically patting at the flames on his brow. But a tuft of his eyebrows had already been singed off, leaving his forehead charred and looking quite disheveled. Ye Kongcheng remarked, Consider this a minor lesson. A reminder that it is wise to think before you speak. You bastard! Liliehua yelled, seizing the glass and hurling it at Ye Kongcheng. With a cold smirk, Ye Kongcheng lunged forward, his fist shattering the glass into pieces. Liliehua let out a fierce shout and lunged at Ye Kongcheng. Bang! Bang! Their fists collided. Ye Kongcheng struck with his fist while Liliehua countered with his palm, the two clashing quickly. After which Ye Kongcheng seized a chair from the bar and smashed it against Liliehua. Crash! The chair shattered into splinters, causing Liliehua to stagger back a step. In retaliation, he grabbed a bottle from the bar and smashed it against Ye Kongcheng and Appos' bottle, which too shattered in response. Snap! 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 Ricardo clapped his hands gleefully. Not only can we drink, but we also have a show. Truly splendid. Shut up! Liliehua shouted, reaching out towards Ricardo. In the next instant, Ricardo sensed danger and immediately leaped onto the sofa, darting to the side. Crack! The wall of the booth suddenly echoed with a loud crash, and then inexplicably shattered into a web of cracks, collapsing inward and sending debris flying. Ricardo's pupils constricted as he drew an energy sword from his waist. Kid, you've angered me. Ricardo leaped out of the booth, his energy sword slicing through the air toward Liliehua, only to be deftly avoided by him. As the three prepared for further conflict, a towering figure abruptly appeared at the center, seizing Liliehua by the shoulder and tossing him aside. The figure then swept an arm, colliding with Ricardo's energy sword. Clang! The arm struck the energy sword, producing an eerie metallic sound that sent Ricardo stumbling back. Jean-Lon. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, weaponized. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed as armored gauntlets adorned Ye Kongcheng's arms, and he forcefully retaliated, his fist colliding with the towering man's. Bang! Their fists met, each feeling the immense force of the impact. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rumbled, cracking open, and the floor was ground to dust as both men leaped back. This is a drinking establishment, the towering man stated, feeling the numbness in his right fist as he glared at Ye Kongcheng. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Ye Kongcheng shrugged nonchalantly. I wasn't the one who initiated the provocation. Liliehua gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground. Hey, who do you think you are? Wanna die? Snap! The towering man snapped his fingers, and numerous red laser points appeared around them, converging on the three. I and Oppos. LL repeat myself. If you want to fight, take it outside. Ricardo rolled his eyes, sheathing his energy sword. I only wish to drink. At that moment, the smiling demon emerged from the corridor, glancing around curiously. What is happening here? Nothing much, Ye Kongcheng replied. Just a little stretching of the muscles. It's all over. The smiling demon said, then follow me. As Ye Kongcheng brushed past Li Liehua, he provocatively bumped his shoulder, then followed the smiling demon down the corridor. A bunch of bastards. Just you wait. Li Liehua muttered through clenched teeth, then turned to the towering man, shouting, Is it too much to ask to drink in peace? The towering man extended his hand. You'll need to pay for that wall first. Li Liehua and Oppos' facial muscles twitched, and he tossed a wad of cash onto the bar. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng and the others entered the corridor, soon arriving at a private room at the end. Inside sat a man over 50, appearing rather fearsome, with only one eye and a face marred by scars, even sporting a mechanical prosthetic arm. The smiling demon spoke. This man has no name. We call him the Sergeant Major. He was once the head of the Federal Intelligence Investigation Bureau, but he has since left the federal military and now survives by selling intelligence. The Sergeant Major grinned, rising to shake Ye Kongcheng's hand. Exhaling a breath reeking of alcohol. I know you, little one from Holy Star Earth. You might just become this year's rookie king as chosen by the Criminal Alliance. The smiling demon interjected. Let us get straight to business. The Sergeant Major continued. You wish to inquire about the Blue Fairy. There's nothing much to say. Everyone knows. I can give you the information for free. The Blue Fairy will arrive in 3 days, with a ceremony at the St. Marguerite workshop. The smiling demon pressed. Now, let us have something that requires payment. The Sergeant Major pondered. This time, 5 federal majors, 2 colonels, and 1 general will be accompanying. Ye Kongcheng remarked. It seems the Federation values the Blue Fairy more than anticipated. The Sergeant Major chuckled. No, they care more about their own face. The others laughed in unison. After all, it was merely a Blue Fairy. Since the Federation chose to retire the Blue Fairy, it indicated that they did not value its worth, yet they absolutely could not allow it to be taken away, as it pertained to their image and reputation. The Sergeant Major continued. As for your inquiry about the Mad Knight, 5 days ago, he was last seen at the Pashadon Hotel, and he has not reappeared since. However, it is certain that he remains in Golden City. The smiling demon asked, with your intelligence network, you should be able to locate him even if he is hiding, right? The Sergeant Major considered. Additional information will require more payment. The smiling demon agreed. Fine. The Sergeant Major stated, I indeed do not know where the Mad Knight is. But his subordinate, Mammoth King, was spotted yesterday at the 5th Avenue auction house. The smiling demon questioned, Is this information accurate? The Sergeant Major replied, slightly annoyed, My credibility has never been in question. Chapter 84. The Purge Operation. The smiling demon nodded, and then gestured for Nana to pay. The Sergeant Major casually holstered his weapon and remarked, a friendly reminder. If I were in your shoes, I would strongly consider leaving the industrial planet. Not only has the Federation made thorough preparations, but formidable figures have also arrived here, making the situation more perilous than you might imagine. The smiling demon rose and assured. Rest assured, we know what to do. The Sergeant Major shrugged, saying, We have been acquaintances for a while. I just don't wish to visit you in a graveyard. The smiling demon chuckled lightly. We'll be on our way. Ye Kongcheng and Nana followed suit, rising to leave. However, just as they reached the door, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire bar to tremble violently. Nana nearly lost her footing, but Ye Kongcheng swiftly caught her. What the hell? The Sergeant Major exclaimed as he stood up. Let us find out, Ye Kongcheng replied. The group hurried to the entrance, only to find the bar in disarray. A contingent of fully armed Federation soldiers had taken position at the doorway, firing indiscriminately into the bar while tear gas canisters were hurled inside. Federation soldiers? The Sergeant Major shouted angrily. Can someone explain what is happening? A waitress, returning fire with her handgun, replied, Boss, they just stormed in. We have no idea why. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, the Sergeant Major cursed as he stepped back, attempting to contact someone via his communicator, yelling, Yang, Tell me what is going on. For heaven's sake, why didn't you mention this when you took my money? As he spoke, he smashed the communicator against the ground. What is the matter? The smiling demon inquired. The corrupt police chief who took my money is telling me that this city has been taken over. Before the blue fairy arrives, the military is executing a purge operation to eliminate criminals as swiftly as possible, the sergeant major replied. You realize this is one of the main gathering points for criminals. The smiling demon noted. Exhibiting a fierce demeanor, the sergeant major shrugged off his coat, drawing two large energy pistols. Let us take them down. The bar staff were no ordinary workers and quickly armed themselves to fight back. However, compared to the military's arsenal, their weapons were significantly inferior. Initially, they managed to hold their ground, but as the tear gas spread, they were soon forced to retreat. The sergeant major dashed to the bar's rear side, opened a concealed compartment, and pulled a lever, causing a wall to rise and reveal an exit. Go, 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 he shouted. Today's business is over. Everyone get out. Ye Kongcheng turned to the smiling demon and asked, should we assist? You seem quite familiar with the sergeant major. No need, the smiling demon responded. That old fox is crafty. Now that all the patrons have fled, what evidence remains to prove he harbors criminals? He has cultivated many connections in Golden City and can easily slip away. Ye Kongcheng shook his head. Indeed, those in this line of work are never trustworthy. Let us leave. The trio swiftly exited the bar, and naturally, the other criminals scattered in a frenzy. However, this did not signify safety. Attention! You are surrounded. Surrender with your hands up within 3 minutes, or we will open fire. I repeat, most vehicles were parked in the lot beside the bar. As they rushed into the parking area, lights suddenly illuminated ahead, followed by a booming voice from a loudspeaker. Think you can catch me? Scoffed a middle-aged man in front of Ye Kongcheng. I've been waiting for you to try. The man stepped forward, and suddenly, he began to levitate into the air, evidently displaying the second-stage genetic abilities associated with flight. Open fire. The Federation soldiers wasted no time and began shooting. Everyone immediately scattered, cursing the middle-aged man, urging him not to endanger them. The smiling demon nudged Ye Kongcheng with his elbow and pointed to a corner of the parking lot. Unlike the other areas, this section appeared neglected. A high wall surrounded it, with only a patch collapsed and a piece of barbed wire casually thrown over it. Ye Kongcheng nodded. You and Nana get the car. I'll draw their fire. The smiling demon agreed, while Nana whispered, be careful. As the smiling demon and Nana stealthily moved to the side, Ye Kongcheng took a deep breath and suddenly leaped out from behind a vehicle. With a flourish, he spread his palms, summoning 2 fiery orbs between them. Flame Dragon Charge, he shouted, forcefully thrusting his hands forward. The flames erupted like an explosion, transforming into 2 spiraling fire columns that intertwined and coalesced into a menacing fire dragon, crashing into the encircling forces and igniting a sea of flames. Those hiding took advantage of the chaos and bolted for their escape. A screeching sound pierced the air as a vehicle's tires screeched against the pavement. And the smiling demon pulled up in a jeep beside Ye Kongcheng. Get in, he shouted. Ye Kongcheng didn't bother with the door. He leaped onto the roof and dove through the window, while the smiling demon immediately revved the engine and sped toward the barbed wire. Bang! The front of the jeep collided with the wire, sending it flying as the smiling demon floored the accelerator. The vehicle roared down the street, the wind howling around them. And Nana glanced back. Are they still following us? No, they are, Ye Kongcheng replied. Just as his words fell, vehicles emerged from the side streets, rapidly closing in. Are you kidding me? Nana exclaimed, exasperated. With so many of them, why are they fixated on us? Ye Kongcheng glanced in the rearview mirror. They're not just after us. They've set up a perimeter in advance. There are likely many more vehicles prepared to pursue us. This is merely a fraction. What do we do now? Nana asked. Of course, we must shake them off, Ye Kongcheng stated, looking to the smiling demon. Your driving skills are adequate, I hope? The smiling demon chuckled. Don't underestimate me. I assure you, I am more than capable. No sooner had he spoken than he sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a near right-angle drift that redirected the vehicle into a side street. Chapter 85. The Net of Heaven and Earth. Bang! Bang! As the smiling demon made a sharp turn in the car, two police vehicles evidently failed to brake in time, forcing them to spin the steering wheel and subsequently crash onto the sidewalk, even careening directly into a shop's display window. "Take out those two," Ye Kongcheng commanded. "There are still 5 left." The smiling demon retrieved an energy rifle from beneath the seat and said, "You need to lend a hand too, you know?" With a smile, Ye Kongcheng replied, "No problem." He opened the sunroof, embraced the rifle, and climbed out onto the roof of the car. "Back when I was at the military academy," Ye Kongcheng suddenly pulled the trigger, stating, "I received an A in shooting courses." Tap, tap, tap. Ye Kongcheng squeezed the trigger intermittently, firing 3 energy beams that struck the windshield of a police car. However, instead of shattering it, they only created 3 fist-sized holes. "Humph," Ye Kongcheng pouted. "Turns out it's bulletproof glass infused with transparent alloy powder." The smiling demon suggested, "Try shooting the tires." "No need for that." Ye Kongcheng aimed again. "This kind of bulletproof glass can't withstand 2 shots in the same spot." Nana exclaimed, "Are you joking?" Hitting the same spot while moving at high speed. Tap, tap, tap. Ye Kongcheng fired again. 2 beams missed their mark, but the third struck precisely where he had previously hit the glass. Pow! The driver of the police car was shot through the shoulder, blood spraying forth, causing his grip on the steering wheel to loosen, and the vehicle swerved violently before crashing into the roadside greenery. Ye Kongcheng smiled at Nana. "Don't underestimate me." Nana rolled her eyes. He aimed once more, preparing to shoot. But at that moment, cling, 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 a crisp sound erupted as countless bullets rained down from above, striking the roof of the car. The smiling demon jolted in shock, hastily maneuvering the vehicle in a serpentine pattern. Ye Kongcheng quickly ducked back inside, pulled the sunroof shut, and cursed, "Is this really necessary? Have they even dispatched a helicopter?" Above their jeep, a blue and white helicopter pursued them, its side door open, a federal soldier strapped in, crouching and firing at them. Thankfully, it was not an armed helicopter. "We can't escape now," the smiling demon said. "There's no way to shake off the helicopter." The chopper didn't even need to continue shooting. Its mere presence from above ensured that the vehicles below had no chance of escape. "We need to find a building we can drive into. That's our only chance to lose the helicopter," Ye Kongcheng suggested. The smiling demon replied, "The problem is, such buildings are few and far between." "Hey!" At that moment, Nana shouted, "Look ahead." The road ahead was blocked off, with several barriers set up in the middle of the street, and police officers were hurriedly bringing in water-filled barrels to completely block the road. "Quick," Ye Kongcheng urged. "We can still push through." The barrels were almost entirely set up. Crashing into them would likely stop the vehicle, but there was a noticeable gap that hadn't been blocked. The smiling demon swiftly turned the wheel, forcing the vehicle through the narrow opening. Bang! 2 barrels were sent flying, their contents splattering everywhere. The police officers ahead drew their weapons, attempting to halt the car, but in an instant, they scattered to the sides as the smiling demon showed no intention of stopping. Slightly relieved, the smiling demon pressed on, but their respite was short-lived. Approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, a dozen police cars surrounded the street, effectively sealing it off. "This is it. We really can't escape now," the smiling demon lamented. "Something feels off," Ye Kongcheng observed. "Those cars Don and Oppos T seem to be blocking the road. Why are they arranged in a semicircle?" Nana pointed, "Look to the side." She indicated a clothing store, and upon observing the positioning of the police cars and federal soldiers, Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon suddenly realized they were encircling that shop. Bang! At that moment, with a loud crash, the smiling demon collided with a vehicle, breaking a gap in the encirclement. However, the front of their jeep crumpled, emitting a cloud of black smoke, and it stalled. The federal soldiers ahead quickly retreated but maintained their formation, weapons raised and aimed, clearly well-trained elite soldiers. Ye Kongcheng kicked the car door open without hesitation and thrust his fist forward. A column of fire surged ahead, and the federal soldiers swiftly parted to the sides. Ye Kongcheng grabbed Nana, pulling her forward. The smiling demon exited from the other side, shouting, "That helicopter! Damn it!" Ye Kongcheng cursed, then hoisted Nana and dashed toward the encircled shop. Although he didn't believe the federal soldiers could stop him, that helicopter above was a nuisance at its altitude. There was no way to bring it down, not even with a magnetic field, as it was beyond its effective range. Thus, continuing to run would only make escaping the helicopter's aerial surveillance more difficult. Bang! Ye Kongcheng forcefully pushed open the shop's door. Inside, it was pitch black. The power had evidently been cut. The moment he stepped inside and took 2 steps forward, a figure suddenly sprang out from behind a row of shelves, swinging a fist at him. With Nana in his arms, Ye Kongcheng found it inconvenient to retaliate and took a punch to the chest, staggering back 2 steps. He then kicked forward, sending the figure sprawling back. In the next moment, both parties looked up at each other. "It's you. It's you," they exclaimed in unison. The figure was none other than Li Liehua, whom they had encountered earlier at the bar. The smiling demon reclosed the shop door and shouted at Li Liehua, "Are we really going to fight among ourselves at a time like this? Our enemy is the federal forces." "Humph," Li Liehua scoffed. "Who told you to escape here? I didn't invite you in." Ye Kongcheng retorted angrily. "If it weren't for some idiot getting trapped here, causing the blockade outside, do you think we would have come in?" Li Liehua glared. "Say that again if you dare." All right. The smiling demon intervened, trying to mediate. "Let's not argue. By the way, why aren't the federal soldiers coming in?" Chapter 86. Kidnapping, Threats, Chaos. Li Liehua curled his lips and pointed towards a corner of the shop. It was then that Ye Kongcheng and his companions noticed a woman in high-end professional attire crouched in the corner. The woman appeared somewhat aged. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and the faint lines on her face revealed her age, suggesting she was at least in her 40s. However, her skin was remarkably well-maintained, smooth and flawless, making her appear no older than her early 30s if one disregarded those fine lines. The smiling demon rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "She looks a bit familiar." Li Liehua responded, "Of course she looks familiar. She is Lu Yueying." Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in surprise, "The president of the Blue Sky Battle Robot Company? How did you capture her?" Li Liehua smirked. "It's this woman's misfortune. I was chased to this vicinity, and she happened to finish her meal at the restaurant across the street and was about to leave. So I took the opportunity to kidnap her." This street was renowned in Golden City for its luxury shopping, and it was not unusual for Lu Yueying to dine at the upscale restaurant across the way. However, she had not anticipated that it would lead to her predicament. Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "Is bullying a woman the only way for you to survive? I truly don't understand what you find so gratifying." Li Liehua retorted angrily. "If you have the guts, then get out of here. At this very moment, you are relying on this woman to save your life." Ye Kongcheng shrugged and moved to the side of the window, glancing outside. The federal soldiers had regrouped, forming a surrounding perimeter. The smiling demon remarked, "The federal forces will only increase in number. Lu Yueying is of utmost importance to them." The Blue Sky Battle Robot Company is not only the largest battle robot manufacturer on Industrial Star, but also in the entire galaxy, maintaining a close collaboration with the Federation. 65% of the battle robots utilized by the Federation are produced by the Blue Sky Battle Robot Company. Moreover, the company generates an astounding profit of $22 billion from off-world sales each year and contributes $3 billion in taxes to the Federation, making it a significant tax contributor. Thus, Lu Yueying, as one of the shareholders and the executive president of the Blue Sky Battle Robot Company, holds more than just wealth. She possesses considerable social standing and influence, closely tied to the Federation. If anything were to happen to her, the ramifications for the Federation would be immense. Ye Kongcheng speculated, "I anticipate that a negotiation expert will arrive, but I doubt they will easily allow us to leave, even with Lu Yueying in our grasp." As he spoke, a sedan pulled up at the entrance of the shop, and a man in a suit stepped out, whispering a few words to a leading lieutenant before approaching the shop. "I am Sheriff Wang Qingyan," he announced, unfastening his suit jacket and turning in place. "I am here to assist you. I believe we can have a discussion." Bang! As soon as Wang Qingyan finished speaking, an energy beam shattered the shop window, striking the ground directly in front of him. Ye Kongcheng pressed against the wall and said, "Are you about to suggest that you will provide us with a vehicle, then transport us to a designated location to board a spaceship, on the condition that we release Lu Yueying and agree to leave Industrial Star, as if we had never been here?" Wang Qingyan wore an awkward expression. Ye Kongcheng's words precisely mirrored his negotiation strategy. However, This was not the end. Ye Kongcheng continued, I assume that this is your bottom line. But if an opportunity arises to rescue Lu Yueying, you would eliminate us, or if we agree to release her upon boarding the spaceship, you would ensure that we receive and oppose, gifts and oppose, on the ship, explosive gifts capable of obliterating us. Wang Chengyin chuckled awkwardly. You certainly have a knack for humor. Ye Kongcheng replied. Spare me the theatrics. I am well aware of the tricks your negotiation experts employ. I have only one thing to convey. The area within 5 meters in front of the shop is a no-go zone. If you step within that boundary, I will execute you. Wang Chengyin involuntarily swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back, ultimately retreating into the encirclement after a moment of hesitation. Though I do not trust the Federation and Oppos, words. Li Liehua glanced at Ye Kongcheng and said, But do you have a way to leave here just by scaring them off? Ye Kongcheng replied, Negotiations must take place, but not with the Federation. He approached the corner and sat down directly in front of Lu Yueying. Madam Lu, he began, I believe we can have a conversation. What do you wish to discuss? Lu Yueying inquired calmly, her demeanor reflecting her experience. A woman who could ascend to the position of president of the galaxy's leading battle robot company was not one to panic in the face of adversity. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Your attitude suggests you are not afraid of us. No, I am quite fearful, Lu Yueying replied, brushing her hair aside. But I know I am safe. If you are not fools, you would not dare harm me. If I were to come to harm, you would certainly perish. My survival is critical for yours. Ye Kongcheng smirked. She was indeed astute, succinctly summarizing their current predicament. He nodded. So, Madam Lu, have you considered that your survival, which is essential for ours, also implies that if we are to perish, your fate is sealed as well? Lu Yueying comprehended the underlying message, her expression shifting slightly. Ye Kongcheng continued with a smile. The Federation places great importance on your safety, but that does not mean they will allow us to manipulate them. For instance, there is a helicopter outside. If I request it for your safety, they will undoubtedly comply, but that does not guarantee they will not seize the opportunity to shoot it down. After a moment of silence, Lu Yueying asked, What do you intend to do? Ye Kongcheng replied, Madam Lu, you should understand that the Federation can only do its utmost to ensure your safety. However, I believe you require a 100% assurance of security. Just as I wish to extricate myself from this crisis with the same certainty, rather than merely attempting to evade danger. We must collaborate. As he spoke, he activated the projection device to display a map of Golden City. Lu Yueying gasped. You must be insane. Do you comprehend the consequences? This chaos has been instigated by the Federation. Ye Kongcheng smiled and shook his finger. Their cleansing operations have incited turmoil. What I am doing merely fulfills their desires, making this night even more chaotic. Lu Yueying shook her head. I cannot cooperate with you. I refuse to become a murderer. I share your sentiments. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Thus, the decision does not rest with you or me, but rather with the Federation and whether they are willing to prevent sacrifices at the cost of their own dignity. Click. Ye Kongcheng pulled back the gun's bolt, suddenly aiming it at Lu Yueying's head. Furthermore, when I speak of cooperation, it is merely a courteous term. You cannot truly believe you have a choice, can you? Chapter 87. The Robot Director. It's futile, Wang Chengyin lamented, holding the communicator. I wish to negotiate, but they have no intention of dialogue. Moreover, those individuals are clearly seasoned professionals, not mere petty thieves. They cannot be easily deceived. To rescue Lu Yueying, we must take decisive action. As Wang Chengyin reported the situation, the Federation perceived the circumstances in Golden City as a prime opportunity. The objective of the purge operation was not merely to drive the criminals away, but to capture every last one of them. Many high-ranking officials in the Federation believed that such a congregation of criminals presented an exceptional chance. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Be cautious, someone is emerging. There's a situation. I will report back shortly, Wang Chengyin responded, disconnecting the communication in haste and rushing into the encirclement, only to witness the shop's door swing open. You best not aim your firearms at me. Ye Kongcheng stepped out from the store, gazing at the dark, menacing muzzles before him. I have accomplices. Their weapons may very well be directed at Lu Yueying. Stand down, Wang Chengyin commanded, urging the surrounding Federation soldiers to lower their weapons. He stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. I firmly believe we can resolve this situation peacefully. Vehicles, interstellar ships, safe passage, and even a monetary compensation can be arranged. Ye Kongcheng retorted with a smirk. So, whatever conditions I propose, you shall acquiesce, correct? Wang Chengyan swallowed hard before replying. All conditions are negotiable. He spoke truthfully. Although the Federation headquarters issued a directive for the purge operation to apprehend all criminals, lethal force could be employed if capture proved impossible. Yet, the Blue Sky Combat Robot Company had pressured the police department to ensure Lu Yueying's safety. The police chief found himself in a quandary, unable to defy the orders from the Federation headquarters while simultaneously wary of the Blue Sky Combat Robot Company. This was precisely why Wang Qingyan had come here. The encircling forces were from the Federation's military, while he belonged to the Federation's police department. I wish to converse with you, but regrettably, I do not trust you, Ye Kongcheng remarked, glancing at the time. Thus, I intend to proceed with my own methods, and the time is nearly upon us. Wang Qingyan's heart tightened, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Suddenly, tap, 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 tap. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the air, growing louder and closer. From the street corner, an overwhelming throng of figures appeared. The Federation soldiers within the encirclement were instantly struck with panic, grasping their weapons in vigilance. As the figures drew nearer, their expressions morphed into bewilderment. They were not merely people. They were humanoid robots, a dense cluster of them. How can you command? Wang Qingyan and Appo's words trailed off as he realized Lu Yueying remained in their grasp, making such an occurrence unsurprising. Rest assured, Ye Kongcheng replied. I have no intention of deploying combat robots to eliminate you. As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng tapped on the device known as Zhanlan. Zhanlan, he murmured, access the police department's command channel. Hello, is this the main office? This is 6th Avenue. Damn it, a multitude of combat robots have emerged, requesting immediate support. The Southeast Tunnel and the No. 7 floating bridge have been seized by robots. Class A situation. Do you copy? Immediately declare a Class A situation. A horde of robots is advancing toward the nuclear power station. Zhanlan transmitted the command center and Appo's video communication. In an instant, Wang Qingyan and Appo's face paled. Why were there so many robots? The answer was singular: Blue Sky Combat Robot Company. Golden City housed the largest robotic production line of the Blue Sky Combat Robot Company in the galaxy, with tens of thousands of combat robots in stock. Of course, these combat robots were deemed safe, as activating them required specific commands, password unlocks, and a series of verifications, including retinal and fingerprint scans. But were these verifications a challenge for Lu Yueying? Not at all. Wang Qingyan's expression darkened, fixating on Ye Kongcheng. What do you intend to do? Although it was undoubtedly Lu Yueying orchestrating this, it was clear that this man was directing her. I believe the purge operation is a grave mistake. At least it should not be occurring tonight. Do you comprehend my implication? Ye Kongcheng stated. Wang Qingyan replied sternly. That is a direct order from the Federation headquarters. That does not concern me, Ye Kongcheng countered. The robots will withdraw when the purge operation concludes. However, I advise you to make your decision before the city suffers any losses. While speaking, Ye Kongcheng gestured towards the shop. The smiling demon and Li Liehua emerged, holding Lu Yueying captive. Ye Kongcheng looked at Wang Qingyan and said, if you wish for Miss Lu to remain unharmed, I strongly advise against pursuing us or attempting any underhanded tactics. Oh, I assume at this moment, you cannot summon any reinforcements to chase or execute any maneuvers. Wang Qingyan gritted his teeth in frustration. Was this truly Ye Kongcheng's aim? They had ample manpower, yet the emergence of the robots had rendered them utterly stretched thin. Ye Kongcheng and his companions swiftly melded into the throng of robots, using their cover to retreat expeditiously. Ye Kongcheng remained uncertain if they were being monitored. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down completely, necessitating the concealment provided by the surrounding robots. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground waterway, Ye Kongcheng exchanged a glance with the smiling demon, swiftly lowering their bodies to open the passage. The group slipped into the underground tunnel, allowing the robots to continue advancing. After traversing the waterways for a while, Lu Yueying could no longer contain herself. I have complied with your instructions. You promised to release me. When do you intend to honor your word? Ye Kongcheng glanced at the time and replied, You may leave now, Miss Lu. This response took Lu Yueying by surprise. She had presumed Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's silence on the matter indicated a change of heart, only to realize he genuinely intended to fulfill his promise. I adhere to principles. What I commit to, I shall see through. Ye Kongcheng glanced at Li Liehua. But some individuals may not be so reliable. Li Liehua snorted disdainfully. You have principles, but I lack boundaries? Woman, you are free to go. Ye Kongcheng smiled, employing a simplistic provocation that proved effective against Li Liehua and Oppo's temperament. Simplicity is beauty. So, Miss Lu, you are truly free now. Ye Kongcheng spread his hands. Do you require my assistance to return to the surface? Not necessary, Lu Yueying replied decisively. I can manage on my own. Chapter 88. Divine Fire. As Li Liehua watched Lu Yueying depart, he cast a glance at Ye Kongcheng and remarked, I am well aware of your intentions for appearing on Industrial Star. The ultimate possession of the Blue Fairy will undoubtedly be mine. Time will tell. Once Lu Yueying had left, Li Liehua showed no inclination to continue accompanying Ye Kongcheng and turned away to leave. The smiling demon patted Ye Kongcheng on the shoulder and said, It is thanks to your clever idea that we managed to escape our predicament. Ye Kongcheng shrugged and replied, But this is not precisely good news. I had intended to reserve this strategy for seizing the Blue Fairy. The smiling demon pondered for a moment and said, Do you plan to incite a robot uprising across the city after acquiring the Blue Fairy, leaving the Federation unable to deal with us, thereby allowing you to pilot the Blue Fairy to safety? Ye Kongcheng nodded. Indeed, it is merely a concept. I had already instructed Zhanlan to devise a way to infiltrate the Blue Sky Combat Robot Company. Unfortunately, the stockpiled combat robots are manually controlled and managed, rendering infiltration impossible. Nana interjected, Now we have the answer. Controlling Lu Yueying would allow us to control those stockpiled combat robots. However, that is no longer feasible. Ye Kongcheng acknowledged. Having already utilized this method once, the Federation would surely be on guard. Furthermore, given the events of the evening, the security surrounding Lu Yueying would undoubtedly reach terrifying levels, leaving no opportunity for abduction. Ye Kongcheng stated, It matters not. Solutions are conceived by people. We can simply devise alternative plans. The smiling demon agreed. Let us focus on the present. Although you have temporarily halted the purging operation through the use of those robots, releasing Lu Yueying means she will soon return those robots to the warehouse, and the purging operation will resume. Ye Kongcheng concurred, Yes. Hence we must make ourselves at home here for the next couple of days. Nana grimaced. The underground sewer? You employed this tactic last time on Iron Prison Star. And now again. Ye Kongcheng replied, Do you think Lu Yueying would disclose our movements after leaving? The smiling demon remarked, She certainly will. Even if she chooses not to speak, the Federation will inquire. She has no reason to conceal our whereabouts. Ye Kongcheng countered, So the Federation will search the underground sewer? I believe that as long as the Federation's commander is not utterly foolish, they would not presume we would remain in the sewers after releasing Lu Yueying. The smiling demon nodded. Then we might as well stay here. This line of thought is not without merit. Nana added, But this place is filthy. Bear with it. The smiling demon advised. In this city, there is currently no safe place, including the inn where we are lodging. Since the Federation is willing to act against the Sergeant Major's bar, they are unlikely to spare an inn that caters to criminals. Nana sighed, If we must endure, then let us endure. Ye Kongcheng smiled. Let us go. I shall endeavor to find you a cleaner spot. By the way, Zhanlan, assist me in testing my bodily data. I should be able to utilize the gene serum once more. With a tone laced with delight, Zhanlan inquired, Have you finally entered the later stages of the second phase of the gene gate? Ye Kongcheng affirmed, That should indeed be the case. Combat is the best means of self-improvement. The last encounter with McCarthy had compelled Ye Kongcheng to forcibly consume the gene serum. A twist of fate that had led to an unexpected gain, even though he had not yet met the criteria for its usage at that time. Now, however, Ye Kongcheng felt a renewed enhancement within his body, likely indicating his complete entry into the later stages of the second phase of the gene gate, thus allowing him to truly utilize the gene serum. Congratulations! After a brief moment, Zhanlan announced, your current bodily data confirms that each metric has indeed reached its peak. You may consume the gene serum and attempt to break through to the third phase of the gene gate. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Possessing the ability of divine fire would undoubtedly better equip him to confront the current circumstances. Then let us rest here, the smiling demon suggested. Pointing to a relatively clean area nearby, we will keep watch around you in case of any unforeseen events. Ye Kongcheng nodded and then turned to Nana. Don't look at me, Nana said weakly, anywhere is fine. After all, you won't find a clean spot here. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Then let us seize this opportunity to break through. He settled onto the ground, leaning against the wall, and retrieved the gene serum, bringing it to his lips. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng consumed the contents of the glass vial. The liquid was cool and sweet as it slid down his throat. But once it settled in his stomach, it felt as if a flame ignited within him, akin to the exhilarating sensation of consuming strong liquor. However, this euphoria lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the intense pain he had previously experienced surged through his entire being, as if every muscle in his body were being torn asunder. Ye Kongcheng's expression twisted in agony. Yet, perhaps due to his prior experience with the gene serum, he found this ordeal somewhat easier to endure than before. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng focused his mind entirely. Closing his eyes, the surroundings faded into darkness. And from that abyss, a layer of bubbles began to emerge. He felt as though he were sinking into water, descending deeper and deeper. At the bottom, he spotted a rusted iron door, bound by chains as thick as an infant and Appo's wrist. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the chain, spreading like wildfire until Ye Kongcheng grasped the fissure with both hands, forcefully pulling the door apart. The iron door swung open, and the chains crumbled to dust, disintegrating into tiny fragments. The third phase of the gene gate. Behind the door, a brilliant light began to materialize, incandescent and dazzling. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng abruptly opened his eyes, emerging from the realm of the mind and returning to reality. Nana, anxious, asked, how did it go? Ye Kongcheng nodded. I have successfully broken through to the third phase of the gene gate. So soon? The smiling demon expressed surprise, typically. Transitioning from the second to the third phase takes at least an hour, often several hours, yet you accomplished it in a mere 15 minutes. Could it be? The smiling demon hesitated, leaving the thought unspoken. Longer breakthrough durations are not favorable, indicating greater resistance encountered. Conversely, a shorter duration may not necessarily be good news either, as it could imply minimal enhancement, suggesting Ye Kongcheng might have crossed into the third phase without acquiring divine fire. Ye Kongcheng smirked and then opened his right palm. With a puff, a pure white flame erupted from his hand. Chapter 89. The second divine flame. The smiling demon sighed with relief. As long as there was a divine flame, everything could be negotiated. Even if the divine flame's power was not formidable, at least the hope of breaking through to the fourth stage of the genetic gate remained intact. Azure, Ye Kongcheng said, let us test the data, primarily focusing on the divine flame data. Azure projected a luminous screen before everyone and announced, EP body detection initiated. EP body detection user, Ye Kongcheng gender, male race, human age, 18 muscle strength, 109. 8 bone strength, 109. 5 reflex nerves, 102 gene activity level, 125. 5 brain cell activity, 131. 1 special ability, 1, arson, capable of igniting flammable substances in the air, resulting in fierce flames that incinerate everything. Special ability, 2, explosion. When sweat is secreted from the body, explosive materials condense within it, which can trigger an explosion in conjunction with the arson ability, while the user remains impervious to the blast's effects. Divine flame, human flame, indomitable will. Whenever the body sustains damage, all physical attributes will increase to a certain extent. Indomitable will? The smiling demon mused, resting his chin on his hand. A physical enhancement ability? No, this does not seem to be a permanent boost to physical attributes. Could it be a martial divine flame? This might qualify as a martial ability. The smiling demon spoke with uncertainty. Despite his vast experience, he found himself at a loss. Judging by the divine flame and Apos' effects, it resembled a physical ability, yet physical abilities typically provide a permanent enhancement to specific attributes. As for martial abilities, they are only augmented through combat. Thus, Ye Kongcheng's divine flame indeed aligns with the characteristics of a martial divine flame. An indomitable will should be classified as a martial ability. However, the caveat lies in the requirement of enduring blows to enhance one's combat power, which seemed rather unappealing. The smiling demon refrained from voicing his thoughts to avoid disheartening Ye Kongcheng, yet his gaze inadvertently resembled that of someone observing a punching bag. In truth, it wasn't entirely unfavorable. The smiling demon reassured, in simple terms, the more you endure, the stronger you become. The key lies in the extent of enhancement or the degree of injury, and whether the increase can achieve a fair exchange in proportion. Although the smiling demon remained skeptical about this ability, he refrained from making a definitive judgment. After all, the true potential of an ability can only be gauged through experience. If the post-injury enhancement to one's strength was substantial, then this ability would indeed be captivating. However, Ye Kongcheng appeared unfazed, merely shaking his head. The crux is not in the extent of enhancement. He raised his head and opened his left palm, stating, "The key is what this signifies." Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from Ye Kongcheng and Apos' outstretched left palm, followed by the emergence of a black flame. Nana exclaimed in astonishment, "Two divine flames? Is it possible for one person to possess two divine flames?" Ye Kongcheng shook his head, replying, "I Don and Apos. No, I've never heard of it. So I am just as perplexed as you." In the next moment, both of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the smiling demon, who undoubtedly had a broader range of knowledge. The smiling demon smiled wryly and said, "I am not omniscient. I have also never come across anyone possessing two types of divine flames." At that moment, Azure completed the testing of the new divine flame and projected the data onto the luminous screen. Divine flame, human flame, rising combat spirit. Each time an enemy is defeated or killed, all physical attributes will enhance to a certain degree. Ye Kongcheng asked, "What does this mean?" Azure replied, "The literal interpretation." Ye Kongcheng clarified, "I mean, why do I have two divine flames?" After a moment of silence, Azure responded, "I am unsure." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes and said, "As an artificial intelligence, your data should be far more extensive than a human brain. Are you not embarrassed to provide such an answer?" Azure retorted confidently, "I am currently in my juvenile phase and lack access to my own data repository. My knowledge is derived from the cosmic network, and according to my search, I found no relevant cases, hence I can only respond that there are none." The smiling demon interjected, "I do have a rather far-fetched theory." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Do share." The smiling demon explained, "There are many types of divine flames, those that enhance the body, those that strengthen the mind, abilities of thought, supernatural powers, and so forth. Among them, there exists a concept known as twin divine flames." Ye Kongcheng scratched his head. "I think I've heard of that." The smiling demon elaborated. Twin divine flames refer to a single flame possessing two divine abilities that complement each other. However, although indomitable will and rising combat spirit do indeed seem to fulfill the criteria of mutual enhancement, Ye Kongcheng interjected, "But they are not a single divine flame, so there is still a distinction from twin divine flames, correct?" The smiling demon nodded. Twin divine flames were the closest answer he could conceive, yet upon further contemplation, it felt somewhat off. Nana timidly suggested, "I have a thought, but I'm unsure if I should voice it." Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon turned to her, curious. Nana continued, "Is this question truly that significant? Regardless of the strength of the divine flame abilities, having two is certainly superior to possessing just one, right? Having two abilities must surely be better than just one?" Ye Kongcheng paused, then suddenly felt as though clouds had parted to reveal clear skies. Indeed, why was he fretting over this? At least on the surface, it did not seem to be a negative development. Rather, it appeared to warrant celebration. "Exactly," Ye Kongcheng smiled. "I was overthinking it." The smiling demon added, "Moreover, if there were only indomitable will, to be frank, that divine flame ability would be somewhat peculiar or even unsatisfactory. However, if paired with rising combat spirit, the scenario changes entirely. As long as you engage in battle, you can grow increasingly powerful. Ye Kongcheng nodded. The synergy between these two abilities might not be particularly pronounced in one-on-one confrontations, but in a chaotic brawl, they would be nothing short of extraordinary. While others would weaken as their stamina waned, he would thrive, growing ever stronger, especially as the number of enemies increased, accelerating his enhancement. What delighted Ye Kongcheng further was the imminent chaotic battle they would soon face. His divine flame abilities seemed to have arrived at just the right moment, ready to be put to use. Additionally, after breaking through to the third stage of the genetic gate, all attributes concerning his physical form had experienced a slight enhancement upon surpassing the 100-point threshold. Clenching his fists, Ye Kongcheng could distinctly feel his strength increasing, and the contours of his muscles appeared more refined than ever. Chapter 90. The imminent battle in the following 2 days. The federal purging operation continued unabated. Every day, Zhanlan would utilize its hacking capabilities to provide Ye Kongcheng with information regarding recent arrests. Among those apprehended, although the majority were minor players, there were notable figures of some repute within the galaxy. For instance, the Silverbird pirate crew, led by Ryan, had a bounty of 40 million, with a total bounty of 180 million on the crew, a fairly renowned band of pirates in the galaxy, yet they were besieged, resulting in over 2/3 of their members imprisoned. Additionally, there was the recently ascendant dark mercenary, half-demon Tracy, who had a bounty of 67 million but similarly fell prey and was incarcerated. Overall, Mr. Crow's prophecy had come true. The current state of Golden City could be succinctly summarized in 3 words: utter chaos. Fortunately, Ye Kongcheng and his companions were relatively unscathed, as the federal forces had not dispatched personnel to search the underground waterways, allowing them a degree of comfort, albeit amidst the filth and odor of the sewers. During these 2 days, Ye Kongcheng focused on consolidating his strength and adapting to the sensations experienced after entering the 3rd stage of the Gene Gate. Nana busied herself with some contraption, the mechanical parts of which remained incomprehensible to both Ye Kongcheng and the Smiling Demon. Meanwhile, the Smiling Demon was tasked with foraging for food and water, scouting the vicinity, and assisting Nana in locating mechanical components. "We must take action," the Smiling Demon declared as footsteps echoed through the sewer. He revealed himself and tossed a plastic bag onto the ground, stating, "At noon tomorrow, the Blue Fairy will descend upon Golden City." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. Despite the purging operation and Oppos' apparent success and the capture of some significant targets, there remain numerous criminals within the city. The purging efforts have not deterred those eyeing the Blue Fairy. They have merely gone into hiding. In this situation, what is the best course of action? Nana interjected. Cancel the retirement ceremony for the Blue Fairy, or perhaps send it directly to the museum. This was a point understood by all, including high-ranking federal officials. The Smiling Demon shrugged. The issue is, they cannot possibly make such a choice. The matter of the Blue Fairy has already become known. If they were to proceed in that manner, it would signify a retreat, a display of fear and cowardice on the part of the federal authorities. With a hint of disdain, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Thus, the federal notion of justice is merely a facade, never its essence." The Smiling Demon continued, "Regardless, we must mobilize. Furthermore, the Mad Knight is likely to appear at the ceremony." "Oh?" Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' interest peaked. "What information have you gathered?" The Smiling Demon replied, "Last night, the Mad Knight made an appearance, engaging in a skirmish with federal soldiers. He personally incapacitated a federal major, rendering him severely injured and sending him to the intensive care unit." Ye Kongcheng noted, "This could be advantageous for us." The Smiling Demon pondered briefly. "I suspect that, despite the bounty on the Mad Knight, his prowess is even greater. Taking down a federal major is no trivial feat. The Mad Knight is formidable, and we must remain vigilant." Ye Kongcheng countered, "You assured Mr. Crow that you could eliminate him." The Smiling Demon raised his hands in surrender. "I would still assert that, provided he lends me his sword." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, refraining from pressing further. Truth be told, he was immensely curious, almost obsessively so. A sword is not an uncommon weapon. There exists a plethora of varieties, from ancient alloys to energy blades. Even if the smiling demon had high standards for his weaponry, it seemed improbable that he could not settle for a lesser quality. Moreover, the smiling demon had once mentioned that his weaponry was not limited to swords, suggesting he could wield a multitude of weapons. Yet, what specific criteria must be met for him to be willing to use one? Ye Kongcheng chose not to pry. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Much like how both the smiling demon and Nana were aware of Zhanlan's existence as an artificial intelligence. Yet Ye Kongcheng had never disclosed its origins as a relic of the divine race. Thus, he trusted that when the smiling demon deemed it necessary to share, he would do so. At that moment, Nana exclaimed, "Come and see what I've created." Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon approached her. "What have you made?" "Bombs." Nana revealed a collection of metallic contraptions. "The inspiration came from that fellow last time. It's merely a matter of crafting explosives." To me, his creations were trivial, including that bomb that could stick to clothing. "I am far superior." Nana's confidence was palpable, although she often appeared somewhat timid. She firmly believed in her exceptional skills within her area of expertise. Ye Kongcheng appreciated this trait. After all, his team members were undoubtedly the best. However, time and materials were limited. With a hint of frustration, Nana admitted, "The most significant issue is the lack of a workstation. This is the extent of what I can accomplish." Ye Kongcheng smiled. "Trust me, once we acquire the Blue Fairy, you won and Oppos. Just have a designated workstation. You'll even have a dedicated studio aboard the spaceship." Nana rolled her eyes. "That is if you manage to obtain the Blue Fairy." Zhanlan interjected. "Do you have a new plan?" Ye Kongcheng replied, "I have some ideas, but they are not yet fully formed. We must remain adaptable." Zhanlan suggested, "How about I directly infiltrate the Blue Fairy's operating system and pilot it away? I believe the federal forces will refrain from deploying heavy firepower." This was Ye Kongcheng's advantage. Others wishing to seize the Blue Fairy would need to board and navigate it personally, whereas he could rely on Zhanlan to take control directly. Furthermore, Ye Kongcheng concurred with Zhanlan's subsequent assertion the federal authorities would not resort to heavy artillery to destroy the Blue Fairy. For them, that would represent a monumental failure and an embarrassing loss of face, indicating their inability to thwart the criminals, ultimately leading them to destroy the Blue Fairy as a last resort, an approach that would inflict harm upon themselves as well. Naturally, such an action would severely damage the federal image. In that case, it would be wiser to forego the retirement ceremony for the Blue Fairy altogether or simply bypass the ceremony and send it to the museum. As both options would result in a loss of prestige and reputation, preserving the asset would be more advantageous. Nevertheless, abstaining from destruction did not equate to foregoing aggression. Ye Kongcheng stated, "Perhaps they may damage the Blue Fairy to the point of inoperability to prevent your escape. Therefore, forcing a launch should be our last resort. Not our preferred course of action. We can decide on that when the time comes." Chapter 91. The Blue Fairy. To the southwest of Golden City lies the most renowned cosmic ship industrial zone, home to the largest cosmic ship manufacturing facility in the galaxy, alongside countless workshops of varying sizes. This area is indeed the sanctum of cosmic ships. The Blue Fairy chose to dock at the St. Marguerite Workshop, a private establishment not affiliated with any cosmic ship corporation. However, one should not underestimate the St. Marguerite Workshop, for it boasts a long and illustrious history. It has existed since the dawn of the Great Cosmic Era, when the cosmic ship industry began to flourish. In fact, this privately operated workshop has been passed down through 16 generations. Remarkably, the St. Marguerite Workshop has undergone 3 relocations, making it older than Golden City itself. When the workshop was established, Golden City had yet to be founded. Thus, in comparison to the vast factories of cosmic ship corporations, the retirement of the Blue Fairy at the St. Marguerite Workshop carries profound significance. The retirement ceremony of the Blue Fairy is to be a public event, a decision made when the St. Marguerite Workshop was selected as the venue, as it is an open-air establishment unable to accommodate a closed ceremony. Furthermore, given the current precarious situation of the Federation, facing ever-watchful criminals, they must project strength. A closed ceremony would be perceived as a retreat. From early morning, Throngs of individuals began to gather at the entrance of the St. Marguerite workshop, vying for prime positions as they awaited the commencement of the Blue Fairy's retirement ceremony. Ye Kongcheng and his companions were among them. They sought out a public bath to wash away their unpleasant odors before donning fresh attire and joining the crowd, blending in as they gazed at the open space of the workshop. "This is splendid," Nana exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I have always dreamt of working in a workshop steeped in history. Every piece of wood here resonates with tales of the past." "Is that so?" Ye Kongcheng shrugged. "I find the antique architecture clashes rather starkly with the modern, high-tech ambience of Golden City." Nana rolled her eyes. "I concede that I may not match your prowess in combat, but in this regard, your opinion holds no weight." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, raising his shoulders in a playful gesture mimicking a zipper being pulled up. Meanwhile, the smiling demon surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "I see many familiar faces." "That was to be expected," Ye Kongcheng replied. "Everyone has come to this industrial planet for the same purpose. What concerns me is the whereabouts of the Mad Knight." The smiling demon shook his head. "I have not spotted him yet. I desire the Blue Fairy, and there is no point in concealing that. However, I also wish to eliminate the Mad Knight. Since we have participated in the criminal auction, we must see it through. I am confident that an opportunity will arise." The Mad Knight and Oppos' ambitions are greater than anticipated. Initially, I believed he sought merely a cosmic ship on this industrial planet. But it seems he has learned of the Blue Fairy and Oppos' presence. Then let us eagerly await the arrival of that vessel, which has captured the desires of so many. Ye Kongcheng responded with a smile. The retirement ceremony for the Blue Fairy was scheduled for noon, but preparations required time. Thus, around 11:30, Ye Kongcheng heard the distant sounds of cheers. Though their position was not ideal, they understood the significance of the applause. The signal lights of the St. Marguerite workshop had illuminated. This indicated that the Blue Fairy was about to descend. Approximately 5 minutes later, Ye Kongcheng laid eyes on the much-discussed cosmic ship, the Blue Fairy. Contrary to expectations, the Blue Fairy did not exude a sense of grandeur. In fact, it was classified as a medium-sized battleship, barely meeting the standards for its category. Compared to the ship Ye Kongcheng had seized from the Firestorm pirates, it was only about 20% larger, certainly lacking in majesty. Yet, the Blue Fairy was undeniably beautiful. It may not be imposing, but it possessed an exquisite allure. Its armor shimmered in a pale blue hue, exhibiting a wave-like texture not artificially crafted, but rather a result of a special material infused with blue, reflecting sunlight with a subtle glimmer, akin to rippling waves. "My goodness!" Nana exclaimed, gripping Ye Kongcheng's arm with excitement. "The entire hull is infused with powdered blue crystal. This is extravagance of the highest order. Do we truly have a chance to acquire this cosmic ship?" Calm down, Ye Kongcheng replied, withdrawing his arm with a hint of exasperation. "Do not speak to me of such things. I have no knowledge of blue crystal. If you could enlighten me on its worth, perhaps I would be intrigued." Nana responded. "The mere cost of modifying the armor plating could purchase an entirely new Aoyo X-class battleship." Mr. Crow was correct. While the Blue Fairy is classified as an Aoyo X-class battleship, it cannot be measured by the standards of an ordinary vessel. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes at the obviousness of her statement. A standard Aoyo X-class battleship would hardly warrant such risk for so many individuals. At that moment, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Blue Fairy gracefully descended into the St. Marguerite workshop. However, the Blue Fairy was not the only vessel making its descent. The Federation had dispatched 6 escort ships, though these vessels were not permitted to enter the workshop. Today, the Blue Fairy was the star of the show. Naturally, the St. Marguerite workshop was a facility for constructing cosmic ships, not a spaceport, and could not accommodate 7 vessels simultaneously. The escort ships would dock at the nearby workshops, with the soldiers responsible for their protection proceeding on foot to the St. Marguerite workshop. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ye Kongcheng turned to the smiling demon and asked, "How do you think the others will act? When will they strike?" The smiling demon replied, "I cannot predict their methods, but I am certain they will act before the ceremony concludes. The Blue Fairy is merely here for the ceremony and to replenish supplies. Once the ceremony is over, It will depart directly from the galaxy towards the Magris star domain. Ye Kongcheng nodded, aware that the Magris star domain housed the Federation and Oppos' headquarters. In the museum, the Blue Fairy was destined for also lay within its bounds. The time the Blue Fairy spins docked will be brief. This suggests many may resort to swift and decisive violence to seize it. Perhaps, the smiling demon mused, a direct confrontation may indeed prove advantageous. Chapter 92. The commencement. Upon the arrival of the Blue Fairy, the ceremonial proceedings did not commence immediately. Instead, defensive preparations were undertaken first. This took approximately a quarter of an hour, after which several eminent figures made their appearances. Among them were the mayor of Golden City, the director of the Federal Police Headquarters, the executive president of FS Spacecraft Company, the proprietor of St. Margaret's Workshop, and the renowned spacecraft designer Lin Tai from the galaxy. These 5 individuals were set to jointly conduct the retirement ceremony of the Blue Fairy. The owner of St. Margaret's Workshop, a diminutive elderly gentleman in his 60s, was the first to take the stage. He briefly introduced St. Margaret's Workshop, expressing that it was an honor to host the retirement ceremony of the Blue Fairy. Next, the mayor made his appearance, with motives akin to that of the workshop's owner, primarily to promote St. Margaret's Workshop in Golden City, thereby enhancing his own credentials. The spotlight shifted to Lin Tai, who was to present the making of the Blue Fairy, including some modifications. Naturally, mechanics like Nana listened intently, while Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon stifled yawns, finding little joy in the incomprehensible technical jargon. Following Lin Tai was the director of the Federal Police Headquarters, who would recite the service record of the Blue Fairy, which included a staggering total of 72 battles. This was the thrilling moment that represented both the inception and the decline of the Blue Fairy, an embodiment of beginnings and endings. The smiling demon whispered, "It and Oppos' about to begin. Once the service record is concluded, there will be a summary speech, and the ceremony will be over." Ye Kongcheng nodded, responding calmly, "I believe there are those who are even more impatient than us." The smiling demon refrained from further comment, as Ye Kongcheng spoke the truth. The Battle of the Beastmen commenced at this juncture, and just as the director was halfway through reading the service record of the Blue Fairy, an unexpected explosion reverberated through the air above St. Margaret's Workshop. The blast was not particularly loud, akin to the sound of firecrackers, thus it did not incite chaos, merely stirring a hint of disturbance. Almost immediately, a cloud of yellow smoke began to disperse around the area. "Beware of toxins," shouted the team leader responsible for security, promptly initiating commands. The 5 distinguished figures at the ceremony were, of course, prime targets for protection. As for the Blue Fairy, it too required safeguarding. For the city was rife with nefarious individuals, yet seizing the Blue Fairy was no simple task, so there was no need for undue haste. Moreover, while the yellow smoke might pose a threat to human health, could it possibly incapacitate a spacecraft? Meanwhile, amidst the swirling yellow smoke, a convoy suddenly emerged from the side, crashing through the outer wall of St. Margaret's Workshop. Given that the workshop was an antiquated structure, its outer defenses were virtually non-existent. "The Mad Knight!" exclaimed the smiling demon. Ye Kongcheng nodded. "I never anticipated that he would strike first." With the Mad Knight's assault, the concealed criminals could no longer restrain their impulse and began to spring into action. Gunfire erupted unexpectedly. Ye Kongcheng was uncertain whether the shots originated from federal soldiers or the hidden criminals. However, this was a signal. A scream pierced the air. The crowd, previously only agitated, descended into utter chaos with the sound of gunfire. Countless individuals screamed, frantically fleeing in all directions, transforming the area in front of St. Margaret's Workshop into a scene of pandemonium. A distant crack of a sniper rifle echoed, and a soldier within St. Margaret's Workshop was shot in the head, blood splattering everywhere. A group of unknown assailants suddenly appeared, vaulting over the outer wall of St. Margaret's Workshop and charging forward recklessly. Many were in motion, and the yellow smoke continued to spread. Jean Lon analyzed the composition of that smoke, commanded Ye Kongcheng. "It consists of standard smoke bomb ingredients, with some substances that can induce tears. Its primary purpose is to confuse. It is non-toxic and poses no substantial harm, Zhanlan replied. Ye Kongcheng discarded his outer coat carelessly, declaring, "It seems we should take action as well. Let us proceed." As he spoke, he strode forward, pushing through the surrounding crowd. The criminals were frenzied. The 3-day purge had forced them into a life akin to that of rats, shrouded in darkness within the city. And now they had a prime opportunity to unleash their pent-up fury. Ye Kongcheng swiftly led the charge through the throng, reaching the outer wall of St. Margaret's workshop. "Zhanlan, armament!" Ye Kongcheng commanded. His arms shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, viscous like mercury. As the radiant hues faded, a pair of silver gauntlets materialized on his arms. With a thunderous impact, Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful punch, shattering the outer wall of St. Margaret's workshop. "Come, let the battle commence," he proclaimed as he entered the workshop, where criminals surged in while federal soldiers organized their defenses and counterattacks. The federal soldiers were not as weak as one might imagine. They were not mere foot soldiers. In terms of psychological resilience, they were indeed well-trained, remaining composed and rapidly assembling into defensive formations rather than scattering in panic. Ye Kongcheng soon encountered resistance. As a squad of federal soldiers obstructed his path, "Step aside," he warned tersely. "I have no time to waste with you." Ye Kongcheng extended his palms, conjuring divine flames, one black and one white, dancing between his hands before merging into his body. He felt no immediate change, for the manifestation of his divine fire abilities would only reveal itself through continued combat. Thus, without hesitation, he surged forward. "Raise your weapons," someone shouted. "Open fire." Before Ye Kongcheng stood a dense array of gun barrels, yet just as they were poised to fire, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving the soldiers bewildered and devoid of a target. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng reappeared, landing a powerful punch on the cheek of one federal soldier. With a resounding thud, the soldier was sent flying, twisting midair, his face contorted in agony as he fell to the ground, rendered unconscious before he could emit a single cry of despair. Chapter 93. The cursed swordsman Nana and the smiling demon advanced, striving to breach the opposing defense line. A federal soldier suddenly raised his weapon, but in that fleeting moment, his gaze met Nana's. "You ought not to aim your gun at me." Nana's voice resonated ethereally, drifting in and out of the soldier's ear. "You should direct it towards those equally armed individuals." The soldier's eyes became clouded with confusion, and the color of his pupils seemed to dim, before he abruptly turned the gun upon his comrades. Bang, 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 bang. Without hesitation, the soldier spun around, pulling the trigger on his own allies. "Damn it, what are you doing? Are you insane? Don't force me to retaliate." The federal soldiers and Oppos' defensive formation immediately descended into chaos. The psychic abilities demonstrated their formidable prowess, often exhibiting a remarkable range despite their generally low baseline. It was undeniable that dealing with these ordinary soldiers was a far simpler task for Nana than for Ye Kongcheng. She merely paid the price of a single glance, and her mind control left the federal soldiers in disarray. Ye Kongcheng gestured for the group to move forward. "Let Oppos, let's go." "No." At that moment, a figure emerged from the yellow smoke, declaring, "You shall not proceed any further." Stepping forth was a man in his 30s, his expression stern, with a chiseled face and strikingly handsome features. Yet, it was the insignia on his shoulder that captured attention, the insignia of a major in the federal army. A major in his 30s, quite impressive indeed. Zhanlan interjected. I casually checked his profile. He is Zhanlan, the captain of the Urban Counterterrorism Assault Team from the Golden City Military Headquarters. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. A special forces unit? How intriguing. As he spoke, he waved his hands to clear a path. "Step aside." "No." The smiling demon interjected. "Allow me." Ye Kongcheng paused, glancing at the smiling demon. "This is your first time volunteering for combat." The smiling demon glanced at the portable computer on her wrist. "Because the Criminal Alliance has sent news from Mr. Crow. My weapon has finally arrived." At that moment, a sound echoed from above as a helicopter soared past, dropping a box nearly the height of a person. Thud! The box hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack beneath it. The smiling demon said, "You should go ahead with Nana to the Blue Ferry. Our adversaries are not limited to the federal forces, but include all who covet the Blue Ferry. This is merely the appetizer." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "I will wait for you up ahead." He swiftly moved forward. Zhanlan shouted, Who has permitted your departure? His body coiled like a hunting leopard, leaping forward, outstretching his arms to seize Ye Kongcheng. But at that moment, the smiling demon reached the metallic box and kicked it. With a resounding crash, the box flew forward towards Zhan Long. Zhan Long reacted swiftly, twisting midair to land on the ground, pushing the box aside. The smiling demon approached the open box, revealing a sword, an upright knight's sword secured by a stand. As she grasped the sword, a dark mist surged forth, swirling around the blade. Simultaneously, the mask on the smiling demon's face seemed to come alive, with her eyes glowing ominously red, exuding an alluring aura. Zhan Long felt a chill run through him. In that moment of eye contact, it was as if he glimpsed an endless abyss. The smiling demon caressed the sword scabbard. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This is a cursed blade. With a self-mocking tone, she touched the demon mask on her face. As expected, I am also a cursed individual. Only weapons steeped in curses can be chosen by me. Misfortune will forever accompany my life. As she spoke, she advanced toward Zhan Long, gripping the sword. Instinctively, he took a step back, but then realized that retreat was not an option. He represented the federal forces, symbolizing justice, and there was no reason to back down. Letting out a low growl to bolster his courage, he lunged at the smiling demon. In the next instant, a flash of silver erupted. The jarring sound of vibrating blades filled the air as the silver streak darted like a meteor. Cries of agony erupted as Zhan Long staggered back. His forearm severed just below the elbow in that fleeting moment. The smiling demon declared, "You have two choices. Depart from my presence or perish beneath my sword." Zhan Long suddenly burst into laughter, tilting his head back. "A soldier may die in battle, but cannot retreat. Do not dream foolishly, even if I cannot stop you. I will take a piece of flesh from you." "Very well," the smiling demon replied, caressing the scabbard once more. "Then prepare to die." Clang. With a fierce grip, she drew the sword forward, the dazzling silver light reappearing, slicing through the air before Zhan Long. It was an unparalleled strike, akin to a shooting star, executed with astonishing speed. Zhan Long wished he could act, yet regrettably, he was powerless to do anything. "When I wield my weapon, I become unstoppable." The smiling demon sheathed her sword, brushing past Zhan Long. "At least, you cannot hinder me. Do not even think you can take a piece of me." A line of crimson appeared at Zhan Long's throat, a gash slowly widening, resembling a mouth agape, exposing bone beneath. Thud. Zhan Long collapsed forward, blood gushing forth. His once vibrant eyes now dimmed. The smiling demon, clutching the knight and Appos' sword, moved away slowly. At that moment, the dark mist swirling around the sword seemed to dissipate slightly. Pausing briefly, the smiling demon shook her head. "It is a fine sword, but alas, it falls short. It appears you are not my destiny." With those words, she resumed her stride, advancing against the oncoming federal soldiers. Suddenly, a burst of silver sword light erupted, and the soldiers fell one by one, the smiling demon unimpeded, resolutely continuing her march forward. Chapter 94. Twin Blades. Our captain has already boarded the Blue Ferry. He will emerge as the ultimate victor, while you shall perish here. A man, his face twisted with malevolence, stood before Ye Kongcheng, brandishing a pair of crossed blades upon his back, glaring fiercely at him. Without the need for Zhan Long and Appos' reminder, Ye Kongcheng recognized the man before him. It was the Clown Blade Master Fan Hai, former vice-captain of the Bloodblade Pirates, with a bounty of 15 million. "I have been waiting specifically for you." Fan Hai slowly drew his blades from behind him, stating, "You have slain my friend." Ye Kongcheng scoffed. "That little dwarf who only knows how to play with explosives?" Fan Hai raised an eyebrow. "If you utter those words to provoke me, congratulations, you have succeeded." With an indifferent shrug, Ye Kongcheng replied, "I have heard that your current captain killed your previous captain, along with several members of the Bloodblade Pirates. What do those people mean to you? Surely, they cannot be considered friends?" Fan Hai and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. Undeniably, those words struck a nerve. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Thus, it is not provocation, but rather questioning. How dare you, such filth, speak of friendship? I am genuinely curious what gives you the audacity to utter that term." Fan Hai's face flushed with anger, and he roared, "Die? In a swift motion, Fan Hai lunged at Ye Kongcheng, raising his blades to deliver a vicious strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Ye Kongcheng raised his left arm, deflecting Fan Hai's twin blades with his armored gauntlet. Ye Kongcheng remarked with a smile, "Your current behavior is nothing more than a display of wounded pride." The anger on Fan Hai's face intensified as he leaped backward, then swung his blades through the air, declaring, "Air slash!" Ye Kongcheng perceived nothing, yet suddenly, a rush of air brushed past his ear, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. He wiped his cheek, only to find a small trace of blood. A shallow cut had appeared on his face. Ye Kongcheng murmured, "A peculiar ability to manipulate airflow?" "No," Zhanlan interjected. "It resembles the air solidification we encountered before. It is an ability that allows the air to become tangible and sharp. However, it likely does not belong to the supernatural category. The medium must be those twin blades." "Then there is nothing to fear," Ye Kongcheng stated. "Let us settle this swiftly. I have no desire to squander time on a trivial opponent." Ye Kongcheng spoke without reservation, his words falling unfiltered into Fan Hai and Apos' ears, causing his face to redden further. Fan Hai did not perceive Ye Kongcheng and Apos' words as mere facts, but rather as deliberate insults, stark and unambiguous. "Die!" Fan Hai roared again. "I will slice you into pieces." "Zhanlan," Ye Kongcheng called magnetic field. Clang, clang. In the moment Fan Hai prepared to strike, he was suddenly taken aback, for his twin blades inexplicably floated upward, magnetically drawn together as if they were two pieces of iron. "What have you done?" Fan Hai exclaimed in horror. Ye Kongcheng smiled, "Rather than asking what I have done, you should inquire what I intend to do." Bang! As Ye Kongcheng and Apos' words fell, he vanished in an instant, appearing directly before Fan Hai, raising his fist to deliver a brutal blow to Fan Hai and Apos' abdomen. Intense pain surged from his stomach, radiating throughout his body, causing Fan Hai to involuntarily curl up. The moment he released his grip, his twin blades clattered to the ground. Ye Kongcheng deftly kicked up the fallen blades, positioning them against Fan Hai's throat, stating, "What I intend to do is..." With a swift motion, the razor edge sliced through Fan Hai's neck, severing his throat. As Fan Hai's body crumpled to the ground, Ye Kongcheng continued, "That is to eliminate you." Thud. Coinciding with Ye Kongcheng's words, Fan Hai's lifeless form hit the ground. Ye Kongcheng turned to Nana. "Capture this. These scoundrels currently have additional bounties from the Criminal Alliance. Even the smallest ant is still meat. Every little bit counts." Nana shrugged and utilized the communicator's camera function to photograph Fan Hai's corpse. Stepping over Fan Hai's body, Ye Kongcheng pressed onward. Having overcome this obstacle, the two approached the vicinity of the Blue Ferry. The battleground here was the most fiercely contested area, a complete and utter melee. Federal soldiers steadfastly defended the Blue Ferry. Yet their defensive perimeter had been breached. Many had stormed into the ship, though the soldiers remained resolute in repelling others. Criminals relentlessly charged forward, yet they were not united. While attempting to infiltrate the Blue Ferry, they simultaneously obstructed one another's entry. Ye Kongcheng took a deep breath and warned Nana, "Be cautious. I must enter and carve a path. I may not always be able to protect you." "Rest assured," Nana replied, producing 2 bombs. "I am not as weak as you might think. If anyone dares to trouble me, I will show them fireworks." Ye Kongcheng couldn't help but smile. Compared to their first meeting, Nana had indeed transformed, exhibiting less timidity and more fierceness. The expanse of the starry sky invariably fosters rapid growth. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng plunged into the fray. His figure darted swiftly, like a specter, weaving through the chaos of battle. Surrounded only by enemies, he unleashed his might without restraint, delivering powerful punches that sent foes flying. At last, Ye Kongcheng experienced the formidable aspect of his divine fire ability. No, it was more accurate to say his divine fire prowess was truly unparalleled. With each adversary he felled, or every strike he absorbed, he felt not only pain, but also a distinct rise in both strength and speed. However, it was not merely the enhancement of strength and speed that was most alarming. What was truly terrifying was the absence of fatigue. This signified that his stamina was also on the rise. While others would grow weary with each clash, he felt invigorated, as if under the influence of some potent elixir, thriving with every encounter. Of course, there were drawbacks. Only in such tumultuous chaos could the abilities of indomitable will and fighting spirit reach their zenith. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that these two abilities were slow to heat up, requiring the context of battle to flourish, which meant some time was necessary for their latent power to manifest. Simply put, they were highly situational abilities. Yet, Ye Kongcheng felt no need to overthink. The current tumultuous battlefield was the most suitable arena for showcasing indomitable will and fighting spirit, devoid of any flaws. He even felt invincible. Chapter 95, Unstoppable, Get Away From Me. Ye Kongcheng bellowed, launching a powerful punch forward. His fist did not make contact with anyone. Yet the few federal soldiers obstructing his path were sent flying merely by the force of his punch. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng took a step forward, confronting a federal major. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows, devoid of any embellishments. This was a contest of sheer grit, a game governed by the rules of men. Then, the federal major screamed in agony, rapidly retreating. A glance at his fingers would evoke gasps of horror, with just one punch. Ye Kongcheng had utterly shattered the bones in all 5 of the major and Oppo's fingers. Ye Kongcheng advanced, seizing the man and Oppo's hair and, with a casual flick of his arm, discarded him as one would refuse trash. His overwhelming display of strength drew the attention of many, with some criminals revealing predatory glints in their eyes, quietly converging towards Ye Kongcheng, poised to strike at any moment. While these criminals recognized that their primary adversaries were the federal soldiers, an undeniable truth, they also harbored intentions of undermining one another, each seeking to board the blue ferry first. Ye Kongcheng observed all this with a scornful expression. Empowered by the divine fire ability, he possessed unshakable confidence in his current strength. Even if a general from the federal forces were to appear, he felt ready to engage, as well as against those infamous criminals who might attempt to hinder his progress. But these current foes were no match for him. Come out if you wish to stop me, Ye Kongcheng roared, stomping his foot down with tremendous force. The ground fractured beneath him, spreading like a web of cracks. Simultaneously, crimson flames erupted from beneath his feet, soaring into the heavens, transforming into a terrifying pillar of fire reaching 10 meters high. This was a newfound revelation for Ye Kongcheng. He had previously believed that indomitable will and fighting spirit only influenced physical attributes. However, it appeared these two divine fire abilities also encompassed the extraordinary powers of the second stage of the genetic gate. This indicated that with continuous combat, the flames Ye Kongcheng could unleash would grow increasingly potent, broader in scope, and more fearsome in strength. Firefall! Ye Kongcheng's roar echoed amidst the flames, and the towering pillar of fire collapsed thunderously, creating a curtain of fire that surged downward. The flames crashed to the ground like a wild wave, swirling and dancing as they swept outward, forcing those who had been contemplating an attack on Ye Kongcheng to first confront the onslaught of fire. Yet, could the flames truly be withstood? Clearly, they were not something these individuals could endure. In an instant, the area surrounding Ye Kongcheng was engulfed in flames. The inferno raged for a moment before gradually extinguishing, leaving a stark emptiness around Ye Kongcheng. Whether fleeing in disarray or reduced to charred remains, none dared to approach him again. With a taunting lift of his brow, Ye Kongcheng beckoned to Nana. Let's go. Nana swiftly joined him, keeping pace. Some undeterred individuals suddenly brightened at the sight of the petite girl accompanying Ye Kongcheng, who appeared anything but formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, a man clad in a black robe stealthily maneuvered closer to Nana's side. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The man closed into his desired striking distance, then suddenly attacked, releasing a plume of black smoke from his sleeve. The smoke, evidently his unique ability, slithered through the air, tracing S-shaped patterns, swiftly approaching Nana's back. I and Amp, Oppos, V got you. The man smirked, convinced that capturing the woman would compel Ye Kongcheng to hesitate. However, in a split second, Ye Kongcheng and Amp, Oppos' figure flickered, appearing abruptly behind Nana. Is this all you can manage? Ye Kongcheng raised his arm, forcefully slashing forward. If you still consider yourself a man, come at me. Flames coalesced in Ye Kongcheng's palm, and as he brought it down, the fire elongated like a crescent blade, cleaving through the black smoke into oblivion. Azure, Ye Kongcheng declared after shattering the smoke. Magnetic field. The azure magnetic field activated, causing the man to tremble as his belt buckle and metal adornments rattled uncontrollably. He felt an irresistible pull drawing him toward Ye Kongcheng. Though not foolish, the man hastily attempted to strip off his clothing and unbuckle his belt. But alas, it was too late. Bang! Ye Kongcheng reached out and grasped the man and Appo's head firmly. This is your punishment. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng slammed the man and Appo's head forcefully into the ground, creating a resounding crash as the earth cracked open, embedding the man within it. Let us go, Ye Kongcheng commanded, leading Nana towards the blue ferry. He understood that true combat would only commence once they boarded the spacecraft. The skirmishes outside were merely an appetizer. If these individuals truly possessed any skill, how could they fail to breach the spacecraft? As Ye Kongcheng pondered this, he and Nana ascended the boarding ramp, the metallic hatch suddenly swinging open. However, before Ye Kongcheng could step inside, a figure burst forth ahead of him. Startled, Ye Kongcheng instinctively pushed out his hand to catch the newcomer. Damn! After bringing the person down, he realized it was an acquaintance, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing here again?" Li Liehua looked up at Ye Kongcheng. Gritting his teeth, "You truly are relentless." At that moment, Nana suddenly shouted, "Watch out ahead." A rumbling sound erupted from within the spacecraft's corridor, and several tank-sized defensive robots materialized before the trio. Li Liehua and Appo's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Get back." Bang! Bang! With two muffled thuds, palm-sized projectiles were fired from the cannons. Chapter 96. Inside the starship, Ye Kongcheng swiftly retreated to the side, activating his protective barrier. Li Liehua shouted, "Cover your ears and find shelter." Ye Kongcheng hesitated for a moment, and then two iron canisters, ejected by tank-like defense robots, suddenly detonated. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, there was a blinding flash and a deafening sound. Both Ye Kongcheng and Nana grimaced in pain. "Damn it," Ye Kongcheng cursed. "It's a stun grenade." Stun grenades are non-lethal weapons designed to produce intense light and noise, proving remarkably effective in confined spaces. Although the corridor was not entirely enclosed, the limited space amplified the effect significantly. Ye Kongcheng and Nana shook their heads vigorously. Despite the non-lethal nature of the weapon, they found themselves momentarily blind and deaf, which was far from pleasant. Li Liehua fared slightly better, having evidently encountered these defense robots before. He was familiar with their attack patterns and had prepared accordingly. While the stun grenade and Appo's effects could not be entirely mitigated, finding a corner to shield his head and ears offered some respite. Consequently, Li Liehua was the first to regain his composure and, without hesitation, charged forward. Seizing the opportunity created by the stun grenade, the two tank-like defense robots swiftly extended their barrels and opened fire. Boom! Li Liehua called out, extending his palm forward. Even from a considerable distance away from one of the tank-like robots, it suddenly exploded, scattering its parts everywhere. Simultaneously, Ye Kongcheng also regained his bearings and, without hesitation, unleashed a fiery punch that incinerated the other tank-like robot. "Move!" Li Liehua shouted. Ye Kongcheng was puzzled. Isn't it already taken care of? Why move? Suddenly, the two destroyed robots erupted in explosions, sending flames and shockwaves in all directions. Ye Kongcheng finally understood why Li Liehua had almost been propelled out of the starship earlier. It was the force of the explosions that had nearly thrown him. It seemed the interior of the tank-like robots was rigged with explosive materials, and their destruction triggered the blasts. With a loud crash, Ye Kongcheng was flung several meters away, using his body to shield Nana, only to collide forcefully with the corridor wall. "That hurt," he groaned, rubbing his waist. "I can and Appo's. T believe the Blue Fairy and Appo's defense system is operational. Weren't they supposed to be decommissioned?" Li Liehua approached from behind, saying, knowing that someone would come to seize it. Of course, the defense system would remain active. "Are you really that foolish?" Fuming, Ye Kongcheng retorted, "Do you want to fight?" Li Liehua raised his hand. "Are you afraid of me?" "Stop fooling around," Nana interjected. Fighting at the entrance benefits neither of you. It will only allow others to seize the advantage. Humph. Both Ye Kongcheng and Li Liehua huffed simultaneously. Since their encounter at the bar, they had felt a mutual incompatibility. Which side are you taking? Ye Kongcheng inquired. Li Liehua pointed ahead. Fine. I'll let you go first this time. I'll take the rear, Ye Kongcheng declared. Let you? I've changed my mind. I'm taking the rear, Li Liehua smirked. Childish. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes and quickly led Nana down the corridor. As they ran, Ye Kongcheng asked, Nana, are you familiar with the internal structure of the Blue Fairy? Nana nodded. Though the Blue Fairy has undoubtedly undergone modifications, its general structure is not vastly different from that of the X-class battleship. I have a basic understanding of its design. Lead the way. Zhanlan, infiltrate the Blue Fairy's operating and defensive systems, Ye Kongcheng commanded. Understood, 30 seconds will suffice. Zhanlan replied confidently. A minute later, 2 concealed compartments on either side of the corridor suddenly opened, and 2 flamethrowers descended. Protective barrier. Suddenly, the flamethrowers were to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Ye Kongcheng utilized his barrier to shield himself while retreating. However, the protective barrier was not infallible, and cracks soon began to appear. You said 30 seconds, Ye Kongcheng exclaimed. Zhanlan responded apologetically. The Federation has installed white hats aboard the Blue Fairy, and they are currently collaborating with its firewall to thwart my infiltration. However, they are inadequate opponents for me, but I need a little time. How long do you need? Ye Kongcheng pressed. The fastest will be 15 minutes, the slowest 30 minutes. I have already gained control of a portion of the defense robots. But this area is currently beyond my control, Zhanlan explained. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. You might as well say I need to handle the situation myself. Zhanlan teased. How was I to know you prefer directness over subtlety? A complaining AI is not a good AI. You need treatment, Ye Kongcheng quipped. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly darted forward, swiftly maneuvering in a zigzag pattern to evade the incoming bullets. He reached the base of one flamethrower and, twisting his waist, leaped into the air. Ye Kongcheng executed a nearly acrobatic move, shattering the flamethrower with a kick. Before he could land, he propelled himself off the sidewall, spinning in midair to destroy the other flamethrower with another kick. Exhaling with relief as he landed, he suddenly noticed several tank-like combat robots emerging around the corner. Ye Kongcheng quickly adopted a defensive stance, but Zhanlan reassured him, no need to worry. These are defense robots under my control. True to his word, the tank-like robots approached Ye Kongcheng without hostile intent. They continued their advance, and Nana urged, the corridor ahead leads downward. Then we take the elevator upstairs. We won't go through the main corridor. It seems to have been converted into a hall. We'll use the emergency passage. In her domain, Nana was impressively competent. Even with the Blue Fairy's modifications, she could discern the structural layout clearly and identify altered areas at a glance, thereby guiding them in the right direction. However, Ye Kongcheng felt a sense of foreboding. He knew that many had already stormed into the Blue Fairy ahead of him, including notorious figures from the criminal underworld, some even from infamous space pirate crews. If they seized control of the command center, they could pilot the Blue Fairy away, likely orchestrating a space battle or making a successful escape. However, as they raced forward, Ye Kongcheng noticed the absence of anyone apart from the defense robots. Well, excluding that insufferable Li Liehua. Chapter 97. The trap. Ye Kongcheng expressed his concerns, to which Zhanlan responded after a moment of silence, that is of no consequence. Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, inquired, then what is important? Zhanlan replied, the command bridge lies just beyond the corridor ahead. Ye Kongcheng paused, then smiled, realizing the truth in Zhanlan's words. No matter the dangers that lay ahead, they had come this far. Retreat was not an option. With that understanding, there was no need for further contemplation. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng dashed across a suspended steel bridge, where the command room awaited on the other side. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. As a military vessel, the command center of the Blue Fairy was vast, accommodating not just the navigators, but also the officers from various departments. Yet, within the command room, a shocking sight unfolded. The floor was strewn with bodies, most of whom lay unconscious. However, 18 figures stood upright, Federation soldiers. One of them flicked away his cigarette butt and shouted, "Who's next?" Ye Kongcheng inhaled deeply, realizing, indeed, it's a trap. Among the 18 soldiers, 12 held the rank of colonel, and 5 were major generals. This was a far cry from the sergeant's intelligence, which had indicated a mere 5 Federation majors, 2 colonels, and 1 general. Although Ye Kongcheng did not spot the supposed general, the sheer strength represented by 12 colonels and 5 major generals was exponentially greater than what had been reported. He believed the sergeant and Oppos's intelligence to be accurate, albeit incomplete. The general was certainly lurking nearby. In other words, this was a well-laid trap. Ye Kongcheng surveyed the fallen, estimating around 100 casualties. And he understood that facing such formidable foes, it was hardly surprising they had been overwhelmed. "I suppose you wanted Oppos. Believe me if I say I was merely passing by," he remarked. The colonel who had discarded the cigarette stood tall, retorting, "You're quite humorous, but your wit is misplaced." He strode towards Ye Kongcheng, throwing a punch at his head without a moment's hesitation. The distinction between Federation soldiers and criminals left little room for dialogue. Their identities spoke volumes. "Zhanlan," Ye Kongcheng called out, "Weaponize." A cascade of vibrant colors enveloped his arms, and before the radiant light dissipated, their fists collided with a resounding impact. The dull thud echoed, and Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the colonel's formidable prowess. Even after Zhanlan's 5-fold enhancement, their strength was evenly matched. "Ah, interesting," the colonel chuckled. "You're somewhat more capable than I anticipated. This should be entertaining." Ye Kongcheng smirked coldly, replying, "Just be careful not to play yourself to death." He then commanded, "Nana, retreat." Nana swiftly stepped back, but before she could clear 3 to 5 meters, the steel bridge abruptly retracted, severing their escape route. The colonel bellowed, "No one leaves today. We shall capture you all." Hardening, a common ability in the second stage of the gene gate, allowed one to solidify their body. The colonel clearly possessed an impressive degree of this ability, elevating his physical resilience to formidable levels. The 2 men exchanged powerful blows, their fists crashing together with the sound of clashing metal. The other officers in the command room appeared disinclined to intervene, seemingly confident in their comrade's ability to subdue Ye Kongcheng, yet aware that they could step in at any moment if necessary. Ye Kongcheng understood this dynamic. Confidence and arrogance are not synonymous. No matter his capabilities, he could not hope to confront 12 colonels and 5 major generals and emerge unscathed. If he could achieve that, he could command respect throughout the galaxy. Yet, that didn't mean he would concede. With his ability of indomitable will, how could he ever yield? Ye Kongcheng muttered to himself, then shouted, "Come on, let us see if you can hold me back." With another clash of fists, Ye Kongcheng engaged the colonel again. The latter's strength surpassed Ye Kongcheng's, particularly due to the enhancement from his hardening ability. However, this time, their confrontation was not merely a test of strength. In that fleeting moment of impact, a surge of searing flames erupted from the gap between their fists. With a cold smile, Ye Kongcheng declared, "I've witnessed your abilities. Now it's your turn to experience mine." The flames coalesced into a massive fireball, crashing into the colonel's chest and sending him flying. Yet, Ye Kongcheng showed no sign of relenting. He lunged forward again, shouting, "Flame Dragon Charge." As he punched forward, his arm ignited with fire, morphing into a dragon of flames that surged ahead. "Kit," a major general squinted, suddenly wide-eyed. "This boy has awakened a supernatural ability in the second phase of the gene gate. Do not underestimate him." One colonel darted forward, standing before the fire dragon and swinging his arm with force, utilizing an unknown ability to shatter the fiery creature into countless sparks that rained down. The colonel, previously knocked down by Ye Kongcheng, roared, "Leave it to me. I shall take his head." "Humph. We did not come here to engage in reckless bravado but to fulfill our mission." The major general interjected, signaling to 2 nearby colonels. They advanced towards Ye Kongcheng, preparing to confront him as a united front. 1 against 4. Ye Kongcheng took a half-step back, his expression grave. "What should we do?" Nana whispered. Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile, "When someone seeks to take our lives, what other course of action is there but to?" He bent his legs, propelling himself forward with determination. Only battle. Chapter 98. Confrontation aboard the ship. Bang. Bang. Ye Kongcheng struck out with his fists, colliding with a federal colonel. The tremendous force generated a gust of wind, causing both to stagger backward. In that brief moment, two figures launched an attack from either side. Bang. Bang. The dull sounds of impact echoed again as a fourth federal colonel suddenly attacked, landing a fierce punch to Ye Kongcheng's abdomen. Intense pain surged through his body, churning his stomach violently. Instinctively, he clutched his midsection and sank to one knee. A federal colonel approached and seized him by the hair, dragging him up forcefully. "Kid, you better behave." Bang. Before the colonel could finish, Ye Kongcheng delivered a sharp knee strike to his waist, sending him flying. Then, he pivoted and struck another colonel squarely in the face. Vines. A federal colonel retrieved 2 green seeds from his pocket and tossed them to the ground. The seeds quickly split open, transforming into thick vines the size of a child's wrist, slithering forward like serpents and swiftly ensnaring Ye Kongcheng. The previously downed colonel rose, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and approached Ye Kongcheng, delivering a heavy punch to his face. "Bastard, you refused to drink the wine offered to you. So now you'll drink the punishment." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Kongcheng turned his head back slowly, looking at the colonel. "Trust me. No matter how many punches you throw, I will return them all. Is that so?" The colonel glared menacingly at Ye Kongcheng and suddenly threw another punch at his face. "Let us see how you repay me." "Enough." Another federal colonel interjected. "Why bother arguing with a brat? Just deal with this little mouse." Ye Kongcheng raised his head, his gaze sharpening. "You'd best not touch her." The colonel who had struck Ye Kongcheng twice sneered and walked over to Nana, grabbing her shoulder. "Let go," Nana shouted, pounding her fists against him. "Let me go?" The colonel easily subdued her, taunting Ye Kongcheng. "What will you do if I touch her?" Ye Kongcheng replied earnestly. "You will regret this. Trust me, you truly will." The colonel chuckled coldly, stubborn until the end. "I'll kill this mouse first, then you." With that, he raised his fist, aiming to smash it down onto Nana's head. Boom. At that instant, flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng's body, incinerating the vines that bound him. The surrounding federal colonels reached out to seize him, but Ye Kongcheng twisted his ankle and spun like a top. Enveloped in flames, he transformed into a gigantic fireball, the blazing inferno sending 3 federal colonels flying. One federal major general frowned and said, "Send in 2 more. Stop playing around and take this kid down." As he spoke, he activated his wrist-mounted computer, projecting a screen to check the data, his frown deepening. He had expected a notorious criminal, only to discover a mere bounty of 11 million, a small fry. Ironically, this only added to his frustration. The disparity between the bounty and Ye Kongcheng's displayed strength was glaring. Furthermore, the Major General felt a flicker of admiration for Ye Kongcheng's resilience. If he were a federal soldier, he would feel genuine pride, but as a criminal, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in the Major General's eyes. Any dangerous entity must be extinguished in its infancy to prevent it from becoming a terrifying existence. The federal strategy against criminals had always been to capture first and eliminate later. Live captures showcased the federals' capabilities. If they couldn't capture, then execution was the answer. Now, the Major General was set on killing Ye Kongcheng, believing that such a being should be eliminated to prevent future threats. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng came to a halt, the flames surrounding him gradually dissipating. Facing the approaching federal colonels, he smiled defiantly and snapped his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Countless panels on the command cabin ceiling sprang open, various weapons descending from behind them, all opening fire without delay. The federal soldiers were taken aback and hastily leaped to evade. Ye Kongcheng suddenly turned, lunging toward Nana, and shouted at the colonel, "Get away from her." Without hesitation, the colonel swung his fist forward, his body shimmering with a metallic sheen, activating his hardening ability once more. However, bang, bang, the 2 fists collided again. The colonel instantly felt a tremendous force surge through him, letting out a pained cry as he staggered back, glancing down to discover that 2 of his fingers had been broken by Ye Kongcheng's punch. "Impossible," he roared. Previously, their exchanges had been evenly matched, with each gaining the upper hand at times. But now, Ye Kongcheng's power and destructive force were clearly overwhelming, rendering even the hardening ability ineffective. In truth, Ye Kongcheng had done nothing extraordinary. It was merely his indomitable will and soaring battle spirit, amplified through relentless combat, that had elevated his prowess. Protecting Nana, Ye Kongcheng surveyed the surroundings, challenging, "Come on, if you have the guts, let us go down together." A federal major general shattered an incoming energy beam with a punch, then fixed his gaze on Ye Kongcheng. "What have you done?" Ye Kongcheng replied with a cold smile. "The white hats you deployed are no match for me. The control and defense systems of the Blue Fairy have been completely compromised. From now on, this spaceship is under my command." The Major General's expression shifted as he picked up his communicator, muttering a few words before angrily smashing it to the ground. Clearly, Ye Kongcheng spoke the truth. Zhanlan had successfully infiltrated the Blue Fairy, wreaking havoc on the federal white hats. "You think this is enough to deal with us?" a federal major general bellowed. "With these metal lumps?" The colonel abruptly stomped his foot down, summoning a gust of wind that shattered the 6 fire god guns around him. Then stared coldly at Ye Kongcheng, a hint of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Chapter 99, The Heart of the Fairy. "I never claimed I could handle you," Ye Kongcheng remarked with a cold smile, "but I can certainly eliminate you." With a flick of his finger, he snapped, and the surrounding defense system's machine gun ceased fire. Simultaneously, numerous light-sensitive screens emerged, revealing various positions aboard the Blue Fairy. Ye Kongcheng continued, "Indeed, the Blue Fairy is the vessel of the notorious pirate Li Weilon. However, prior to that, it served as a battleship for the Federal Army, correct?" As his words echoed, red dots suddenly illuminated on the screens. A sinister smile crept across Ye Kongcheng and Amp, Oppo's lips. "As far as I and Amp, Oppo's, am aware, all Federal military ships must be equipped with self-destruct mechanisms to prevent capture, data leaks, or impersonation of Federal forces. Thus, the Blue Fairy is no exception." A Federal Major General, visibly shaken, questioned, "Are you attempting to threaten us? Do you believe activating the self-destruct mechanism will allow you to escape?" With a playful retort, Ye Kongcheng asked, "Can I escape now? Do you intend to let me leave?" The Major General fell silent, realizing that if the outcome was inevitable death, perhaps taking them down with him was a viable option, particularly if they were high-ranking officials from the Federal Army. Another Major General scoffed. "I doubt you have the resolve to carry this out." Ye Kongcheng pointed to his chest, challenging, "If you doubt me, then come and test it. Shoot through my heart and see if I take you down with me." A third Major General asked, "What do you intend to do?" Chuckling, Ye Kongcheng strolled to the side, approaching a Federal colonel who had previously captured Nana. In a sudden burst, he delivered a powerful punch, knocking the colonel to the ground. Bang! Before the colonel could react, Ye Kongcheng struck again, landing a blow to his head that caused it to collide violently with the ground, denting the alloy floor beneath. "I told you, for every punch you throw at me, I will return it tenfold." Several Federal colonels were on the verge of intervening, but were restrained by their comrades. "Not going to act," Ye Kongcheng taunted. "I'm merely assaulting your comrade, and as a criminal, doesn't that trample your dignity? So why not retaliate? Come on, beat me up and throw me in prison." As he paced back and forth, his expression was filled with mockery and disdain. "So, it appears Federal soldiers are afraid of death too?" One Major General gritted his teeth. "I do not wish to waste my breath on you. You may leave, and we will not intervene." Ye Kongcheng waggled his finger lightly. "It seems, Commander, you've forgotten to bring your IQ card, as you failed to grasp the current situation. Allow me to enlighten you." With the motion of his finger, the surrounding defense system's machine guns subtly turned. "From now on, I am in command." The Major General scoffed. "You think you're important just because we've given you a bit of leeway?" Ye Kongcheng showed no sign of anger, instead countering, "Do you dare approach me to kill me?" The Major General was momentarily speechless, only able to snort in frustration and helplessness. "I acquire the Blue Fairy, and you all survive. What a delightful outcome," Ye Kongcheng smirked. "I was previously concerned about how to leave this planet even if I secured the Blue Fairy." As he stepped aside, he gestured for everyone to gather in a specific area. Once the Federal soldiers were assembled before him, he continued, "I trust the Federation has made thorough preparations. Even if I commandeer the Blue Fairy and escape into space, I cannot guarantee a Fleet 1T be waiting to obliterate me instantly. However, the situation is different now. Some astute individuals among you have deduced my plan. Ye Kongcheng intended to use them as hostages. 12 federal colonels and 5 major generals. This was a formidable force for the Federation, one they could not afford to lose. One major general declared, "You are woefully naive. Even if we are lost, it would be a severe blow to the Federation. However, for the sake of its dignity, we would rather be obliterated, and reinforcements can be summoned from beyond." Ye Kongcheng waved his finger. "How would you know without trying?" He continued to smile, the mockery evident on his face. He would not simply retreat due to a few words from them. The major general fell silent, choosing not to respond. "Blue," Ye Kongcheng commanded, "take off." Boom. Just as Ye Kongcheng was about to instruct the blue ferry to launch, a sudden loud noise erupted, causing the entire command cabin to shake violently. Objects scattered from the control panels, and bodies rolled across the floor. Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. His command had yet to be spoken, so why did the blue ferry move? Had he and Blue reached a profound understanding? Yet, even in unity, a spacecraft taking off would not cause such violent tremors. "It and Oppos, it's not my doing. Someone is at the bottom of the blue ferry," Blue informed. A massive light-sensitive screen projected before Ye Kongcheng, revealing the power chamber beneath the blue ferry. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, Ye Kongcheng's eyebrows shot up. It was the Mad Knight. Adamus, the Mad Knight. This man was certainly among Ye Kongcheng's targets, and he would not mistake him. Moreover, the Mad Knight was the first to make a move, likely among the first to board the blue ferry. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that none of the individuals lying around were affiliated with the Mad Knight. Why, then, had he ventured into the power chamber instead of the command cabin? Damn it! A federal major general suddenly shouted anxiously. He intends to seize the heart of the ferry. Ye Kongcheng, perplexed, watched as the Mad Knight and his crew smashed through a metal door, entering a chamber at the end of the power room. They pressed a switch on the wall, and radiant lights illuminated the space. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng was left speechless. Chapter 100. The truth. Ye Kongcheng's astonishment was not without reason. Within the concealed chamber of the power room lay a device that appeared strikingly familiar to him. The apparatus featured an octagonal metallic base, with an identical octagonal platform embedded in the ceiling, parallel to the base, and at its center floated a massive glass sphere radiating golden energy. Ye Kongcheng could not help but think of an expletive that he was unsure whether to voice aloud. Wasn't that the energy absorption device he had encountered on Skull Island? Meanwhile, the Mad Knight had arrived at the energy absorption device, his face alight with fervor, even betraying a hint of hope and satisfaction. How could those individuals possibly reach the power room? A federal major general bellowed. "Wasn't an Oppos, T. General Zhou Cheng stationed at the entrance of the power room?" Another major general interjected angrily. "What good does that do now?" He then turned to Ye Kongcheng and proposed, "How about a temporary truce? The heart of the ferry must not fall into the hands of others." The heart of the ferry? The energy absorption device? What on earth was going on? Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Observing Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' silence, the federal major general grew anxious, insisting, "Do you truly wish to drag us all down with you? Or do you intend to doom everyone in Golden City as well? If something goes wrong with that device, the entire Golden City will be obliterated." Ye Kongcheng regained his composure, asking, "So you intend to stop the Mad Knight?" The major general took a deep breath and replied, "This time we concede. The blue ferry is yours. We only require that device. I assure you, you will be free to pilot the blue ferry away from Industrial Star without any cosmic ships interfering. What do you say?" Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment before responding. "Let the others leave. You stay. I need to understand what is happening." The major general signaled to the others, and without hesitation, the federal officers rushed out of the command cabin, charging forward along the steel bridge. Ye Kongcheng turned to the sole remaining federal major general and inquired, "What is your name?" The major general inhaled deeply. "Wang Mingsong." Ye Kongcheng nodded. "From your earlier demeanor, it seems something significant has transpired. I am quite reasonable. If we can resolve this through dialogue, there will be no need for force. Please tell me everything." Wang Mingsong began, the blue, but was abruptly interrupted by Ye Kongcheng, who tapped on the blue ferry. Instantly, the blue ferry extended 2 wires, each adorned with metallic plates. Ye Kongcheng stepped forward, attempting to affix the metal plates to Wang Mingsong's body. Startled, Wang Mingsong retreated a step, wary. What are you attempting to do? A lie detector, Ye Kongcheng replied. Do not blame me for the warning. I currently control the entire Blue Fairy. I could seal the passage at any moment. While I cannot prevent people from entering, the time to breach the passage to the power room will increase 3 to 4-fold. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Wang Mingsong's eyes, but he extended his hand, permitting Ye Kongcheng to affix the metallic plate to his wrist. Ye Kongcheng stepped back. You may speak now. There is no such thing as the retirement of the Blue Fairy, Wang Mingsong muttered under his breath. When we took over the Blue Fairy, we discovered that device. It serves as the power source for the Blue Fairy, containing super-concentrated energy. Ye Kongcheng shook his head. I do not understand. Wang Mingsong continued. To clarify, the energy contained within has been compressed billions of times, sufficient to sustain a planet for 8,000 years. Should there be an energy leak resulting in an explosion, 1/3 of Industrial Star would vanish. Ye Kongcheng rested his chin on his hand. So your purpose on Industrial Star is not for the retirement ceremony of the Blue Fairy. Oh, I see. You intend to dismantle that device. Wang Mingsong affirmed. That device is referred to as the Heart of the Fairy by Li Weiluan's people. It is the main power output for the Blue Fairy and cannot be dismantled easily. Improper disassembly could lead to an explosion. And over 50% of the galaxy's mechanical masters reside on Industrial Star. Ye Kongcheng remarked. So you came to Industrial Star seeking assistance to dismantle the device. But this must remain confidential. The Blue Fairy is too renowned. You will certainly need a pretext for its docking. Wang Mingsong responded succinctly, correct. Ye Kongcheng organized his thoughts, beginning to grasp the situation. The Mad Knight Adams likely had not initially aimed for the Blue Fairy, but had obtained some intelligence regarding the energy absorption device. The voice of the Blue Fairy emanated a hint of greed. Though it possesses energy equivalent to 8,000 years of a planet's lifespan, which is significantly less than what I absorbed last time, it will still enhance my evolution by 20%, bringing me one step closer to transcending my juvenile stage and entering my mature phase. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes, ignoring the Blue Fairy, and turned his attention back to Wang Mingsong. I will permit you to take the Heart of the Fairy, and in return, you will allow me to depart with the Blue Fairy from Industrial Star, correct? Wang Mingsong nodded. Indeed, this proposal is entirely beneficial for you. Ye Kongcheng suddenly burst into a peculiar laughter, regarding Wang Mingsong with a glint of mischief. Your name sounds quite clever, yet you seem rather lacking in wisdom. Wang Mingsong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ye Kongcheng articulated. I believe that as I pilot the Blue Fairy away from Industrial Star, you would not dare to attack. In the event of an explosion from that energy device, TSK, such terrifying energy would surely affect Industrial Star even if it detonated in outer space, wouldn't it? Wang Mingsong and Appo's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Indeed, those wires were not a lie detector. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. I merely sought to trick you into revealing the truth, and I appreciate your cooperation. You scoundrel! Wang Mingsong erupted angrily. But at that moment, the command cabin door swung open. During their prior conversation, Ye Kongcheng had discreetly adjusted his position, even signaling to Nana to move closer to the door. In an instant, Ye Kongcheng and Nana dashed out of the command cabin, just as the solid cabin door sealed behind them. Bang! Wang Mingsong and Appo's fist struck the door, leaving a dent in the alloy surface. Let us go. Ye Kongcheng gestured. That fellow is formidable, but breaching the door will require some time. We must move. As they ran ahead, Nana inquired, Are we heading to the power room? Of course. Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. I have already identified the leverage that will make them hesitate. How could I not make good use of it? Chapter 101. The corpse. Initially, Ye Kongcheng harbored a modicum of doubt in his mind, employing the self-destruction of the Blue Fairy as a means to intimidate the adversary seemed to yield a mere 50-50 chance of success. This was due to the formidable strength of the opponent. Military ranks do not wholly represent combat prowess, as the equivalent strength associated with ranks varies across different star domains. For instance, a federal brigadier general from the Milky Way might only have opened the third stage of the genetic gateway. while a particularly exceptional individual could reach the fourth stage. Conversely, a brigadier general from the federal headquarters would likely possess strength starting at the fifth stage, with a select few reaching the sixth stage. The Milky Way, after all, is merely a medium star domain, with numerous others surpassing it in might. Not to mention that the officers of the federal headquarters embody the core combat strength of the Federation. However, despite this, each of the federal officers encountered earlier possessed combat capabilities at the third or fourth stage of the genetic gateway. Take Wang Mingsong, for instance. Although manipulated by Ye Kongcheng, Ye was certain that this individual was undoubtedly a master at the fourth stage, as others clearly looked to him for guidance. With such capabilities, Ye Kongcheng believed that even if he activated the self-destruct sequence, the likelihood of the enemy escaping the blue fairy before the countdown concluded was substantial. Now, the answer had emerged. Escaping the blue fairy was futile, as the ensuing explosion would obliterate the energy extraction device, resulting in the annihilation of a third of the industrial star. How could they possibly flee? Nana remarked, but the question remains. How did the energy extraction device end up on the blue fairy? Ye Kongcheng shrugged and replied, that is a question for the deceased Li Weilon. Judging by Wang Mingsong's words, the Federation discovered the energy extraction device while reclaiming the blue fairy. Nana questioned, how do you know they weren't trying to deceive you? Ye Kongcheng chuckled, it's quite simple. If the Federation had prior knowledge, they would have prepared accordingly, opting not to decide hastily to come to the industrial star. Instead, they would have summoned the mechanical masters of the industrial star to another location. Furthermore, the excuse of holding a decommissioning ceremony for the blue fairy is rather unconvincing. Nana nodded in agreement, particularly with the latter part of Ye Kongcheng's statement. Upon hearing that the blue fairy was to be decommissioned and stored, they had speculated whether the Federation had lost its senses, considering the vessel's relatively short service time and its enhanced capabilities post-modification, rendering decommissioning unnecessary. Ultimately, they could only surmise it was due to the Federation's pride, as the blue fairy had previously been seized by a notorious pirate like Li Weilon. Or perhaps it had sustained irreparable damage during the efforts to hunt him down, forcing its decommissioning. Little did they know, there were deeper intrigues at play. Ye Kongcheng stated, we can discuss the energy extraction device later. What matters is controlling it. The Federation will be hesitant to act, allowing us to depart unimpeded. Nana concurred. They dare not attack, for they have not studied whether the energy extraction device would explode under attack. They cannot afford the consequences. Ye Kongcheng grinned and patted the azure figure. The issue is, we are unafraid. If the situation escalates, Zhanlan can absorb all the energy. Zhanlan exclaimed excitedly, I can feast once more. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. This time, do not act recklessly. Wang Mingsong has already mentioned that the energy extraction device has been transformed into the primary power source of the blue fairy. If you deplete the compressed energy within, the blue fairy becomes useless. Zhanlan pouted, just replace it with a new primary power source. Ye Kongcheng retorted, do you think the Federation is filled with fools? Do you believe they would allow you to seek a new power source? Replacing it can only happen after we leave the industrial star, once we are safe. Zhanlan responded with a hint of disappointment. All right, I shall endure. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes again, wondering if Zhanlan truly regarded the compressed energy as mere sustenance. He remarked, even if you desire to consume it, you must leave some behind, at least enough for me to exchange for money. Zhanlan replied, enough with the trivialities. Focus on the present. Ye Kongcheng agreed, recognizing that all matters could wait until they left the industrial star. The foremost priority was the energy extraction device, and also the Mad Knight atoms. That fellow. Ye Kongcheng licked his lips and mused. I have always wanted to eliminate him during the struggle for the blue fairy. If circumstances dictate, I would naturally prioritize the vessel and abandon him if necessary. I never anticipated he would present himself so conveniently. Nana queried, can the Mad Knight contend with those federal officers? In theory, it seemed improbable. Ye Kongcheng continued, judging by the bounty on the Mad Knight. He only possesses third-stage capabilities, perhaps reaching the fourth stage at best, while all the federal officers possess at least third-stage prowess. With those 5 brigadier generals likely at the fourth stage. Previously, Mr. Crow had provided Ye Kongcheng with information regarding the Mad Knight, at least from the personnel details. It appeared that the Mad Knight was destined for annihilation. But at that moment, Ye Kongcheng abruptly halted. Nana, following suit, inquired, "What's wrong?" Ye Kongcheng placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. They had arrived at the lower hold of the Blue Ferry, a mechanical operation area surrounded by large machinery, with only a narrow path separated by a guardrail leading forward. The reason for Ye Kongcheng's sudden stop was blood. The scent of blood. Although faint, it was still discernible. After advancing a short distance, Ye Kongcheng suddenly looked down and noticed a few droplets of blood. He instinctively raised his gaze. Nana, who had been closely following him, also looked up and gasped in surprise. "Stay calm," Ye Kongcheng reassured her, patting her back. "What's there to fear about the dead? You've seen them before." Before them lay a corpse sprawled on a nearby machine, half its body hanging off, its face turned downward. Had it been an ordinary corpse, Nana would not have been so startled. However, the expression on this corpse was grotesquely alarming. Its mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist, and its eyes bulging as if they might pop out. A fleeting glance could indeed provoke terror. Ye Kongcheng leaped forward, grasped the corpse's uniform, and yanked it down. With a thud, the lifeless body crashed to the ground. Clad in the uniform of the Federal Army and adorned with the insignia of a colonel. The most significant aspect was that Ye Kongcheng had previously encountered this officer while in the command cabin. Chapter 102. The Mad Knight. Ye Kongcheng felt a sense of astonishment. For the reality before him starkly contrasted with his earlier deductions. He had anticipated that the Federation would hold the advantage. However, the lifeless body of a Federation officer lay before him. Moreover, the footage evidently displayed by Jean-Lon indicated that the Mad Knight had already entered the chamber housing the energy extraction device, making his presence here implausible. This suggested that the one responsible for eliminating the Federation officer must be a subordinate of the Mad Knight. Where did the Mad Knight acquire such formidable subordinates? Ye Kongcheng mused. Could it be that individual codenamed X? At that moment, Nana remarked, "This corpse is rather peculiar." Snapping back to reality, Ye Kongcheng scrutinized the body once more and nodded in agreement. It was indeed strange. The expression on the corpse and Apos' face suggested immense suffering before death, yet he found no visible wounds. The clothing was intact, the body whole, and the few droplets of blood appeared to have dripped from its mouth. Furrowing his brow, Ye Kongcheng cast a sidelong glance and suddenly pulled apart the corpse's clothing, gasping in shock. The upper body of the corpse exhibited clear signs of deformation. The chest was caved in, the sides were similarly indented, and it was marred by an array of bruises. This individual was strangled, Ye Kongcheng gasped. Something akin to a chain was tightly wound around the body, breaking bones and piercing internal organs, resulting in blood seeping from the mouth. Yet, why are there no marks of strangulation? Ye Kongcheng's brow was deeply furrowed. It was perplexing that the body, twisted by strangulation, bore no marks. Jean-Lon urged, "Stop pondering and let us depart. The death of a Federation officer bodes well for us. If the Mad Knight were easily dispatched, the Federation would seize control of the energy extraction device, which would be detrimental to us. It is best if they are engaged in a fierce struggle, allowing us to take advantage." Ye Kongcheng nodded, realizing they had reached the lower hold, with the power chamber just ahead. He and Nana resumed their sprint, traversing the corridor until they reached the power chamber, and then Ye Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had lost count of how many times he had gasped today. Corpses, a plethora of corpses. However, this was not the reason for his astonishment. What left him astounded was that all the bodies strewn across the floor were Federation officers. A total of 16 corpses lay there. Aside from the one previously discovered in Wang Mingsong, whom he had confined in the command chamber, all 16 had perished, lying lifeless on the ground. The manner of their deaths was strikingly similar. Their upper bodies were crushed by some force, bones shattered, and piercing internal organs, yet inexplicably, there were no visible marks. Ye Kongcheng could not help but murmur, "Is the Mad Knight truly that powerful?" As he stepped over the bodies and approached the metallic door at the end of the power chamber, he extended a hand. Creak! The metallic door swung open. At last, Ye Kongcheng beheld the Mad Knight, who stood with arms crossed before the energy extraction device, while his subordinates busied themselves around it. Seemingly alerted by the noise, the Mad Knight turned and chuckled. "Ah, I thought it was another Federation officer, but it turns out to be you. Is the bounty from the Criminal Alliance so enticing that it compels you to risk your life?" "I am not risking my life for a reward. It is because you deserve to die," Ye Kongcheng replied thoughtfully. "Moreover, more importantly, you are tampering with my belongings." The Mad Knight paused for a moment, then mockingly gestured toward the energy extraction device behind him, saying, "Yours? I am here to claim the Blue Fairy. Therefore, everything aboard this spacecraft belongs to me," Ye Kongcheng asserted. The Mad Knight erupted into laughter, pointing at Ye Kongcheng. "That little dwarf, Daimi, failed to blow you up. Consider yourself fortunate. I have matters to attend to and no time for you. If you were wise, you would retreat instead of presenting yourself as an easy target." Ye Kongcheng smirked. "Is that all it takes?" The Mad Knight scoffed. "Did you not see the corpses at the door?" Ye Kongcheng's heart raced, and he removed his outer coat, handing it to Nana while signaling her to stand aside. "Hey, get to work quickly. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." The Mad Knight called out to his subordinates, then turned back to Ye Kongcheng. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." The Mad Knight charged toward Ye Kongcheng, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Ye Kongcheng swiftly raised his arm to block, his expression turning peculiar. "This fellow is somewhat weak." In an instant, after deflecting the blow, Ye Kongcheng spun around and delivered a kick to the Mad Knight's chest, sending him stumbling back 2 or 3 meters. The Mad Knight rubbed his chest, grinning through gritted teeth, then opened and closed his hands, conjuring a beam of light that materialized into the shape of a spear. Ye Kongcheng was taken aback. "A special ability?" Zhanlan explained. "Energy solidification, a form of armed capability that allows one to condense microenergy from the air into weapons." As the Mad Knight lunged forward once more, Ye Kongcheng swiftly sidestepped to evade the thrust of the light spear. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Ye Kongcheng's palm, and he struck the light spear with a powerful punch. Accompanied by the flames, the spear shattered with a crack. Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' expression shifted to one of incredulity. "This fellow is not merely weak. He is astonishingly feeble." Ye Kongcheng felt as though he were entering a state of utter bewilderment. The situation was entirely askew. This man was a criminal, having eliminated his superior, wanted by the Criminal Alliance, and had even attempted to kill him upon his arrival on Industrial Star. Outside lay over a dozen corpses, all high-ranking officials of the Federation. By any measure, this individual should be an exceptionally formidable figure. Yet, he was patently a waste. Ye Kongcheng failed to discern any signs of the Mad Knight and Oppos' first-stage gene awakening, enhancing his physical abilities. As both speed and strength appeared quite ordinary, it was likely that the extent of his physical enhancement was minimal, and he had not even unlocked his physical limits. Perhaps he had awakened only endurance, rendering it imperceptible. As for the second-stage gene mutation ability, armed capability was inherently a weaker category. The light spear, based on its hardness and power, was also rather feeble. It would be more prudent to acquire an energy spear instead, indicating that the Mad Knight's special abilities were not strong. As for the third-stage gene ability of divine fire, goodness, if he were this weak, how could he hope to advance to the third stage? Ye Kongcheng had always considered himself quite intelligent, with an IQ that remained consistently sufficient. So why could he not grasp the situation? Just as Ye Kongcheng was lost in contemplation, the Mad Knight charged at him once again, wielding the light spear. Chapter 103, The Curse Bang. Ye Kongcheng, displaying no hesitation, swiftly deflected the oncoming attack before delivering a forceful kick to the abdomen of the Mad Knight. With a piercing scream, the Mad Knight was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. As he rolled on the ground, the Mad Knight writhed in pain but managed to rise once more, lunging towards Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng deftly evaded the assault and, with a well-timed hook, struck the Mad Knight's midsection, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. In the next instant, seemingly devoid of mercy, Ye Kongcheng's elbow crashed down upon the Mad Knight's back, sending him crashing to the earth once again. Puff! The Mad Knight spat a small amount of blood, yet he struggled to rise again. Bang! Ye Kongcheng delivered a swift kick to the Mad Knight's waist, propelling him several meters along the ground. Ha ha ha! The Mad Knight laughed, though clearly wounded. The agony he felt twisted his smile into something grotesque as he staggered up, bellowing, "Come on, boy, bring it on." In his fervent roar, the Mad Knight charged at Ye Kongcheng like a cannonball. Ye Kongcheng shook his head, increasingly perplexed by this reckless assault that bore nothing but vulnerabilities. Once more, he lifted his foot and sent the Mad Knight sprawling to the ground. Cough, cough. The Mad Knight coughed up more blood and, trembling, managed to rise again. Ye Kongcheng couldn't help but frown. Was this fellow a cockroach? No matter how many times he knocked the Mad Knight down, he always managed to get back up. Time for a different approach. Ye Kongcheng suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing at the Mad Knight's side, seizing his shoulder. Crack! With a forceful twist, Ye Kongcheng snapped the Mad Knight's arm. Ah! The Mad Knight cried out in agony, clutching his arm as sweat beaded on his forehead, his face paling considerably. The individuals near the energy absorption device glanced at the Mad Knight, but said nothing, continuing their tasks with indifference. This lack of concern made Ye Kongcheng feel quite uneasy. At that moment, as the pain eased somewhat, the Mad Knight turned his face with great effort, snarling, "Boy, this isn't enough." "Is that so?" Ye Kongcheng raised his foot, intending to crush the Mad Knight's palm. "No." Suddenly, the voice of the smiling demon rang out from behind. "You mustn't, Oppos. Strike him again." Crack! The smiling demon's warning came too late. Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' foot came crashing down, shattering the Mad Knight and Oppos' hand. Ah! The Mad Knight howled in pain, rolling on the ground. The smiling demon approached Ye Kongcheng, his expression grave. Ye Kongcheng glanced at him, saying, "You finally arrived. I thought you had been eliminated." "I obtained a weapon. Someone of his caliber could never be my opponent," the smiling demon replied, looking at the Mad Knight. "However, you seem to have a bit of trouble on your hands." The Mad Knight appeared utterly deranged, rising from the ground. His face contorted in agony as he clutched his right hand, his nails digging into his flesh. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Do you know what is wrong with this guy?" The smiling demon replied solemnly, "He's under a curse." Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback. In this era of advanced technology, could one not avoid such absurd terminology? Yet to his surprise, Zhanlan suddenly interjected, "Then we have a significant problem." Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in disbelief, "There truly is a curse?" "Indeed," Zhanlan affirmed. "Regardless of how advanced technology becomes, there will always be phenomena that defy explanation, known as unknown forces. Among these, 3 are deemed the most perilous: curses, subspace, and the intertwining of time and space." Ye Kongcheng regarded the still howling Mad Knight and queried, "What can he do with this curse?" The smiling demon replied, "He can do nothing. He bears a curse, but it is not his own power." Confused, Ye Kongcheng asked, "I Don and Oppos, quite understand." The smiling demon elaborated. "To put it simply, he cannot wield the curse. Rather, it has been placed upon him by another." Ye Kongcheng questioned, "Then what is there to fear?" The smiling demon continued, "Do you understand why he is deliberately allowing you to strike him? Even enticing you to kill him?" Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow, turning to the smiling demon, awaiting an explanation. The smiling demon posited, "Based on my deductions, he has been cursed, which undoubtedly brings him suffering and torment, but simultaneously protects him from death, for only in living can he endure further anguish." Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly grasping the implication. The curse intended for the Mad Knight not to perish, but rather to prolong his suffering, while he himself aimed to end the Mad Knight's life. Bang! Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng felt an invisible force propel him backward, crashing violently against the wall. Nana rushed over from the side, supporting Ye Kongcheng with concern. "Are you all right? Be careful." The smiling demon shouted, "Stay away from him." Ye Kongcheng quickly pushed Nana aside, just as that unseen force reasserted itself, pinning him against the wall once more. "Ha ha ha!" The Mad Knight laughed maniacally. "Die, die, die. All of you perish." Ye Kongcheng gritted his teeth. "What in the world is this?" The smiling demon explained, "This is the power of the curse. He deliberately allowed you to injure him. When the curse sensed he was about to die, it would unleash its power to preserve his life, attacking those who posed a threat to him. As the smiling demon spoke, he stepped closer to Ye Kongcheng. In the next instant, a flash of silver light ignited. The smiling demon unsheathed his sword, and the gleam of silver slashed through the air, seemingly striking at nothing, but nonetheless causing Ye Kongcheng to feel his strength wane. The Mad Knight, akin to a duck with its throat constricted, abruptly halted his maniacal laughter. How is this possible? This cannot be. The Mad Knight stared wide-eyed at the smiling demon, exclaiming, "You can see it? Why? How can you possibly see it?" The smiling demon twirled his sword, stepping forward toward the Mad Knight. "Because I, too, bear a curse." The eyes behind the smiling demon's mask glimmered with a crimson light as he fixed his gaze upon the Mad Knight, declaring, "Moreover, it is far more powerful than the one you possess." Chapter 104. United in battle, the Mad Knight paused momentarily, then bellowed, "I refuse to believe it." The smiling demon gently caressed his sword. Although they were 10 meters apart, and the only sound was the Mad Knight's frantic shouting, Ye Kongcheng was acutely aware that a fierce confrontation was occurring between them. Suddenly, the smiling demon turned to Ye Kongcheng and said, "I shall deal with the curse. As for the Mad Knight, he is yours." Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood." In the next instant, the smiling demon swiftly drew his sword and struck forward at the empty space. The blade hung suspended in midair, and though it seemed to cleave only the air, a resonant clang of metal echoed. At the same time, the knight's sword in the smiling demon's hand trembled slightly, producing a creaking sound. The smiling demon drew a deep breath and declared, "Severed." In a sudden flurry, the smiling demon executed a rapid series of strikes, sending forth 2 arcs of sword light that seemed to slice through the very air, releasing a torrent of black smoke. "Ah!" The previously cackling Mad Knight now shrieked in agony. Upon closer inspection, the smoke that had abruptly appeared was connected to the Mad Knight, forming a chain that pierced through his chest and bound itself to his heart. "You are all doomed." The Mad Knight gasped, kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "You have provoked it." The smiling demon chuckled softly, suddenly reaching into the black smoke and grasping a handful. A strange sound emanated from within, reminiscent of beasts and the wailing of infants. In the next moment, a shadow emerged from the smoke, resembling a black serpent that slithered along the ground, bearing its fangs at the smiling demon. It was the curse of the witch forest spirit. The smiling demon remarked with a smirk, "Though the sorcerer is formidable, he remains within the realm of living beings. To dare bear your fangs at me, I commend your audacity." As the smiling demon spoke, he drew his sword once more. A brilliant silver light flashed as he struck at the shadowy serpent. Upon receiving the blow, the serpent suddenly expanded, rapidly lunging towards the smiling demon and entangling itself around him. Ye Kongcheng finally understood how the previous members of the Federation had perished. Although the shadowy serpent appeared insubstantial, once it coiled around the smiling demon, it felt as if it had physical substance tightening around him, causing his body to constrict. Ye Kongcheng leaped forward to assist. The smiling demon looked up and said, "Do not concern yourself with me. I have temporarily drawn out the curse's power from the Mad Knight. That fellow is now without the curse's protection. Finish him off." Ye Kongcheng glanced at the Mad Knight, then turned back to the smiling demon, saying, "Be careful." Having spoken, Ye Kongcheng pivoted and charged towards the Mad Knight. The Mad Knight, frenzied, glared at Ye Kongcheng as he approached, unleashing a powerful punch without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Their fists collided with force. The Mad Knight displayed a vigor that was far from his earlier weakness, matching Ye Kongcheng blow for blow. "You scoundrels!" the Mad Knight roared. "This is mine. Everything here belongs to me. If you seek to take it, I will kill you." With renewed strength, the Mad Knight intensified his attack, causing the reinforced floor beneath them to groan and buckle under their immense force. The two were suddenly thrust apart, yet neither could gain the upper hand. "Ah!" the Mad Knight howled in madness, raising his hand to grasp at the air, conjuring a golden energy spear, its clarity far surpassing that of before, appearing almost tangible, adorned with intricate carvings of a dragon. In the next moment, the Mad Knight leaped forward, thrusting the spear downward with all his might. Ye Kongcheng swiftly leapt backward. Boom! The spear struck the metallic floor with such force that it shattered upon impact, revealing the Mad Knight's true strength. Ye Kongcheng waved his arm, deflecting a shard of flying metal, exclaiming, "Now this is getting interesting." Ye Kongcheng spread his arms wide, summoning flames. "Finally, are you done pretending to be weak?" he declared. "Then let us engage in a proper battle." As he clasped his hands together, the flames surged forward, while the Mad Knight, undaunted by the fire's ferocity, charged ahead with his spear raised. Puff! As the energy spear sliced through the air, Ye Kongcheng's flames were torn asunder like mere fabric. "Die!" the Mad Knight roared, aiming the spear directly at Ye Kongcheng's eyes. But in that very instant, Ye Kongcheng reached out, seizing the spear formed of concentrated energy. Explode! Boom! The fireball erupted in Ye Kongcheng's grasp, sending a violent shockwave of smoke and flames outward, propelling the Mad Knight away, his right hand mangled and bloodied. The energy spear lay shattered in pieces. It hurts so much," the Mad Knight cried, kneeling on the ground. "Did you not wish to torment me? Did you not want me to live in eternal suffering? Then protect me, let me live." A mournful wail emanated from the shadowy serpent, resembling both a beast and a wailing infant. And then, astonishingly, a human face emerged atop the serpent, pressed against the ground, howling in madness. "Humph!" the smiling demon scoffed. "Dare to bare your fangs at me?" With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, the smiling demon executed an incomprehensible maneuver, unleashing a sudden flash of silver light that cleaved the shadowy serpent in two, causing a surge of black smoke to erupt from the ground. Once more, the smiling demon commanded, "Sever." The black smoke, struck by the sword's light, splintered into countless fragments, surging toward the Mad Knight. However, the smiling demon seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly positioning himself in front of the smoke and striking again. Heavenly stars across the sky. With a single stroke, the smiling demon unleashed a multitude of sword shadows, enveloping the area and obliterating the black smoke into nothingness, nearly annihilating it entirely. The smiling demon called out to Ye Kongcheng, "Kill him." Ye Kongcheng nodded, striding purposefully towards the Mad Knight. "You have forced my hand." The Mad Knight staggered to his feet, palms outstretched, igniting a divine flame within his grasp. The flame, which should have been a soft golden hue, was now marred by countless black specks appearing decayed. Within those specks wriggled grotesque, worm-like entities, dripping a viscous black substance. As this substance fell to the ground, it hissed ominously, releasing plumes of white smoke, leaving dark, charred marks on the metallic floor, suggesting a potent corrosive quality. The smiling demon frowned. Has he truly become this deranged? Using divine fire to nourish the curse? Chapter 105. Explode. The smiling demon remarked. "This has become somewhat troublesome." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Are you unable to handle it?" "Not that I cannot," the smiling demon pondered. "Curses are difficult to elucidate. In any case, I will find a way to strip the curse from the Mad Knight once more. You are responsible for slaying him." "Understood," Ye Kongcheng replied. Taking a deep breath, the smiling demon leaped forward. The Mad Knight grinned menacingly, seizing his ball of divine fire and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth. Even as the fire wriggled with maggot-like creatures, an utterly repulsive sight, the smiling demon was taken aback. "You truly dare to do such a thing? Do you not wish to lift the curse for the rest of your life?" Previously, the Mad Knight had merely exploited the power of the curse. For it to torment him, he needed to remain alive, as only living beings could be cursed. Thus, the curse's power was reluctantly aiding the Mad Knight in his retaliation. Now, however, the Mad Knight intended to harness the curse's power. Though the difference was slight in wording, the implications were entirely divergent. To harness meant the Mad Knight was prepared to accept the curse's might, which would simultaneously deepen the curse's hold over him. In essence, while the curse and Apos' power had previously aided the Mad Knight, it was inherently opposed to him. Now, he sought to merge the curse with his own essence. Consequently, both the strength of the curse and the Mad Knight's own power would be augmented. However, the Mad Knight would also have to pay the price, potentially becoming eternally ensnared by the curse. Roaring, the Mad Knight let out a cry that echoed the sounds once made by the serpentine manifestations of the curse. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of black smoke erupted, writhing like tendrils in the air. In the next moment, The shadowy serpent that had previously battled the smiling demon coiled around the Mad Knight's neck, encircling him. Realizing he could delay no longer, the smiling demon leaned forward and sprinted toward the Mad Knight. With another eerie roar, the Mad Knight and Apo's visage clouded with dark energy as he confronted the smiling demon, conjuring a new energy spear and thrusting it forward with great force. Clang! The smiling demon, skilled in swordsmanship, deftly deflected the spear with a flick of his wrist, redirecting it aside, then positioned himself directly before the Mad Knight. Their gazes locked. Beneath the demon mask, the smiling demon's eyes turned a blood-red hue. Upon beholding those eyes, the Mad Knight felt a chill, as though plunging into an icy abyss. It was a frigid terror that seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones, freezing him in place. It was not mere surface coldness, but sheer horror. Come forth. The smiling demon's voice resonated softly, as if drifting from a great distance. Whispering in the Mad Knight's ear, show yourself. Bang! In the next instant, the smiling demon sheathed his sword and delivered a powerful palm strike to the Mad Knight's chest. The Mad Knight let out a pained scream as his body bent forward, a shadowy figure erupting from his form, attempting to cling back to him like glue. Without hesitation, the smiling demon struck again, forcing the shadow out once more. Uft! The Mad Knight spat blood, the smiling demon forcibly severing the curse, which was also injurious to him. Nevertheless, after a brief merging, both the Mad Knight and the curse's power had significantly intensified. The shadowy serpent-like curse now sported arms and legs. Resembling a serpent man or a bipedal lizard, though it remained weak, still a mere shadow on the ground, yet its aura had grown exponentially. The Mad Knight, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glared with ferocity. The smiling demon paid him no mind and charged towards the serpent man. Due to the unique nature of the curse, it was only the smiling demon who could contend with it, and he was resolute in his approach. Die! The Mad Knight bellowed. Watching as the smiling demon brushed past him, he thrust his spear toward the smiling demon's back. Just then, a swift arm appeared, deflecting the Mad Knight's spear. Ye Kongcheng coldly declared, "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful punch to the Mad Knight's chest. The Mad Knight snarled, "You all shall perish." As he spoke, his spear lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of golden light. Ye Kongcheng raised his arms in defense, the spear striking his armored forearms, producing a cacophony akin to hammering iron. In what felt like an instant, Ye Kongcheng found himself overwhelmed. No, Ye Kongcheng was waiting for an opportunity, a singular chance to strike decisively. Upon revealing his true strength, the Mad Knight exhibited power, speed, and agility that justified his bounty. More importantly, bolstered by the curse's power, he was remarkably resilient, possessing formidable regenerative abilities. For instance, that right arm. Ye Kongcheng had previously broken it and shattered the bones. Yet after a heart-wrenching scream, the arm had already returned to its former state, the Mad Knight still thriving as he brandished his spear. Such immense resilience and an accelerated healing capacity meant that ordinary attacks against the Mad Knight bore little effect, as the speed of his injuries could not outpace his recovery. The only method Ye Kongcheng could conceive was a lethal strike, one that would eliminate the Mad Knight without affording him a chance to heal. Thus, he lay in wait. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The Mad Knight's spear had grazed him, leaving a wound in its wake. Drip, drip. A few drops of crimson blood fell to the ground. Yet Ye Kongcheng's eyes brightened. He swiftly reached out, seizing the spear and clamping it tightly under his arm. An opportunity had emerged. Boom. Seizing the Mad Knight's weapon, Ye Kongcheng lunged forward, grasping the Mad Knight's head and forcefully slamming him to the ground. "Release me." The Mad Knight roared in fury. "Let go, you wretch." Ye Kongcheng glanced up to see the smiling demon still engaged in battle with the serpent man conjured by the curse, seemingly oblivious to his side. A smile crept across Ye Kongcheng's face as he looked at the Mad Knight. "Without the curse's protection, can you withstand this blow?" Explode. Chapter 106. The Power of Divine Fireboom. A colossal fireball materialized once more, engulfing the Berserker Knight in flames and dense smoke. This time, it was not merely a detonation triggered by seizing the opponent's weapon, but a definitive frontal strike. Moments later, as the flames and black smoke dissipated, a charred corpse slowly emerged, its form grotesquely mangled and unrecognizable, leaving behind only the acrid scent of charred flesh and congealed blood. Roar! From the direction of the smiling demon, the shadow serpent creature let out a frenzied howl and lunged towards Leaf Sky City. The smiling demon exclaimed, "Be careful." Leaf Sky City, startled, swiftly sought to escape. He was not inherently fearful. He believed in facing challenges head-on. However, this creature was a foe he could not contend with alone. It was a tormentor that would only harm him. Strangely, the shadow serpent had no intention of attacking Leaf Sky City. Instead, it darted straight to the corpse of the Berserker Knight. Concurrently, from the Knight and Appos' remains, a tainted divine fire suddenly emerged, and without hesitation, the shadow serpent plunged into it. Do not let it escape. It intends to harness the Berserker Knight's divine fire to preserve its cursed power and transfer the curse to another, warned the smiling demon. At that moment, the shadow serpent was entirely enveloped in the divine fire of the Berserker Knight, drifting toward the exit. Yet, just 3 or 4 meters out, the divine fire suddenly halted mid-air, then swiftly retreated, hurtling back towards Leaf Sky City. Seeing this, Leaf Sky City immediately turned to flee. Whether the curse would transfer to another, continuing its malevolence, was beyond his concern, provided that the next victim was not himself. However, he was bewildered to find that no matter how he attempted to move, he remained rooted in place, as if some unseen force had immobilized him. In this moment of hesitation, the divine fire surged toward Leaf Sky City, the face of the serpent materializing upon its surface, hissing, "Get away." Enraged, Leaf Sky City retorted, "You collide with me and demand that I move? You should be the one to go away." In a fit of indignation, he slapped the divine fire. But at that instant, 2 streams of divine fire, one black and one white, suddenly erupted from his palm. Taken aback, Leaf Sky City realized these were his own divine flames. His divine fire abilities consisted of an indomitable will and a fierce battle spirit. The former required punishment to manifest, while the latter demanded the defeat of a target. Thus, during his confrontation with the Berserker Knight, he had refrained from utilizing his divine fire, deeming it unnecessary. Now, however, he had no intention of unleashing it. The 2 flames had emerged of their own accord. In the next moment, anguished screams echoed from the tainted divine fire, the shadow serpent thrashing within the flames, lamenting, until it gradually fell silent. The divine fire diminished in size, the black and white flames of Leaf Sky City voraciously consuming the corrupted divine fire of the Berserker Knight. After a brief interval, the tainted divine fire was completely devoured, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. Leaf Sky City remained in a stupor for some time before calling out to the smiling demon, "I must have been cursed, right?" The smiling demon approached, examining him closely. "There is no trace of a curse. Rather than being cursed, you have dispelled it." "But I did nothing," Leaf Sky City protested. "It was the divine fire." Jean Lon interjected, "In truth, it may have nothing to do with a curse. Instead, your divine fire consumed that of the Berserker Knight. Have you not noticed how much stronger your divine fire has become?" Leaf Sky City gazed at his flames, and indeed, as Jean Lon had said, they appeared significantly more transparent and refined. "This seems to be a hidden ability of your divine fire, the capacity to devour others' flames. As for the curse, it was merely a self-inflicted demise, having foolishly immersed itself in the divine fire of the Berserker Knight," Jean Lon elucidated. The smiling demon shook his head. "Having 2 flames is already peculiar. The ability to consume others' flames is unheard of. Only experimentation will reveal the truth. There are plenty of corpses at the entrance, all belonging to those at the 3rd stage of the genetic gate and above," Jean Lon suggested. "But those corpses have been dead for too long. Their divine fire would have dissipated," Leaf Sky City replied. Jean Lon countered, "Then we shall wait for the next encounter with such an enemy to test it." "Well, we can set that aside for now," Leaf Sky City remarked, turning his attention to the energy extraction device. "We have an important task at hand." Nearby, the minions of the Berserker Knight cowered in fear, huddling together in the corner. "Let it be. We need not spill more blood. For the Berserker Knight has already been dealt with," the smiling demon said. They're merely lowly minions. They pose no threat. Let them go. We'll hand them over to the Criminal Alliance later, and they can testify that we were the ones who defeated the Berserker Knight. Leaf Sky City agreed. Very well, he added, stepping forward. Remove your clothes and bind yourselves together. The minions hurriedly complied. Suddenly, Leaf Sky City recalled something and asked, Is there an Mr. X among you? The one who accompanied the Berserker Knight? Scanning the group, one individual, suppressing his fear, replied, Mr. X is not here. He was responsible for support and did not board the spaceship. Leaf Sky City lamented, What a pity. Bang. At that moment, the metallic door swung open, and Wang Mingsong rushed in, panting, surveying the room's occupants. Leaf Sky City approached the energy extraction device, tapping on the glass sphere, which startled Wang Mingsong's heart into racing. Internally cursing, this guy truly fears nothing. With an air of nonchalance, Leaf Sky City remarked, You Federals always show up only once the situation is resolved. Nevertheless, that means this device now belongs to me. Wang Mingsong retorted coldly, What do you intend to do? You asked a foolish question. You should be able to guess my intentions, Leaf Sky City replied. After a brief silence, Wang Mingsong cautioned, Do you comprehend the consequences? Even if you escape, do you know what awaits you? That can wait until after we've fled, Leaf Sky City grinned. Zhanlan, prepare the blue ferry for takeoff. Wang Mingsong and Amp. Oppo's expression shifted dramatically as the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and the signal lights on the blue ferry and Amp. Oppo's exterior flickered to life. Meanwhile, those still engaged in battle within the St. Marguerite workshop lifted their heads, gazing at the gradually ascendant blue ferry. Chapter 107. The most painful thing Wang Mingsong's countenance was grim. The moment the blue ferry lifted off, he knew there was no room for negotiation. Yet, Ye Kongcheng calmly seated himself on the octagonal metallic platform of the energy absorption device, stating, Let us discuss. Wang Mingsong and Oppo's expression twitched at Ye Kongcheng and Oppo's words, for they were laced with sarcasm. Ye Kongcheng continued, To speak plainly, what I possess cannot be taken away by you. As long as this exists, I remain safe. I cannot allow you to abscond with it. As for the consequences you mentioned, I shall contemplate them once I depart from here. Wang Mingsong scoffed. If that is the case, what is there left to discuss? Yet, we must still converse, Ye Kongcheng replied. The corpses at the entrance, your companions, believe me or not. I did not slay them. You could not have killed them, Wang Mingsong asserted. Your interpretation is acceptable, Ye Kongcheng remarked. In any case, they are dead. Explanations are futile. My point is, you may take those bodies with you. Are you asking me to collect the corpses to showcase my humanitarianism? Wang Mingsong retorted. Ye Kongcheng shrugged, moreover. You may also take the bodies from the command cabin. Oh, and there are still some alive inside. You may take them too. They could serve as your contribution. Surely that is of some use. Wang Mingsong fell silent for a moment, then inquired, What do you want? Ye Kongcheng stated, You have stationed a fleet in space to ambush, in case the blue ferry is seized, correct? Wang Mingsong jeered, Does the fleet dare attack you? That would be a suicidal assault. If what you have detonates, it will annihilate the industrial star, and the fleet will be reduced to ash. Ye Kongcheng nodded, Indeed. I believe the Federation will refrain from attacking, but those discontented individuals are another matter. They are unaware of the weaponry I possess. So I kindly ask you to have the fleet assist in intercepting. Wang Mingsong was taken aback, realizing Ye Kongcheng's meticulous thought process, something he had not anticipated. Anger surged within him as he gritted his teeth. Do not get carried away. You expect a Federation fleet to protect you. A criminal? Ye Kongcheng replied, I offer benefits. Besides, do you intend to watch the blue ferry be destroyed by them? You might as well destroy it yourselves. The outcome would be the same. And we would all be finished. Wang Mingsong bowed his head, remaining silent. Ye Kongcheng rose, declaring, I will have the bodies and people placed into the escape pod. Whether you pilot it away is up to you. Take your time to ponder. Ye Kongcheng exuded a demeanor of having Wang Mingsong under his thumb, and indeed, he had. From Wang Mingsong and Oppo's sudden willingness to engage in dialogue, it was clear he did not wish for mutual destruction. Conversely, if Wang Mingsong was prepared for a noble demise, did every member of the fleet lying in ambush share the same sentiment? Or, perhaps, to take a step back. The Federation had sent only righteous individuals, true officers who believed in justice, willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good. However, could they bear to sacrifice the industrial star? If the energy absorption device were to explode, even in space, at least a quarter of the industrial star's surface would turn to wasteland, and the casualties would not be mere dozens or hundreds, but millions. If they were indeed just, how could they allow such a scenario to unfold? Should Wang Mingsong fear death, he could not permit the energy absorption device to detonate. Conversely, if he was unafraid of death, he could even less afford to let it explode. Thus, whether he was a hypocritical officer or a righteous one, he found himself without a choice. You keep your gaze fixed on the energy absorption device, Ye Kongcheng whispered to the smiling demon as he passed by. While I am confident he will not act, your presence here applies pressure. The smiling demon nodded. I understand. Nana, Ye Kongcheng called. Where's the escape pod? We must clear the debris. Nana replied. According to the structure of the Blue Fairy, the escape pod should be located in the lower chamber, likely on the other side of the power compartment. Let us go. Ye Kongcheng waved his hand, then said, Zhanlan, summon the defense robots to assist with the transport. Ye Kongcheng and Appo's nonchalant demeanor served as a psychological tactic, creating pressure that would erode Wang Mingsong's mental fortitude. Having exited the room, Nana led Ye Kongcheng to the escape pod, where they began to move the bodies with the help of nearby defense robots summoned by Zhanlan. Gazing at the corpses, Ye Kongcheng felt a shudder. The power of curses was indeed terrifying. In the chamber of the energy absorption device, they had discovered a corpse slain by the Mad Knight, the body of a Federation general. This general had guarded the energy absorption device, not laying in ambush with the others, yet he had still fallen to the Mad Knight. It was known that even a general from the Galactic Alliance could not compare to one from the Federation headquarters, yet he was at least a fifth-stage gene warrior. To have met such an end was indeed chilling. Moreover, Ye Kongcheng attempted to summon his divine fire, hoping to ascertain whether he could absorb the divine fire of others. Regrettably, there was no response. As Ye Kongcheng had previously surmised, these individuals had been dead for too long. Even if his divine fire could absorb another's, the divine fire of these corpses had long since dissipated. At that moment, Zhanlan spoke. In approximately 3 minutes, we will breach the atmosphere and enter space. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Trust me, Wang Mingsong should know how to choose, for he truly has no choice. Nana remarked, let us hope so. Meanwhile, within the Blue Fairy, a figure traversed the narrow corridor, surrounded by identical doors, devoid of any distinguishing markers. After considerable effort, the figure reached the corridor's end, only to find 2 completely identical passages on either side. My God, Li Liehua lamented, kneeling in despair, striking his forehead against the ground. Please, save me. How can this damned spaceship be so vast? Where am I? Unbeknownst to the busy Ye Kongcheng, a small mouse still lingered aboard the Blue Fairy. Li Liehua was desperate to know if there existed a remedy for his affliction, being directionally challenged. In this world, Li Liehua lamented, the most painful thing is this. While others have completed their tasks, I, the invincible one, am still lost. Chapter 108. Departure. The Blue Fairy swiftly entered the vastness of space. Soon after, a fleet appeared on the colossal photonic screen, a fleet of the Federation, boldly revealing itself. This was not merely an ambush. Ye Kongcheng and his companions understood the implications. The fleet comprised approximately 40 to 50 ships, including 2 aircraft carrier-class spaceships, over 20 battleships, and the remainder being corvettes. Was this the end? Certainly not. The aircraft carrier-class spaceships could accommodate small fighter vessels, and judging by their size, the 2 carriers likely harbored no fewer than 120 fighters. The Federation had truly invested heavily this time, evidently placing immense importance on energy extraction devices. It was only natural. This represented the compressed energy equivalent to the lifespan of a planet, 8,000 years. What does that signify? The energy contained within could sustain a fleet of 100 ships to traverse the cosmos for 10 millennia. It could enable an industrial planet to operate continuously for 3,000 years, encompassing heavy industries. If harnessed into bombs, it could obliterate the sacred Earth into mere history. Such a terrifying and valuable asset warranted the Federation and AMP, Appo's utmost attention. Ye Kongcheng patted Wang Mingsong and Appo's shoulder and said, "It's your turn now." He stepped aside, disinterested in hearing Wang's remarks, for he was certain of the eventual outcome. Indeed, just 2 or 3 minutes later, the fleet parted to create a passage. Ye Kongcheng couldn't and Appo's help but smile. Every being, indeed, every creature, harbors a fear of death. The current situation was a deadlock. The Federation had no options left. "Now you can pilot the escape pod," Ye Kongcheng called to Wang Mingsong. "Oh, and remember to intercept any pursuers from behind. According to my calculations, they should arrive within a quarter of an hour." Wang Mingsong shot Ye Kongcheng a resentful glare and declared, "If we ever meet again, I will kill you." "You won't have that opportunity," Ye Kongcheng replied with a smile. "I admit, in a one-on-one confrontation, I am not your match. However, should we cross paths again, I need no tricks to make you yield, for I shall grow stronger." "Humph. I hope that by then, your skills will match your bravado." "I would find that quite intriguing," Wang Mingsong retorted coldly. "So, let us wait and see." With that, he strode away, navigating through the fleet. The Blue Fairy and Appo's side hatch opened, and an escape pod launched towards the carrier. "Now, let us deliberate our course of action. Although we have temporarily deterred the Federation, I do not trust that they will be easily dealt with. They may very well pursue us," Ye Kongcheng proposed. Nana nodded in agreement. "Then we must utilize a wormhole." The so-called wormhole refers to a form of spatial technology that creates an artificial wormhole using a spatial transmission device within a short time frame. In simple terms, if you imagine a straight line, the two ends are at their maximum distance apart. However, if you bend the line into a U-shape, the distance between the two ends shrinks. That is the essence of a wormhole, enabling a spacecraft to swiftly transition from one location to another. However, this spatial technology poses significant risks to the spacecraft itself. Not every vessel is equipped to bear such a device. Even if capable, it would not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. The Blue Fairy could indeed create a wormhole, but it could not sustain consecutive uses without requiring repairs, necessitating a considerable interval before the next application. But the issue lies in the fact that the wormhole's passage does not vanish immediately. The Federation can promptly deploy a space probe to test the coordinates, Ye Kongcheng noted. Nana acknowledged, "That's a dilemma. If it were anyone else, knowing the coordinates would be inconsequential, as only ships equipped with the spatial device can traverse the wormhole. But the Federation is different. Beneath this starry river, countless planets host Federation garrisons. Once the coordinates are located, they can easily dispatch nearby fleets to track and intercept us." This posed a near-death scenario for Ye Kongcheng. The Federation would not need to attack, but merely follow. Although the Blue Fairy possessed an energy extraction device to provide power, the crew still required sustenance. Would they starve aboard the spaceship? Or would they continuously resort to threatening with the energy device? While potentially effective, that would spell doom for the trio's future, forcing them into an endless entanglement with the Federation, something they were all keen to avoid. The only solution is to head to a location devoid of any Federation presence. Even if they ascertain the coordinates, it would be futile, for by the time they arrive, we shall have long vanished, the smiling demon proposed. "Is there such a place?" Nana inquired skeptically. Indeed, the smiling demon grinned. "Didn't you inquire about this recently?" Ye Kongcheng smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "The skeleton star domain." Nana and Appo's face turned pale. "Didn't you say that venturing there would mean certain death?" "The point is, I never suggested we go into the skeleton star domain, merely that we would be nearby. The Federation wouldn't be foolish enough to station forces in the desolate expanse surrounding the skeleton star domain," the smiling demon clarified. "Do you know the coordinates?" Ye Kongcheng asked. "If I didn't know the coordinates, why would I even be discussing this with you?" replied the smiling demon. Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Then let us proceed. Prepare the wormhole. I'll take care of it. I'm quite adept at this," Nana asserted. Meanwhile, the Federation fleet had opened fire, leaving those who had just pursued from the industrial planet utterly bewildered. Why wasn't the Federation attacking the Blue Fairy? Why were they targeting them instead? Had the Blue Fairy not been seized? And was everything merely a ruse orchestrated by the Federation? Consequently, a chorus of curses erupted against the Federation, alongside plans for retaliation. In the same instant, a massive black hole began to slowly open before the Blue Fairy. Without a moment's hesitation, under the Azure command, the Blue Fairy promptly sailed into the black abyss. Simultaneously, as the Blue Fairy crossed the threshold of the black hole, the space behind it twisted abruptly, revealing a light blue small Federation spacecraft. Its emergency hatch flung open, and a massive metallic sphere was ejected from within, cast into the black hole. As Ye Kongcheng had surmised, even a temporary compromise, whether for the sake of the energy extraction device or to save face, the Federation would never relinquish their pursuit so easily. That was simply not in their nature. Chapter 109. The Curse of the Smiling Demon. As Ye Kongcheng entered the interlude corridor, he gazed at the screen with childlike curiosity, for it was his inaugural experience. However, after a brief moment, he found it rather tedious, as the corridor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any captivating sights. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Kongcheng turned to the smiling demon and inquired, "Pray, speak of the curse. I harbor no intention of prying into your privacy, yet I am quite intrigued by such power." Nana, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, sharing his curiosity. "I am indifferent to divulging or withholding information," replied the smiling demon. "The issue lies in the fact that should I reveal this, you may inadvertently become tainted by the curse. Do you wish to hear it?" Ye Kongcheng gasped. Merely listening could result in a curse? Nana, shaking her head vigorously, chimed in. "Then perhaps it's best we refrain from listening." The smiling demon chuckled. "In truth, there are aspects I can disclose," Ye Kongcheng urged. "Then let us hear of that which can be shared. First and foremost are the categories of curses." The smiling demon began. "These include the curses of wizards. Do not inquire about wizards. I am not well versed in that, but you might consider it a profession. I only know that most wizards wander in a realm known as the Witchwood Soul." Ye Kongcheng mused. "Thus, the power of curses can be mastered. This type is the weakest," the smiling demon continued. "The second kind arises from psychic energy, though I am equally unclear about its nature. You may reference certain tales where individuals, filled with resentment before death, curse those who wrong them, leading to the demise of the latter." Ye Kongcheng remarked. "That cannot be classified as an unknown force. It is better termed metaphysics." The smiling demon shrugged. As for the final type, he gestured to his mask. "Demons? Mythical beings?" Ye Kongcheng queried. The smiling demon cautioned, "Do not dismiss my words as jest. Such creatures indeed exist. Let us not forget that divine beings once roamed this cosmos, though they have perished. Yet it is known that some descendants of these divine races still endure." Ye Kongcheng countered, "The so-called divine beings are merely a powerful race, starting at a higher threshold than most creatures, thus more readily breaking through the 8 stages of genetic barriers, leading to the emergence of masters among them." The smiling demon laughed. "Your knowledge stems from textbooks. But tell me, have you ever encountered a descendant of the divine?" Ye Kongcheng shook his head. "Then how can you ascertain the veracity of this knowledge?" The smiling demon probed. "Have you ever seen a demon? Are you certain that the race of demons does not exist?" Ye Kongcheng smacked his lips and shook his head. "The vastness of this galaxy is infinite. No one dares to declare anything as absolute." Nana interjected, "And what of your curse?" The smiling demon replied, "I bear more than one curse, and it is not convenient to elaborate. Should I divulge all, you might find yourselves entangled in its web. However, I can share 2 key points. First, due to this curse, I cannot remove this mask." Ye Kongcheng paused. "That curse seems rather vexing. Yet, while inconvenient, it does not appear overly terrifying." The smiling demon pointed to his mask. "Such a curse exists because this mask is one of the sources of the curse, akin to the shadow serpent within the Mad Knight." Ye Kongcheng and Nana nodded, partially comprehending. The smiling demon continued, "I was once a master of weaponry, possessing the ability to wield any object as a weapon. However, due to the curse, I can only utilize cursed weapons. Ordinary weapons shatter upon my touch, injuring me in the process." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "So what of the knight's sword?" The smiling demon patted the sword. "Due to the curse, I have been keenly interested in weaponry and its history. This knight and Apos, sword hails from the ancient kingdom of Gomorrah, known as the Holy Cross Judgment. Ah, Nana exclaimed. I have heard of this sword. It is a cursed blade. Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, asked, is that so? Nana elaborated. The kingdom of Gamoro is a nation in the Blue Star domain on the planet Mecha. They were invaded by neighboring countries, and their king forged the legendary sword to save his realm. However, before the sword could be completed, the capital fell. The smiling demon interjected. The king, despondent, leaped into the forge to end his life. His blood, steeped in resentment, became a curse, transforming the holy sword into a demonic blade. Anyone who wields it cannot live beyond the age of 32, for the king perished at that very age. Ye Kongcheng asked, and what of you? The smiling demon replied, I am indifferent. My curses far exceed this one. Such a curse does not affect me. Conversely, it is precisely because this sword is cursed that I am able to wield it. Ye Kongcheng realized. Thus, you made that request to Mr. Crow. Cursed weapons are rare to find, are they not? Indeed, they are quite elusive, the smiling demon lamented. Do not forget, I was once a master of weapons, able to transform even a blade of grass into a sword. Yet now, I find myself unable to wield even a proper weapon, often feeling like a mere waste. Nana reassured, you have found this knight's sword. Surely, everything will improve. The smiling demon smiled ruefully. Normally, wielding a cursed sword would result in being consumed by its curse. However, in my case, the curse upon me encroaches upon the weapon instead. Therefore, even if I manage to acquire a cursed weapon, I can only use it for a limited time before it. The smiling demon made a gesture indicating shattering. Ye Kongcheng remarked, that indeed sounds quite agonizing. The smiling demon confessed, in truth, there are other curses I bear, but it is not suitable to elaborate. My initial journey through the stars was to seek a means to lift these curses. Trust in me. Ye Kongcheng promised, if I uncover any leads in this regard, I shall assist you. And you must trust in me, the smiling demon replied with a smile. If I were to lift my curses and restore my true strength, aiding you in your quest to find your father would be but a trivial matter for me. Ye Kongcheng smiled back, then let us mutually anticipate our respective successes. The smiling demon extended his fist, and they exchanged a fist bump, expressing, may our wishes come to fruition. At that moment, a glimmer of light began to emerge from the dark interlude corridor, initially a mere point of light, gradually expanding and becoming clearer, signaling their arrival at the corridor's end. Suddenly, alarms blared within the command chamber. Chapter 110. Interlude in space, do not fret, Jean-Lan reassured as Ye Kongcheng abruptly rose. We have merely traversed the interlude passage, which has inflicted some damage upon the hull of the Blue Fairy, triggering the alarm. There has been no attack. Nana swiftly began manipulating the controls, stating, the armor shell has sustained 47 damage. One of the propulsion units is compromised, yet the energy output remains stable. Additionally, the landing gear and several internal doors have incurred damage, while the weapons bay has suffered 12 of its area. As she spoke, Nana displayed a schematic on the screen, highlighting the areas of damage. Red indicated severe damage, yellow represented moderate damage, and green denoted minor damage, while the colorless sections were intact. It was evident that the red zones were primarily concentrated on the armor shell, the outermost layer of defense, which was designed to withstand the onslaught of cosmic warfare. Though the damage was considerable, it did not impede navigation. However, at that moment, Nana struck the control panel with her fist and exclaimed, we have a significant problem. Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Jean-Lan interjected, the spatial device has malfunctioned. Ye Kongcheng replied, are you referring to the spatial device used for the interlude space? Surely, it cannot be that alarming. Even if it is damaged, it is of little consequence as we will not require it in the near term. Nana sighed. It is not so simple. The spatial device has overloaded. It appears that the Federation utilized the Blue Fairy to traverse interlude space prior to our arrival at the industrial star, and we have now used it again. Although some time has elapsed, it has not met the required interval for usage. Jean-Lan continued to elucidate, the interlude space, besides enduring external pressure, also demands explosive energy output, which exceeds the load capacity of the spacecraft. Thus, the overload of the spatial device implies that the energy output device has certainly also been overloaded. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon were left bewildered by the technical jargon, which was ill-suited for their understanding. Jean-Lan, growing impatient, clarified. Essentially, the energy device requires cooling and cannot be used for a while. We cannot continue our voyage. We must find a place to dock and allow the energy device to recover to a usable state. Are you jesting? Ye Kongcheng replied, bemused. Our designated coordinates are in the vicinity of the skeleton star domain. Where on earth can we dock the spacecraft in such a cursed place? Jean-Lan insisted. You must devise a solution. I have just assessed the energy output device, and the results are not promising. Because we utilize the energy extraction device's compressed energy, the load is significantly heavier. Although the transport device has not yet triggered an alarm, it can only sustain itself for a maximum of 36 hours before exceeding its capacity. Nana raised her hands, stating, under overload conditions, we can force its use for a maximum of 24 hours. Otherwise, it will certainly explode. 2.5 days? This is dire, Ye Kongcheng grimaced. The smiling demon contemplated before suggesting, there is not entirely no way. We can choose a secluded small planet near the skeleton star domain to temporarily land. Ye Kongcheng ruffled his hair. Even the smallest is still a skeleton planet. The skeleton star domain refers to a vast expanse of space, with all planets within it marked as dangerous. Thus, the smiling demon's proposal was essentially akin to venturing deep into the heart of the skeleton star domain. The smiling demon shrugged. It's merely a matter of the probability of encountering danger. Given our current situation, we have no choice unless you wish to let the blue fairy drift aimlessly in space without energy output. Ye Kongcheng sighed. Jean-Lan, search for the nearest planet. Understood. Jean-Lan replied. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng suddenly recalled the treasure they had discovered, exclaiming, what do you think is the nature of the energy extraction device aboard the blue fairy? The smiling demon remarked, that is difficult to ascertain. But based on your last treasure hunt, it is highly probable that Li Weilon discovered a similar treasure and subsequently transplanted the energy extraction device onto the blue fairy for use. Nana nodded. That is quite plausible. I have seen the energy extraction device. It is exceptionally sophisticated, crafted through a method I hardly comprehend. It can absorb and release energy. With such a power source, the blue fairy could traverse for millennia without resupply. Jean-Lan, with a glimmer of desire in her tone, stated, I believe it would be more pragmatic for me to consume it. Hey, do not act recklessly, at least not for the time being, Ye Kongcheng cautioned. If the energy output device recovers and you consume all the energy, our situation will be far worse. Rest assured, Jean-Lan replied. I have no intention of seeking a new master just yet. At that moment, the display screen suddenly lit up with a signal. Jean-Lan announced, I have located the nearest planet. It is approximately 1/30th the size of Earth and lies about 2 hours away from us. Ye Kongcheng declared, let us head there first. I do not expect to find a planet devoid of danger, but I at least hope for breathable air. Not all planets can sustain life for various reasons. The primary being the absence of breathable air, and even flora may struggle to thrive. Jean-Lan reassured, we can deploy an unmanned rescue vessel to assess the conditions. If it is unsuitable, we can move on to another planet. Nana added, let us pray that we do not find ourselves unfortunate enough to be unable to locate a habitable planet within 36 hours. Ye Kongcheng nodded, everyone. Head to the rest area, select a room to freshen up, and take some time to recuperate. After the battle, exhaustion was inevitable, and since they would require some time for navigation, it was prudent to rest. In such moments, the convenience of Jean-Lan became evident. Under normal circumstances, regardless of fatigue, they would need to take turns piloting the spacecraft. In fact, a vessel the size of the Blue Fairy cannot be operated by just 3 individuals. However, with Jean-Lan's assistance, it became considerably easier. Jean-Lan could take over the spacecraft's control system, making navigation and combat significantly more manageable than manual operation. The smiling demon stood up, affirming, rest is indeed necessary. Everyone is aware of the skeleton star domain's notorious reputation. While we may not necessarily encounter danger, we must be prepared for battle, especially against the unknown. Conserving our energy is crucial. Ye Kongcheng replied, then let us proceed. The 3 departed the command room, entering the rest area where they chose 3 adjoining bedrooms. After a brief freshening up, they reclined into the rejuvenation pods, and soon, with the calming gas released from the pods, they drifted into slumber. Chapter 111. The two-headed hound Ye Kongcheng was jolted awake by a sudden shock, akin to being struck by lightning in his dreams. Without a doubt, it was the handiwork of Zhanlan. With a hint of exasperation, Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Have we arrived?" Zhanlan replied, "The planet's surface has been scanned. We will be landing in 5 minutes." As the hatch of the life support pod opened, Ye Kongcheng sat up and donned his clothing with casual ease. "Where are Nana and the smiling demon?" he asked. "Nana is already in the command cabin, and the smiling demon is on her way," Zhanlan informed him. Nodding, Ye Kongcheng exited his quarters and made his way to the command cabin. Upon entering, he spotted Nana engrossed in manipulating a vast photonic screen displaying a dark blue and black planet, which exuded a somewhat somber aura. Utilizing the spacecraft and Oppos's aerial photography capabilities, Nana continuously magnified the images. Just in time, she remarked, "I conducted a preliminary scan of the planet. The primary terrain consists of forests, with a significant proportion of black soil plateaus. There are no oceans, but several lakes and rivers exist. We need to determine a suitable landing location." "Forests," Ye Kongcheng began. But before he could elaborate, the command cabin and Oppos's door swung open, and the smiling demon strolled in. "Forests are undoubtedly the most perilous, yet they also offer the greatest chance of finding food and fresh water," she asserted. Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. "The Federation operates in fleet mode, so supplies are likely stored aboard the supply ship. I had Zhanlan check the kitchen and storage. We have minimal food and fresh water. The energy output device requires time to recover," the smiling demon explained. "Thus, we must seek food and fresh water. The forest is the most suitable option." Nana concurred. "Then let us descend directly. This planet boasts vast expanses of forest." As she spoke, she and Zhanlan piloted the blue ferry towards the planet's surface. From above, they beheld an endless stretch of trees. Nana located a clearing in the forest sea and instructed the blue ferry to land gently, the propellers stirring up a powerful wind that sent nearby trees swaying. With a thud, the hatch opened, and Ye Kongcheng stretched, exclaiming, "A desolate area has its merits. The air here is remarkably fresh, reminiscent of a vacation spot." The smiling demon chuckled, "Let us hope your optimism remains intact when facing ferocious beasts." "Such matters can wait until the so-called beasts appear," Ye Kongcheng replied. As the trio bantered, they disembarked from the blue ferry. Ye Kongcheng surveyed the surroundings and declared, "The demon and I will venture into the woods for food. The supplies aboard the blue ferry are all compressed, suitable for long-term storage, so they will serve as our emergency rations. Nana, you gather some branches nearby to start a fire." "Certainly," Nana responded. Ye Kongcheng pointed eastward, saying, "I shall head this way." The smiling demon smiled and indicated the west. "Then I will go in that direction, regardless of whether we find food and fresh water. Let us aim to return within 3 hours. It will be dark after that, and the forest is unsafe at night." "Understood." Ye Kongcheng waved his hand and led the way toward the forest. Just as the trio departed the spacecraft, a figure appeared at the entrance of the blue ferry, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Oh heavens!" Li Liehua sobbed, gazing skyward. "My dear son, my beloved Day. I have finally seen you again." Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng entered the forest. The dense foliage rendered it impossible to discern an end, aptly described as a sea of trees. However, compared to a typical forest, Ye Kongcheng sensed an oddity. This woodland seemed devoid of vitality, steeped instead in an eerie silence. At that moment, Zhanlan suddenly exclaimed, "There are fruits ahead, edible ones." Ye Kongcheng glanced up, then remarked, "ISN and Oppos's teeth at a small palm tree, and it bears coconuts? Does it matter? If it's edible, that's all that counts," Zhanlan retorted. Ye Kongcheng pondered this and climbed the tree, using his military knife to sever the stem and collect several coconuts. Returning to the ground, he pried open a coconut and was utterly flabbergasted. It was astounding enough that a small palm tree bore coconuts. Even more astonishing was that the juice inside tasted of snow pear. What kind of hybridization could achieve this? Ye Kongcheng mused. Zhanlan replied, "It's drinkable and non-toxic. Nothing else matters. Be cautious behind the tree on the side." Before Zhanlan could finish, she shouted urgently. Ye Kongcheng reacted swiftly, leaping aside just as a beast burst forth from behind a tree. With a deafening roar, Ye Kongcheng landed and looked up. Before him stood a colossal dog, towering at 2 meters with glossy black fur, appearing strikingly similar to an ordinary dog, save for the fact that it possessed 2 heads. Zhanlan quickly accessed the database, declaring a 2-headed hound, a rare beast, rated D in the Adventurer's Compendium. As Zhanlan relayed this information, the 2-headed hound opened its gaping maw, drool dripping from its sharp teeth, and lunged at Ye Kongcheng. Do not damage its teeth, and avoid striking its chest if possible, Zhanlan warned. With a resounding thud, Ye Kongcheng leaped and delivered a powerful punch to one of the hound's heads, causing it to whimper as its massive frame crashed to the ground. Just say I can't damage the corpse. If that is the case, fire is off the table, Ye Kongcheng stated firmly. Weaponize. A spectrum of colors enveloped his arms as he descended from above, delivering a fierce blow. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the hound's head, resulting in a muffled explosion of flesh and blood that scattered in all directions. The 2-headed hound howled once more, yet instead of attacking, it turned and fled. Ye Kongcheng dashed after it, shouting, "If you escape, what will we eat tonight?" With a swift motion, he pivoted and kicked the other head, shattering it with a single strike. The beast's hefty body collapsed with a thunderous thud. Zhanlan remarked, "The teeth of a 2-headed hound, once polished, are highly sought after for crafting ornaments. Depending on their quality, they can fetch tens of thousands. The heart of the 2-headed hound is also a valuable medicinal ingredient." Ye Kongcheng nodded, then crouched down to chip away at the hound's teeth, stating, "With 4 legs, this will suffice for a meal. It appears this place is more bountiful than I anticipated." Chapter 112. The Adventurer in the Diary. Zhanlan remarked, "Never underestimate the skeleton planet. One can never know what perils lie hidden within." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, for instance. Before he could finish, he suddenly gasped in shock as he spotted a beast's footprint approximately 7 or 8 meters ahead of him. The footprint was enormous. Ye Kongcheng felt that it would take at least 3 of his own bodies lying down to match its length. Could there be a Tyrannosaurus Rex on this planet? He pondered. Zhanlan replied, "The footprint of a Tyrannosaurus is not this large. In any case, we should proceed with caution." Nodding in agreement, Ye Kongcheng, now more vigilant, continued forward while shouldering the 4 legs of a 2-headed dog bound with vines. After about 15 minutes, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from above. Ye Kongcheng opened his hand, and moisture quickly formed within his palm. "Is it raining?" he wondered aloud, glancing upwards. "There are no signs of it," he noted. "Let us find shelter from the rain," suggested Zhanlan. Ye Kongcheng acquiesced and dashed ahead, soon discovering a tree hollow. The tree was large enough for 5 or 6 people to embrace, and naturally, the hollow was quite spacious. Ye Kongcheng crouched and slipped inside. Rain is not entirely unwelcome, he mused, observing the ground outside. Following the rain, the muddy terrain will reveal footprints left by beasts, aiding us in tracking our prey. As he spoke, he settled down onto a pile of dry leaves. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. He twisted his body and sprang up, startled. "Why the sudden fright?" Zhanlan inquired. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the pile of dry leaves and cleared his throat. "You guessed it correctly." Zhanlan fell silent, while Ye Kongcheng cautiously picked up a branch to part the dry leaves. Suddenly, a grayish-white skeletal hand shot out from beneath the leaves. Ye Kongcheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Living beings were always more terrifying than the dead. He swept the leaves away with the branch, revealing a large pit at the side of the hollow, half of a skeleton buried within, while the other half lay outside the pit, obscured by dry leaves. Beside the skeleton rested an ancient military green backpack, nearly half his height. The clothes on the skeleton had long rotted away, and when Ye Kongcheng prodded them with the branch, they crumbled to ash, revealing a black leather document that fell to the ground. Ye Kongcheng picked up the document and examined the emblem on the cover. "This is a credential from the Adventurers Association," he announced. As he opened the document, he read aloud, "Rijkar, age 35, a 5-star silver medal adventurer of the Adventurers Association. Issued on." He gasped. "This individual lived 220 years ago?" Zhanlan urged, "Search his backpack." Ye Kongcheng nodded and opened the ancient backpack. He first discovered a pouch of coins, clearly old but not yet antiques, as they were merely 2 centuries old. Next came some clothing, followed by outdoor equipment, including a multifunctional laser knife, an energy pot, and an energy stove. What is this? He wondered aloud, and after removing the more common items, he turned his gaze to 2 wooden boxes. These boxes appear to be of greater value. He opened one, revealing an ancient leather-bound book, an antique book. Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up as he opened it, exclaiming, "By the sun, it is a diary." The diary was signed by Rajkar, evidently the skeleton beside him. "Today, Duke Lucen summoned me. He offered me the elixir of Master Saint Cassie. With this elixir, I could save Lilith. But Duke Lucen also made a request. He desires the tears of blood. Where could I possibly find such a legendary item? Even as an accomplished adventurer, I am at a loss. I have finally uncovered the truth about the tears of blood. It originates from a legendary being known as a vampire, a race that indeed exists, referred to as the Blood Clan. I have resolved to embark on an adventure to the Skeleton Star domain, for there have been sightings of the Blood Clan there. Duke Lucen has assembled an adventuring party, and we have arrived at a planet within the Skeleton Star domain. Oh, they are all dead, all dead. I have never encountered such terrifying beings. Why do I feel this overwhelming sense of dread? I managed to escape, but I fear we have encountered the subspace, a realm that science cannot adequately explain, inhabited by formidable entities. Yet I escaped. I thought my injuries were not severe, but they are peculiarly unhealable. It must have been that person's doing. I can do nothing but await death. This feeling is agonizing. I am truly going to die. The diary entries are not daily records, but rather sporadic reflections, totaling only about 20 pages, chronicling Rajkar and Amp, Appos, S adventure from life to death. There and Amp, Appos, S not much to glean from this, Ye Kongcheng remarked, closing the diary. His writing is so hasty that he didn't even clarify who attacked them, humans, beasts, insectoids, or perhaps the vampires they were seeking. Jeanlin replied, at the very least. It confirms that this planet is not safe. I am curious as to why vampires exist on the skeleton planet. It is said that no intelligent race resides there. Ye Kongcheng inquired, are the Blood Clan considered an intelligent race? Jeanlin responded, according to legends, the Blood Clan resembles humans but is superior to them, possessing extraordinary speed and remarkable self-healing abilities. They can also transform other beings into vampires through blood consumption. Ye Kongcheng scoffed, and yet, humanity has endured, while this so-called superior race has faded into the annals of history. Indeed, legends are often mere fabrications. As he spoke, he opened the other wooden box, which contained a few trinkets, a silver cross necklace, a rose-shaped badge, and 3 vials containing potions. Ye Kongcheng tapped the box, finding no hidden compartments or secret spaces. I have no idea what these are. Is this considered a gain? He mused. Jeanlin replied, as for those potions, give me some time, and I should be able to analyze their components and identify them. Indeed, Ye Kongcheng nodded, suddenly asking, these potions are from 2 centuries ago, right? Won't they have expired? Jeanlin reassured him, based on their sealed condition, they should be fine. They are contained in high-quality vacuum vials. Nevertheless, let us take them all for now. Ye Kongcheng glanced outside the tree hollow and noted, the rain seems to have lessened. Let us return. Chapter 113. Li Liehua. As Ye Kongcheng returned to the vicinity of the Blue Fairy, he was momentarily taken aback. He observed the smiling demon in a standoff with someone who was holding Nana hostage. Why is it you again? Ye Kongcheng parted the vines before him and stepped forward. Are you a dog? So clingy. Humph. Li Liehua tightened his grip on Nana's neck, warning, don't come any closer, or I will strangle her. Do as you wish. Ye Kongcheng moved aside to sit down, gesturing for Jeanlin to activate the light screen and display the map. However, Don and Amp, Appos, T say I didn't and Amp, Appos, T warn you. We are on a skeleton planet in the Skeleton Star domain. Li Liehua exclaimed in shock. Aren't and Appos. T we on the industrial star? Ye Kongcheng was momentarily stunned. You didn't know? Nana interjected. This idiot got lost on the Blue Fairy. He knows nothing. Li Liehua's face flushed red as he retorted, shut up. Ye Kongcheng spread his hands. The situation is quite clear. We have successfully taken over the Blue Fairy. Unfortunately for you, it seems your endeavor has ended before it even began. TSK. It's worse than premature ejaculation. At least that has a fleeting moment of glory. Li Liehua shouted, "You shut up too. I have a hostage. And you must listen to me. I and Oppos. VE said you can do as you wish." Ye Kongcheng sat on a log and began to kindle a fire with a stick. "But don't blame me for not warning you. The blue fairy needs repairs. The person you're holding is the only mechanic. If you plan to spend your life here, you might as well eliminate her." Li Liehua and Oppos' expression shifted from shock to contemplation. "Do you think I'm deceiving you?" Ye Kongcheng ignited the bonfire and continued, "Do you think I'm insane? If it weren't for the forced landing, would I come to the Skeleton Star domain? Do you think I'm seeking a death wish? Why not join me for a meal instead, as fate has brought us together?" As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng arranged the four legs of the two-headed dog in a neat row. The smiling demon grinned. "Dog meat, freshly rained upon, a bit chilly. A hot pot of dog meat would be exquisite right now." Gulp. Li Liehua involuntarily swallowed hard, slowly loosening his grip on Nana. "You're right. Let us talk it out." He forced a laugh. "We're not savages. Why resort to violence?" Bang. At that moment, Nana suddenly turned and kicked Li Liehua in the groin, leaving him pale and doubled over, pointing at her. "You vile woman, you think you can kill me? If you do, prepare to spend your life here in solitude." "I hope you can still rise to the occasion," Nana coldly retorted. After saying this, she tossed her hair and walked toward Ye Kongcheng. Ye Kongcheng gave her a thumbs up. This girl learns quickly. After a while, Li Liehua finally regained his composure. Ye Kongcheng waved him over. "Come and eat. We are now in the same boat." Li Liehua grimaced, but walked to sit across from Ye Kongcheng. The legs of the two-headed dog were simmering in broth, while another pair was being grilled. Li Liehua, not one to be polite, tore off a piece of meat and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Ye Kongcheng looked at Zhanlan. "I was about to ask the same question." "Nothing much. It was just too much trouble," Zhanlan replied. "If you see a cockroach in your house, you'll naturally step on it. But if you don't see it, you want to go out of your way to find it. Given our situation at the time, we didn't have the energy to hunt for this fool." Zhanlan made it clear. It had known Li Liehua was on the Blue Ferry because it had hacked into the ship's system and could monitor everything, but was too busy dealing with the Mad Knight and the Federation to bother with Li Liehua. After all, he was merely a lost fool. Ye Kongcheng nodded and turned to Li Liehua. "I want to dwell on the details. I've acquired the Blue Ferry. A spatial anomaly caused the spatial device and energy output device to overload, leading to the forced landing. If you want to leave here, we should set aside our grievances and unite." Li Liehua felt a pang of frustration and complained after a long pause, "You guys are quite something. Why run to the Skeleton Star domain of all places? Just eat your food." Ye Kongcheng sighed and added, "By the way, I found something." Ye Kongcheng tossed the items on the ground and recounted his discovery of the skeleton. "I'm not sure about the rest, but this rose emblem should be a family crest of little use. This cross." The smiling demon suddenly exclaimed, "There's a curse on this cross." "That suits you well." Ye Kongcheng casually tossed the cross to the smiling demon. Her expression turned serious. "This is no ordinary item. A cross is considered a holy relic. If it's been tainted by a curse, it signifies that the curse is indeed extraordinary. Is it useful to you?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. The smiling demon nodded. "Then why all the fuss? If it's useful, that's all that matters. Who cares if the curse is extraordinary?" The smiling demon let out a bitter laugh. Ye Kongcheng's words were true, though a bit rough around the edges. Meanwhile, Li Liehua bit into a dog leg. "The key is the rumor about the Blood Clan. I know a bit about it. Long ago, there was a pirate crew called the Blood Demon, whose captain claimed to be a descendant of the Blood Clan. They were later besieged by the Federation and, in desperation, fled to the Skeleton Star domain." "Oh," Ye Kongcheng remarked. "This might be the clue to the vampires mentioned in the diary, which is why they came to the Skeleton Star domain." "Perhaps," Li Liehua replied. "Not many know about this because the Blood Demon crew was too powerful. I know because I once obtained an item left behind by them. And when I took it to the auction house, the appraiser told me." The smiling demon added, "It's a simple story. An adventurer seeking the tears of blood learned about the Blood Demon crew, came to the Skeleton Star domain, and then encountered a formidable force. leading to the annihilation of the entire adventuring party. Hey, Nana interjected, this has nothing to do with us. We just need to stay here until the energy output device recovers. Why discuss vampires? Ye Kongcheng shrugged nonchalantly, even if they found a vampire. He had no idea what to do next. Moreover, Li Liehua had mentioned that the Blood Demon crew was merely a second-rate pirate group, which completely disinterested him. Being second-rate meant they were poor, and thus offered no benefits. The smiling demon remarked, Nana's suggestion is quite sensible. Let us not wander too far and remain in the vicinity. The skeleton planet is certainly not a place to linger. Ye Kongcheng nodded. We need to stock up on some food, not only for our time on the planet but also to keep some for the Blue Fairy's cold storage. Chapter 114. The Jurassic Era. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Ye Kongcheng drove a military-grade hover SUV off the Blue Fairy. This vehicle was part of the spacecraft's auxiliary equipment, which also included small ships, medevac vehicles, and helicopters. Hey, Ye Kongcheng pointed at Li Liehua. Pair up. You're with me. Li Liehua protested. Why should I team up with you? Ye Kongcheng replied, they're handling maintenance. If I leave you behind? What if you kidnap my mechanic again? Besides, I take it you don't wish to part with your, assets? Nana showed some restraint yesterday. Li Liehua quickly crossed his legs and hurried into the vehicle. We'll venture a bit further today and return before dusk, Ye Kongcheng announced. The smiling demon nodded. Be cautious. Nana tossed a metal canister to Ye Kongcheng, a makeshift signal flare. Use it if you encounter trouble. Ye Kongcheng acknowledged her and drove into the forest. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Liehua pulled out a box of cigars, casually tossing one to Ye Kongcheng. You certainly know how to enjoy life. Ye Kongcheng remarked as he sniffed the cigar before placing it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a flame ignited, lighting the cigar. Good stuff. Li Liehua, toasting his cigar, replied, in our line of work, one must seize the moment. Ye Kongcheng pondered, you're a dark mercenary, aren't you? Li Liehua nodded. What exactly is a dark mercenary? Ye Kongcheng inquired. Li Liehua explained, mercenaries who fight for the Federation are just mercenaries. Those who fight against it are dark mercenaries. Mercenaries work for governments, while dark mercenaries will take any job for the right price. In essence, one has principles, and the other does not. Ye Kongcheng quipped, so. One has integrity, the other lacks it. Li Liehua frowned. That analogy is quite inappropriate. Ye Kongcheng shrugged. At that moment, Jeanlin suddenly interjected, stop the vehicle. I've made a discovery. Ye Kongcheng pressed the accelerator, bringing the vehicle to a halt. What did you find? Jeanlin replied, approximately 200 meters ahead. A life form is retreating at high speed, and it seems to have left something behind. We should investigate. Ye Kongcheng nodded and exited the vehicle, following the direction Jeanlin indicated. However, upon arrival, they found nothing. Li Liehua queried, is your AI reliable? Humph. Jeanlin retorted, I'm undoubtedly more reliable than your intellect. Damn. Li Liehua cursed. You get the AI you deserve. Ye Kongcheng pointed upwards. If it's not on the ground, it must be in the trees. As he spoke, he climbed a large tree and his eyes brightened. At the treetop, he spotted a colossal bird in Dapos. Nest containing giant eggs, each the size of a human head. Hey! Ye Kongcheng shouted down, get ready to catch. He began tossing the giant eggs down, and Li Liehua hurriedly reached out. Moments later, all 5 eggs were collected, and Ye Kongcheng slid down from the tree. What kind of eggs are these? Li Liehua asked. How should I know? Ye Kongcheng replied. They certainly seem edible and likely quite delicious. The two quickly clutched the giant eggs and dashed towards the vehicle, stuffing them into the back seat. Just then, a piercing cry echoed through the sky, and a large bird descended, weaving through the surrounding treetops. Ye Kongcheng and Li Liehua gasped. This was no ordinary bird. It was a dinosaur, a pterosaur. Good grief, we've truly returned to the Jurassic Era, Ye Kongcheng remarked. Why are you wasting breath? Li Liehua shouted, run. As Li Liehua finished speaking, both of them leaped to either side just as the pterosaur landed on the hover SUV with a thundering crash. Creak. The sound of metal groaning filled the air as the vehicle's roof crumpled under the impact. Run, Li Liehua yelled. They swiftly dove into the forest. But the pterosaur let out a low growl and took flight, swiftly pursuing them. This is bad, Ye Kongcheng cursed. We should have listened to your nonsense. We should return the eggs. It thinks we still have them. Is it blind? Li Liehua countered. Where would we hide such large eggs? Go explain to the pterosaur. See if it understands you. Ye Kongcheng shot back. Do you think it's a sentient being? What a headache. Li Liehua glanced back. We're in trouble. It can fly, and we can't shake it off. With a sudden slide, Ye Kongcheng pivoted and declared, then let us fight. Flames ignited around his fist as he hurled the fireball forward. However, the pterosaur was swift, adept at navigating the forest, effortlessly dodging the incoming fireball while relentlessly pursuing them. You're ineffective, Li Liehua retorted, turning to unleash a punch of his own. Boom. An explosive sound erupted as the pterosaur was hit, sending it reeling backward. It's just a bloody mess. Ye Kongcheng stared at Li Liehua in astonishment. What special ability is that? He recalled how Li Liehua had used a similar technique in a bar, seemingly creating an explosion without any contact. Sound wave explosion, Li Liehua explained. Ye Kongcheng nodded, recognizing it as a formidable and rare ability. Despite its injuries, the pterosaur was undeterred and continued its relentless chase. Suddenly, Ye Kongcheng slid forward, halting abruptly to confront the pterosaur. Bang! As the pterosaur charged, Ye Kongcheng braced himself, then flipped onto its back. Zhanlan, Ye Kongcheng commanded, weaponize. With a surge of multicolored light, he raised his fist and struck downwards with tremendous force. Bang! Ye Kongcheng's fist collided with the pterosaur's head, sending it crashing to the ground, dragging along and leaving muddy trails in its wake. Ye Kongcheng leaped off the pterosaur's back, exhaling in relief, finally dealt with. Li Liehua approached. But don't you think we have a bigger problem? Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow. What? Li Liehua replied earnestly. We're lost. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Don't lump me in with you, you directionally challenged fool. Chapter 115. The haunted wall. Ye Kongcheng waved his hand to clear a few vines, crossed the thicket, and gazed ahead in confusion. Li Liehua followed behind with a look of disdain and said, You're not directionally challenged. You're incredible. I'm suffering from the environment, and I have to admit defeat to you. Quickly tell me, where's the way back? Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes and replied, I really don't understand what you find so amusing. Is getting lost advantageous for you? Besides, I don't think I'm lost. Li Liehua asked in bewilderment. Why not? Ye Kongcheng replied, It's hard to explain to someone like you who is directionally challenged. Damn it, Li Liehua retorted angrily. Are you forcing me to fight you? It's just a feeling, Ye Kongcheng said. Those who aren't lost simply aren't lost. It and oppose. S quite natural because I am confident that the path I tread is correct. Li Liehua countered, but we are lost now. Judging by the time. From when we were chased by the pterosaur to when we dealt with it, the time taken to return is clearly disproportionate. The time we've spent heading back is at least double. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Although Li Liehua was directionally challenged, his mathematical skills were adequate. His calculations were correct. If Ye Kongcheng's path was indeed right, there was no reason they should take twice the time and still not find the vehicle. Ye Kongcheng stated, This doesn't mean I'm lost. It merely indicates we've encountered trouble. Li Liehua rolled his eyes. Keep being stubborn. Ye Kongcheng asked, What do you think? This question was not directed at Li Liehua, but at Zhanlan. Zhanlan responded, No one knows what exists on the planets in the skeleton star domain. But my exploration abilities haven't detected any anomalies. You must rely on your own judgment. Ye Kongcheng nodded and took out a signal flare. Li Liehua mocked. I thought you had some clever trick up your sleeve. In the end, you're still calling for help. Without further ado, Ye Kongcheng ignited the signal flare given to him by Nana. The flare shot into the sky and, to the astonishment of both Ye Kongcheng and Li Liehua, it pierced through the atmosphere and vanished from sight. A fist-sized black hole appeared in the sky, approximately 40 to 50 meters above the ground, swiftly closing and transforming into a grayish-white form, resembling thick clouds. Ye Kongcheng looked at Li Liehua and asked, Now do you believe I'm not lost? After cursing under his breath, Li Liehua queried, What on earth is happening? Ye Kongcheng looked up, from the way the signal flare passed through the sky. It seems this area is enveloped by something that simulates the appearance of the sky. However, if it's merely the sky, it shouldn't affect us. Our current situation resembles, a haunted wall? A haunted wall? Li Liehua laughed, Are you referring to that phenomenon where one keeps wandering in circles? No matter which way one goes, always returning to the same spot, as if haunted by a ghost? Something like that, Ye Kongcheng acknowledged. Lilia, displaying a trace of disdain, retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Even if there's a problem, don't attribute it to ghostly tales. Such things are absurd. If there were really a ghost, show it to me." Suddenly, a faint sound emerged beneath Li Liao's feet, prompting him to look down. In the next instant, the ground split open, and a bony hand shot forth. Li Liao quickly stepped back 2 paces, and then the earth cracked open further, revealing a skeletal figure emerging from the ground. "I'm the one who is suffering from the environment, not you," Ye Kongcheng remarked, looking at Li Liao. "Your awakened special ability isn't sonic boom, is it? It's more like a jinx, right?" "Humph." Li Liao scoffed. "It's just a skeleton. What is there to fear?" Crack, crack. As soon as Li Liao finished speaking, sounds erupted around them, far more intense than before. The ground continued to fracture, and one skeleton after another began to crawl out. Ye Kongcheng looked at Li Liao and said, "Just one, huh?" Li Liao, with a mournful expression, replied, "I won't say a word even if you beat me to death." Ye Kongcheng turned to Zhang Lan and asked, "What in the world are these things? Can skeletons move? This seems to exceed common knowledge." Zhang Lan explained, "One possibility is the undead, who resemble the dead yet are indeed living beings, though I've never heard of any skeletons among them. Another possibility is a special ability, such as an illusion or the manipulation of bone-like entities. A third possibility is that I also don't know. You seem rather unreliable lately." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "That is a problem that needs fixing," Zhang Lan replied. "You should first deal with these strange creatures before anything else." Ye Kongcheng grinned. For him, if it were just one skeleton, it might pose some trouble, but with many, things seemed simpler. After all, his divine fire ability was invincible in a group fight. Indomitable will, with battle intent soaring. Ye Kongcheng spread his hands and simultaneously released 2 bursts of divine fire, which quickly merged into his being. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng charged forward and landed a punch on one skeleton. With a resounding crash, the skeleton shattered, and without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng lunged at another skeleton, raising his hand for another strike. Although the skeletons appeared menacing, they were not as formidable as imagined. Ye Kongcheng could shatter nearly every skeleton with each blow. This rendered the effect of indomitable will irrelevant, as Ye Kongcheng sustained no injuries. However, the effect of soaring battle intent persisted, making him faster and his punches heavier, as he annihilated more and more skeletons. Yet, the number of skeletons did not diminish. Approximately 5 minutes later, Ye Kongcheng realized this. In front of these skeletons, he appeared like a god slaying demons, having eliminated at least 100 within a mere 5 minutes. Yet, the number of skeletons remained unchanged, still as numerous as before. Ye Kongcheng began to sweat nervously. The unknown always instills a greater sense of fear. Calm down, calm down. Ye Kongcheng took a deep breath, continuing to shatter skeletons while surveying his surroundings. No new skeletons crawled from the ground, yet their numbers remained unchanged. Was it an illusion? No, that didn't seem right. Ye Kongcheng dismissed his thought, murmuring, if it were an illusion, then the effect of soaring battle intent wouldn't have triggered, as defeating an illusion doesn't count as killing or incapacitating an enemy. Damn it, what is going on? Ye Kongcheng felt a headache coming on. It was clearly not an illusion, yet the skeletons were being defeated without a decrease in their numbers, still remaining as numerous as ever. Wait a moment. Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow, pondering, how can the number of skeletons not decrease no matter how many are struck down? And how can one never return to the original place, feeling somewhat similar? Chapter 116, Virtual Combat Training Device, Zhang Lan. Ye Kongcheng suddenly exclaimed, are you familiar with the Virtual Combat Training Device? Zhang Lan replied, that renowned training equipment company, Blue Tower, has released a simulated training apparatus. Indeed, Ye Kongcheng continued, it is said to be capable of creating training bodies that are not mere illusions. Instead, through the release of mental capabilities, they form a semi-real existence, fully simulating actual combat for training purposes. Zhang Lan pondered for a moment and remarked, if that is the case, It could indeed explain the current situation. The virtual combat training device creates an independent training space, so until the training concludes, one cannot escape, while the number of those skeletons remains constant. Because they are training bodies, Ye Kongcheng interjected. Zhanlan noted. Then, if we can locate the virtual combat training device, we can put an end to all of this. The issue lies in my continuous use of area exploration without discovering anything. No, area exploration should not be employed, Ye Kongcheng asserted. Do you truly believe a virtual combat training device would just appear out of thin air? That seems implausible. Suddenly enlightened, Zhanlan exclaimed, the spaceship. Yes. The answer is the spaceship. A spacecraft that arrived on this planet must contain the virtual combat training device. However, it is likely that the vessel has been destroyed, and its occupants perished, causing the virtual combat training device to malfunction or go out of control, thus creating this space. Although Ye Kongcheng was uncertain that this hypothesis was entirely accurate, given the present circumstances, he believed it was the most plausible explanation. Therefore, you should utilize the infiltration function. Zhanlan ceased speaking while Ye Kongcheng continued to strike at the skeletons. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhanlan spoke up. I found it. Your hypothesis is correct. I have infiltrated the spaceship systems, but the virtual combat training device has gone out of control and cannot be managed through the spaceship systems. Lead the way, Ye Kongcheng commanded. It's close, at the 8 o'clock direction, about 180 meters away, Zhanlan indicated. Ye Kongcheng nodded and called out to Li Liehua. Hey, let's go. I know how to get us out. Another revelation? Li Liehua retorted. You and Oppos, VE already repeated that 800 times. If you and Oppos re not pleased, you can remain in this wretched place. Ye Kongcheng replied. Li Liehua scoffed, but had no choice but to follow Ye Kongcheng as they ran. The distance of 180 meters was not far, and upon re-entering the forest, Ye Kongcheng soon beheld half of a spaceship. The reason it was described as half was that the vessel appeared to have been here for quite some time, with a significant portion already buried in the earth, while a smaller section lay above ground. Since I cannot infiltrate and shut it down, I shall do it manually, Ye Kongcheng declared as he prepared to climb aboard the spacecraft. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground in front of the spaceship, and the earth cracked open as a gigantic skeletal hand emerged from the depths, reaching out towards Ye Kongcheng. Li Liehua shouted from behind, sonic boom. With a resounding explosion, the enormous skeletal hand shattered into countless fragments, raining down like white bones. Ye Kongcheng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, shattering the falling bones. Simultaneously, a massive skeleton erupted from the ground. Compared to the previous skeletons, this one appeared significantly more menacing. Standing about 3.5 meters tall and wielding a silver scythe. Moreover, the shattered arm of the skeletal hand that Li Liehua had destroyed quickly reassembled, reforming itself. I believe, Zhanlan suggested, that perhaps we do not need to enter the spaceship to shut down the device. The training challenges presented by the virtual combat device are progressively more formidable. This may be the ultimate boss. If we eliminate this entity, the training challenge will succeed, and the device will automatically shut down. That would be splendid, Ye Kongcheng called out to Li Liehua. If we can defeat this creature, it should conclude. Li Liehua and Oppos' eyes brightened. Are you saying we have located the main adversary? That and Oppos' excellent. Let and Oppos' unleash our fury. Li Liehua threw a punch, utilizing his sonic boom ability once more, and the left arm of the scythe-wielding skeleton shattered again. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng circled behind the skeleton and delivered a sweeping kick that severed its legs. With a crash, the scythe-wielding skeleton collapsed, bones scattering across the ground. Li Liehua grinned at Ye Kongcheng. It seems our coordination is quite effective. Ye Kongcheng, however, did not share his enthusiasm and cautiously distanced himself from the scythe-wielding skeleton. Do not let your guard down. It is not over yet. Indeed, as soon as Ye Kongcheng's words left his lips, the scattered bones on the ground began to writhe and quickly reassembled onto the scythe-wielding skeleton, reforming its structure. Damn, Li Liehua exclaimed. What kind of trickery is this? Even if we shatter it, it can come back? This is no different from Miss You refusing to pay. It's just being shameless. At that moment, The reformed scythe-wielding skeleton raised its weapon and swung it down towards Ye Kongcheng, the gust of wind roaring as if a hurricane had been unleashed. Zhanlan cautioned, "The combat scenarios created by the virtual combat training device do not cause harm, but it has now gone out of control. Since this device utilizes semi-mental capabilities for simulation, be careful not to be struck. You may indeed sustain injuries." "Will I really be injured?" Ye Kongcheng questioned. "After all, isn't it not physical?" "True," Zhanlan answered. "But what about mental trauma? Are you willing to take the risk?" "Perhaps not," Ye Kongcheng replied as he leaped into the air. The scythe struck the ground, causing the earth to emit a mournful cry and crack open with a fissure several meters long. Evading the attack, Ye Kongcheng extended his hands, summoning two flames. "So, you can reassemble the bones, can you? I refuse to believe that if I turn you to ash, you can still reform." As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng thrust his hands forward, sending two pillars of fire surging towards the scythe-wielding skeleton, which ignited in fierce flames. The skeleton writhed in agony, struggling against the fire while swinging the scythe, producing showers of sparks. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, its bones charred and scattered. Even so, the blackened bones continued to twitch, attempting to rejoin. "I shall deliver the final blow and utterly crush this creature's bones," Li Liehua declared. "If I reduce it to powder, it should be finished." Sonic boom. With a resounding impact, Li Liehua's punch struck the charred bones, resulting in an explosive sound as they shattered into a cloud of black powder, scattering in the wind and vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, with the complete annihilation of the scythe-wielding skeleton, the surrounding scenery underwent a noticeable transformation. Chapter 117. The cruise ship. The trees remained the same, yet they bore evident changes. Their shapes entirely transformed. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "Is this sufficient?" "Indeed," Zhanlan replied. "At least for now, the virtual combat training device has ceased operation." Li Liehua took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Finally, it is over." "Over? How could it be over?" Zhanlan insisted. "This spaceship is a colossal treasure." "Oh, pray tell." Ye Kongcheng responded with intrigue. Zhanlan explained, "The cost of the virtual combat training device is exorbitant. It is not merely an illusion, but is powered by semi-mental energy. Thus, each device is handcrafted and requires an expert of the fifth stage of the genetic gate to create the scenarios using mental energy." Ye Kongcheng expressed his astonishment. "An expert of the fifth stage of the genetic gate? And they must also be proficient in mental energy?" "Achieving the fifth stage of the genetic gate is no easy feat in the Federal Army. Anyone possessing such strength would at least hold the rank of a school-level officer. And after accumulating some merit, they would solidly reach the level of a commanding officer. Even though the federal headquarters is relatively stringent, those dispatched to other star regions would undoubtedly attain this status. Moreover, experts in mental energy are even rarer. Mental prowess relies heavily on innate talent, supplemented by effort and opportunity. Even with both, one must possess formidable capabilities outside of mental energy to reach the fifth stage of the genetic gate. Thus, individuals described as experts in mental energy at this level are as scarce as remnants of a divine race. Zhanlan continued, "Consequently, the cost of the virtual combat training device is high, and production is low, with only about 80 to 100 units produced annually. The official price is 150 million. Yet once they circulate in the market, they are often inflated to around 250 million. Li Liehua gasped, "How much could a second-hand one fetch?" Zhanlan replied, "Certainly not less than 100 million. Ye Kongcheng and Appos' heart raced at the thought. This spaceship was filled with wealth, brimming with riches. Zhanlan added, "The key point is, do you think someone who would spend 200 million on a virtual combat training device aboard this spaceship could possibly be a pauper? Besides that device, what else might this spaceship contain?" Ye Kongcheng and Appos' eyes sparkled. This was a path to fortune. He pondered aloud. "I believe we should inform Smile Demon and Nana, particularly Nana, as she would be the best ally in exploring the spaceship." Zhanlan agreed. "Yes, just note down the coordinates. This place is solely ours, and the spaceship cannot escape." Li Liehua chimed in eagerly, "Count me in. I can contribute as well." Although Li Liehua was swayed by Zhanlan's words, whether he could gain any benefit depended on Ye Kongcheng and Appos' disposition. If Ye Kongcheng was unwilling, he would be unable to take anything away. Let us see how you perform. Ye Kongcheng replied, we will discuss it further once we return. Guided by his memory, Ye Kongcheng navigated for a while and successfully located the vehicle without incident this time. However, it was beyond repair, the front crushed. The duo primarily sought the pterosaur eggs, but alas, none were to be found. Perhaps they were taken by other beasts. It seems we are out of luck. I have never tasted dinosaur eggs, Ye Kongcheng lamented. Abandoning the vehicle, Ye Kongcheng and Li Liehua made their way back. Along the route, they encountered a six-eared, vibrant giant worm, a creature not from the Jurassic era but relatively commonplace on this planet. Li Liehua swiftly dispatched the worm with a single blow, ensuring their dinner was secured. Upon returning to the Blue Fairy, Smile Demon and Nana were already preparing a fire. Li Liehua threw the giant worm onto the ground and shouted, leave the whip for me. I need to replenish my strength. Ye Kongcheng shot him a glance. Are you planning to look for a tree hollow to relieve yourself after the meal? Li Liehua retorted. I have a close friend who has accompanied me for 25 years to assist. Is it any of your concern? Nana interjected with a playful curse. You two rascals. All right, enough with the crude jokes, Ye Kongcheng said as he settled beside Nana. Let us discuss serious matters. I have discovered a spaceship. Without further ado, Ye Kongcheng recounted the details. After listening, Smile Demon pondered for a moment. Jean Lan's deduction appears correct. Given the quality of the training equipment, there may indeed be valuable items aboard the spaceship. However, I reiterate, we are on a planet within the Skeleton Star region. I understand. I have witnessed the extraordinary nature of this planet, which harbors prehistoric creatures. Ye Kongcheng shifted the focus. If we were exploring a planet, I would certainly exercise greater caution. However, we are examining a spaceship that has crashed here. The two scenarios are not of the same nature. Smile Demon nodded, comprehending Ye Kongcheng's perspective. For instance, if they were to discover an ancient ruin, they would be exceedingly hesitant to explore it recklessly, as ancient ruins are inherently perilous. And those within the Skeleton Star region are even more so. Without thorough preparation, it would be wise to approach with extreme caution. However, a spaceship is a different matter altogether. After all, a crashed spaceship does not belong to this planet. Then we shall proceed as you suggest, Smile Demon concluded. Nana added, I will prepare some tools shortly. Ye Kongcheng nodded. Having addressed the pressing matter, the group gathered around the campfire to roast meat, soon indulging in a feast that left them with greasy mouths. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after Jean Lan activated the Blue Fairy's defense system as a precaution, the four companions set off towards the partially buried spaceship. It was a Nautilus 9 model. Nana observed the portion of the spaceship exposed above ground and expressed her astonishment. How could a vessel of this kind appear in the Skeleton Star region? Ye Kongcheng responded. Is there a protocol for such occurrences? Nana elaborated. The Nautilus is a series of luxurious private cruise ships, categorized by size into Models 1, 2, and 3, with Model I being small, Model 2 medium, and Model 3 large. The 9 model denotes a custom design. Ye Kongcheng inquired, is it expensive? Nana replied, from what I can ascertain, this Nautilus 9 appears to be a custom model of medium-small size. For reference, the price of a Nautilus I is 1 billion. Thus, a custom 9 model as a private craft would reasonably be valued at around 3 billion. Ye Kongcheng couldn't help but grimace. The world of the wealthy was utterly incomprehensible. 3 billion? With that amount, one could procure an aircraft carrier. What nonsense is this luxurious cruise ship series? Can it be consumed? Can it engage in battle? Nonetheless, he could understand Nana's bewilderment. Why would a luxury cruise ship find itself in the Skeleton Star region? Chapter 118. Exploration of the luxury cruise ship. The Skeleton Starfield is devoid of human presence, indicating that the skeleton planet lacks any settlements and is unsuitable for habitation by any life forms. However, this does not imply that the Skeleton Starfield has never been visited. Renowned adventurers have indeed ventured into its depths, uncovering many relics that exist solely within this domain. Naturally, such exploration requires considerable strength and skill. The Adventurers Association has established clear regulations. Individuals with a rating below 5-star gold are prohibited from entering the Skeleton Starfield. For instance, The skeleton previously discovered by Ye Kongcheng was related to an adventurer named Rijkul, who was technically in violation of these rules. Rijkul possessed a 5-star silver adventurer's credential, which, while respectable, was inadequate by contemporary standards. It is important to note that Rijkul lived 2 centuries ago, when regulations may have differed significantly. In general, the skeleton starfield occasionally attracts formidable adventurers or those driven to desperation. However, a luxury cruise ship, as its name implies, is a plaything for the affluent, characterized by opulence and indulgence, and is clearly not designed for exploration. Even in the event of an emergency landing, one must question which wealthy individual would choose to indulge themselves near the skeleton starfield. If they would not venture near it, how could there be an emergency landing? Ye Kongcheng scratched his head and stated, "This question eludes me as well. Do you think there is something amiss with this spacecraft?" Nana replied, "To ascertain whether there is indeed something amiss, one must investigate. Come, help me pry open this alloy panel." Nana climbed atop the spacecraft and, after a brief exploration, pointed to a section of the alloy panel. "Allow me," Li Liehua exclaimed eagerly. Such physical labor is typically assigned to men, and Li Liehua was determined to partake. Moments later, the alloy panel was pried open, revealing a dark corridor. Nana illuminated the area with her flashlight and declared, "No issues detected. Let us proceed." Ye Kongcheng donned a steel helmet equipped with a light on the forehead. Upon entering the spacecraft, the darkness enveloped him, triggering the sensor on the helmet, which activated the light. It was evident that this spacecraft had not hosted any living beings for an extended period. Dust and cobwebs coated the surroundings. The others followed closely behind, and Nana surveyed the area. The cargo hold of such a cruise ship is not worth examining, as it is primarily designated for luggage during travel. The truly valuable items are likely located in the command or sleeping quarters. Not so, the smiling demon interjected, advancing a few steps to retrieve a painting from the wall. There are indeed treasures to be found in the corridor. With a puff of air, the smiling demon blew the dust off the painting. Ye Kongcheng leaned in to examine it. The artwork depicted a young woman against the backdrop of a cerulean ocean. "This painting is by Blue Jade," the smiling demon explained. While he is not a particularly famous painter, he enjoys considerable recognition in the galaxy. I have witnessed his work sell for over 10 million at auction. 10 million is quite impressive. Is it an authentic piece? Ye Kongcheng inquired. "I am no expert in authentication," the smiling demon replied. "But do you believe a painting hanging in a cruise ship worth over 3 billion would be a forgery?" The likelihood of such a scenario was indeed minimal. Ye Kongcheng promptly placed the painting into his bag, exclaiming, "We have made a splendid start." Clearly, Ye Kongcheng had previously overlooked the fact that the true value aboard the spacecraft was not limited to its functional equipment. As a cruise ship, it might also harbor a plethora of luxury items. Continuing along the corridor, they soon encountered another painting adorning the wall. This time, without the need for the smiling demon to prompt him, Ye Kongcheng removed the dusty artwork and tucked it away. Regrettably, the corridor housed more than just paintings. Vases, sculptures, and potted plants were also present. However, without proper maintenance, these items had succumbed to the ravages of time or had been destroyed during the emergency landing of the spacecraft. Having traversed the corridor, the group finally entered the sleeping quarters. The hallmark of a cruise ship is the observation deck, constructed from transparent or semi-transparent materials, which occupies significant space. However, there is unlikely to be anything of substantial value. The main areas of interest are the sleeping quarters and recreational spaces. Nana commented while illuminating both sides of the corridor with her flashlight. "This floor consists entirely of sleeping quarters. Let us split up to explore," she suggested. The others nodded in agreement and, armed with flashlights, dispersed to different rooms. Unfortunately, Ye Kongcheng's luck was not in his favor. The first room he entered was uninhabited, with a pristine rejuvenation pod and empty cabinets. He could only retreat with a sense of disappointment and proceed to the next chamber. This time, he entered a room that had been occupied. Perhaps due to the emergency landing, belongings were strewn across the floor, primarily household items. However, Ye Kongcheng's gaze fell upon a metallic gun cabinet. The cabinet was affixed to the wall, and its lock appeared damaged. Ye Kongcheng approached and forcefully pulled it open. In an instant, A variety of firearms revealed themselves to him. Long guns, short guns, handguns, submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, energy-based weapons, kinetic weapons, magnetic weapons, an astonishing array of armaments, along with numerous types of ammunition. 7. 62 51 millimeters, 5. 8 millimeters, 7. 65 millimeters, energy output rounds, and even a box of exceedingly rare memory bullets, capable of memorizing the trajectory of a previous shot, boasting terrifying accuracy and a staggering price. Ye Kongcheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Admittedly, the value of this cabinet's contents was substantial, though it likely paled in comparison to the earlier found painting. Nevertheless, for Ye Kongcheng, the thrill was unparalleled. What man does not adore firearms? Hey, Ye Kongcheng called out as he exited the room. I and Oppos, V found something remarkable. Can someone assist me in moving it? The smiling demon, from a nearby room, inquired, What did you discover? I have also stumbled upon something intriguing. It's firearms. Ye Kongcheng replied as he approached the smiling demoness room. What have you found? The smiling demon chuckled, albeit in a somewhat peculiar manner, gesturing to a collection of items. It seems I may have encountered a fellow professional. Ye Kongcheng stepped closer to inspect. The room appeared to belong to a woman, adorned with various pieces of jewelry and a makeup kit. They seemed rather ordinary, leaving Ye Kongcheng puzzled by the smiling demon's comment. The smiling demon appeared to comprehend Ye Kongcheng's confusion. Approaching, she picked up an earring and, after some manipulation, a sharp spike suddenly protruded from the sapphire embedded within. Chapter 119. The peculiar spaceship. The smiling demon remarked, Observe the color of the needle. It is poisonous. The sapphire on the outside is a mere imitation, crafted from a special material designed to evade detection by instruments. After speaking, the smiling demon picked up a ring, fiddled with it, and subsequently pulled out a thin wire. This is piano wire, encased in a resin film, which allows it to evade metal detectors. It is exceedingly sharp. Even a woman could use it to sever a head with a single twist around the neck. Setting the ring down, the smiling demon then took up a makeup case, opening it to reveal a layer of foundation scraped away. Above lies the foundation, and beneath it, poison powder. I cannot fathom the technique employed to keep the two from mingling. Ye Kongcheng felt a twinge of discomfort and pointed at the items on the table. Are all these instruments of death? Not entirely, replied the smiling demon, but over 80% certainly are. Thus, I surmise that the occupant of this room is a fellow practitioner, an assassin skilled in poisoning. This, Ye Kongcheng frowned, feels rather strange. What do you mean? Asked the smiling demon. I discovered a plethora of firearms, suggesting the inhabitant of the bedroom is likely a master gunsmith. Good heavens. What a collection of trash. Just then, they heard the sound of Li Liehua approaching, and Ye Kongcheng peeked outside to see a dummy being hurled from the bedroom by Li Liehua, sending up a cloud of dust. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon approached, inquiring what happened. Li Liehua replied with irritation, Not a single hair left behind. The occupant of this room must be a muscle-bound maniac. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the dummy Li Liehua had thrown out, which was precisely a wrestling practice dummy, a 1-to-1 weight replica of a human. The room also contained a real-life sparring partner, alongside an assortment of gym equipment, dumbbells, resistance bands, treadmills, sit-up benches, and pull-up bars. It was as if the bedroom had been transformed into a gym. However, one thing was abundantly clear. This room was of little monetary value. The firearms Ye Kongcheng had discovered were of considerable worth, while the assassination tools unearthed by the smiling demon were mostly custom-made and quite expensive, particularly the poisons, which, if of high quality, could surpass the value of the firearms. As for the gym equipment, Ye Kongcheng silently mourned for Li Liehua. Suddenly, a sharp scream drew the attention of the three. Ye Kongcheng's brow arched. That's Nana. The trio hurried toward Nana's room, bursting through the door to find her seated on the floor, a skeleton lying in front of her, and a cabinet ajar. Ye Kongcheng could surmise the situation. Nana had likely opened the cabinet, causing the skeleton to tumble out, startling her. He kicked the skeleton aside, saying, Why fear the dead when the living pose a greater threat? Nana wiped her cold sweat. How could I not be frightened by such a sudden apparition? Ye Kongcheng chuckled lightly, intentionally steering the conversation elsewhere. Did you find anything? Nana shook her head. Only a valuable energy sword. She gestured toward the side of the rejuvenation pod, where an ancient energy sword lay. Upon seeing it, Ye Kongcheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he picked it up, exclaiming, "This is the Skywalker's E-type energy sword, a true antique." From a practical standpoint, the Skywalker's E-type energy sword was rather mediocre. Being an old relic first unveiled over 3 centuries ago, while it was impressive in its time, it now seemed somewhat outdated. Nevertheless, as a classic model, its low production volume rendered it more a collector's item than a weapon, with a market price around 2 million. A far cry from its original selling price of merely 110,000. Not too shabby, a small profit indeed, Ye Kongcheng mused. And its appreciation potential is quite substantial. Nana nodded. I wish to keep it. The crafting of energy swords is an essential course for a mechanic. And I wish to study the manufacturing techniques of vintage energy swords. Ye Kongcheng waved dismissively, as long as it pleases you. At that moment, the smiling demon interjected. The occupant of this room is likely a bounty hunter. As the smiling demon spoke, he pushed aside the broken bones of the skeleton to retrieve a badge from within. Look here, he said. This is the identification badge of the Bounty Hunter Guild. If it was not stolen from this individual, then he was indeed a bounty hunter. Lilia was scoffed. Badges aren't worth much. They can be easily replaced. Who would bother stealing such a thing? Ye Kongcheng remarked. Therefore, it stands to reason that the resident of this room is undoubtedly a bounty hunter. The smiling demon nodded. This spaceship is quite peculiar. Indeed, it is very strange. Ye Kongcheng agreed. Typically, a luxury cruiser would serve the whims of wealthy young men, yet the occupants of this vessel are a killer, a gunsmith, a bounty hunter, and likely a muscle enthusiast. They seem utterly mismatched with the spaceship. Clapping his hands to regain their focus, Ye Kongcheng said, I share your curiosity, however, for now. We need not dwell on it. Our primary objective is to uncover valuable items. The ownership of this spaceship is irrelevant to us, and our exploration has only just begun. Has it not? The smiling demon chuckled. True enough. Let us first move that gun cabinet and gather the gym equipment for our own use. Agreed, Ye Kongcheng nodded. But let us make our next move swiftly. Exploring the spaceship would require considerable time, for even a medium-sized vessel necessitated thorough exploration of all its sectors. While it might take little time to traverse each area, meticulously searching them was no small task. The 4 of them carried their findings back along the same route. After which the smiling demon and Li Liehua transported the items back to the Blue Ferry. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng and Nana kindled a fire beside the spaceship to prepare their meal. Once the smiling demon and Li Liehua returned, the 4 shared a meal before continuing their exploration of the spaceship. Nana, holding a flashlight, led the way, suggesting, I believe we should alter our strategy. This spaceship feels rather odd, and the items we have found differ greatly from our initial expectations. I propose a comprehensive exploration. Ye Kongcheng nodded in agreement. Very well. We have time. How long do you estimate it will take to examine every area thoroughly? About a week, I would say, Nana replied. Chapter 120. The target organization upon re-entering the Nautilus 9 class spacecraft, the primary area of exploration remained the sleeping quarters. Nana was exceedingly familiar with the spacecraft's layout, and according to her plan, they could complete the exploration of all the bedrooms today, while tomorrow would be dedicated to the command center and leisure areas, followed by the engine room, power room, and cargo hold. However, after examining the sleeping quarters, the 4 of them found the results increasingly perplexing. Ordinarily, this Nautilus 11 class spacecraft should accommodate 12 individuals, as evidenced by the usage marks in the 12 bedrooms. Yet, the identities of these occupants were decidedly peculiar. Aside from the previously identified 4, one adventurer was confirmed, as a certificate from the Adventurers Association was found in the room, along with 2 mercenaries whose chambers bore a shared emblem. The other bedrooms lacked distinctive markers that could ascertain the professions of their owners. However, a common thread emerged. None of the room and Oppos' occupants appeared to be ordinary individuals. The most striking detail was the presence of weapons, as nearly every room contained armaments, alongside exercise equipment. This sharply contrasted with the Nautilus 9 class cruiser's intended purpose, which hardly resembled a spacecraft accommodating a group of affluent leisure travelers. In truth, This matter was not of great importance. After all, Ye Kongcheng and his companions had already reaped substantial benefits. The actual purpose of this spacecraft was inconsequential to them. Yet human curiosity often prevails. Li Liehua speculated, could it be a cosmic pirate crew that has commandeered this spacecraft? Ye Kongcheng replied, don't be ridiculous. While it's plausible to consider assassins or mercenaries as members of a pirate gang, bounty hunters are the sworn enemies of space pirates. I might begrudgingly entertain the notion that they have switched careers, but what of the adventurer? Surely, he cannot be a space pirate. Adventurers are generally recognized as a prosperous profession. If they were of lesser caliber, it would be one thing, but the certificate from the Adventurers Association indicates a 2-star gold rating. The highest rating is diamond, followed by gemstone, then gold, each with 5 tiers, and only 12 adventurers in the universe have attained the diamond rank. Thus, a 2-star gold rating signifies a formidable adventurer. Notably, such accomplished adventurers are rarely in financial distress. They can easily extract wealth from ruins. Why would someone of that caliber engage in the treachery of cosmic piracy? Do they relish the thrill of living on the edge? Li Liehua retorted. Perhaps they do find it thrilling. As they conversed, they entered the leisure area, which was the next primary zone for exploration. In most spacecraft, the leisure area primarily serves as a dining and stargazing space. However, on the Nautilus 9 class, it was a meticulously curated core area, featuring a game room, billiards hall, squash court, pool hall, and a network center, all brimming with entertainment options. The aspect that amused Ye Kongcheng most was the gravity training room and virtual combat training apparatus, which were inexplicably included in the leisure area, prompting him to consider whether training was merely a pastime for these wealthy individuals. Nonetheless, this triviality was not worth dwelling on. More importantly, they had uncovered a significant find, the virtual combat training device. This apparatus could fetch at least 100 million, and despite its current malfunctions, selling it for 80 million would not be out of the question, especially since Nana could repair it. Bringing this back to the Blue Fairy will certainly validate our expedition. Ye Kongcheng remarked with a smile. I never anticipated such substantial gains from our journey to the Skeleton Star Domain. Indeed, we are fortunate, the smiling demon replied. But do not take this as a norm. Frequent forays into the Skeleton Star Domain could lead to unforeseen peril. Ye Kongcheng chuckled. Rest assured, I am not that foolish. At that moment, Li Liehua shouted, come quickly. I have discovered something extraordinary. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon exited the billiards room, while Nana also emerged from the adjacent chamber, observing Li Liehua's animated exclamations. Ye Kongcheng led the way to investigate, exclaiming, isn't this just a conference room? Li Liehua insisted. Look at the emblem in the center of the table. The conference table was a round design, with an unusual emblem etched in the center, a grand, archaic bow, upon which rested not an arrow, but a hunting rifle. Hiss! The smiling demon gasped in realization. The target organization. Both Ye Kongcheng and Nana echoed in confusion. What? Li Liehua scoffed. You may be skilled, but your knowledge is lacking. You have never heard of the target organization. The smiling demon spoke solemnly. The world is not merely divided into good and evil. While I often perform good deeds, I do not deny my identity as a killer. I am indeed a villain. But some individuals are beyond mere villainy. They are devoid of humanity. Li Liehua lit a cigar, stating, the target organization has ancient roots. Originally a hunting club formed by affluent individuals. Eventually, the thrill of hunting exotic beasts no longer sufficed. Thus, they devised a more exhilarating game, hunting humans. Ye Kongcheng's brow furrowed, while Nana's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Liehua continued, when even hunting humans grew tiresome, they conceived increasingly brutal games, such as severing the hands of their victims and forcing them to fight with their teeth, or imprisoning individuals in scalding cages to battle, with failure resulting in a fiery demise. The smiling demon interjected, in essence, this is a collective of wealthy psychopaths convening to engage in twisted murder games. The Federation has investigated them, but the members are all affluent, and wealth can circumvent many obstacles. Li Liehua concluded. This clarifies why the professions of those in the bedrooms seem entirely incongruous with this spacecraft. They were likely dispatched to the Skeleton Star Domain by the target organization for their perverse games. Ye Kongcheng remarked, It seems our curiosity has unraveled the mystery. Let us proceed, the smiling demon stated. I wish to have no association with this repugnant organization, even if it is merely their emblem that I see. Li Liehua concurred. I wholeheartedly agree. Ye Kongcheng and Nana nodded in agreement. Although, from the Federation and Appos' perspective, the four of them were deemed villains. It was undeniable that each of them maintained their own moral boundaries, whether it be Ye Kongcheng, the smiling demon, or even Li Liehua, the mercenary willing to do anything for money. The target organization, however, evidently operated without any moral compass. Chapter 121. The Coming Danger for Ye Kongcheng and His Companions. The Hunter organization was merely a minor interlude they preferred not to dwell upon. Their primary concern at the moment was the relocation of their belongings. The virtual combat training device was swiftly moved out, along with other valuable items, such as the gravity chamber. In essence, the gravity chamber was simply a room reliant on gravitational technology, which was quite costly, typically ranging from 3 to 500,000 for standard models, and upwards of $1 million for high-end versions. It could be sold or constructed anew aboard the Blue Ferry. As they transported the virtual combat training device, Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Shall we explore the warehouse area tomorrow?" "Indeed," Nana nodded. However, considering that cruise ships typically house little more than food and daily necessities in their warehouses, the likelihood of discovering anything of value, particularly given the circumstances surrounding the spacecraft, seems rather slim. Ye Kongcheng smiled. "It matters not. We cannot depart just yet. Having come this far, we might as well have a look." Nana agreed. "Very well. I shall prepare dinner, and we can continue our exploration tomorrow." The night passed without incident. The following day, the quartet re-entered the Nautilus 9 spacecraft, venturing into the warehouse area, which lay within the mid-lower tiers of the vessel and marked the final phase of their exploration. They approached a metal door leading to the warehouse area. Nana manipulated the electronic lock, causing the metal door to rise slowly. Almost immediately, Ye Kongcheng, the smiling demon, and Li Liehua assumed a defensive stance. Something was amiss in this area. Behind the door lay a corridor, its walls smeared with a viscous white substance that resembled an oversized spider's web, some strands as large as a human head, while others spanned horizontally at least 7 or 8 meters. "I'll take the lead." Ye Kongcheng gestured. "Be cautious." Despite the unsettling atmosphere, retreat was not in Ye Kongcheng's nature. The smiling demon and Li Liehua were unlikely to back down either. They merely sensed danger. To withdraw at this juncture would be cowardly. Proceeding cautiously, Ye Kongcheng drew his military knife and whispered, "Zhanlan, initiate area exploration." Zhanlan responded, "No biological targets detected. Though the readings may be inaccurate due to significant interference, there appears to be some form of unstable magnetic field present." Ye Kongcheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate, and continued onward. As his shoes made contact with the white substance, he felt a strange pull, offering resistance with each step. The further they ventured, a pungent, metallic odor became increasingly apparent. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor, where another metal door awaited, similarly coated in the white substance. Beyond this door lay the main area of the warehouse. Nana stepped forward, illuminating the electronic lock with her flashlight, attempting to decipher the password. Suddenly, Zhanlan warned, "Watch your head." Ye Kongcheng swiftly grasped Nana's shoulder, pulling her behind him just as a metal panel above them plummeted, accompanied by a cascade of green, viscous liquid. Sizzle, sizzle. The liquid struck the floor, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the surface, releasing a foul stench. "Corrosive liquid," Li Liehua shouted. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng delivered a powerful punch upward, flames engulfing the fallen steel panel. A piercing sound erupted, reverberating through the corridor, sending shivers down their spines, a palpable sense of imminent danger. Instinctively, Ye Kongcheng leaped aside. Sizzle. At that moment, they heard the anguished screech of metal being forcibly severed. Turning back, Ye Kongcheng beheld a gaping crack where he had just stood, and from the ceiling descended a monstrous creature. It resembled a spider but was the size of a millstone, with 8 dark, metallic limbs gleaming ominously. "Zerg!" Li Liehua exclaimed in astonishment. The Zerg were a cosmic menace, their origins shrouded in mystery. They were known to be perilously dangerous, exhibiting near-perfect organic forms, extraordinary healing abilities, and tenacious vitality. The Zerg were inherently formidable, yet devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct, akin to feral beasts that attacked and hunted indiscriminately, posing a threat to all non-Zerg life forms. Their prolific reproductive capabilities, coupled with their ability to drift through space, endangered entire star systems. Jeanlin identified. This is an Alza C-class metallic spider. The Zerg were categorized into 3 types: Alza, workers; Lydell, warriors; and Tianhua, queens, each subdivided into 5 ranks from A to E, with A being the strongest and E the weakest. Ye Kongcheng glanced at the severed metal panel, who determined the Zerg and Oppos as classifications. A C-class worker can effortlessly slice through metal? Perhaps it has mutated, Jeanlin suggested. My recommendation is to flee. Zerg typically inhabit in swarms. As Jeanlin's words fell, the metallic spider's limbs sliced through the floor, tearing away another metal panel, which it hurled towards Ye Kongcheng. Reacting swiftly, Ye Kongcheng retreated and delivered a powerful kick, sending the panel flying. He then drew an energy pistol from behind him, an armament salvaged from their previous quarters. Bang, bang, bang. Golden energy beams shot forth, striking the metallic spider and producing a sound akin to metal clashing, accompanied by showers of golden sparks. They were taken aback. The creature's body exhibited the resilience of metal, leaving only faint indentations upon impact. As Ye Kongcheng's energy pistol overheated from continuous fire, the metallic spider emitted a shrill scream and lunged forward. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng cursed, just as Li Liehua seized the moment to strike. With a thunderous boom, the metallic spider was sent hurtling against the wall. Chapter 122. The nest creak. The metallic spider rolled over and quickly regained its footing. Li Liehua's strike merely left a few faint marks on its surface, hardly inflicting any damage. Damn! How tough is this thing? Li Liehua exclaimed. Aim for the abdomen, Jeanlin advised. The only weakness of the metallic spider is its abdomen, the only part of its body that is not metallic. The metallic spider writhed on the ground and then swiftly flipped over, charging towards Ye Kongcheng once more. Ye Kongcheng quickly assumed a defensive stance and glanced beneath the metallic spider. Knowing its weakness made it considerably easier to deal with. As the metallic spider approached, its sharp pincers lunged at Ye Kongcheng, who swiftly rolled to the side. In the moment he landed, he kicked upward, toppling the metallic spider onto its back. In that instant, Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' eyes gleamed. The spider and Oppos' abdomen lacked a metallic sheen, revealing a layer of pale, soft shell. Break it! Ye Kongcheng bellowed, raising his fist and bringing it down with force. However, due to his momentary delay in observation, the metallic spider twisted its body, evading the blow. Ye Kongcheng and Oppos' fist struck the ground, creating a fist imprint, but failed to hit the metallic spider. Again, Ye Kongcheng lifted his weapon and fired. The bullets struck the metallic spider. Although they did not cause significant harm, the impact forced the creature to retreat. Ye Kongcheng focused intently on the metallic spider, timing his advance precisely as it staggered back from the force. Jeanlin, weaponize! Ye Kongcheng called out. A dazzling array of colors swiftly enveloped his arms, transforming them into armored gauntlets. With a resounding thud, Ye Kongcheng's fist crashed into the spider's carapace. He could distinctly feel the metallic texture and hardness. Yet the impact still forced the metallic spider down onto the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ye Kongcheng grasped the pincers of the metallic spider and flipped its body over, hoisting it into the air. A single slash. The smiling demon raised the cursed knight's sword and declared, "Flash." A silver light streaked forth as the sword sliced downwards. With a sound akin to a rip, a fissure appeared on the soft shell of the metallic spider, which rapidly expanded to an observable length. The soft shell of the metallic spider cracked open with a sharp noise, white fluid spraying forth as the spider's 8 legs convulsed before falling silent. Let us go. Ye Kongcheng grasped Nana's hand and swiftly retreated. We must leave this place at once. Are the insectoids terrifying? Indeed, they are. However, the current metallic spider posed no significant threat to Ye Kongcheng and his companions. In fact, if they had not been in a rush, all of them, except for Nana, possessed the capability to exhaust the metallic spider. Yet, the true horror of the insectoids extends beyond mere combat prowess. As Jean-Lan had previously noted, the insectoids are predominantly social creatures. Creak, creak. As Ye Kongcheng and his companions turned to flee through the passage, a sudden cacophony erupted around them. Dozens of metallic spiders burst through the ceiling, blocking their escape route. Ye Kongcheng had indeed guessed correctly. Those white strands were webs. The metallic spiders had claimed this passage as their nest. Damn, so many. Li Liehua muttered. Are they trying to kill us? As he spoke, he threw a punch forward, utilizing his sonic explosion ability to blast one metallic spider away. Yet, in that moment, a sound sliced through the air behind him, drawing ever closer. Li Liehua quickly ducked, watching as a mass of white goo soared overhead, adhering to the passage entrance and forming a massive spiderweb that sealed off their exit. Ye Kongcheng and his companions exchanged glances of disbelief. The insectoids were not sentient beings, but rather perfect organic entities devoid of intelligence. The webbing could not have been a deliberate act by the metallic spider. They were simply unfortunate enough for the web to land at the passageway. The web was incredibly bothersome, sticky, adhesive, and resilient. While it was not impossible to remove, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and given the circumstances, it was clear they wouldn't have the time to clear the web. Ventilation ducts, Jean-Lan reminded them. Ye Kongcheng immediately looked up to see a square vent grate on the wall to the right. He exchanged glances with the others, then took 2 steps back, leaping off the wall to smash through the grate, swiftly crawling inside. Sonic explosion. Li Liehua unleashed a barrage of sonic blasts to fend off the metallic spiders, while the smiling demon hoisted Nana, sending her toward the vent opening. As Ye Kongcheng released his grip, he pulled Nana inside. You too. Ye Kongcheng instructed Nana to crawl ahead for a moment before calling out, "Hurry up." The smiling demon made a running leap, grasping the edge of the duct and flipping himself in. Li Liehua faced a more challenging situation, as he was the last one remaining. With all the metallic spiders focusing their attacks on him, he retreated to the base of the duct, then suddenly brought his hands together and slammed them down against the ground. The sound of a massive explosion echoed within the duct, sending invisible ripples outward from Li Liehua's position, knocking the encroaching metallic spiders away. Li Liehua leaped upward as Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon reached out from either side of the duct entrance, pulling him in. At that moment, a metallic spider attempted to leap after them, but became stuck at the entrance, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. Crawl forward, Jean-Lan advised at the opportune moment. Take a right at the next junction, then continue straight. At the second junction, turn left and proceed forward. In times like this, following Jean-Lan's guidance was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Though her area exploration ability could not fully map out the structure of the entire spaceship, she could easily detect the layout of nearby areas, including the presence of any potential threats. Thus, with Jean-Lan leading the way, they could deftly navigate around hidden insectoids. While there might be unavoidable encounters ahead, for now, the immediate danger had been temporarily averted. Chapter 123. Forward. As Li Liehua climbed, he lamented, "Our luck is truly abysmal. Why must the insectoid race appear here?" The smiling demon replied, "Those detestable creatures are ubiquitous throughout the cosmos. Their emergence anywhere to wreak havoc is hardly surprising. Otherwise, how could they be labeled as the enemies of the universe?" Li Liehua clicked his tongue, offering no rebuttal. He merely voiced a complaint. For all beings in the universe are well aware of why the insectoids are so loathsome. Let us set aside such concerns for now, Ye Kongcheng interjected. In times like these, discussing the insectoid's presence is utterly futile. Our foremost priority is to escape this spacecraft. Nana, apart from our current exit, are there any other egresses? Nana responded, "The point through which we entered was forcibly pried open. The entrance of the Nautilus 9 is situated towards the lower end and has long been buried. However, we can utilize the escape pod's ejection passage. Do you know where it is?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. "I do," Nana affirmed. While exploring the rest area, we spotted the ejection passage extending from behind a glass wall, indicating the escape pod should be directly below the rest area. Ye Kongcheng instructed, Jean-Lan. Understood. Without the need for further elaboration from Ye Kongcheng, Zhanlan took charge, directing, at the next junction, turn right, then proceed straight, at the second junction. Turn left, and continue forward. The ventilation ducts were a convoluted maze. Even with a clear direction, accurately reaching a specific area was challenging. However, with Zhanlan's regional exploration, as long as Nana provided precise information, Zhanlan could ascertain the exact route. Zhanlan instructed, turn right ahead, and jump down at the end. Ye Kongcheng complied, swiftly climbing to the designated spot, kicking open the duct cover, and leaping down. This led into a corridor, marked with a sign reading, no entry for unauthorized personnel. Zhanlan remarked, this area is directly beneath the rest area, but the exact location of the escape pod remains unknown. The smiling demon suggested, if we advance a bit further, we should be able to locate it. However, Ye Kongcheng did not immediately proceed. Instead, he stealthily advanced half a step, adopting a combat stance. I suspect, Ye Kongcheng began, it may not be so easy to pass through. A faint noise reverberated within the corridor, as if something was vibrating. Gradually, at the corridor's end, an insectoid creature flapped its wings, producing a tremulous sound. Its body resembled a disc, densely covered with tiny red eyes atop. Zhanlan identified, that is an Alza construction type B-grade insectoid, the thousand-eyed worm. Li Liehua cursed, these wretched creatures are tenaciously persistent. As the group drew near, the thousand-eyed worm suddenly opened its mouth, spewing forth a green liquid. Sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the ground, instantly forming a multitude of white foams and leaving evident charred marks on the metallic floor, indicating its potent corrosive nature. Ye Kongcheng observed the ground and remarked, this could pose a problem. Simultaneously, the thousand-eyed worm opened its maw again, repeatedly unleashing corrosive liquid, forcing the group to retreat once more. Corrosive venom is a common ability among insectoids. Most of them possess this capability. In truth, as long as one avoids contact, the venom is not particularly terrifying. However, the current space was too confined. A corridor wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals meant the thousand-eyed worm could occupy a third of the width with a single spray of venom, making evasion exceedingly difficult. We cannot retreat any further, Ye Kongcheng declared. Is this creature's body composed of metal as well? Not at all, Zhanlan clarified. The thousand-eyed worm is a reconnaissance-type insectoid worker, possessing remarkable dynamic vision and the ability to spray corrosive venom. Its defensive capabilities are rather weak. However, do you have a way to evade its venom and eliminate it? Ye Kongcheng chuckled. If evasion is impossible, then we shall not evade. In such a constrained space, dodging the corrosive venom was exceedingly challenging, even for Ye Kongcheng, whose abilities from the first stage of the gene gate were speed-based. Thus, bang, Ye Kongcheng suddenly struck the metallic wall with his elbow, repeatedly pounding it until the metal warped, ultimately tearing it free and hurling it at the thousand-eyed worm. The creature swiftly flapped its wings, pressing its body against the ceiling to dodge the thrown metal. In that instant, Ye Kongcheng seized 2 cables from within the alloy wall and dashed towards the thousand-eyed worm. Puff, puff. The thousand-eyed worm sprayed venom once more. But Ye Kongcheng twisted his waist, slipping through the gap between 2 streams of venom, and hurled the cables into the creature's mouth. Zzz. The harsh sound of surging electricity echoed as the thousand-eyed worm crackled and fizzled, its body becoming charred and falling to the ground, convulsing. With a sonic boom, the thousand-eyed worm had not perished yet, and Li Liehua immediately stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted as the thousand-eyed worm and Apos' body shattered, sending splatters of blood in every direction. Ye Kongcheng smiled and pointed to his head, stating, combat relies not solely on brawn, but also on intellect. Li Liehua rolled his eyes, retorting, while you're busy boasting, we might as well hurry forward. Ye Kongcheng shrugged and continued onward. After traversing approximately 10 meters, the corridor opened into an oval-shaped hall. Nana and Apos' expression brightened as she exclaimed, we found it. Help me open this valve. The side of the hall featured a rotating valve, which was not under system control and required manual operation. After Nana tinkered with the electronic lock, a ring of exhaust vents emerged around the valve, releasing white gas. after which the valve bolt sprung free. I'll go left, you go right, Ye Kongcheng instructed the smiling demon. Let us exert our strength together. The smiling demon nodded. The valve bolt was cylindrical. Once they positioned themselves on either side, they pushed forward in unison. With the rotation of the valve bolt, one side of the alloy wall began to rise slowly. Behind the wall, a glass window revealed rows of small white escape pods. With a control console positioned in front of the glass, Nana approached the console and began manipulating it, stating, "These are inflatable pods. We will need some time for them to inflate." Li Liehua pointed to the other side and said, "That one isn't inflatable." Nana rolled her eyes, replying, "That is a lifeboat, not an escape pod." Ye Kongcheng sighed, "Being of low intellect is not your fault. Flaunting your ignorance is a transgression." Li Liehua promptly directed a middle finger at Ye Kongcheng, exclaiming, "Shut it." Chapter 124. Chaos. The escape pod is not to be confused with a lifeboat. The former is far simpler, resembling a colossal water bucket, designed to be ejected towards a nearby planet in times of peril. Encircling it is a ring of inflatable cushions that mitigate the impact upon landing. In contrast, a lifeboat can be likened to a miniature starship, utilized when a starship encounters a grave mishap and no planets are available for the escape pod's ejection, allowing it to drift temporarily in the void of space. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the grand door of the hall, which now bore a dent. The Azure intruder breached the starship and Oppo's defense systems, activating the photonic screen to project the unfolding scene. In the corridor outside, a multitude of insectoid creatures surged towards the energy chamber, some flying, others crawling, numbering at least a dozen. Bang! Li Liehua hastily shut the door, cursing, "These fiends are relentless." "Did I not warn you?" Zhanlan replied. The thousand-eyed worms are reconnaissance-type construction insects. After gathering intelligence, they will inevitably relay it to other insectoid species. The smiling demon nodded in agreement, adding, "These creatures seem capable of communication without devices, while they lack intelligence. They engage in simple signal exchanges. This facilitates the thousand-eyed worm's ability to summon reinforcements, meaning encounters with them often herald an impending encirclement by the swarm." Creak! Just as the smiling demon finished speaking, a scythe-like appendage suddenly sliced through the metal door, barely grazing Li Liehua's cheek. Ye Kongcheng immediately drew his weapon, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that struck the scythe, resulting in a resounding crack as it severed, releasing a torrent of foul liquid. "How long do we have?" Ye Kongcheng inquired. 5 to 7 minutes, Nana replied, fiddling with the console. "Perhaps longer. This starship has been neglected for too long, and the instruments are operating abnormally. Hurry," Ye Kongcheng urged, bracing himself against the door. Bang! Bang! The door was violently assaulted, and Ye Kongcheng felt the vibrations pushing against him. Fortunately, the door was not large, and the corridor outside was relatively narrow. This meant that at most only 2 insectoids could assault the entrance simultaneously, allowing him to withstand the onslaught to some extent. However, in that instant, a loud clatter echoed as the vent cover in the energy chamber fell away, and a small insectoid emerged, no larger than a head, resembling a spiky sphere. "This is a stinger," Zhanlan explained. "An E-class construction insect of the Alza type. It is not particularly formidable." Ye Kongcheng sighed in relief. "That's somewhat reassuring." Zhanlan continued. "Though not powerful, this creature is explosive." Ye Kongcheng gasped, "Explosive?" In the next moment, the stinger's body began to swell like a balloon, rapidly increasing in size until it reached half a person's height. Shielding field. Ye Kongcheng quickly positioned Nana behind him and activated the protective barrier. The smiling demon swiftly drew his sword, slicing through the alloy panels on the ground and sending them flying towards him. Li Liehua lamented, "I have no defensive skills." At that moment, the stinger had grown significantly larger. Gritting his teeth, Li Liehua dashed into a corner, squatting down with his head tucked beneath his arms. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, sending the stinger's spikes hurtling in all directions. Ye Kongcheng's shielding field shattered under the force, riddled with fine cracks. The alloy panels before the smiling demon resonated with sharp sounds as the spikes pounded against them, creating deep indentations. Moments later, the cacophony of the spikes subsided. Ye Kongcheng looked up to find the stinger reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Li Liehua screamed from the corner, "Oh my God, my behind, my flowers." Ingenious as he was, Li Liehua had wisely positioned himself as far from the stinger as possible. The distance weakened the impact of the spikes, diminishing both their quantity and spread. Nevertheless, his rear was still covered with a myriad of spikes, leaving it resembling a curled-up hedgehog. Yet this was not the worst of it. The stinger and Appos' intent was not merely to inflict minor wounds. The spikes that struck the door had completely obliterated it, leaving it riddled with holes. The insectoids outside immediately breached the now-ruined alloy door and surged inside. "Damn it!" Ye Kongcheng cursed, swiftly charging out, kicking one of the insectoids backward, then raising his weapon to fire repeatedly. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out incessantly. "Put in more effort," Ye Kongcheng shouted to Nana. "Faster, please." 30 seconds. Almost there, Nana began a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Just as the energy pistol in Ye Kongcheng's hands overheated and ceased firing, a radiant, multicolored aura enveloped his arms as Zhanlan activated weaponized mode. Ye Kongcheng took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful punch towards the metallic spider. Boom! The air trembled, followed by a tremendous roar. The smiling demon appeared behind the metallic spider just in time, showcasing their synergy by deftly raising his sword to lift the spider into the air. In an instant, Ye Kongcheng and Appos' fist descended. The metallic spider emitted a piercing shriek. Even before Ye Kongcheng and Appos' punch made contact, the force of his fist and Appos' wind shattered the soft shell of the spider and Appos' abdomen. But this was not the end. "Get lost," Ye Kongcheng bellowed, thrusting his right fist forward. The multicolored aura shimmered once more, red flames surging forward. With a whoosh, those insects blocking the entrance exploded in a flurry of gory disintegration, their blood splattering across the ground, while the bodies of the insectoids were reduced to ash upon contact with the flames. Panting heavily, Ye Kongcheng supported himself on his knees. At that moment, Nana abruptly lifted her head and shouted, "Hurry, we can leave now." Chapter 125. The Bastion Worm. As Nana's voice faded, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly cracked open, revealing a dark, gaping passage. Behind the glass wall, an inflated escape pod rolled sideways, unveiling the opening of the fissure. Swiftly, Nana dashed forward, flung open the pod's hatch, and shouted, "Go." The group hurriedly moved towards the escape pod. Ye Kongcheng was the last to approach. While retreating, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side, the force of his blow shattering the body of a nearby insectoid creature. After dispatching the beast, Ye Kongcheng twisted his ankle and spun into the air, flames erupting from his arms as he created a fiery barrier that repelled the encroaching insectoids. With this tactic, he managed to delay the swarm just long enough to leap into the escape pod. Li Liehua quickly sealed the pod's lid and called out to Nana. "We're ready." Nana promptly pressed a button on the control panel, and a resounding rumble filled the air. "Hold on tight," she warned. In an instant, the escape pod was propelled forward by the thrusters at the bottom of the launch tunnel. The pod surged ahead with remarkable speed, vibrating violently as the 4 occupants clung desperately to anything within reach to maintain their balance. Moments later, a section of armor on the top of the Nautilus 9 opened, revealing a large circular hole, and with a loud bang, the escape pod was ejected through it. The pod tumbled through the air for a brief moment before plummeting to the ground, crashing into a cluster of branches. It bounced several times, tossing its occupants around inside, who struggled to endure the dizzying sensations. Eventually, the pod collided with a large tree and came to a halt. Ye Kongcheng opened the hatch and, feeling disoriented, stumbled out and collapsed onto the ground. The others fared little better, all experiencing a wave of dizziness. Nana knelt nearby, retching, while the smiling demon steadied the escape pod. Trembling slightly, Li Liehua, like Ye Kongcheng, plopped down on the ground, letting out a pained cry as he remembered his posterior had been pierced by a stinger. After a while, Ye Kongcheng began to feel somewhat better and surveyed the surrounding trees. "Where exactly are we?" he inquired. "We're near the spaceship," Nana replied. "I couldn't set the launch tunnel's power to maximum. It could have shot the pod from outer space to the planet." So, with nearly zero propulsion, we only landed a few hundred meters from the spaceship. Ye Kongcheng nodded. This location isn't secure, as we cannot ascertain whether those wretched creatures will pursue us. We must leave immediately and return to the Blue Fairy. Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, interrupting him. A massive crack formed several dozen meters away, and a colossal insectoid creature emerged from the earth. Good heavens! Li Liehua exclaimed, staring in shock. Is that also an insectoid? It looks like a meatball. Before them stood a gigantic bastion worm, resembling a small mountain. Its irregular cylindrical body nearly 10 meters tall, surrounded by countless writhing tentacles. Zhanlan interjected. This is a D-class bastion worm of the riddle type. Worker insects are never leaders. There must be warriors or a queen directing them. In the next moment, the bastion worm seemed to sense the presence of Ye Kongcheng and his companions, and its tentacles surged towards them. Boom, boom. Ye Kongcheng swiftly retaliated, striking one of the tentacles with his fist, shattering it. The smiling demon gracefully wielded his knight and Appos' sword, causing several tentacles before him to freeze in midair. Suddenly, those tentacles exploded, disintegrating into chunks of flesh. At that moment, another tentacle shot up from below, ensnaring Ye Kongcheng and Appos' ankle and lifting him into the air. Let go, he shouted, dangling upside down. He swung his fist at the tentacle, but it deftly evaded his strike, while another tentacle approached from the side, piercing toward him like a sharp spear. Ye Kongcheng twisted his body with force, spinning in midair to evade the incoming attack. Zhanlan warned, the bastion worm's tentacles can regenerate infinitely. We must strike its core. Ye Kongcheng drew a deep breath, but it seems this creature is unwilling to let me approach easily. It appears the time has come to employ some cunning. He shattered the tentacle that had ensnared his ankle and bolted sideways. Get back! Ye Kongcheng commanded as Li Liehua and the smiling demon prepared to assist him. I can handle this. I and Appos' devised a strategy. His movements became erratic, weaving in an S-shape, then a Z-shape, circling around the bastion worm before abruptly halting. Ye Kongcheng shrugged. This should suffice. As he darted around, the bastion worm and Appos' tentacles became entangled, creating a chaotic mass resembling a tangled ball of yarn. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng crouched low and leapt forward like a cheetah, charging at the bastion worm. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the creature, creating a massive gaping wound as Ye Kongcheng pierced through its body. The bastion worm writhed in its final throes, eliciting a hint of surprise from Ye Kongcheng, who marveled at the insectoid's resilience. Truly, the insectoids are hailed as the most perfect organic beings. Their vitality is remarkable. He mused. It also possesses formidable healing capabilities, the smiling demon shouted. Seize the moment. Let us finish it together. Li Liehua nodded in agreement. Let us go. Sonic boom. Though occasionally a fool, Li Liehua was astute in battle. He unleashed a punch that struck the already wounded area, causing a thunderous explosion as chunks of flesh erupted, widening the gaping wound. Simultaneously, the smiling demon took a deep breath, grasping the sword hilt and assuming a poised stance. A cutting strike, he declared, sever. Chapter 126. The swarm rampages. A silver light surged forth from the ground, striking fiercely at the fortress insect, cleaving its body cleanly in two. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kongcheng leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a torrent of flames, swiftly engulfing the fortress insect. In mere moments, it was reduced to charred remains. Finally, that has settled, Li Liehua remarked. However, before his words could settle, a thunderous noise erupted around them. From the fissure torn by the fortress insect, countless swarms of insects began to emerge. Ye Kongcheng, glancing at Li Liehua, sighed. I can confirm once more, your peculiar ability is not a sonic boom, but rather a raven's curse. With a look of indignation, Li Liehua slapped himself, declaring, if I speak again, I shall be your grandson. Zhanlan interjected. The fortress insect is a warrior type among the swarm. If it led the worker insects, its demise should cause the others to scatter. The smile demon inquired. What do you imply? Zhanlan replied emphatically, there are certainly more warrior insects nearby, and considering that the fortress insect is not a leader, The other warriors must be of a higher tier. What if a Tianhua-level mother insect appears? Li Liehua began, but before he could finish, Ye Kongcheng swiftly punched him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Remember your words, Ye Kongcheng admonished angrily. If you utter another word, you will be my grandson. You shall face the mother insect yourself. Li Liehua trembled at the thought. A Tianhua-level mother insect was no foe for just anyone. Realizing this, he chose to remain silent, understanding the gravity of his earlier words. Simultaneously, the swarm of insects, emerging from the ground, spread out like a tide, swiftly surrounding Ye Kongcheng and his companions. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng declared, "This is truly a life-and-death situation." He slightly bent his body, arms poised in a defensive and offensive stance, embodying the essence of combat. The Smile Demon gently caressed the sheath of his knight's sword. Li Liehua, eager to rally their spirits, opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained, fearing his own unfortunate words. Nana shivered slightly, though she had gained more courage since first encountering Ye Kongcheng. The dense swarm still frightened her. The only reassurance she found was in clutching a self-made grenade from her satchel. With renewed resolve, Ye Kongcheng inhaled deeply, adjusted his breath, and then roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Without hesitation, the three of them moved to protect Nana and charged into the swarm. "Flames!" Ye Kongcheng shouted, "Charge!" The searing fire quickly enveloped his arms before surging forward, transforming into a blazing pillar that incinerated the insects in its wake. The Smile Demon slowly drew his sword, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Since acquiring the cursed knight's sword, he had fought several battles, each time unsheathing it to vanquish foes. This was the first instance he drew his sword before engaging in combat. Gently, he caressed his demonic mask, and a scarlet glow ignited in his eyes. "Hellstyle?" The Smile Demon exclaimed as he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. "Let the blood bloom." In an instant, he dashed forward through the swarm, traversing several meters before halting to unleash another flurry of strikes. With a series of muffled explosions, insects burst apart, leaving behind scattered fragments. "Come on! Come on! Come on!" Li Liehua shouted, raising his fist with fervor. "Explode! Explode! Explode! Annihilate these wretched insects! Your existence is merely fodder for my feast." Li Liehua's sonic abilities were indeed formidable. Each strike resonated with explosive force, causing the air to tremble around him. The surrounding insects dared not approach within 3 meters. The moment they did, they would be obliterated. 3 meters of invincibility. In that moment, Li Liehua embodied those words entirely. Yet, despite their advantage, the expressions of the trio grew increasingly grave. There were simply too many insects. This was no mere gathering of creatures. They faced a veritable tide, and any lapse in focus could lead to their complete engulfment. "We can no longer linger," Ye Kongcheng stated, crushing the skull of an approaching insect. "Though we have slain many, we have scarcely advanced. This cannot continue. We must carve a path and break through. Shall we combine our forces to forge a way?" The Smile Demon suggested. Ye Kongcheng nodded, gesturing for Nana to come closer. "Nana, move to the center. If we increase our speed, you must keep up, no matter what." Nana bit her lip, affirming, "I will keep up." "If I can't, there are no ifs," Ye Kongcheng interrupted sternly. "As long as I live, you shall live." Li Liehua moved closer to Ye Kongcheng. "Shall I lead the charge? These insects are quite weak, inferior even to the metallic spiders I have encountered on the cosmic ship. They seem to be the feeblest E-grade workers. Given my ability to obliterate targets in a single blow, I am best suited to pave the way." Ye Kongcheng and the Smile Demon nodded in agreement. Ye Kongcheng's flames required time to spread and reach their full potential, while his explosive abilities could only target one foe at a time. Moreover, with all 4 of them charging together, they would inevitably be close, risking collateral damage from his explosions. The Smile Demon possessed exceptional swordsmanship, but each strike had to be executed individually. While the power of his sword was immense, the efficiency was less than optimal. Thus, Li Liehua and Apos' sonic abilities were indeed the most fitting for breaking through. Just then, Nana spoke up. "Let me try?" Ye Kongcheng paused. "Surprised? You?" Nana nodded. "I have some specially made explosives that should prove effective in this situation, but I will need cover." "That is not a problem," Ye Kongcheng replied. "The 3 of us are no slouches." The Smile Demon added, Then let us proceed. Nodding in agreement, Nana produced a bomb the size of a child's fist and hurled it into the swarm. Chapter 127. The onslaught. The square bomb descended into the tide of insects, not detonating immediately, but instead shimmering with a faint blue light. In the next instant, it seemed to generate an immense gravitational pull, drawing in a vast circle of the insect horde. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the bomb erupted, unleashing an energy sphere with a radius of 5 meters. Any creature engulfed by this sphere was instantaneously reduced to ash. Nana remarked, "It's a rather simple energy bomb. However, I have equipped it with a vortex suction device that pulls surrounding targets toward the center of the explosion 6 seconds before detonation." Ye Kongcheng gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Impressive. He had always held a deep respect for Nana's mechanical skills, which, though somewhat traditional, had proven adept even in the crafting of bombs. At that moment, Nana produced a metal rod and handed it to Li Liehua, saying, "Throw it hard, aim for the sky, ensuring it floats at least 5 meters high." "All right." Li Liehua responded enthusiastically, "Watch me." As he spoke, he took the metal rod and propelled it upwards, releasing a minor sonic boom as a boost. The rod spiraled into the sky. Suddenly, numerous tiny apertures appeared around the rod, and beams of energy cascaded downwards, spinning as they descended. Upon striking the insect horde, these beams swiftly sliced through the bodies of the creatures. In the blink of an eye, dozens of insect bodies were severed, clearing a substantial area. Yet this was not the end. Bang! The energy beams persisted for approximately 10 seconds before the rod detonated in midair, sending shockwaves in spherical waves outward, propelling the insects away. Nana, exasperated, said to Li Liehua, "You overdid it. If only the explosion had maintained a distance of 3 to 5 meters from the ground, we could have wiped out a larger swarm." Li Liehua chuckled awkwardly, "I'll be more careful next time." As they conversed, Nana retrieved a third bomb. This one appeared more conventional, resembling an oversized hand grenade. However, with Nana's craftsmanship, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Boom! Upon being thrown, the grenade erupted violently, flames surging outward. But that was not the end. Accompanying the fire, the shockwave rapidly spread, and the grenade released over 100 small steel balls that shot outward, utilizing the explosive force to pierce through the surrounding insects. Yet still, the assault was not finished. After the dual onslaught, the grenade spewed forth a multitude of liquid, a potent sulfuric acid that hissed upon contact with the insect bodies. Nana and Appo's proficiency with explosives was impressive. She reached into her bag for a fourth bomb, but was halted by Ye Kongcheng's hand on her shoulder. "That's enough. We have plenty of quality munitions. Let's not waste them. The breach has been made. We must accelerate our escape. Though bombs are effective, they have a delay and require precise targeting. If we delay even slightly..." Ye Kongcheng turned his gaze to Li Liehua. Li Liehua laughed heartily. "Finally, it's my turn to shine." He exchanged places with Ye Kongcheng, positioning himself at the forefront, then unleashed a series of powerful punches. Sonic boom, sonic boom, sonic boom. Li Liehua and Appo's rapid-fire attacks outpaced Nana and Appo's bombs, especially since she had already created an opening, allowing everyone to advance. As he sprinted forward, he continued to unleash sonic booms with greater ease, ensuring the gap remained unblocked by newly emerging insects. After charging ahead for over 10 meters, they entered the heart of the insect tide, and the group's expressions relaxed slightly. Maintaining this pace, they could certainly break through. Suddenly, Zhanlan shouted, "Be cautious ahead." Bang! Li Liehua activated his sonic boom again, but this time it failed to displace the insects blocking their path. Zhanlan warned, "C-class armored claw insects of the Arza engineering type possess formidable defenses, surpassing even the metal spiders we've encountered before." "Damn it," Li Liehua cursed. "No wonder it didn't go down with a single hit." The smiling demon raised his sword. "Let me cleave through them." "Not necessary," Li Liehua replied defiantly. "It seems I must unleash my true capabilities." With a deep breath, Li Liehua extended his palm, summoning a faint red divine flame that danced and crackled in his grasp. He roared, "There is nothing in this world that I cannot obliterate. If one attempt fails, then I shall double my efforts." As he declared this, he slammed the divine flame to the ground. "Charge, my comrades!" Your valiant sacrifice is needed. Nana rolled her eyes, retorting, "Are you trying to show off to impress someone?" Meanwhile, the divine flame that Li Liehua had smashed to the ground shattered like glass, scattering into countless tiny flames, each no larger than a fingernail. However, their sheer number was staggering, amounting to dozens. These tiny flames began to writhe on the ground, swiftly transforming into miniature fire beings with flame-shaped heads, limbs, and feet, rushing forth in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. As the onlookers gaped in astonishment, when these tiny fire beings plunged into the insect horde, a cacophony of explosions erupted, sending plumes of flames soaring skyward, thick black smoke billowing into mushroom clouds overhead. Within a 30-meter radius, every insect that obstructed their path was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind, not even a drop of blood, which had been vaporized by the searing flames. Li Liehua and Apos, S face lit up with triumph, and he provocatively raised an eyebrow at Ye Kongcheng. "Behold my divine flame ability, a bomb squad of fearless warriors. Impressive, isn't it? Are you intimidated now?" Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "If you have time to boast, you should hurry up and move forward. There are still plenty of insects around." As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng led the way, swiftly traversing the area that had just been cleared. Chapter 128. Breakthrough. Despite Li Liehua's formidable divine fire ability creating a significantly large breach in the tide of insects, it did not guarantee their safety. The sheer number of the insect swarm was overwhelming. Taking advantage of the opening, Ye Kongcheng sprinted forward, advancing over 50 meters. Yet the end of the insect tide remained elusive, with the surrounding insect creatures numbering in the thousands. Upon reaching the edge of the breach, Ye Kongcheng called out to Li Liehua, urging him to unleash another explosive attack. Li Liehua, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "My ability allows me to create explosive bombs from divine fire, but it is a consumptive power. After using it, I must wait for the divine fire to gradually recover before I can use it again." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "How long does it take for the divine fire to recover?" Li Liehua replied, "Generally, it takes about 25 to 30 minutes. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. Typically, divine fire is continuous, meaning it can be employed until extinguished. Of course, Li Liehua's ability is of a consumptive nature, requiring a period of regeneration after each use. The comparison between the two types of abilities is complex. The former is stable, while the latter boasts greater power and effects, with the recovery time of divine fire being paramount. Li Liehua's explosive sacrifice squad was somewhat disadvantageous. Although its power was terrifying, it required nearly half an hour for the divine fire to recover, rendering the ability effectively useless during that time. If a single strike could obliterate an opponent, it would be acceptable, but otherwise, it risked leaving him vulnerable to counterattacks. Not pleased with Ye Kongcheng's disdainful gaze, Li Liehua retorted, "Once I elevate my divine fire to the levels of Earth Flame, Destiny Flame, Extreme True Flame, or even Demon Flame and Divine Flame, the recovery time will undoubtedly shorten." Ye Kongcheng shrugged. "Let us see when you accomplish that." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, positioning himself at the forefront. "Now," Ye Kongcheng declared, "let us see what I can do." The smiling demon interjected, "Have you gathered enough power? If not, I can hold the line for a while." "No need," Ye Kongcheng insisted. With both hands, he summoned 2 flames, black and white, that danced between his palms before gradually merging into his body. Li Liehua was taken aback. 2 flames? In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng lunged forward. His divine fire abilities, characterized by indomitable will and spirited combat, were ideally suited for the current onslaught of insects. However, these abilities required a period of accumulation to elevate Ye Kongcheng and Apos' strength to a formidable level. Now, he felt that he was ready. "Let me through," Ye Kongcheng shouted, stepping forward powerfully and launching a punch. Merely relying on the force of his fist, the insects before him exploded into oblivion. Li Liehua exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of cursed divine fire ability is this? How could it enhance your strength so dramatically?" "Just watch," Ye Kongcheng replied. "You all protect Nana. I will charge ahead." As he spoke, he dashed forward, leaping into the air and executing a sweeping kick that sent the nearby insects bursting apart, even before they could close in. In the next moment, as he landed, he wasted no time and raised his fist again. "Flame. Charge." Ye Kongcheng bellowed, with a resounding boom. As he propelled his fist forward, raging flames surged forth, transforming into a colossal fire column, significantly thicker than before. Ye Kongcheng did not merely throw one punch. He unleashed a series of punches, each creating successive fire columns that surged into the insect tide, erupting in violent explosions that spread outward, engulfing the area in a sea of raging flames. Charge, charge, charge. Ye Kongcheng urged, sprinting forward. His release of flames was not haphazard. He intentionally left an opening at the center. The four of them dashed ahead, and as they broke through the flames and Oppo's edge, they collectively exhaled in relief. Finally, they had escaped. Don't celebrate too soon, Ye Kongcheng cautioned. Those damned creatures will undoubtedly pursue us. We need to keep moving. As he spoke, he took the lead again. In truth, with Ye Kongcheng's speed, once he broke free from the insect tide, he would be essentially safe. Were there fast insects within the tide? Certainly, some could rival his speed. But the necessity for the insects to move in unison would inevitably slow their pace. Yet, Ye Kongcheng would not abandon his companions. However, the speed of the four was indeed greater than that of the densely packed insects, quickly creating a gap between them. But this was not a guarantee of safety. Faster. Faster, faster. Ye Kongcheng urged, clapping his hands to motivate his comrades. They nodded, their minds devoid of thoughts other than the singular focus to run faster. Just then, a buzzing sound resonated from above, growing ever closer and clearer. Li Liehua glanced up, cursing, "Damn it, it's the thousand-eyed worm." Though these insects lacked intelligence and fought solely on instinct, they understood simple concepts without needing to think. Unable to immediately pursue Ye Kongcheng and his companions, the insect swarm had dispatched the thousand-eyed worms. These reconnaissance-type soldiers were not particularly powerful. While they had posed some challenges aboard the Nautilus 9 spaceship due to the narrow confines, their corrosive venom was less formidable in the open forest. Each time a thousand-eyed worm spat its corrosive venom, it required a 1 to 3 second interval, which was ample time for a person to react and evade in an open space. The issue, however, lay in the speed of the thousand-eyed worms. As reconnaissance units, their rapidity was expected, and their ability to fly made targeting moving foes even more complicated. This meant that the thousand-eyed worms would relentlessly pursue them, making it impossible to evade their surveillance. Then, when they grew tired, fatigued, and weary, the tide of insects would return with a vengeance. Chapter 129. The cliff. One must never allow the thousand-eyed insects to follow. Ye Kongcheng, while advancing, unleashed a powerful punch towards the sky. The sheer force of his blow sending several of the insects plummeting down, though only a handful met their demise. Taking a deep breath, he conjured a wave of flames that surged skyward, yet the agile insects scattered at once, rendering his fiery assault ineffective against the majority of them. Cursed be it. Ye Kongcheng could not suppress a curse, although he had anticipated that ordinary attacks would prove futile against the airborne insects. The confirmation of his suspicions was disheartening. Most critically, these creatures must be eradicated. Just then, Nana suddenly called out, "We're at the edge of the forest." Ye Kongcheng snapped back to reality and observed that the trees ahead were thinning, with the sunlight filtering through the foliage growing increasingly bright. Then came the sound of gravel cascading. As Ye Kongcheng reached the forest's edge, he found himself before a steep cliff, sloping at approximately a 60-degree angle, with a daunting height of at least 100 meters. Turning back, Ye Kongcheng saw the thousand-eyed insects still flitting about, the tide of insects behind them unbroken. Lurking within the forest, evidently in pursuit. Before him lay an impasse. Damn it! Ye Kongcheng could not help but curse again, then steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and declared, "We jump." Li Liehua, astonished, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? We and Oppos, LL end up as a pile of mush. It's better to fight to the death." Ye Kongcheng retorted, "At a 60-degree angle, we can slide down. We must take this chance. Turning back is a dead end. Once our strength is spent, we will become corpses. Mere fodder for the insect swarm. You're insane, insane, insane." Li Liehua muttered in disbelief, pacing in circles. Ye Kongcheng ignored him and turned to the smiling demon, asking, "Are you willing?" With a smile, the smiling demon replied, "I'm the only one who has no worries." The explanation is somewhat intricate, but to put it simply, due to my curse, if I leap down, I likely won't perish, and I am confident I can manage. Ye Kongcheng nodded and extended his hand towards Nana, stating emphatically, leave everything to me. If I live, you live. If I die, you die? Do you dare? Nana glanced back at the pursuing insect horde, inhaled deeply, then extended her right hand to clasp his. Ye Kongcheng also took a deep breath and shouted, jump. He was the first to leap, with Nana reacting a moment late, almost yanked down the cliff by Ye Kongcheng. Yet, she did not collide with the rocky surface. He had pulled her close, cradling her protectively in front of him. Clearly, Ye Kongcheng intended to absorb the impact alone, a feat made possible by Nana's diminutive stature as a member of the Mouse clan. Otherwise, such an act would have been quite challenging. The smiling demon, without a hint of hesitation, advanced as nonchalantly as his smiling demon mask suggested, taking a step forward before sliding down the cliff. With a clang, after gliding down 5 or 6 meters along the cliff's edge, the smiling demon unsheathed his knight's sword, using the tip to brace against the cliff, creating a friction mark that extended downwards. Damn it, you lot are all crazy. I don't want to play this dangerous game. Li Liehua shouted down the cliff, glancing at the insects closing in behind him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, but I'm loyal. I can't abandon you. As he spoke, he leaned forward, sprinting along the cliff for a few meters before tumbling down, beginning his own slide down the cliffside. Ye Kongcheng, the first to leap, naturally descended the furthest. At that moment, his only thought was pain. His back burned fiercely, his joints felt as if they were shattering, and his muscles screamed in agony. He could even hear the sound of his clothing being shredded as he fell. Suddenly, a protruding rock loomed before him. Without hesitation, he kicked it apart, sending shards flying, some striking his arms, shoulders, and cheek, leaving trails of blood. Nana, nestled in his embrace, was on the verge of tears. Ye Kongcheng could have avoided the debris, but in his effort to shield Nana, he could only continue on a straight path downward. As he passed a branch jutting out from the cliff, it sliced through the fabric of his right sleeve, blood seeping from the gash. Just 10 meters to go. Ye Kongcheng bellowed, summoning all his strength to stand upright. Holding Nana tightly, at the bottom of the cliff, a ledge awaited, transforming the steep descent into a near-vertical drop. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng roared like a beast, bending his legs before leaping forward, plummeting toward the ground. Boom. As he leapt, he cradled Nana with one arm while thrusting his other hand downward, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted upon impact, generating a powerful shockwave that cushioned their fall before crashing to the ground. Thud. Upon landing, Ye Kongcheng rolled sideways repeatedly. Nana was thrown clear but quickly scrambled to his side. Nana bore few injuries, for Ye Kongcheng had shielded her throughout the ordeal. However, Ye Kongcheng appeared in dire straits. His clothing lay in tatters, his body riddled with wounds, blood seeping from numerous cuts, staining his attire in a mottled display. I'm fine. Ye Kongcheng forced himself to stand, declaring, we need to help them. Looking up, he saw the smiling demon following closely behind. And Ye Kongcheng realized it was too late to assist. With a crash, the smiling demon landed, the hard ground cracking beneath him, yet he rose as if unscathed. Do not worry about me, the smiling demon assured Ye Kongcheng. While not exactly immortal, the curse upon me ensures I won't perish easily. Hey. At that moment, Li Liehua's voice echoed from above. Help me. Ye Kongcheng looked up once more, then unleashed a punch towards the sky, using flames to bolster Li Liehua and amp Oppo's descent, sending him crashing safely into the nearby thicket, where branches would soften his impact. Chapter 130. The Ruins. After completing everything, Ye Kongcheng stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Nana was quick to catch him. The smiling demon instructed, help him sit down, I shall examine him. Nana nodded and assisted Ye Kongcheng to sit against a massive stone. The smiling demon pressed on various spots of Ye Kongcheng's body, inquiring, does it hurt? After a moment, the smiling demon sighed in relief, saying, fortunately, no bones are broken. These are merely contusions. A bit of rest should significantly improve his condition. Zhanlan mentioned, he has a sealed orchid heart in his pocket that can heal wounds. This orchid heart was collected by Ye Kongcheng on Skeleton Island. initially intended for concocting a genetic potion. However, upon encountering the rockskin serpent, he decided to save the orchid heart since its fangs could also be utilized for the same purpose. Zhanlan continued, crush it and apply it to the wounds. The quantity may be insufficient, so focus on the more severe injuries. Nana nodded and promptly crushed the orchid heart, applying it to Ye Kongcheng's wounds. A noticeable cool sensation replaced the intense pain, effectively alleviating his discomfort, and most importantly, the bleeding ceased rapidly. After a brief respite, Ye Kongcheng propped himself against the stone and declared, I believe we have rested enough. Let us proceed. Although most of the insectoids will be halted by the cliff, the thousand-eyed worm possesses the ability to fly and may descend to follow us. The smiling demon nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, we should not linger. Nana, assist him as we move. Nana nodded, slightly straining as she supported Ye Kongcheng, while the smiling demon helped Li Liehua to his feet. Below the cliff lay an expansive forest. This planet's terrain is predominantly forested. They had not reached the end of the forest, but merely encountered a geological fault. Re-entering the forest, Zhanlan reported their surroundings every half-minute, checking for signs of biological activity and whether the insectoids were in pursuit. Perhaps luck was on their side. As they ventured forward, there were no signs of life, nor did the insectoids appear. The smiling demon remarked, we have traveled approximately 2 kilometers. At our current pace, the thousand-eyed worm should be able to catch up, yet they remain absent. It is highly probable that we have evaded them. Li Liehua interjected, that is hard to say. Though it is my first encounter with insectoids, I have heard tales of these cosmic foes, unyielding until one side is entirely annihilated, or they abandon the chase only under impossible circumstances. The smiling demon countered, isn't the cliff an impossible situation for them to pursue? Li Liehua replied, but the thousand-eyed worm can fly. Moreover, I have heard that many of the insectoids can burrow underground. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden rustling sound echoed around them, as if something were digging through the earth. Abruptly, the ground ahead fissured, and numerous insectoids emerged. These creatures stood upright, their bodies hunched, with upper limbs resembling scythes, evoking the image of a mantis. Yet their heads were elongated and grotesquely curved, drooping close to the ground. Zhanlan identified, they are the C-class variant of the Arza engineer type, the scythe mantis. Ye Kongcheng inhaled deeply and pointed at Li Liehua, exclaiming furiously, I refuse to die this time. I'll seal your foul mouth with glue. One must not tempt fate to such an extent. Li Liehua wore a mournful expression, lamenting that had he not become a dark mercenary, he could have easily been a sorcerer, for his tongue seemed to wield curses more potent than any spell. The smiling demon released Li Liehua, asking, can you walk on your own? Li Liehua gritted his teeth, feeling the pain radiating through his body, and replied, I must manage, for I refuse to perish here. The smiling demon nodded and proclaimed, you all take care of yourselves. I will lead the way. With a screech, the scythe mantises lunged forward, their claws poised to strike. Without hesitation, the smiling demon unsheathed his sword, whispering, charge. In an instant, the smiling demon seemed to vanish, reappearing behind several scythe mantises. A silvery line appeared between them. In a moment, splat, 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 the bodies of the scythe mantises were cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground as a foul, yellow-brown liquid oozed from their severed forms. However, with the demise of the scythe mantises, the sound of shifting earth echoed around them, indicating that more insectoids were ready to emerge from the ground. Quickly, the smiling demon shouted, run while they are gathering. I will cover your retreat. As he spoke, the smiling demon swiftly dispatched a scythe mantis that had just emerged from the earth and joined the others in their flight. Run, run, run. They pressed on, disregarding fatigue and pain, driven solely by the urge to escape. Everything seemed to revert to their previous rhythm, and thankfully, there was no swarm of insects. Only several scythe mantises emerging from the ground to attack, which the smiling demon could manage. Even so, lingering was unwise. While Nana was adept with explosives, her close combat abilities were nearly non-existent. Her mental control was ineffective against the mindless insectoids. At present, she could offer no assistance. Ye Kongcheng and Li Liehua were both in a semi-injured state, unable to fight as they had before, placing the burden squarely on the smiling demoness shoulders. Yet, even he could not possibly eliminate such a vast number of scythe mantises in one go. Thus, they continued to flee. At that moment, Nana suddenly exclaimed, "Look! Up ahead seems to be another end." The earlier sensation returned, the trees abruptly thinned out, and as the canopy receded, sunlight began to shine brighter. However, that brightness did not necessarily herald hope. If they were to encounter another cliff, they could scarcely endure another upheaval. After a brief interval, Ye Kongcheng and the others finally reached the terminus, stepping into the sunlight, revealing before them a magnificent ruin. A grand relic stood amidst the forest. Chapter 131. The mystery of divine fire. The ancient ruin resembled a pyramid, yet it was not entirely the same. If a pyramid has triangular sides, this ruin and Apos' sides were trapezoidal, and as they ascended the steps, three distinctly recessed layers became apparent, imparting a sense of depth to the structure. Let and Apos' go. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ye Kongcheng decisively commanded, "We must climb upward." Nana nodded, supporting Ye Kongcheng as they advanced swiftly, with the smiling demon and Li Liehua following closely behind. Curiously, when the four reached the steps of the ruin and began their ascent, the mutant scythe mantises had already pursued them to the base of the ruin. Yet, as if deterred by some unseen force, the mantises refrained from pursuing further. Li Liehua glanced back at the mutant scythe mantises, puzzled. "What is happening? They seem unwilling to follow us." Ye Kongcheng furrowed his brow. "It appears they are afraid of the ruin's presence." The smiling demon suggested, "We shall see." He picked up a stone from beside the steps and hurled it downwards. The stone struck one of the mutant scythe mantises on the head, eliciting a piercing shriek as it began to pace restlessly, visibly enraged. Yet it dared not take a single step onto the steps. Ye Kongcheng expressed his astonishment. They truly do not dare to enter the vicinity of the ruin. How peculiar. Li Liehua mused. What could be causing this? The smiling demon replied, "Whatever it is, it seems to be advantageous for us at the moment, allowing us to shake off these bothersome creatures, albeit temporarily." Indeed, Ye Kongcheng nodded. Although they seem reluctant to enter the ruin, they also show no intention of leaving. Gazing down at the ruin, it was evident that while the mutant scythe mantises refrained from entering the steps, they remained stationed at the base, clearly not good news. Could Ye Kongcheng and his companions possibly stay within the ruin indefinitely? "Let us not dwell on that for now," Ye Kongcheng declared. "We need to rest and recover our strength before considering other matters." The smiling demon agreed. "Yes, let us ascend further." The ruin was more magnificent than they had anticipated. It stood at least 70 to 80 meters high, if not 100. The steps were steep and arduous, and after a considerable climb, the four had only reached a third of the way up. Here, they encountered the first recessed layer, as if a section of the wall had been excavated inward, adorned with peculiar characters and patterns. "Let us take a break," suggested the smiling demon. "After all, those mutant scythe mantises will not catch up to us." The others concurred and settled on the ground to rest. Nana removed her water pouch and tended to Ye Kongcheng's wounds, offering him a sip. Meanwhile, the smiling demon scrutinized the characters on the wall. The smiling demon had roamed under this starry sky far longer than Ye Kongcheng could have imagined. So long that even he could not recall the duration. He was neither an archaeologist nor an adventurer, but had traversed numerous star domains, witnessing many ancient civilizations. Thus, despite never studying formally, he had absorbed much through experience. However, the characters before him felt foreign. He swore he had never seen or heard of them before. This was indeed intriguing. The smiling demon chuckled, recognizing that with his wealth of experience, it was rare to encounter something completely unfamiliar. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng suddenly exclaimed, drawing the smiling demon's attention. "What is it?" the smiling demon inquired. "Is something wrong with your body?" Ye Kongcheng shook his head. "Nothing is wrong. Rather." He clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds from his knuckles. "It seems my strength has progressed to the mid-stage of the third phase of the gene gate." The smiling demon was taken aback. So soon? He recalled that Ye Kongcheng had consumed the gene potion on Industrial Star, reaching the third phase of the gene gate. It had only been a short time since. And now he had advanced from the early to mid-stage? Has it only been about half a month? He wondered aloud. "What have you done?" Ye Kongcheng replied with a wry smile. "We have been together every day. If I accomplish something, would you not know? Li Liehua interjected. I have heard that a person and Appo's potential is limitless, and the brink of life and death often triggers a surge of latent power. We were in grave danger earlier. Perhaps the pressure compelled you to unleash your full potential. Ye Kongcheng retorted, so I should have exploded with power when I was being hunted. But now that we are safe, I suddenly gained strength? You are just rambling. Li Liehua grinned, if you don't believe it. Then the only other explanation is that you have evolved into an insect, completing a full metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly. You may look more beautiful now, but you are still just a bug. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes, too exasperated to respond to Li Liehua, who was merely trying to provoke him. Zhanlan suddenly remarked, It is due to the divine fire. Ye Kongcheng looked puzzled, then unleashed his 2 strands of divine fire. His expression quickly transformed to one of astonishment as he observed the distinct change in the fire's layers. Its color became more lustrous, exuding a sense of clarity. It is no longer the human fire, Ye Kongcheng exclaimed. My divine fire level has risen. It is now earth fire. The smiling demon questioned. So an elevation in divine fire level corresponds with an increase in strength? That defies logic. No, I have never heard of such a phenomenon. The level of divine fire can indeed be enhanced through the continual use of its abilities. Initially, divine fire is considered human fire, and as it matures, it evolves into earth fire, celestial fire, true extreme fire, demon energy fire, and ultimately the supreme form, divine flame. However, the elevation of divine fire is primarily linked to the usage of its abilities rather than one's inherent strength. Simply put, even with the strength of the 3rd phase of the gene gate, one could potentially elevate divine flame to its highest tier. Conversely, even if one raised divine fire to the highest level, it would not necessarily enhance their intrinsic strength. The 2 aspects are not entirely unrelated. Yet they do not have a direct correlation. Zhanlan elucidated, this is merely speculation, but after absorbing the divine fire of the rampaging night, your divine fire had already reached the threshold for upgrading from human fire to earth fire. Thus, it is not surprising that it suddenly ascended during the battle with the insect tide. Ye Kongcheng nodded, aware of this point. The question remained as to how it related to his own strength's enhancement. Zhanlan continued, I do not know what the connection is, but your strength seems to have synchronously advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd phase of the gene gate alongside your divine fire's elevation. Chapter 132, The Bronze Coffin. Zhanlan elucidated, during the insect tide, I was concerned for your safety and continuously monitored your physical condition. I then discovered that your divine fire level had elevated, and at that moment, you transitioned into the mid-stage of the 3rd phase of the gene gate. The smiling demon, resting his chin on his hand, pondered, if this is not mere coincidence, it is indeed highly probable that it is related to the divine fire. Li Liehua interjected, What on earth is this divine fire of yours? It possesses 2 abilities and can also enhance one's strength? How absurd. Are you entangled with the goddess of fortune? Ye Kongcheng dismissed Li Liehua's remarks. Initially, when he encountered this individual in the bar, he found him to be confident and brash. However, over time, it became evident that he was simply a fool and quite directionally challenged as well. It seems I must find an opportunity to delve deeper into my divine fire. Ye Kongcheng murmured, then added, Regardless, this is good news for me. It allows my injuries to heal more swiftly. The enhancement of the gene gate's power naturally implied that Ye Kongcheng's physique had become more formidable, and his self-healing capabilities had significantly improved. Of course, the increase from the early to mid-stage of the 3rd phase was modest, yet it was better than nothing. Ye Kongcheng ceased to dwell on the matter of the divine fire and opted to meditate peacefully, taking a moment to rest. After a while of Li Liehua's incessant chatter, he suddenly aggravated his injuries, grimacing in pain, which promptly silenced him. Nana busied herself tending to the 2, occasionally offering them water, but the situation was grim. Firstly, there was a lack of food, and secondly, fresh water was scarce. Each person had only a water pouch at their waist, which would soon run dry. The smiling demon had ventured beneath the ruins twice, but due to his demon mask, his expression remained unreadable upon his return. However, his silent, contemplative stance indicated a lack of optimism. Ye Kongcheng remarked, the insect tribe has gathered again. Indeed, replied the smiling demon. Not only the alien sickle mantises but other insect tribes have also assembled. They seem genuinely reluctant to enter the ruins. Yet they clearly do not wish to abandon their pursuit, opting to wait for us to emerge. Ye Kongcheng asked, is there a way to exit from another direction? The smiling demon responded, that seems highly unlikely. Ye Kongcheng clenched his teeth and contemplated for a moment before stating, then there is but one solution? You wish to enter the ruins? The smiling demon immediately deduced Ye Kongcheng's intention and warned, do not blame me for not advising you. While it is possible that the ruins may lead to another path, they are situated within the Skull Star domain. Understanding the implication, Ye Kongcheng recognized that the Skull Star domain had always been synonymous with extreme danger. The fallen cosmic ships and the insect tribes were, in fact, foreign threats, not inherent to the domain itself. However, the ruins, being part of the Skull Star domain, could harbor dangers far surpassing the insect tide. Ye Kongcheng countered, do you believe we can break through the insect tide? Or will we simply endure alongside those insect tribes? We have no food, only 4 water bottles. Nana suddenly interjected, I support moving into the ruins. Oh, the smiling demon regarded Nana with confusion. It was undeniable that she was a brilliant mechanic, yet her combat abilities were hardly noteworthy. If they were to enter the ruins, Nana would undoubtedly be at the greatest risk. Moreover, while the smiling demon had witnessed Ye Kongcheng and Appo's courage and recklessness, he found Nana's character to be vastly different, leaving him puzzled as to why she was the first to agree. Nana clarified, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Even if we manage to break through the insect tide, the blue fairy cannot take off, and we cannot leave this planet. Thus, breaking through the insect tide would be futile, as those insect tribes would still pursue us. The smiling demon nodded, conceding, that makes sense. We lack effective strategies against the thousand-eyed worm scouts. Breaking through the insect tide holds little significance. Therefore, let us continue our ascent. Ye Kongcheng steadied himself and rose from the ground, leading the way up the stone steps. Let us proceed. As the trio advanced, they soon realized that Li Liehua had fallen silent. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that he had fallen asleep. Ye Kongcheng found the situation both amusing and exasperating. It was no wonder he had been silent during their earlier discussions about entering the ruins. Hey, wake up. Ye Kongcheng kicked Li Liehua awake. We are setting off. Li Liehua, still groggy, murmured, huh? Setting off? Where to? Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him, continuing toward the summit of the ruins. After a brief rest, Ye Kongcheng found that he no longer required Nana's assistance. The injuries sustained from his descent were superficial, and having applied the healing balm, the pain had gradually subsided. While he could not claim to be fully agile, he was certainly capable of normal movement. As they ascended towards the pinnacle of the ruins, Ye Kongcheng took the opportunity to observe the ancient structure, comprised of colossal stones, each layer adorned with bizarre characters and murals. The characters were, as expected, obscure and difficult to comprehend, while the murals typically conveyed meaningful narratives. However, these murals appeared chaotic and devoid of coherence. Approximately 15 minutes later, the 4 finally reached the apex of the ruins. At the summit lay a platform, with a rectangular stone door directly ahead. The smiling demon drew his sword first, prompting Ye Kongcheng to instinctively shield Nana behind him, while Li Liehua swiftly assumed a combat stance. Before the stone door stood a coffin, a bronze coffin. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the coffin was not reclined but upright, its lid intricately carved with enigmatic patterns. Surrounding the bronze coffin, dark mist continuously seeped through the crevices of the coffin's panels. Gulp. The trio swallowed hard, their expressions grave. The emanating dark mist carried an unmistakable aura of death. Be cautious, the smiling demon warned. I have an ominous premonition. Let us attempt to circumvent the coffin. As he spoke, the smiling demon advanced cautiously. Being the only one unscathed, he naturally took the lead. Step by step, he approached the bronze coffin, and when he was approximately 3 meters away, he began to shift sideways, intending to circumvent the coffin and move toward the stone door behind it. But in that instant, creak, the bronze coffin suddenly emitted a sound of friction, and then the lid abruptly slid aside. The coffin had opened on its own. Chapter 133. The death general. The moment the coffin opened of its own accord, the tension among Ye Kongcheng and his companions reached a crescendo. There was a person inside. A corpse. The figure within the coffin was bare-chested, adorned with intricate black markings, and clad in an ancient segmented battle skirt. In its left hand, it clutched a shield, while the right wielded a rusted sword, mottled with age. However, if that were all, Ye Kongcheng and his companions would not have been so alarmed. Beneath this starry sky, nothing is friendlier or safer than the dead. Yet, the eyes of the corpse suddenly opened, silently revealing their gaze as the bronze coffin creaked ajar. Kill, kill, kill. Though the corpse did not part its lips, a hoarse sound emerged, and it stepped forth from the coffin. Be cautious, the smiling demon said gravely. This creature may be a death general. A death general? Li Liehua exclaimed, bewildered. What in the devil and Apos' name is that? Zhanlan explained. It is a form of ancient sorcery, wherein a specially formulated drug is administered, and the person is then buried alive, inducing a state of suspended animation, only to awaken after a century or even several hundred years. Ye Kongcheng interjected, eternal life? Nonsense about eternal life. The smiling demon, seemingly disdainful of the death general, let slip a rare display of indignation. This sorcery strips away one's consciousness, memory, and intellect, leaving merely a living corpse or a puppet. Zhanlan continued, indeed. This sorcery was utilized by ancient imperial states to create tomb guardians, fearing that their graves would be plundered. Moreover, after awakening and eliminating their target, the death general will perish for real. There is no such thing as eternal life. The smiling demon remarked, it is, in essence, a peculiar curse. Ye Kongcheng realized that the smiling demon, usually calm and composed, became particularly sensitive when discussing curses, likely due to their own burdensome curse. In that moment, the death general took several steps forward, encroaching into their attack range, and suddenly raised the rusted sword to strike at the nearest Li Liehua. Humph, Li Liehua scoffed. Doesn't he even know how long it's been dead, yet dares to threaten me? As he spoke, he deftly sidestepped the rusted blade and countered with a powerful palm strike. Sound explosion. A resounding boom erupted from the death general's chest, sending it staggering back several steps. Yet that was all. The death general shook itself off as if unfazed and advanced once more. Damn it! Li Liehua was taken aback. Then his expression hardened. Again. Explode, explode, explode. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by explosive sounds, sending the death general flying repeatedly, while the ground around them was engulfed in a cloud of dust from the sonic blasts. After a moment, Li Liehua paused, panting slightly. His special abilities were not without limits and consumed stamina, just as Ye Kongcheng's fire manipulation did. Surely now it must be dead, he declared. As the dust settled, the death general wobbled and continued its relentless advance, its battle skirt losing only a few armor plates, yet remaining unharmed. Are you kidding me? Li Liehua exclaimed in disbelief. Ye Kongcheng glanced at him and remarked, your jinx has upgraded. It's not just others you're cursing, but yourself as well. Meanwhile, the smiling demon suddenly darted forward, approaching the death general from behind and thrusting a sword toward its back. In that instant, the death general spun around, raising its shield to deflect the attack. The smiling demon raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, Starfall technique, rain of falling stars. With a flick of the wrist, the knight and Apos' sword was retracted, only to be thrust forward again. Though it appeared as a singular strike, the moment the sword was unleashed, the smiling demon's wrist snapped, transforming the light of the blade into dozens of silver sparks that rained down upon the death general. Without uttering a word, the death general swiftly brandished its rusted sword in defense. The clashing of blades rang out incessantly as they exchanged dozens of strikes in mere moments. The death general managing to parry every single one of the smiling demon's attacks. The smiling demon, astonished, remarked, this fellow was likely a master swordsman in life. Li Liehua queried, how can you tell? The smiling demon replied, when it comes to swordsmanship, regardless of strength, only a swordsman of considerable skill could withstand my assault. That's quite the boast, Li Liehua retorted, rolling his eyes. If my special ability is to jinx others, yours must be to brag without a script. The smiling demon ignored Li Liehua, used to his antics by now. Clang. The smiling demon swept his sword, colliding with the Death General once more. Both combatants springing backward in unison. Strictly speaking, the Death General could be classified as a living corpse or perhaps a hybrid of man and cadaver. Yet its body exhibited no stiffness, demonstrating agility that rivaled the smiling demon. At that moment, as the Death General landed, Ye Kongcheng surged forward from behind. The temperature in the vicinity suddenly escalated. Flames erupted from Ye Kongcheng, crackling with intensity. Flame bolt charge. Bang. Seizing the moment, the Death General regained its footing. Ye Kongcheng crashed into its back, sending the creature flying. Since your swordsmanship is impressive, then I shall not engage in that, Ye Kongcheng declared, raising his fist to unleash a fiery blow. Inferno strike. The raging flames surged forth like a dragon of fire, hurtling toward the Death General. But just then, the Death General abruptly struck the ground, causing a rumbling sound. The once solid earth twisted as if it were mere sludge, and a 3-meter-high stone wall erupted from the ground. Bang! Ye Kongcheng's fiery pillar collided with the stone wall, shattering and scattering in all directions. Ye Kongcheng exclaimed, "Is this a special ability? This half-dead corpse still possesses such power?" Zhanlan responded, "The strength of the Death General is certainly diminished compared to its past self. Over endless years, its genetic lineage has degraded. However, the special abilities once possessed do not vanish, much like its retained swordsmanship," the smiling demon affirmed, precisely. So do not underestimate this creature. Chapter 134. The Rock Giant Azure. Ye Kongcheng declared, "Weaponize." 5-colored radiance blossomed, enveloping Ye Kongcheng's arms, transforming them into armored gauntlets. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the stone wall. Ye Kongcheng mused, "This fellow's unique ability must be to manipulate stone objects or alter the ground's form." As he spoke, he charged ahead. The Death Knight pressed its right hand to the ground, and soon, stone spikes erupted from the earth, rushing towards Ye Kongcheng. Bam! 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 Ye Kongcheng's fist struck the spikes, shattering them, as he swiftly closed in on the Death Knight. Clang! The rusted sword of the Death Knight swung out, clashing against Ye Kongcheng's armor with a sharp sound. Though Ye Kongcheng blocked the attack, he involuntarily let out a soft grunt, as the sudden movement tugged at his wound, causing a jolt of pain. Bang! The Death Knight, expressionless, seized the opportunity to raise its shield and slammed it against Ye Kongcheng's shoulder, but Ye Kongcheng swiftly reached out and seized its wrist. "Explode!" he commanded. Boom! With Ye Kongcheng's low shout, a fireball the size of a head erupted from the Death Knight's wrist, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. In an instant, as the black smoke and flames dissipated, Ye Kongcheng casually tossed aside a severed arm. The Death Knight, now missing its left arm, appeared charred, with black blood oozing from the wound. Yet, it seemed unfazed, not even glancing at its injury, and brandished its rusted sword once more, advancing towards Ye Kongcheng. The sword wind sliced through the air, repeatedly sweeping towards Ye Kongcheng. The Death Knight's swordsmanship was indeed as formidable as the smiling demon had claimed. The rusted sword's movements, seemingly unremarkable, were flawlessly fluid and perfectly connected. Ye Kongcheng prided himself on his skills, yet he managed to evade only 3 strikes before the sword pierced his shoulder, causing a spray of blood. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow, but in that fleeting moment, the smiling demon suddenly darted in from the side, lifting the knight's sword to accurately strike the rusted blade, sending it flying. Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up, seizing the chance to grasp the Death Knight's other arm. With a cold smirk, he said, "Let me blow off this arm too, and we'll see how you wield a sword." Boom! As Ye Kongcheng tightened his grip on the Death Knight's wrist, another explosion resounded, violently propelling the Death Knight backward, crashing against the wall, while a severed arm fell to the ground. Ye Kongcheng and the smiling demon sighed in relief. Without its arms, the Death Knight posed little threat. But just then, death, death, death! The Death Knight's throat convulsed, producing clear sounds without opening its mouth. In the next moment, it suddenly opened its mouth, as if silently roaring. Whoosh! A fine sound erupted as a brown divine fire ignited within its mouth, dancing on its tongue. Li Liehua exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow possesses not only a unique ability, but also divine fire. Simultaneously, the Death Knight and Oppo's head drooped, and the divine fire tumbled to the ground, merging with the earth upon impact. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, shaking the platform before the entrance of the ruins, causing fragments of stone to fall from the surrounding walls. The ground morphed into a swampy mire, and gradually, a colossal arm emerged from the earth, crashing down upon the ground. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as the ground was forcefully depressed. A massive rock giant erupted from the depths, its eye sockets flickering with two flames. Indeed, the divine fire that had previously sunk into the ground. This was undoubtedly the Death Knight's divine fire ability. Without a moment's pause, the rock giant seized a chunk of debris and hurled it towards Ye Kongcheng. Bang! Ye Kongcheng did not hesitate, meeting the projectile with a powerful punch that shattered it. Li Liehua shouted, "You deal with the Death Knight. I and Oppos LL handle this behemoth." Previously, he had refrained from acting due to the precariousness of the situation. With the smiling demon and Ye Kongcheng entangled with the Death Knight, any reckless action from Li Liehua could inadvertently affect them. Now, with two targets, he felt no qualms. This, in fact, was the most sensible tactic. Li Liehua would engage the rock giant, while the smiling demon and Ye Kongcheng took the opportunity to eliminate the Death Knight. Regardless of how formidable the divine fire ability might be, once its wielder fell, it would naturally fade away. However, Ye Kongcheng suddenly raised his hand to halt Li Liehua. "Wait, let me handle this." Li Liehua looked at Ye Kongcheng, perplexed. With everyone but the smiling demon in a poor state, did Ye Kongcheng still wish to play the hero? Ye Kongcheng himself was reluctant, but he felt an inexplicable urge welling up within him, a sensation that stirred his fighting spirit. It was perplexing. This wasn't a fight against a sworn enemy. Nor had he been wronged, yet he felt an overwhelming desire to battle. Roar! Ye Kongcheng suddenly let out a low growl, and two flames, one black, one white, erupted beside him, swirling in the air. Shatter! As the rock giant approached, Ye Kongcheng raised his fist without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The rock giant also lifted its fist, and the two collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them cracked, splintering into a web of fissures. Ye Kongcheng sensed the pressure. The rock giant was immensely powerful, yet inexplicably, he felt his own strength steadily increasing in the struggle. A force surged within him, joyous and exuberant, simply because the spirit of battle was alive. Shatter! Ye Kongcheng bellowed, the veins on his arm bulging. Crack! In an instant, a fissure appeared on the rock giant's arm, and Ye Kongcheng's bent arm gradually straightened, overpowering the giant's force. Boom! As Ye Kongcheng fully extended his arm, the rock giant's limb emitted a deafening sound before shattering, disintegrating into fragments that rained down. Die! Ye Kongcheng roared again, leaping into the air and delivering a fierce kick to the rock giant's head, which exploded like a watermelon, shattering into pieces. Chapter 135, The Crystal Coffin and the Maiden. With a resounding crash, the colossal rock giant toppled backward, its head shattering upon impact, causing its body to rapidly crack and ultimately disintegrate into countless fragments. Simultaneously, perhaps having exhausted its divine fire abilities, the Reaper, at the moment of the rock giant's fall, knelt forward, its head drooping, completely devoid of life. The smiling demon gazed at Ye Kongcheng, a peculiar expression upon his face, and remarked, "It appears your strength has significantly increased." Ye Kongcheng, equally bewildered, clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, sensing a remarkable enhancement in his power. Yet, could such a transformation truly stem from merely advancing from the initial to the mid-stage of the third phase of the Gene Gate? No, that couldn't be right. It seemed more correlated with the Reaper's use of divine fire, as if his own body resonated in response, inexplicably amplifying his strength. Meanwhile, delving deeper into the ruins, they entered a circular hall, where 12 statues loomed majestically around the perimeter, each vividly depicting a warrior clad in armor and wielding weapons. At the center of this grand chamber rested a crystal coffin, resplendent and unparalleled, radiating a soft silver glow. Suddenly, the lid of the crystal coffin was pushed open, and a delicate white hand emerged, gripping the edge of the coffin. "Ah, I slept so well," came a melodious voice as a young maiden rubbed her eyes and sat up from within. Her silvery hair cascaded down like a shimmering waterfall, and her features were sculpted to perfection, evoking awe at the rarity of such beauty in the world. Stretching languidly, the maiden rose from the crystal coffin. Though not tall, her proportions were exquisite, giving her an elongated appearance. She wore only a strapless top, complemented by a skirt of beast hide that, despite her fair complexion, lent her an air of wildness. Her gaze swept over the surrounding statues, landing finally on one devoid of a head. Among the 12 statues, this particular one was enveloped in a faint red glow, with an aura of crimson emanating around it. The scent of blood was potent, accompanying the red light. A fierce battle spirit emanated from the headless statue, unmistakable and defiant even in death. A look of delight crossed the maiden's face. "At last, the chosen warrior has appeared," she murmured. "This signifies that the heavens do not wish for our extinction. Under this starry sky, the Moro clan shall endure for." Bending down, she retrieved a massive crystal sword from within the coffin. The sword was enormous, wider than her waist and taller than her stature. As she lifted it, an overwhelming battle spirit surged forth, shattering the crystal coffin into countless shards that danced in the air. The maiden raised the sword high, whispering, "We are the mightiest warrior clan." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ruins, Ye Kongcheng still pondered the sudden surge in his strength when the shattered remains of the rock giant suddenly glimmered with a yellow-brown light. Then, the divine fire they had previously encountered emerged from within the giant's form. The two flames floating beside, Ye Kongcheng leaped with exuberance before ferociously lunging toward the Reaper's divine fire. In an instant, the three flames entwined, with Ye Kongcheng's flames savagely tearing and consuming the Reaper's fire. Initially, the Reaper's flame seemed to resist, even attempting to flee. However, within mere moments, it was firmly subdued, gradually fading away. "Goodness!" exclaimed Li Liehua, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "I never thought I'd witness divine fire engaging in battle." The smiling demon regarded Ye Kongcheng and stated, "It is now confirmed. Your divine fire can indeed consume others' flames, but it appears you must first defeat or kill the opponent." Ye Kongcheng nodded, somewhat dazed, as the unfolding events exceeded his understanding. In fact, this revelation was equally astonishing for Nana, Li Liehua, and the smiling demon, all of whom had never before heard of someone's divine fire being capable of devouring another's. The last time Ye Kongcheng absorbed the divine fire of the frenzied knight, it could have been dismissed as an anomaly or due to the fire being tainted. However, witnessing this again confirmed that the peculiarity lay with Ye Kongcheng's divine fire. Moments later, the Reaper's divine fire was completely consumed, and Ye Kongcheng's two flames exhibited a distinct transformation, evolving into three clearly defined layers. "Wow!" Li Liehua exclaimed in astonishment. "The Destiny Flame. Your divine fire has ascended from Earth Flame to Destiny Flame." Ye Kongcheng was equally taken aback. "Is this really an upgrade?" The smiling demon explained. "It's not surprising. This Reaper was formidable, likely a master swordsman, potentially having reached the 5th phase of the Gene Gate. Although it wielded human flame, it may have originally been Destiny Flame or even of a higher tier." As the smiling demon examined the Reaper's remains, he noted that due to becoming a Reaper over the ages, there had been a regression in its Gene Gate, resulting in its current state at the 3rd phase. Thus, its divine fire is far superior to that of the frenzied knight. After the frenzied knight's divine fire was consumed, Ye Kongcheng's flame elevated from human flame to nearly earth flame, implying that the Reaper's fire was indeed significantly stronger, justifying the leap to Destiny Flame. The smiling demon continued, "More importantly, this seems to present an opportunity for insight. Wasn't it previously speculated that your strength increased alongside the elevation of your divine fire? So what about now?" Ye Kongcheng observed his body, noting that his wounds appeared to have healed considerably. He closed his eyes to sense the changes, revealing a mixed expression of laughter and tears. In truth, he was uncertain whether to weep or rejoice. Ye Kongcheng grinned and spread his hands, stating, "I believe I can attempt to break through to the 4th phase of the Gene Gate." The smiling demon and the others exchanged astonished glances. Realizing the implication of his words, his power had genuinely ascended from the mid to the late stage of the third phase. Only by reaching the late stage could one qualify for the next phase of the Gene Gate. Chapter 136. Within the ruins, the smiling demon wore a perplexed expression. Glancing at Li Liehua and remarking, to borrow a phrase from him, "It's truly a wonder to behold. Such peculiar occurrences abound." The third stage of the Gene Gate has 2 divine flames? This is the first I've heard of it. Divine flames can consume one another? This is also a novel revelation. Divine flames can directly enhance one's strength? This is yet another first. Ye Kongcheng felt a twinge of uncertainty within. While an increase in strength was undoubtedly advantageous and had remarkably expedited his recovery, the unknown still invoked a sense of trepidation. This was not a matter of courage, but rather intrinsic instinct. Nana interjected, "In any case, it and oppose a positive development." Indeed. Ye Kongcheng nodded, acknowledging her succinct summary. The smiling demon added, "There and oppose no need to overthink it. The universe is vast and brimming with marvels. Perhaps this is your fortune." Akin to, the smiling demon thoughtfully caressed his mask. He continued with a hint of lamentation, "Much like the curse upon me, which has deprived me of many things yet prevents me from dying. As you've witnessed, I leaped from a sheer cliff of over 100 meters and felt nothing akin to pain." Li Liehua rested his chin in contemplation. "Why do I feel like you're boasting?" The smiling demon rolled his eyes before addressing Ye Kongcheng once more. "Thus, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Why ponder excessively? Rest assured, I am not overthinking, merely curious." Ye Kongcheng stretched his limbs and proposed, "Regardless, this is not the time for such thoughts. The insectoid horde below has yet to disperse. My injuries have significantly healed with the surge in strength. We should venture into the ruins directly." Li Liehua protested, "I'm still in pain all over." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Then why not stay here while we explore?" Li Liehua immediately retorted, "A true man fears no pain." With another smile, Ye Kongcheng circumvented the bronze coffin and approached the stone door. This time, the bronze coffin exhibited no change, and even the deathly aura that had enveloped it vanished, allowing Ye Kongcheng and his companions to pass through the stone door unimpeded. Beyond the door lay an elongated corridor. Upon their entry, the corridor was suddenly illuminated by flames, revealing rows of braziers affixed to the walls. "Flames for illumination?" Li Liehua scoffed. "This truly is an ancient ruin. But why would it ignite spontaneously?" Ye Kongcheng replied with a grin, "Perhaps there are spirits." Nana shivered. "Spirits?" Ye Kongcheng reassured her, "Fear not. I have always said that the deceased are far more amiable than the living. Besides, I am here to safeguard you." The smiling demon elaborated, "In truth, spontaneous combustion is not troublesome. Ancient mechanisms were well known. Such mechanisms are not complex. Flammable oil is likely housed within the walls, which flows into the braziers when triggered, igniting upon contact. This was not a matter of great significance. The smiling demon merely sought to comfort Nana, maintaining his usual poise, as long as it did not pertain to the curse. Ye Kongcheng, however, was more intrigued by the corridor's walls, which were adorned with intricate characters and patterns, though still indecipherable. The smiling demon continued to impart knowledge, stating, "Exploring ruins poses 2 significant dangers. The first is the mechanisms. Unexpected traps can ensnare even the most skilled." Ye Kongcheng interjected, "The second danger would be the inexplicable undead?" The smiling demon nodded. "To be candid, I believe this ruin is extraordinary. The characters are entirely incomprehensible, and only beings of that caliber would be worthy of guarding such a place." Ye Kongcheng concurred. The implication that any dangerous entities within the ruins would undoubtedly surpass the undead guardian was clear. The smiling demon cautioned, "Thus, we must be wary of greed and refrain from deliberately seeking treasures hidden within the ruins. Our primary objective is to locate alternative exits." Ye Kongcheng mused. "This ruin does not seem as complex as anticipated. Zhanlan, are there secret passages within the walls?" "None discovered thus far," Zhanlan responded. "The surrounding walls are solid." Utilizing Zhanlan's abilities to detect mechanisms proved advantageous, as exploring the area could reveal hollow spots likely indicative of traps. Ye Kongcheng reflected that with Zhanlan's assistance, He might excel as an adventurer rather than a cosmic pirate, though the latter career was not one easily abandoned. Lost in such thoughts, he continued forward. The corridor stretched far longer than Ye Kongcheng and his companions had imagined. After nearly an hour of walking, they still had not reached an end. Additionally, the corridor featured both ascending and descending slopes, along with numerous turns, as if they were meandering aimlessly through the entire ruin. Li Liehua took a sip from his water flask and remarked, "How long must we walk? Are we destined to be trapped here? We have no provisions." Ye Kongcheng advised, "You should drink less water. One can endure hunger for quite a while, but without water, we will perish swiftly. Besides, if you can become lost in a place devoid of forks in the path, it would seem even the gods could not rescue you from your lack of direction." Their playful banter served as a means to alleviate the monotony of their journey, as traversing the corridor proved rather tedious. At that moment, Nana suddenly exclaimed, "There's a door ahead." The others' eyes brightened. They had finally arrived at the end. Soon, Ye Kongcheng and his companions stood before a stone door. The door was intricately carved with images, depicting a total of 12 figures. Warriors clad in armor, wielding weapons, some with fierce expressions while others bore solemn visages. All rendered with remarkable detail. However, the appearance of the figures hinted at antiquity. Their weapons were traditional arms, and the armor was not mechanized. Ye Kongcheng reached out, attempting to push the stone door open, when suddenly, a headless warrior among the carvings emanated a crimson glow, causing the seemingly heavy stone door to swing inward. As the door opened, Ye Kongcheng and his companions felt a weight in their hearts. Beyond lay a vast stone hall. They had no time to thoroughly observe, but they could ascertain that aside from the stone door through which they entered, there were no other exits, indicating a lack of alternative routes. This realization dashed any hopes of finding other exits within the ruins. Nonetheless, having finally reached this point, Ye Kongcheng and his companions had no intention of turning back. They ventured into the stone hall, eager to survey their surroundings. Chapter 137. The ancient battlefield in the heart of the stone hall stood a circular stone platform, nearly devoid of anything except for a few minuscule crystal fragments. Surrounding the hall were 12 statues, the same ones seen earlier on the door, forming a ring against the walls. Despite the hall's vastness, it was remarkably simple. Beyond the platform and the statues, there was little else, unless hidden mechanisms or secret passages lay in wait, rendering the space nearly visible in its entirety at a glance. It and amp, oppos, s over, it and amp, oppos, s truly over. Li Liehua lamented, feeling despondent. "I merely lost my way on the blue ferry, and now my life hangs in the balance." Nana interjected, "It's not the end yet. Perhaps we can retrace our steps. The insectoids may have dispersed." Li Liehua waved dismissively, "Don't get your hopes up. The entire universe knows the nature of the insectoids. They cling like parasites and will never relinquish their hold easily." As he spoke, he slumped despondently onto the edge of the stone platform. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng and the others gazed at him in shock. "What are you staring at me like that for?" Li Liehua questioned, puzzled. Nana pointed, "Your legs." "My goodness!" Li Liehua exclaimed, "Where have my legs gone?" Sitting on the stone platform, Li Liehua watched in disbelief as his legs gradually became transparent, swiftly vanishing from sight. Remarkably, he felt no pain or discomfort. In the next instant, realizing his legs had disappeared, he leapt up, but it was too late. The vanishing sensation had spread upwards, consuming him above the waist and encroaching upon his chest. Ye Kongcheng sprang forward, grasping Li Liehua and Appo's right hand, but in mere moments, Li Liehua and Appo's hands too vanished, and soon his head became transparent, disappearing entirely. However, Ye Kongcheng had no time to concern himself with Li Liehua. His attention was drawn to his own palm, which was also beginning to lose its solidity. How could this happen? Nana cried in terror, rushing towards Ye Kongcheng. "Are you injured?" "Stay back," Ye Kongcheng shouted, halting her advance. "Do not touch the stone platform. Contact with it causes this." He glanced down, recalling that his knee had brushed against the platform while he was pulling Li Liehua, who had begun to fade only after sitting upon it. The smiling demon and Nana paused, frowning as they watched Ye Kongcheng begin to disappear. "How do you feel?" the smiling demon inquired. "I feel no pain, no itch. My fists still possess sensation, yet my body is vanishing, Ye Kongcheng replied, furrowing his brow. It does not seem like a deathly sensation. The smiling demon hesitated before striding towards the stone platform and leaping onto it. You? Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in astonishment. I told you, due to the curse. I cannot die even if I wish to. Therefore, I believe I should test this for myself, the smiling demon declared. Yet, as soon as the smiling demon spoke, her legs began to fade upon contact with the platform. Ye Kongcheng, too, felt his body disappearing up to his midsection. Stay here, do not touch anything. Trust me. If I survive, I will return. Ye Kongcheng implored, but before he could finish, most of his head vanished, rendering him unable to speak. Until he too completely disappeared. Listen to him. We will return. The smiling demon instructed Nana before following in Ye Kongcheng's footsteps, vanishing on the stone platform. Nana hesitated, feeling a mix of fear and solitude in the empty hall. Yet, recalling Ye Kongcheng's warning, she stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the hall, and Nana felt as if she were pushed from behind, stumbling forward and inadvertently landing on the stone platform. To her dismay, her body too began to fade, yet she felt no discomfort, no pain, no itch, just the sensation of becoming transparent until she ultimately vanished. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng looked down at his body, relieved to see all of his parts intact. He then lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, finding himself in a desolate wilderness. An endless expanse with no visible end. The ground was peculiar, the soil a deep red, exuding a faint scent of blood, as if stained by it. Above, the sky was gray, dominated by a crescent moon that glowed a deep crimson. A wormhole? A spatial transmission device? Ye Kongcheng pondered, bending down to grasp the earth. Feeling its texture, this does not resemble an illusion. He looked around again, but neither Li Liehuen nor the smiling demon were in sight. Perhaps they are in different locations? He murmured, then stepped forward. The wilderness was scattered with weeds and remnants of bones, while a black-feathered vulture perched atop the remains, warily surveying its surroundings. At that moment, Ye Kongcheng heard a series of sounds, clattering, as if beasts were galloping nearby. No, wait, he realized, narrowing his eyes and listening intently. The sounds are coming from both sides. Suddenly, he glanced to either side and spotted two groups of cavalry. To the left, knights clad in white armor brandished long spears, shimmering silver. To the right, soldiers wielding axes and knives enveloped in dark smoke. Ye Kongcheng found himself positioned directly between the two advancing forces. A grave expression overtook his face as he discerned that a clash was imminent, and neither side seemed inclined to spare him. In the blink of an eye, the armored torrents surged towards him. A white-armored knight, indifferent to Ye Kongcheng's presence, raised his spear to strike. To him, Ye Kongcheng was merely an obstacle to be disregarded, easily dispatched to continue the charge. Though baffled by the unfolding events, Ye Kongcheng refused to remain passive, regardless of the identity or motives of those seeking his demise. He resolved that they would meet their end before he did. Get down, he shouted, seizing the spear just as it neared him, exerting his strength to drag the white-armored knight off his steed. Chapter 138. The Terrifying Place Bang. Ye Kongcheng hurled the white-armored cavalryman to the ground. The cavalryman, dazed and disoriented, quickly regained his senses and lunged at Ye Kongcheng with his spear. Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng struck the shaft of the spear with a fierce punch, bending it at a right angle, rendering it utterly twisted. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the cavalryman flying. However, more cavalrymen surged forth from the surroundings. Most were entangled with one another, yet the soldiers nearest to Ye Kongcheng seemed to view him as an obstruction and raised their weapons to attack. Ye Kongcheng regarded them coldly and called out, Jeanlin, are you still there? Yes, Jeanlin replied. Without needing further instruction, Jeanlin understood Ye Kongcheng and Appos' intentions. Two streams of five-colored light swiftly entwined around Ye Kongcheng's arms, transforming into a pair of armored gauntlets. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons of the cavalrymen clashed against the gauntlets, creating a series of crisp sounds. After deflecting the attacks, Ye Kongcheng let out a low growl and launched a punch directly at the head of a warhorse. With a sickening pop, the horse's skull shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. As the carcass collapsed, it also flung its rider off. Ye Kongcheng did not pause. He turned and seized another warhorse by its head, forcefully pressing down. The sound of its bones cracking echoed as it knelt before him. "Get away from me!" Ye Kongcheng roared, his fists relentlessly striking down, slaying the horses and sending their riders sprawling. Feeling the pace of his slaughter was too slow, Ye Kongcheng suddenly bellowed and stomped his foot onto the ground. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from beneath him, swirling and rising higher and higher. Ye Kongcheng thrust his hands outward, proclaiming, "Flames, rise to the heavens." Two towering waves of fire surged forth, instantly engulfing the cavalrymen, rampaging uncontrollably. Moments later, as the flames receded, the scene was one of devastation. Many cavalrymen had been burned alive, while those who survived lay writhing on the ground, wailing in agony. Ye Kongcheng frowned. He did not wish to resort to such brutality, yet he needed to ascertain certain truths. The results were not promising. Ye Kongcheng remarked, "Although I had my suspicions before, it is now almost confirmed. This is not an illusion or a mirage." Zhanlan responded, "That was never a possibility, as I am here too." Ye Kongcheng inquired. Zhanlan elaborated. In the second phase of Gene Gate, there are abilities related to illusions, which essentially stimulate the brain's nerve center, weakening mental strength and self-will to create hallucinations. Ye Kongcheng nodded. As an artificial intelligence, you possess no true nerve center, or rather, your nerve center is an evolving program. Thus, you cannot be affected by any illusions. Correct. Any illusion is ineffective against me, Zhanlan affirmed. Ye Kongcheng pondered, "What do you think is happening here? Spatial jump transmission?" Zhanlan replied, "Difficult to say. There are no clear indicators." Ye Kongcheng nodded again. "The good news is that these people seem rather weak. These cavalrymen likely have not even unlocked the first phase of the Gene Gate, or perhaps they are unaware of what the Gene Gate is." In Ye Kongcheng's understanding, warhorses had long been obsolete. A set of mechanical armor equipped with boosters could easily outpace a warhorse. As for impact, if such armor were to be fitted with alloy spikes, its force would surpass that of a warhorse by far. Moreover, the weapons these cavalrymen wielded, silver spears, shields, battle axes, were not made of high-hardness alloys but rather common iron, with subpar smithing techniques evident in their rough craftsmanship. They were nothing more than a group of ancient warriors. What combat prowess could they possibly possess? Time is ever progressing. Regrettably, Ye Kongcheng was unaware if he had caught the curse of Li Liahua's ill-fated words. Just as he finished speaking, two figures suddenly appeared in the wilderness. The two figures were not far from Ye Kongcheng, merely 100 meters away. He was confident that upon seeing them, they had also noticed him. However, they showed no interest in him, as they were engaged in combat. One of them raised a hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, crackling and darting in all directions like serpents of thunder. The other extended a finger, and vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a wall that deflected the lightning. Ye Kongcheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Special abilities?" As his words fell, the two figures shouted, their palms open, flames bursting forth between their hands. Ye Kongcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Even divine fire exists? The two figures continued their fierce battle, one gaining the upper hand, one fleeing while the other pursued, gradually moving out of sight. Ye Kongcheng pressed onward. After walking about half a mile, he spotted more figures. A total of 13 people, 12 of whom were clearly a group, were besieging an elderly man. The old man, however, exhibited a disdainful expression, and with a motion of his hand, conjured a pale blue light soared from thin air. With a shout, he charged into the fray, swiftly engaging in combat. "Thought weapons," Ye Kongcheng murmured, feeling somewhat disoriented. "These are only generated in the fourth phase of the Gene Gate." Previously, Ye Kongcheng had thought this place unremarkable. Yet now he was witnessing the emergence of masters from the fourth phase of the Gene Gate. But this was not the end. Bang! A violent collision echoed from the sky. Ye Kongcheng looked up to see a man and a woman floating in midair. The woman wielded an exceptionally long whip, which she lashed forward. After her target evaded, the whip swept downward, splitting the ground open with a crack that spanned several meters. The man, unwilling to be outdone, struck the air with a fist, causing the earth beneath to explode. with shards of the ground shooting skyward to heights of 7 or 8 meters. Ye Kongcheng gasped, anti-gravity. Have they comprehended the truths of the universe? Sixth phase of the gene gate? In the sixth phase of the gene gate, one would be an absolute powerhouse in any star domain. They would either be notorious wanted criminals with bounties that sent shivers down spines, or at the level of the federal headquarters, or renowned mercenaries, adventurers, bounty hunters, and the like. Ye Kongcheng felt compelled to reassess this world entirely. Upon seeing those two groups of cavalrymen, Ye Kongcheng had felt like an overwhelming Dark Lord, free to act as he pleased in this realm. Yet now, upon closer examination, he realized he was no Dark Lord at all, but rather a mere lamb. This place was utterly terrifying. Chapter 139. The wilderness maiden. Ye Kongcheng swiftly retreated. Though he never considered himself lacking in courage, bravery does not equate to foolishness. Two formidable beings at the sixth stage of their genetic evolution were embroiled in combat under conditions of anti-gravity. Anyone with a sound mind would instinctively know to flee far away, lest they be caught in the crossfire. After running in the opposite direction for some time, the wilderness seemed to fall silent once more. Ye Kongcheng climbed onto a rock, gazing into the distance and pondering, where exactly is this place? Zhanlan hesitated before replying. Somewhere beneath this starry sky. Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes, retorting, your answer is less than helpful. Zhanlan elaborated, I am not jesting. I attempted to breach the network, and while I was able to infiltrate, there was no signal. This indicates that this area is still enveloped by the star network, but lacks signal towers. Ye Kongcheng questioned. Even so, what does it matter? Is there a way to leave this place? Zhanlan fell silent momentarily before responding. Currently, there is no way. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ye Kongcheng declared, regardless, as long as I am alive, it implies that Li Liehua and the smiling demon are also alive. I must locate them first before considering my next steps. Perhaps. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. What a delightful scent! A rich, meaty fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping Ye Kongcheng's senses, its greasy allure igniting an insatiable hunger within him. He instinctively placed a hand on his stomach. After continuous battles, he was indeed quite hungry. Without a second thought, he followed the source of the enticing smell. Soon, amidst the desolate wilderness, he stumbled upon a scene that was decidedly incongruous. A young maiden sat cross-legged on the ground, her silver hair cascading down to her waist. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, her youthfulness only enhancing her beauty. In this vast wilderness, the presence of such a lovely girl was already an anomaly. Yet, it was not merely her appearance that struck him as strange. Beside her lay a massive boulder upon which rested a crystal greatsword, a weapon far larger than the girl herself. In front of her, a bonfire blazed, supported by a makeshift rack, evidently used for roasting meat. However, it was not mere chunks of meat that sizzled over the flames, but rather a whole earth dragon, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with its small wings glistening with golden oil as they roasted. In truth, the bonfire was immense, spanning 5 to 6 meters wide and towering 3 meters high, more akin to a small building. Ye Kongcheng gulped, his throat dry. Am I seeing things? That has to be an earth dragon. Zhanlan confirmed. Indeed, it is an earth dragon, a Class C ancient aberration. While Ye Kongcheng believed he could handle a Class C beast, ancient aberrations were a different matter entirely. They were creatures that had existed for tens of thousands of years, embodying unparalleled ferocity. After a brief silence, Ye Kongcheng approached the maiden politely, asking, could you spare some food for me? Of course, she replied, turning to him with a radiant smile, but I think you might want to hurry and escape instead. Ye Kongcheng's expression turned puzzled. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a dark line appeared on the horizon. As the line drew nearer, Ye Kongcheng's heart sank as he realized it was a swarm of dragon-headed lizards. These creatures were Class D aberrations, resembling lizards but possessing the heads of Western dragons. Individually, they were not too difficult to deal with, but facing 1,000 of them was an entirely different story. The hairs on Ye Kongcheng's neck stood on end as he exclaimed, why are there so many dragon-headed lizards? Quite simple, the maiden replied playfully, pointing at the earth dragon, I just killed their leader. Ye Kongcheng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. He merely sought a bite to eat. Why did fate conspire against him so? The maiden urged him once more. Aren't you going to run? Ye Kongcheng retorted. Only a fool would stay. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Though the fire at the city gate had caused the fish in the pond to suffer, Ye Kongcheng knew that the dragon-headed lizards would not spare him any consideration. Facing 1,000 dragon-headed lizards was akin to confronting a swarm of insects. Even with his adeptness in group combat, he could not withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Ye Kongcheng underestimated the sheer power of their fury. His speed was considerable, but driven by rage, the dragon-headed lizards surged forward at an unimaginable pace. Ye Kongcheng could hear their footsteps growing increasingly distinct, signaling their relentless approach. You want to escape unless you reach your utmost speed, Zhanlan warned, but that will deplete your stamina and impose a significant strain on your body. I suggest engaging them directly instead. With a sudden slide, Ye Kongcheng steadied himself and declared, Then let us fight. Zhanlan, weaponize. The familiar five-colored brilliance enveloped his arms, transforming them into formidable gauntlets. With a resounding impact, he met one of the leaping dragon-headed lizards with a powerful punch, sending it flying before plunging into the throng of lizards. The lizards' attack patterns were rather simplistic, consisting of three main methods, the first being the universal beastly bite. Facilitated by their formidable dragon-like teeth, the second was a tongue thrust, as their tongues, when taut, could rival the hardness of specialized alloys. And the third involved a fiery corrosive spittle, known for its burning properties. In a one-on-one scenario, each of these attacks was manageable, as the lizard's speed was not particularly swift. However, in a swarm, the situation became far more complicated, for evading their fiery spittle was nearly impossible. Barrier field, Ye Kongcheng commanded, prompting Zhanlan to conjure a protective barrier before him, shielding him from the corrosive spittle. The barrier hissed as the liquid struck, wisps of smoke rising in protest. Endure, just a little longer. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kongcheng knew that as he battled, his divine fire abilities would continue to enhance his strength. Thus he only needed to endure momentarily. Then, the accumulation of power would unleash itself. Forward, unyielding. Chapter 140. The Land of Carnage. Hey, fighting consumes a great deal of energy. Would you care to eat something to replenish your strength? At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. Ye Kongcheng turned his head to find the silver-haired maiden had somehow appeared beside him, holding a piece of roasted dragon meat wing, golden and tender, dripping with juices. As she spoke, the silver-haired girl tore off a chunk and offered it to Ye Kongcheng. Around them, the dragon-headed lizards erupted into a frenzy, roaring wildly and unleashing flames towards Ye Kongcheng. He felt a pang of despair consuming the leader of their kind in their presence. Had she considered their feelings? What was most exasperating was the fact that Ye Kongcheng felt an urge to mutter a curse under his breath. He wasn't the one devouring the dragon meat, it was the girl beside him. Yet, the lizards seemed to ignore her entirely, turning their ferocity upon him instead. What have I done to deserve this? Ye Kongcheng sighed deeply. With a swift punch, a torrent of flames surged forth, incinerating several dragon-headed lizards into charred remains. Then, he pivoted sharply, his body spinning with a fiery grace. Dance of flames, he exclaimed, as the flames radiated outward like ripples from a stone cast into a lake. Only these ripples were searing hot and lethal. In an instant, a wide area around Ye Kongcheng was cleared, the lizard's fiery breath unable to withstand the intense heat, and many fell to his flames. Clenching his fists, he felt invigorated. With indomitable will and fervent battle spirit, two ethereal flames, one black, one white, floated beside him. He thrust his fist forward, the sheer force obliterating the dragon-headed lizards, their blood and flesh showering the surroundings like rain. The silver-haired maiden's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the rare divine flames have reappeared. But how unfortunate that they manifest upon an outsider. With the powers of indomitable will and fervent spirit, Ye Kongcheng grew stronger with each battle. With every punch he delivered, more lizards were shattered, and he raised his hands once more, channeling flames downwards. Boom! The fire erupted, extending like a blazing line nearly 20 meters long. before rising into a colossal wave that surged forth, engulfing the dragon-headed lizards. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, nearly half of the lizard horde had vanished. The remaining creatures began to retreat, their cries filled with fear, until they turned to flee, quickly disappearing from sight. Ye Kongcheng exhaled in relief, only to find another piece of roasted meat appearing before him. He turned to see the silver-haired maiden winking at him. "Would you like to eat?" "Indeed." Ye Kongcheng hesitated briefly before biting into the succulent meat. After all this effort, it would be remiss not to indulge in a few bites. "Take your time." The maiden chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "If this isn't enough, we can always hunt for more." Upon hearing this, Ye Kongcheng shivered at the thought of being pursued by some formidable creature, hastily taking another bite to calm his nerves. The silver-haired maiden continued to giggle, propping her chin on her hand, watching him enjoy the roasted meat. After a couple of bites, Ye Kongcheng turned to her. "Thank you for the meal. By the way, may I ask your name?" "Rose," she replied with a smile. "You can call me White Rose." Ye Kongcheng nodded in acknowledgement, then queried, "Is this your home? Do you live here in this wilderness?" White Rose responded, "Are you curious about where this place is?" Ye Kongcheng hesitated. This was indeed what he wished to ask. Yet, out of politeness, he felt it prudent to ease into the inquiry. To his surprise, White Rose bluntly posed the question herself. "All right, that is indeed my foremost question," Ye Kongcheng admitted. "I cannot explain it well. I am not from here, and I do not know how I arrived. I wish to know where this place is." White Rose stood up and gestured into the void. "This is a place that is visible and tangible, yet does not truly exist." Ye Kongcheng looked puzzled. "Huh. In simpler terms, this place is indeed real, but no one knows where it is, nor can one come here at will," White Rose clarified. Ye Kongcheng nodded, still somewhat confused, and returned to the original question, "Where exactly is this?" "The land of carnage," White Rose stated. "This is a realm of slaughter, where only death prevails. Those who inhabit this place, men, women, the strong, and the weak, exist solely for the purpose of killing, and to exist is to engage in slaughter." Ye Kongcheng recalled the countless battles he had witnessed and exclaimed, "No fighting? Killing for the sake of killing?" White Rose nodded. "You comprehend much." "Why?" Ye Kongcheng blurted out. "Why else would it be, if killing is the intent?" White Rose responded, "Why does such a place exist? Do you understand the unique abilities gained at each stage of the Gene Gate?" Ye Kongcheng nodded. He was no novice and was well aware of such fundamental matters, having progressed to the third stage of the Gene Gate himself. The fifth stage of the Gene Gate is known as the Divine Order, granting the ability to construct one's own world, every blade of grass, every creature, all shaped by one's will. "I see. The mental realm." Ye Kongcheng's pupils dilated. "Are you suggesting this is a man-made mental construct?" White Rose nodded. "This is impossible," Ye Kongcheng murmured. "Even if it is a constructed world, a mental realm cannot possibly be so vast, nor can it exist beneath the stars as you claim. I only stated that the fifth stage of the Gene Gate can create its own world. I did not say this world was constructed by someone at the fifth stage." White Rose clarified. Ye Kongcheng paused. "What do you mean?" "The eighth stage of the Gene Gate, the cosmic true God," White Rose declared. Chapter 141. All are white bones. Ye Kongcheng's expression was somewhat dazed, taking a while to regain his composure. The eighth stage of the Gene Gate. Such a level was entirely legendary. Had anyone truly reached such a terrifying realm, opening the final Gene Gate? Ye Kongcheng believed there were those who had. In the grand cosmic era, the most resplendent of times when the divine race thrived and the demon lords contended. During that era, he believed that individuals who attained the eighth stage of the Gene Gate did indeed exist. However, the nature of time is one of ebb and flow. The present era, in comparison to the height of the grand cosmic era, is undoubtedly in a relative decline. Perhaps there still exist formidable beings at the eighth stage of the Gene Gate, but they remain hidden beneath the vast expanse of the stars, unknown to all. Bai Qiangwei pointed to the sky, saying, "This is the world he has constructed. He has grown stronger through battle and yearns for conflict, ultimately creating this battlefield due to his desire for combat. The individuals you have encountered were all once his defeated foes." Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment, asking, "So everything I have seen is but an illusion?" Bai Qiangwei shrugged. "Who can say? At least those individuals once existed. The act of constructing a world can be achieved once one reaches the 5th stage of the gene gate. But who can prove that their world is real or illusory? And does it truly matter? Ye Kongcheng suddenly laughed. Existence is truth? Bai Qiangwei replied with a smile. If you choose to interpret it that way, then so be it. Ye Kongcheng inquired, how can I leave this place? Bai Qiangwei responded, if the master of this world wishes to release you, then you shall be free to go. However, he has been dead for many years. This world continues to exist. So you must find your own way out. Ye Kongcheng, puzzled, asked, how do I do that? Bai Qiangwei chuckled, when you wish to break free, simply open your eyes and observe your surroundings. Ye Kongcheng paused momentarily, then instinctively looked around, only to be astonished as the world transformed before his very eyes. The wilderness remained, yet the ground was stained a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. All around him lay an expanse of stark white bones, which had seemingly appeared out of thin air, scattered across the desolate land. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a series of structures, each built from skulls, rising ominously, sending chills down his spine. In an instant, this desolate wilderness had morphed into a realm of bone and despair. Atop the highest of these skeletal edifices sat a formidable man clad in dark armor, a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, sitting with an imposing presence. Horrifyingly, the man was headless. His head appeared to have been severed, leaving nothing but a bare neck. Yet it was clear to all that he was not dead. He was very much alive, emanating an indescribable essence that was both unsettling and undeniable. In the next moment, countless figures abruptly emerged upon the blood-red wasteland, wielding weapons, their faces twisted in rage, and they roared as they charged forward, trampling the surrounding bones as they rushed toward the headless man. Gradually, the headless warrior rose to his feet, a series of popping sounds echoing from behind him, as two massive flames, one black and one white, erupted forth. These flames were unlike any ordinary divine fire. Their size was astonishing, dwarfing the typical palm-sized flames. The two flames floating behind the headless man were nearly half a person's height, approaching a meter in size. Ye Kongcheng gaped, his mouth agape as if he could fit his fist inside. It was not merely the flames' enormity that astonished him, rather, the fact that they mirrored his own. Indeed, divine fires can share similarities, and while the varieties are numerous, it is uncommon for individuals to possess the same. Yet, Ye Kongcheng's divine fire was extraordinary, a rarity that even the well-informed smiling demon did not recognize, thus affirming its uniqueness. Bai Qiangwei, seeming to read Ye Kongcheng's thoughts, chuckled, otherwise. Why do you think you have come here? Ye Kongcheng queried. Huh? Bai Qiangwei continued. Do you not know what your divine fire represents? Ye Kongcheng shook his head. I am familiar with common divine fires. The issue lies in the rarity of mine. Bai Qiangwei remarked, in truth, whether or not you understand it is inconsequential. What truly matters is. She pointed towards the distant Bone Mountains, excitement evident in her voice due to the similarity of the divine fires. If you wish to leave this place, you must confront him. Ye Kongcheng swallowed hard as he gazed toward the skeletal edifice, inhaling deeply, and declared, then let us engage in battle. Bai Qiangwei blinked in curiosity. Even if facing the true God of the universe? The 8th stage of the gene gate. Ye Kongcheng retorted with her own words, in the end, that is of little importance. What matters is that I have no other choice. In the next moment, Ye Kongcheng surged forward, his speed increasing until he was sprinting. How intriguing, Bai Qiangwei mused, biting her finger. Only those with such a tenacious spirit can awaken such divine fire. Let me observe your performance. Meanwhile, Ye Kongcheng had already reached the foot of the skeletal edifice, intent on vanquishing the headless man. He was not alone. Others who had previously fallen to the headless warrior's axe sought vengeance as well. Perhaps only in this manner could this world collapse, allowing their souls to find peace. If I can truly defeat this fiend, Ye Kongcheng chuckled to himself. Would that count as a good deed? As he contemplated, he leaped into the air, treading upon the bones. The headless man fought silently, voiceless without his head. Yet his strength was undeniable. The axe swept forward, unleashing a deadly arc that cleaved the foremost 10 attackers in half. When a burly man lunged at him, the headless warrior raised his shield, effortlessly tossing the 300-pound man away as if he were a mere scrap of paper, sending him tumbling from the edifice. Seizing the moment, Ye Kongcheng charged at the headless man, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in flames, igniting the air around them. With a resounding impact, Ye Kongcheng's fist struck the headless man's chest. The body abruptly froze, as if contemplating the blow, before suddenly swinging the shield in retaliation. Ye Kongcheng felt as if he had been struck by a cosmic vessel, his body propelled backward with tremendous force. Chapter 142. Abilities Born for the Battlefield. Bang! Ye Kongcheng's body was propelled backward, crashing into a grand pavilion and creating a gaping hole in its center before he fell to the ground. As he rolled on the ground, a grimace marred his face, and he felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. After a considerable time, he finally managed to rise. "Is this the power of the 8th stage of the Gene Gate?" Ye Kongcheng murmured. "You overestimate it," Zhanlan replied. "The opponent is merely a remnant of their self in the afterlife. If they were truly a cosmic deity, that last strike would have reduced you to cosmic dust." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes. "It seems that defeating me is your greatest source of amusement. However, it's not entirely bad news. It implies that I still have a chance to overcome this fellow and escape from here, right?" As he spoke, Ye Kongcheng charged forward once more, his arms radiating with a spectrum of colors, resembling two beautiful ribbons entwined around his arms, which then transformed into silver gauntlets. Ascending to the pinnacle of the grand pavilion, stepping upon the bones beneath him, Ye Kongcheng summoned all his strength, clenched his fists, and aimed a powerful strike at the headless man. Bang! His fist collided with the massive shield, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated as if it were tangible, creating ripples in the air. Then, the headless man swung the shield with force, and Ye Kongcheng had no chance to even grunt before he fell from the pavilion once again. The headless man showed no interest in continuing to engage Ye Kongcheng. Instead, he turned to confront the incessant stream of enemies, defending furiously and retaliating. To the headless man, Ye Kongcheng seemed merely one among many adversaries, possessing nothing more than the same divine fire as he did. From a distance, White Rose shook her head. Although he possesses commendable will and divine fire, is he a fool? If Ye Kongcheng had heard this, he would have been infuriated. After all, his IQ surpassed 140, placing him among the intellectually gifted. You may argue he is not clever, but the term fool seemed far removed from his essence. Hey! At that moment, White Rose cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Fool, you must utilize your divine fire abilities. Have you forgotten what they are?" Ye Kongcheng paused for a moment, and a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Indomitable will, resounding battle intent. These two divine fire abilities allowed one to temporarily enhance their strength after sustaining an attack and to boost their abilities through continuously defeating enemies. In simpler terms, they are powers that improve oneself through relentless combat. However, it was evident that Ye Kongcheng was currently absorbing blows without vanquishing any foes. This could hardly be termed combat. White Rose's words illuminated Ye Kongcheng's understanding, and he charged once more toward the grand pavilion. But this time, he did not rely solely on brute force. Instead, he directed his fists into the crowd, effortlessly sending two individuals flying. Flame Dance of the Crimson Lotus. In the next moment, crimson flames surged from between his fists, and with a fierce cry, Ye Kongcheng slammed his fist into the ground. A wave of flames rapidly spread outward, rolling like a tide and growing larger, eventually transforming into a blazing crimson lotus that engulfed those nearby. "Shatter for me!" The fiery lotus expanded, swiftly consuming those in its vicinity. Ye Kongcheng cast a defiant glance at the headless man atop the pavilion before charging toward another group of enemies. While the headless man remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the pavilion, awaiting a challenger, Ye Kongcheng sought out challenges. However, in his second attempt, Ye Kongcheng found it was not so effortless. His previous ambush had yielded excellent results, but this time, a man lunged at him preemptively, clearly on guard. "Get lost." Without hesitation, Ye Kongcheng unleashed a punch forward, and their fists collided. The man let out a pained scream as his arm grotesquely twisted and snapped beneath Ye Kongcheng and Appo's blow. Ye Kongcheng strode forward, and the surrounding individuals began to encircle him. Fearlessly, he felt a surge of power, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when facing the Death General. No, Perhaps the inexplicable strength he had felt then emanated from this very world. Perhaps it was still the divine fire's influence. Or perhaps those who constructed this world shared the same divine fire as he did. Maybe his divine fire was inherently crafted for the battlefield. Ye Kongcheng felt as though he were in his element. As long as his feet were planted on this ground, he possessed strength. The enemies before him were utterly inconsequential. Roaring ferociously, Ye Kongcheng raised his fists to confront the oncoming throng. He swept his fist horizontally, utilizing the force of his strike to send opponents sprawling. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng reached out, seizing one individual's head and slamming it forcefully into the ground. Boom! The bones beneath shattered, and the ground cracked open. The man's head became embedded within the earth, and immediately after, Ye Kongcheng bent his legs and lunged forward. Charge! A straightforward and decisive charge. Ye Kongcheng resembled a rampaging bull, crashing forward. The individuals before him quickly formed a line to obstruct his advance then. Ye Kongcheng lowered his head, sneering coldly. Explode. Boom. A massive fireball materialized out of thin air, mingled with billowing black smoke, and suddenly erupted. The violent shockwave radiated outward in ripples, causing the surrounding bones to tremble, producing crackling sounds. In an instant, as the flames dissipated and the smoke cleared, the ground lay in disarray, save for two individuals, charred yet still struggling to stand. Ye Kongcheng wasted no time. He approached the two and seized their heads, tossing them aside. Fierce. Ye Kongcheng's combat style may not have been spectacular, but it exuded a ferocity akin to that of the headless man atop the pavilion, simple brawling, yet unmatched by any. Now, Ye Kongcheng looked up and declared, "It's your turn." He bent low, coiling his legs, and then suddenly surged forward, moving with the swiftness of a hunting leopard. Racing up the slope of the grand pavilion. Get out of the way. Clear my path. Ye Kongcheng seemed to be caught in a frenzied bloodlust, charging ahead while continuously swinging his arms, sending those who obstructed him flying. Then, he leapt high, landing before the headless man. Come again, Ye Kongcheng roared, and his fist flew out once more. Chapter 143, The Collapsing World. This time, Ye Kongcheng was not directly sent flying. His fist struck the shield. Both sides engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Soon, Ye Kongcheng's arm, along with the shield, began to tremble slightly, accompanied by a faint sound. Gritting his teeth, Ye Kongcheng exerted all the strength he could muster, feeling that his own power was still inferior to that of the headless man. But what did it matter? Retreat? No. There was no way back. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Explode. Ye Kongcheng shouted softly, and an intense explosion erupted between the two. A fireball suddenly burst forth, accompanied by a deafening roar, the tremendous force sending both of them crashing down from the towering Jingguan, tumbling and scattering bones in the air before they landed heavily on the ground. After a long moment, Ye Kongcheng shook off the dust and rose from the ground, gazing at the headless man, who had also regained his footing. He chuckled, "At least you're no longer standing tall above me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Kongcheng charged forward once more, closing the distance to the headless man and unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Ye Kongcheng and Appo's fists fell like a torrential downpour upon the headless man and Appo's shield, producing a cacophony of sound. His knuckles began to bleed from the relentless impact. Yet Ye Kongcheng seemed oblivious to the pain. Suddenly, with the continuous onslaught, Ye Kongcheng and Appo's speed began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, the headless man swung his axe. Thud. Ye Kongcheng felt a chill radiate from his chest, followed by a stabbing pain as blood seeped through his clothing. He was sent flying backwards, crashing hard onto the ground. Still not enough? Ye Kongcheng gritted his teeth, filled with an unwillingness to accept defeat. He struggled to push himself up with one hand, only to fall back down. The axe had dealt a grievous wound, slicing from his shoulder down to his waist, nearly cleaving him in two. In the distance, the white rose raised an eyebrow. This was the true test. An indomitable will signified a belief that would not yield under any circumstances. A fierce battle spirit represented an undying resolve that would not diminish, regardless of the situation. Then the white rose murmured, "When faced with death, can you still maintain such faith and spirit?" At this moment, Ye Kongcheng had no time to ponder faith or spirit. Though he felt a deep-seated unwillingness and a desire to continue fighting, his mind was beginning to blank. The severity of the wound made it difficult for him to rise, nearly robbing him of his capacity to think, leaving only instinct. He wanted to stand. He wanted to fight again, but he felt utterly powerless. This sensation was absolutely dreadful. Just then, a voice, clear and vibrant, echoed in Ye Kongcheng's ear. Activate the strong genetic armor and defeat him. Strong genetic armor? Ye Kongcheng replied in a daze. What is that? You've used it before. Hurry up and stand. Do you wish for me to find a new master? In his haze, Ye Kongcheng blinked and suddenly noticed that he was clad in armor. The armor, as dark as ink, enveloped every inch of his skin, its lines sharp and defined. A pair of terrifying black mechanical wings unfurled from his back. And upon closer inspection, one would find that those mechanical wings were composed of energy blades. Oh, right, the strong genetic armor. I've used it before, Ye Kongcheng murmured, his mind beginning to clear slightly. He strained to rise once more and saw the headless man striding towards him. The fearsome axe was poised above his head. Strike! Ye Kongcheng shouted, his voice laced with a hint of weakness yet infused with determination. Since he could still fight, he had not lost. The wings made of energy blades suddenly spread wide, launching forward with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The energy blades, drawn by the magnetic field, struck the headless man's axe, forcing him to transition from offense to defense, continuously parrying the blows. Ye Kongcheng gritted his teeth, half kneeling on the ground, yet the strain pulled at his chest wound. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering onto the ground like crimson blossoms. In the next instant, Ye Kongcheng grimaced, gritting his teeth in defiance. He then sprang to his feet, reaching for an energy blade that flew past him. Ye Kongcheng understood his current state. He could no longer run. And the gaping wound forbade him from making any significant movements. Thus, when he grasped that energy blade, he utilized the magnetic field to propel himself forward. With a resounding thud, Ye Kongcheng collided with the headless man's shield and seized his wrist. I might die, Ye Kongcheng declared fiercely, but I will not lose. For I will drag you down with me. He raised the energy blade high and swung it downward. Clang! The sharp sound of weapons clashing rang out as the headless man raised his axe to deflect the attack. However, in that fleeting moment, the other flying energy blades descended simultaneously, piercing the headless man's back, waist, and thigh, transforming him into a veritable pincushion. Ye Kongcheng gasped for breath, at least. If you die, this world will perish, and my companions will have a chance to live. With what felt like the last remnants of his strength, Ye Kongcheng thrust the energy blade upward, deflecting the headless man's axe, then lunged it towards the headless man's chest. Thud! A dull sound resonated, akin to fabric being torn. The energy blade pierced through the headless man's chest, embedding itself to the hilt, before he kicked forcefully, sending the headless man staggering backwards. The headless man retreated a few steps, his body swaying before he gradually knelt down. Ye Kongcheng panted heavily as blood seeped through the seams of his armor. To perish alongside a corpse, Ye Kongcheng sighed. How truly unsatisfying. With a thud, Ye Kongcheng also sank to one knee, using the energy blade embedded in the ground to prop himself up, preventing himself from collapsing. Yet, he understood that his condition could not endure for long. Just then, boom. With a resounding crash, the sky began to shift. Thick clouds slowly swirled, mysteriously transforming into a massive vortex that rotated ominously in the air, fixating intently on the gathering clouds. Without any warning, beneath the enormous swirling cloud, the sky appeared to have been hollowed out, and the entire world seemed to be fracturing. This world was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 144. Shall we marry? In the blink of an eye, the world before me shattered like a glass box violently struck by a hammer, leaving it riddled with cracks. From within those fragmented fissures, a profound darkness erupted, blinding Ye Kongcheng, who could not discern how long he remained in that state. Gradually, the dark aura began to dissipate. As Ye Kongcheng opened his eyes, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, surrounded by a circle of statues, 12 in total, each with a unique design. The headless statue that once shimmered with a red glow now emanated a dim light. Upon closer inspection, One could discern visible fissures on its surface. Ye Kongcheng instinctively reached for his chest, realizing that the bioarmor was absent, and the wounds on his body had vanished. Was it all merely a dream? He murmured to himself, contemplating if perhaps he had been under the illusion all along. Nonsense. At that moment, Zhanlan spoke. Do you have any idea what it cost me to bring you back? Ye Kongcheng paused, astonished. So everything that just happened was real? Indeed, Zhanlan replied. His tone pained. By forcibly activating the bioarmor, I paid the price of regression. I was on the brink of devolving back to infancy. With a sigh, Ye Kongcheng expressed, I appreciate your efforts. Suddenly, he recalled something and eagerly scanned his surroundings. If he had returned, what of the others? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing scream erupted above him. When he looked up, he found Li Liao's face mere centimeters from his own. Ye Kongcheng gasped, terror-stricken at the thought of his first kiss being bestowed upon a man. Bang! Fortunately, the vivid imagery of their intimate encounter did not materialize. Instead, their foreheads collided first, causing them to tumble into a tangled heap. In the next moment, a second shriek pierced the air, and then Nana plummeted from above, landing squarely on Li Liao's head. With a smack, the lips of Ye Kongcheng and Li Liao met. The mischievous demon, gracefully descending, glanced at them in surprise and exclaimed, So this is the nature of your relationship? Regaining his composure, Ye Kongcheng hastily pushed Li Liao away, kneeling in disgust. Ugh, you sick pervert. You're the one who's sick. Li Liao retorted, vigorously wiping his lips. I only kiss beautiful women. This is revolting. At that moment, a tinkling laughter rang out behind them, accompanied by teasing remarks. You two are quite amusing. Turning around, Ye Kongcheng spotted a silver-haired girl perched on the shoulder of one of the statues, playfully swinging her long legs. Li Liao and the mischievous demon immediately adopted defensive stances, while Ye Kongcheng looked on in astonishment. It's you. The girl was none other than the silver-haired maiden, White Rose, whom Ye Kongcheng had encountered in that desolate battlefield. White Rose leapt down from the statue and remarked, You and Appos, V done quite well. I initially thought you would merely gain recognition and be released after passing the trial, but I see you have truly slain him. Ye Kongcheng gestured for Li Liao and the mischievous demon to relax, sensing no malice from her. You are not from this world? He inquired. Certainly not. White Rose replied with a smile. Ye Kongcheng pondered for a moment. So, like us, you stumbled into this place. Tilting her head, she responded, If you wish to interpret it that way, it is not incorrect. How else would I find myself here? Ye Kongcheng nodded and smiled. Congratulations on your freedom. And you as well, White Rose replied with a grin. Ye Kongcheng surveyed his surroundings. Do you know the significance of this ruin? You seem to possess knowledge of my divine fire. You hinted at something in that world. Can you elaborate? This is the ruin of the Moros, White Rose explained. Are you familiar with the Moros race? Ye Kongcheng hesitated before shaking his head. The mischievous demon interjected, I know of them. They were a formidable race that perished alongside the divine, renowned as the strongest warrior lineage, when the divine still existed. The Moros were the only race capable of contending with them. White Rose nodded. This ruin belongs to the Moros. No wonder each statue emanated an aura of combativeness. Ye Kongcheng thought, truly a race of warriors. White Rose continued, As for your divine fire, it is an exceedingly rare form of divine flame. You must have heard of the true God flame of order? Ye Kongcheng paused, then nodded again. The divine fire, through continual use, elevates in rank. The highest tier is the divine flame, but above that lies the true God flame of order. Yet, the true God flame of order is not a standard of rank. Most divine fires can only ascend to the divine flame, but some exceedingly rare divine fires can elevate further upon reaching that level, becoming the true God flame of order. Your divine fire is one such incredibly rare flame that can attain the true God flame of order, White Rose noted, a smirk on her face. I must say, your luck is extraordinary. It and Appos is akin to finding a winning lottery ticket worth $1 billion on the street. Ye Kongcheng remarked, My divine fire enhances my own strength. Are you aware of its specific attributes? White Rose shrugged. Who knows? However, given that it is an exceptionally rare divine fire, it likely possesses unique characteristics. Wouldn't you agree? Ye Kongcheng nodded thoughtfully. Have you finished with your inquiries? White Rose asked. Ye Kongcheng lifted his head, then smiled. Yes, thank you. Then it is my turn, White Rose said. What are your views on genetics? Ye Kongcheng looked perplexed. Genetics? In simple terms, she elaborated, if both parents possess excellent genes, the probability of their offspring being exceptional is significantly high, even if they are not guaranteed to be so. Ye Kongcheng nodded. This is basic genetic theory. Even if I have not studied it, I have at least heard of it. What is the implication of your sudden assertion? White Rose smiled, extending her hands toward Ye Kongcheng. In that case, to ensure the continuation of outstanding genes for the survival of my race, shall we marry? Chapter 145. Escape. After a moment of silence, not only Ye Kongcheng but also Nana and Li Liehua exclaimed in unison, and even the usually composed smiling demon nearly stumbled. Ye Kongcheng chuckled awkwardly. You certainly have a knack for humor. Bai Qiangwei replied, this is no jest. You must acknowledge that genetic inheritance can endow offspring with superior traits. Right? If you were to randomly choose a woman, such genes would be diluted. Furthermore, you may not be aware of my lineage. I am. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Kongcheng hastily interrupted Bai Qiangwei, tapping his forehead. I apologize, but this has absolutely nothing to do with genetics. I am merely 18 this year, and I have no intention of marrying. Bai Qiangwei stated, I wouldn't mind. I do. Ye Kongcheng exclaimed, exasperated. You seem even younger. Are you of age? Bai Qiangwei rested her chin on her hand. Are you suggesting I wait a few years? Yes, no? That's not what I meant. Ye Kongcheng scratched his head. It has nothing to do with genetics or age. I simply do not wish to marry. Why not? Bai Qiangwei inquired. Ye Kongcheng, feeling a bit frantic, pondered how to respond. Suddenly, a woman he had barely met was proposing marriage, and she was still a minor. Any rational person would refuse. Li Liehua chimed in with a mischievous grin. If he is unwilling, he can come to me. I would be more than happy. Bai Qiangwei replied seriously. Your genes are not favorable. Li Liehua nearly spat out blood in indignation. What makes you think my genetics are poor? Bai Qiangwei responded, setting aside your abilities. Your appearance alone is proof enough. If you were to have a daughter resembling you, I would be concerned she might take her own life before reaching adulthood. Li Liehua was momentarily taken aback, and then grew even angrier. Don't think I won't hit a woman. All right. Ye Kongcheng waved his hand, finally formulating a response. We currently have no idea how to leave this place, so we have no time to dwell on such matters. You may not know, but this ruin is surrounded by numerous insectoid creatures. Bai Qiangwei dismissed his concern. Those insects wound and oppose, der inner. Ye Kongcheng forced a smile. But we must find a way out. We can't starve in this place. Bai Qiangwei asked, once we depart, can we discuss other matters? Ye Kongcheng observed. You seem utterly unconcerned, yet you appear to lack ample food and fresh water. Because there are other routes to exit, Bai Qiangwei said. Walking to the edge of the stone platform, she touched it in an unknown manner, and it shifted aside. This leads to the depths of the ruins. The three of them immediately displayed expressions of joy, as the greatest dilemma that had troubled them was finally resolved. Although many of the insectoids could burrow underground, even beneath the surface, they should still be within the confines of the ruins, and those creatures would not dare to cross the threshold. Ye Kongcheng exclaimed, Could you lead the way? Of course, Bai Qiangwei replied, jumping into the large opening beneath the stone platform. Come down. Below the hole was a sloping stone staircase that descended without any noteworthy features, leading all the way to the depths of the ruins. There lay an expansive underground world, artificially excavated and fascinating. This subterranean realm lacked structural supports, even with a ruin above it. How could it possibly remain intact? At that moment, Jean Lon suddenly exclaimed, There exists energy material. Hurry, I require energy. Ye Kongcheng glanced around, then chuckled wryly. Have you truly fallen to such depths? He soon located the source of energy Jean Lon mentioned. The depths contained dozens of skeletal remains, accompanied by energy guns and swords. Naturally, energy weapons included energy blocks for output. However, the amount of energy here was insignificant compared to Jean Lan's needs. As if one required an ocean, yet could scarcely find a drop. Jean Lan expressed dissatisfaction. I was on the verge of entering a growth phase, but because of you, I and Oppos, VE regressed back to infancy. Naturally, any energy I can regain is a blessing. Your artificial intelligence is quite intriguing, Bai Qiangwei remarked, glancing at Zhanlan. Divine relic? It was left to me by my father, though I am uncertain, she replied. Ye Kongcheng added, however, according to my father's message, it indeed is a divine relic. Bai Qiangwei nodded. In need of energy? I know where there is a vast supply. Zhanlan rejoiced, provide me with energy, and I will persuade him to agree to the marriage. Hey! Ye Kongcheng furiously raised his fist. Don and Oppos, do think that just because you lack a body, I won't dare to hit you. Zhanlan retorted, I am composed of special material, more resilient than superalloys. Go ahead, strike me, and we'll see who ends up hurt. Goodness, Li Liuhua scoffed. Are you even capable? You can end Oppos, to even control your own AI. Ye Kongcheng waved him off. You, go play elsewhere. Bai Qiangwei led the way, saying, if you seek energy, follow me. As she guided them to the side, they soon encountered a towering metallic device. They exclaimed in unison, an energy extraction device? Bai Qiangwei asked, do you recognize this? Ye Kongcheng nodded. Where did it come from? Bai Qiangwei explained, the skeletal remains brought it here. They activated the ruins' defenses upon leaving, resulting in their demise. Zhanlan exclaimed with excitement, this energy extraction device possesses immense power, equivalent to 5,000 years of this planet's lifespan. Hurry, smash the energy storage compartment. No, this time I need you to connect me directly. The smiling demon gazed at the energy extraction device, musing, who on earth crafted this? Ye Kongcheng shrugged, who knows? However, I now understand the meaning of that map with the Skull Star domain symbol intertwined with the treasure map. Indeed, the smiling demon nodded. It likely confirms the intention to install an energy extraction device on the Skull Planet. However, since these individuals perished here, they naturally could not bring the drawn map away. Knowing only that this planet harbors an energy extraction device, Ye Kongcheng nodded, realizing that the Skull Star domain emblem represented this very concept. While Zhanlan absorbed energy, Bai Qiangwei could not resist bringing up the marriage issue again. Can we now continue discussing our marriage plans? Chapter 146. Excuse Ye Kongcheng wore an expression of exasperated amusement, pondering the necessity of such insistence on this matter. Suddenly, Nana leaned in to whisper a few words into his ear. Ye Kongcheng's eyes lit up, and he replied, if my father agrees, I have no objections. Your father? Bai Qiangwei tilted her head, certain that Li Liuhua was not the answer. She then glanced at the smiling demon, whose masked visage rendered it difficult to ascertain their age. The smiling demon quickly waved a hand, saying, don't overthink it. I am merely a companion in the same pirate crew as him. Ye Kongcheng spread his hands and declared, when I departed from Saint Star Earth, it was primarily to seek out the allure of the starry sky. Anyone with dreams cannot resist its temptation. Secondly, I am in search of my father. Bai Qiangwei inquired. So, you do not know where your father is? Ye Kongcheng nodded. If your father, Bai Qiangwei blinked, then continued, forgive my boldness. But what if he is no longer alive? That is impossible, the smiling demon interjected with a smile. His father is somewhat of a celebrity. If he were to fall in this starry expanse, it would undoubtedly make headlines in the federal news. Ye Kongcheng nodded with a smile, harboring complex feelings toward his father. On one hand, he felt anger and resentment towards his father for abandoning him and his mother in pursuit of the stars. On the other hand, he felt a sense of pride, as his father was a notorious cosmic thief who had repeatedly evaded capture despite the Federation's extensive efforts. I assure you, if I find him, I will discuss this matter with him. That should suffice, right? This notion was proposed by Nana, and it was indeed quite reasonable. Parental consent was essential in such matters. As for the whereabouts of Ye Kongcheng's father, there was no clue to follow, making it the perfect excuse to defer the issue. Bai Qiangwei contemplated for a moment and replied, very well. At that moment, Zhanlan excitedly exclaimed, it's done. Not only have I replenished the lost energy, but I have also evolved into the growth phase. Ye Kongcheng and the others looked up at the energy absorption device, noticing that the glass sphere, which stored compressed energy, was now completely empty, indicating that Zhanlan had absorbed all the energy. Zhanlan beamed. Weaponization is no longer limited to just my arms. It has evolved into a complete set of power armor. Ye Kongcheng's eyes brightened. Is it the same set I wore twice? Zhanlan replied, you are mistaken. The power armor comes in different tiers. The classifications range from regional armaments to full-cover armor, mechanical armor, divine runic shells, and apostle-level armor. The growth phase merely signifies an upgrade from regional armament to full-cover armor. Ye Kongcheng inquired, "What tier was the set I used?" Zhanlan responded, "Divine runic shell." Ye Kongcheng expressed some regret, "I still need 2 more tiers." However, despite the tinge of disappointment, Ye Kongcheng was quite satisfied. The power armor was undoubtedly a powerful capability of Zhanlan, who could transform into various types of armor based on combat needs. Naturally, the higher the tier of the power armor, the greater the variety. Currently, the full cover armor consisted of only 3 types, the strength-based Tiger Type 1, the agility-focused Phantom Wolf X, and the defense-oriented Tower Shield Warrior. While these types seemed comprehensive, they were rather generic, primarily emphasizing basic attributes without distinct characteristics. Yet, Zhanlan had only just reached the growth phase, and Ye Kongcheng was not in a hurry. Aside from the evolution to complete power armor, Zhanlan had also acquired a new ability, artificial intelligence substitution. This function was straightforward. If encountering any device equipped with artificial intelligence, such as robots or advanced spacecraft, Zhanlan could replace the internal AI of the target. Was this ability useful? Ye Kongcheng was uncertain. He believed it could be beneficial, but he could not articulate its practical applications. It seemed to be a function that would prove useful in specific situations. Then, Ye Kongcheng appeared to have an idea and said, "Since you have entered the growth phase, let Endopos forgo the blue fairy for now. It would save us the trouble of seeking new energy sources." Ye Kongcheng recalled that the blue fairy had an energy absorption device. Initially, he had intended to transfer energy from the blue fairy's device to Zhanlan after finding a new energy source, but since Zhanlan had fortuitously evolved, and the energy from the blue fairy would not suffice for a transition to the mid-growth phase, it seemed wasteful. Who wouldn't he wish to possess a self-sustaining spacecraft? Zhanlan pondered for a moment and replied, "We can temporarily abandon it. After all, serving as reserve energy is also advantageous." Ye Kongcheng rolled his eyes at Zhanlan's relentless pursuit of total annihilation. The smiling demon interjected, "Now that we have resolved this, shall we leave this place?" Ye Kongcheng nodded and turned to Bai Qiangwei, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Bai Qiangwei waved her hand dismissively and continued to lead the way. The exit was not far, a narrow tunnel that, in Bai Qiangwei's words, was left by the bones of those who had perished. After approximately an hour, they finally emerged into the sunlight. Finally out, Li Liehua stretched lazily and declared, "Damn bugs, farewell." Ye Kongcheng quickly warned, "You'd better keep your mouth shut. Who knows if you'll summon the insect race again." Upon hearing this, Li Liehua promptly closed his mouth, still wary of his own jinxing abilities. Ye Kongcheng then asked, "Zhanlan, is there a route back to the Blue Fairy? It seems we cannot retrace our steps." Zhanlan replied, "The cliff is a distinct terrain. I have recorded the direction. It may take some time, but as long as we ensure the direction is correct while avoiding the original path, it should not pose a problem, though it will take a bit of time." Ye Kongcheng nodded and then extended an invitation to Bai Qiangwei. "Would you like to join me on my spacecraft? If you wish to leave this planet, I can take you." Bai Qiangwei smiled, "Sure." The journey back was lengthy, requiring constant verification of the route and Oppo's accuracy. After a full 10 hours, Ye Kongcheng and his companions finally laid eyes on the Blue Fairy, their hearts finally at ease. Chapter 147 Departure. The abandoned spacecraft that had crash-landed on the planet remained largely unexplored. However, considering that the Zerg had established a nest there, no one was particularly keen to venture back, as the Zerg were creatures that no one in the universe wished to encounter. In the following days, Ye Kongcheng and his companions went about their routine, primarily searching for food and fresh water, while Nana made some minor repairs to the Blue Fairy, awaiting the restoration of the energy system to leave this wretched planet. Despite its dangers, Ye Kongcheng found the experience on the Skull Planet rewarding. The energy extraction device had allowed Zhanlan to enter its growth phase, undoubtedly their greatest achievement. Moreover, the treasures discovered within the spacecraft would fetch them a considerable sum, though it was undeniable that all of this came at a cost, as they had danced on the precipice of death. Having opted not to explore farther afield, The vicinity around the Blue Fairy was relatively safe, allowing for simple hunting without provoking anything too formidable. After 5 days, the Blue Fairy finally returned to normal operation, signifying that they could take to the skies once more. With no lingering attachments, they watched as the thrusters ignited, and the Blue Fairy ascended slowly. Nana, fiddling with the controls, inquired, "How shall we determine our next course?" "I personally suggest we seek a nearby planet. The Blue Fairy requires some repainting, as it is currently too easily identifiable." Li Liehua exclaimed, "Anywhere will do. Damn it, I crave fine wine, delectable food, and beautiful women. I'm nearly driven mad by this confinement." The smiling demon proposed, "I have an excellent suggestion. Not far from the Skull Star domain lies the Serpens constellation, home to a planet known as the Dark Twins, a place free from guilt. The Place of Innocence is a collective term for planets with minimal federal oversight, or virtually none at all. This haven welcomes all bounty hunters, federal soldiers, interstellar pirates, assassins, criminals, and merchants alike, regardless of your identity or profession, whether male or female. The Place of Innocence does not discriminate. It provides services to all, good or bad. Thus, the Place of Innocence was a chaotic milieu, a veritable paradise for criminals. The Dark Twins planet served as a vital hub for interstellar commerce, inevitably leading to its mixed population, with various factions claiming their territories. While the Federation aspired to establish orderly trade planets, the guilds of the Dark World were no less formidable. The more chaotic the environment, the better suited it was for the survival and establishment of underground trades. Consequently, alliances formed among major players in the Dark World: criminal syndicates, assassin guilds, money laundering organizations, shadow banks, and underground auction houses, all united for their interests, leaving the Federation with little recourse but to retreat in frustration. The smiling demon remarked, "Although the Place of Innocence may seem disordered, it possesses an unexpected level of order." Nana queried, "Why is that?" The smiling demon explained, "Due to this unique state of chaos, few dare to disturb the peace. If you are apprehended by the Federation, you might end up in prison, however. If captured by the peacekeepers of the Place of Innocence, well, you could very well be tortured to death, for the peacekeepers there are not benevolent." Li Liehua interjected, "That area is jointly governed by organizations of the Dark World. Do you expect a bunch of scoundrels to reason with you about laws and procedures?" Ye Kongcheng concluded, "Then let us proceed there. It suits our need for a temporary respite." Nana added, "Additionally, I must inform you that the messaging function of the spacecraft has been overwhelmed." Ye Kongcheng inquired, "By whom?" Nana replied, "Mr. Crow." The smiling demon smacked his forehead, saying, "My mistake. When we fled the industrial star, I contacted him to inform him of our situation, and I also showed him the body of the Mad Knight." Ye Kongcheng realized that upon landing on the Skull Planet, they had not entered the command cabin much, primarily due to the poor signal and intermittent communication issues. He said, "Nana, try to reach out to Mr. Crow." Nana nodded. "Understood." She attempted to send a reply, not expecting Mr. Crow to respond immediately, merely hoping to signal that they were still alive, so that when he contacted them again, they could reply. To their surprise, Mr. Crow, the busy individual, reached out within minutes, responding almost immediately. "Thank heavens!" Mr. Crow exclaimed, "You have finally made an appearance. I thought the Federation had taken you out." Ye Kongcheng chuckled, "Given the uproar over the industrial star incident, if we had been eliminated, I believe the Federation would have been quick to announce their triumph." Mr. Crow chuckled in return, "You are quite right." Ye Kongcheng continued, "Now let us discuss serious matters. Why the urgency in seeking us?" Mr. Crow laughed. "This is the first time I have seen someone so nonchalant about their due reward." Ye Kongcheng also smiled. "If that were the sole reason for your inquiry, we would indeed be in no rush. Surely, the Criminal Alliance would not shortchange us over such a paltry sum?" Mr. Crow laughed again and said, "Provide me with an account, preferably from the Black Bank, and I will transfer the funds. Then, inform me of your current route. The items will be dispatched at the quickest speed." Ye Kongcheng nodded. Although this matter directly concerned their interests, he recognized that if it were merely about this, Mr. Crow would not have been so eager to find them. In fact, their absence would have saved the Criminal Alliance some money. As expected, Mr. Crow continued, "The uproar over the industrial star has been considerable. Setting aside the Federation's response, the Dark World has also issued a bounty, primarily circulating among dark mercenaries and bounty hunters, targeting the entire unnamed pirate crew. Ye Kongcheng raised an eyebrow. What is the source of this bounty? Mr. Crow grinned. It is certainly hidden, but anyone with a modicum of sense can deduce it. Ye Kongcheng smirked. The Federation. Mr. Crow nodded. You are the target with a bounty of 100 million. The rat girl beside you 30 million. The smiling demon 90 million. Liliehua 50 million. And the bounty for the dead is halved. Retrieve the blue fairy, and it will amount to 300 million. Wait. Liliehua exclaimed in astonishment. Why is my name on that list? Chapter 148. The man worth 200 million, are you not? Mr. Crow retorted. Then why are you on the blue fairy? This question left Liliehua momentarily speechless, pondering how to respond. Should he claim that it was merely a consequence of being directionally challenged? Ye Kongcheng waved his hand, signaling Liliehua to remain silent, and continued. Surely, it cannot be as simple as just notifying us. Mr. Crow nodded, stating, from a moral standpoint, I represent the Criminal Alliance to inform you. However, I regret to inform you that there will undoubtedly be members within the Alliance who will take on the task, and the Alliance will not intervene. I hope you understand. Ye Kongcheng acknowledged this, recognizing that he had merely participated in the criminal auction and fulfilled a task for which he was compensated by the Alliance. It was purely a matter of mutual benefit. He had no grounds to demand the Alliance's involvement in this matter. I understand. There are rules to everything. We cannot expect the Criminal Alliance to break their rules on our behalf. Mr. Crow confirmed. Additionally, to prevent anyone from exploiting this connection to approach you, I will be your sole contact from now on regarding any needs you may have with the Criminal Alliance. This is the reason I was eager to reach out to you. Ye Kongcheng smiled and replied, All right, I'll make a note of that. We shall talk again when time permits. I have great faith in your future. Mr. Crow chuckled, the youngest Mr. 200 million. After saying this, he nodded in farewell and ended the communication. Mr. 200 million? Ye Kongcheng pondered, gazing at the darkened screen. Wasn't he the bounty 100 million? It's your bounty, Nana grimaced. It is not the anonymous reward in the black market, but a formally issued wanted notice. We are all on the list. Just take a look for yourself. Criminal name, Ye Kongcheng species, human gender, male age, 18 birth star domain, Milky Way affiliated organization, unnamed pirate crew bounty amount, 200 million criminal record. Assaulting the chief of the Galactic Earth Federation Police. Theft of criminal loot criminal record, planetary kidnapping, destruction of Skeleton Island, assaulting Federation military soldiers criminal record, escaping from Iron Prison Star. Killing Warden McCarthy criminal record, destroying Iron Prison Star spaceport, causing 10 deaths and 72 injuries criminal record, seizing the Blue Fairy, resulting in the deaths of 12 Federation colonels, 3 Federation major generals, and 1 Federation general criminal name, Nana species, Martian mouse gender, female age, 17 birth star domain, Milky Way affiliated organization, unnamed pirate crew bounty amount, 30 million criminal record, planetary kidnapping, destruction of Skeleton Island, assaulting Federation military soldiers criminal record, destroying Iron Prison Star spaceport, causing 10 deaths and 72 injuries, accomplice. Criminal name, Smiling Demon species, unknown gender, male age, unknown birth star domain, unknown affiliated organization, unnamed pirate crew bounty amount, 120 million criminal record. Criminal name, Liliehua species, half human, mixed blood, gender, male age, 20 birth star domain, Roland Star domain affiliated organization, unnamed pirate crew bounty amount, 55 million criminal record. Nana quickly displayed 4 wanted notices on the luminous screen. Each individual S bounty significantly increased. Nana S bounty surged from 3.5 million to an astonishing 30 million. The Smiling Demon S from 70 million to 120 million. And even the previously minor Liliehua saw his bounty rise over 30 million to 55 million. However, Ye Kongcheng S bounty experienced the most dramatic rise, skyrocketing from 11 million to an astonishing 200 million, a staggering increase not merely by multiples but by tens of times. The Smiling Demon remarked, Now I understand why Mr. Crow was so courteous in notifying us about the bounty in the black market. This year's rookie king of criminals is almost certainly yours for the taking. Li Liehua scoffed, but remained silent, acknowledging the truth in the smiling demon's words. Initially, Ye Kongcheng's bounty was significant due to its increase. But now it not only led in percentage growth, but also stood far ahead in total amount. Following Li Liehua's windfall, he found himself in second place, yet still faced a staggering gap of nearly 150 million. With just over 3 months left until the year's end, such a chasm seemed insurmountable. The smiling demon stated, securing the title of Rookie King alongside such a bounty would make joining the criminal alliance nearly effortless. They would certainly provide some conveniences for future allies. Nana, covering her face in despair, lamented, I cannot fathom what you all are thinking. Is a rising bounty a good thing? Does it not indicate that we will be in greater danger? Will there not be more individuals eyeing our heads? Li Liehua retorted, this is the dignity of a criminal. Nana shrugged, entirely dismissive of such so-called dignity. Ye Kongcheng tapped his forehead and remarked, I do not particularly care about the bounty amount. The key issue is that I have been unjustly implicated again. Previously, he had taken the blame for Zhanlan, as the order to attack the spaceport had not originated from him. Yet, with his artificial intelligence causing trouble, he had to silently endure the consequences. This time, however, he accepted his involvement in the seizure of the Blue Fairy, acknowledging the chaos caused during the purge operation. Yet, he had not killed those Federation officers. He had no capability to slaughter so many colonels and major generals, let alone a Federation general. That was entirely the doing of the Mad Knight. No, strictly speaking, it was the curse afflicting the Mad Knight. Had it not been for the smiling demon's ability to counter the curse, Ye Kongcheng would have been doomed. Now, however, the blame had fallen squarely on his shoulders. In truth, Ye Kongcheng could comprehend the Federation's perspective. Someone had to bear the brunt of the blame. Would they really declare that a group of Federation military officers was slain by a curse? That would be utterly implausible. Thus, they needed a credible scapegoat. Had the Mad Knight not perished, the blame would undoubtedly have fallen on him. Since Ye Kongcheng had dispatched the Mad Knight, it was only natural that he would inherit the blame. In Ye Kongcheng's view, a substantial portion of that 200 million bounty, at least 150 million, should be attributed to this incident. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The smiling demon chuckled, patting Ye Kongcheng on the shoulder. Those who live must bear more than those who are dead. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that one must settle accounts? Ye Kongcheng grimaced, then said, let us not dwell on this. Let us head to the dark twin stars. Besides modifying the Blue Fairy, we must also deal with the items we acquired from Skeleton Planet.